Anyway, it might be better if I focus on Ryfin, for now he was going to announce something important after all. Now, my dear students. There's a little something I have to tell you all. He begins as he put both his hands on the podium. I'm sure you all are already used to the magic and sword technique. If not, then what I'm going to say next will be troublesome for you. Anyway, since the Academy has not allowed me to not make any exceptions for this, I'll just say this straight. The day after tomorrow, an interclass practice session will be held for all 4 classes in the first year. As those words left his mouth, the students present in the class started discussing things among themselves. The mumbling voices were so loud that Ryfin had to stop speaking for a while and silence the class by smacking the podium hard with his hand. The sound caused by it caught the attention of the students and then went quiet and looked at Ryfin again. When he was sure that everyone is paying attention, he spoke again. That's right, the Academy is holding an interclass practice session for the first-year students. And don't worry, this is an event that is held every year for the first years. Now, coming to the context of this session, this will be focused on the magic and technique. All 4 classes A, B, C, and D will face each other and train together. As there is quite a difference between the abilities of the students in each class, pairs are made to determine which class will face which one. And this is the list decided by the Academy. Class A will face Class B, and Class C will face Class D. This is based on the skill level of each class. Since Class A and B were almost on the same level, there were put together the same goes for Class C and D. This came as quite a shock for the students. I mean, facing Class A crying, how the hell are we supposed to take on those elites? What do you mean by we have paired up against Class A? Can't we go for Class D or something? Don't joke with me. There's no we come anywhere near those Class A students could be heard across the classroom. Some students, specifically those who were average or below average in Magickin, were the ones spouting this, though their thoughts were not unreasonable. Class A did have a special reputation in this academy, indifferent of which year the class belonged to. If you are a Class A student, then you must be pretty elite. That was what went through the minds of the other students, though the reality was a bit different. There wasn't much of a difference, especially at this time of year. Just like any other class of students were also just enrolled here and were rookies, whether it be in Magic or Magickin. Yes, there were a few exceptions of those who trained before coming to the academy, but their numbers were few. And then again, that type of students were in our class also. That's why if you have to take down Class A and gain a chance to show off, this was the best time when Class A was at its lowest, a one-time opportunity that will never shine again. Students who understood this were filled with excitement and thrill instead of getting scared like some others. Of course, these students were confident in their skills and above all, confident in themselves. And if you talk about me, I belonged to neither of the sides. This interclass training session had an entirely different meaning for me. Calm down, kids, don't get so worked up over this, said Ryfin. This is but a training session after all. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose because this is not a competition to begin with. This is just an event where each of you will individually face a Class A student and fight with them to hone your skills and learn from each other. After that, Ryfin explained to us the details of this event. I of course knew about this beforehand since this event was in Lollipop's novel, and this is what caused the death of Zeroka main the novel. This time, however, it won't go as expected, at least after a certain point. Anyway, if I focus on what this event is all about, then it'll be something like this. In the interclass magic and training session that will be held the day after tomorrow, students from different classes will spar with each other to train and learn new moves. The main motive of this session was to give the students a real battle experience so that they can get an idea of what they are training to become and what the battles they'll fight in the future will be except with the difficulty 10x higher from now. In the event, one student at a time from both the classes will duel each other using the Magickin technique. The duel will obviously end up with one side losing, but there won't be any rewards for the winner or any penalties for the loser. Since this was just a training session, and yes, since this was written by Lollipop, Leon will have some of his MC moments with girls shouting OMG, how good and powerful he is. Ah, he is the prince I was searching for. Things like that. Those lines were actually in the novel, by the way. Honestly, I can't understand how come the readers did not die of cringe after reading that. I mean, it was 2022, not a year fit for dialogues like, he is my prince, or bullshit like that. Well, that doesn't concern me. The event was going to be important for me, whether it was made my Lollipop or not, since this is something that'll decide my death. Those lines were actually in the novel, by the way. Honestly, I can't understand how come the readers did not die of cringe after reading that. I mean, it was 2022, not a year fit for dialogues like, he is my prince, or bullshit like that. Well, that doesn't concern me. The event was going to be important for me whether it was made my Lollipop or not, since this is something that'll decide my death. Okay, that's about it. Do you have any questions regarding the training session? If yes, then better say it now. Ryfin surveyed after he finished explaining the details of the training session. I had a question, a boy said as he raised his hand. Yes, are we allowed to go all out in this training? Or are there any rules set for the safety of the students? No, there aren't any rules of that sort. You can use whatever moves you want until that isn't a one that can cause the other student to die, replied Ryfin. The boy who asked the question nodded and then sat back in his seat. Regardless, the question he asked, or rather the answer Ryfin gave, scared a few students. He said all is allowed until the life of the other party is not in danger, but if you flip it, it'll come as you or the other student can do whatever they want with you if they keep you alive. It was a scary thing indeed, for students who weren't confident in their skills or slacked off in magic and lessons. And I'm afraid to say I am the latter, since I can't use magic and at all I will have a hard time in this interclass session. Anyone else has something to ask? No. Well then, the class for today will end here. Go home and practice. You have 1.5 days before the training session. I mean, you will want to be in your best form while facing the students of other classes, don't you? Said Ryfin. After that, the class was dismissed and the students began to leave. Some were trembling in fear and some in excitement, while there were some who just didn't care at all. Seeing that there wasn't anything to do in here, I got up from my seat and left the class. I walked down an empty corridor that led in a different direction than the dorms or the cafeteria. The corridor was empty and only the sounds of my footsteps could be heard, though I was able to hear the sound of someone else's footsteps. What do you want? I asked as I stopped in my tracks. Nothing really, the person behind me responded. I turned around to take a look, and he was just the person I expected, Ryfin. He was in a black suit and had his hands inside his pockets with a smile on his face. He was looking at me. Then why are you following me? Care to give any explanation for that? I inquired. My, I'll get scared if you look at me with an expression like that on your face, he said in a soft voice as if teasing me. Get to the point already. Yeah, but just like I said, there isn't really a reason for why I'm following you. I was just a bit worried about you, he revealed. Since when you started caring about me, did you hit your head or something? Don't talk like that. Does a teacher have any need for a reason to worry about their student? At least you do, I'll say. Just get straight to the point already. Sigh, fine. I was interested in you and how you are planning on taking this training session. Since both you and I know that you can't use magic, and how will you go about this? Don't tell me you are planning on taking a sick leave, he appealed. You don't need to know that. Now get lost, teacher, I said, and with that, I turned back and began walking again. Maybe he left because I was not able to hear the sound of his footsteps anymore. After a bit of walking, I got out of the corridor and entered the grounds. Soon, I was standing before the building I was headed to. Looking up, I saw a 2-floored building built with concrete and bricks. There weren't many windows, and the gate in front of me was made out of wood, with 2 guards standing beside the door. This was the office of this academy, where all the staff worked. Halt, one of the guards said as he stopped me from entering the building. I have some work in there, please let me go, I responded. The guard whispered something in the other guard's ear, and then the other one opened the gate and went inside. After a couple of minutes and came out again and gave the other guard a nod. You can go now, said the guard who stopped me before. Going through a narrow pathway that was built with stone walls and floor, I soon stepped inside a large hall. There were many wooden tables and chairs all across the hall, and people were sitting on them, doing some paperwork. I looked around and searched for a certain room. This was not the first time I came here, so finding it was not a problem. It was a small room made of 4 wooden walls with glass panes in the corner of the main hall. I began walking, and after taking a few steps I reached there and then knocked on the door of the small room. After a bit of waiting, "Come in," someone said from the inside. Following their words, I unlocked the door by twisting the doorknob and then stepped inside, closing the door back again. There I saw that a big, rectangular wooden table was placed in the middle with 3 chairs, 2 on one side and 1 on the other. On the single chair, a man who seemed to be in his mid-50s with white hair and a beard was sitting with his hands resting on the table. There I saw that a big, rectangular wooden table was placed in the middle with 3 chairs, 2 on one side and 1 on the other. On the single chair, a man who seemed to be in his mid-50s with white hair and a beard was sitting with his hands resting on the table. Sit, he instructed. His voice was deep and heavy. Following his words, I went and sat on one of the 2 chairs. I looked at the man before me, and to say I was familiar with his face. His name was Robert Halls, Mr. Halls in short. Is my work done? I asked in a polite tone. Yes, he replied with a nod. Can I see? He didn't reply to this. Instead, he opened a drawer and searched for something in it. Then taking out a few documents, he threw them toward me on the table as he said, "There." I bent forward and picked one of the documents. Holding it in my hands, I skimmed through the pages. This went pretty smoothly, I guess. 5 days prior to today, I submitted an application to create a personal bank account for myself. There are several reasons why I want an account for myself, but let's not get into it for now. Now, to create a bank account, one would normally have to go to the bank and register and do all the paperwork there. But since I'm a student of the Zaforth's Academy and not allowed to go outside, I had to apply for it via the school officials. Fortunately, the academy had a policy for a matter like this, so that wasn't much of a problem, and I submitted the application pretty easily. After that, my parents were informed of this that I want to create a personal bank account be a messenger sent by the academy. Their consult was taken which went smoothly, since Ron didn't was pretty easygoing in things like this and then they did all the paperwork in my stead. I have already reached the age of 15, and in this world, you're considered an adult when you are of that age, hence I'd have the right to have a bank account for myself. My parents approved of all the details and sent them back through the academy's messenger. Afterward, the papers were sent to the bank, and my account was created. Also, looking through the documents I currently had in my hands, I came to know that Ron was kind enough to deposit 500,000 C in my account. I honestly thought that this amount was more than what I wanted, but can't do anything about it now. I'll probably have to answer Ron about why I made this account, but that can wait. Take this is your transaction card. You'll have to show this every time you want to withdraw money out of your account, said Mr. Halls as he handed over to me a small rectangular card. I took it from him, and from the looks and its uses described by Mr. Halls, I think this was something similar to a debit card from my former world. The card was of silver color made of metal with my name and account details engraved on it. There is one other use for it. Mr. Halls spoke. I looked over in his direction as he did so. If you want, then you use money via this card, also without actually withdrawing it in cash. You see those numbers in the bottom right corner? There it shows the money of C you have in your account. The information is transmitted to this card through some custom magic spells. Those numbers will change according to the amount of C you have in your account. I checked the card, and as Mr. Halls said, in the bottom right corner of the card, 500,000 C was engraved. And how do I use money via this card, as you said just now? I appealed. I was genuinely interested in this since a card like this did not exist in the novel. Flip the card over and you will see a black strip there, he mentioned. I flipped the card, and there on the other side of it was a long rectangular strip dyed with the color black, just as he said. If you wish to pay someone directly through your card, then you have to take the card of that other person and then tap the black strip of their card with yours, he explained. But what about the amount of the money? Like how'd I decided how I have to pay and things like that? The transaction cards are equipped with many permanent custom magic spells, one of which allows you to decide the amount of money you wish to transfer. To do that, you will have to imagine how much money you have to give to the person while tapping your card against theirs. That's just it. Isn't this a little too simple? And what about those spells? I mean, can't they misfire or something? This system was implemented in order to make the lives of people easier. That's why the process is kept simple. And you don't have to worry about the spells. They were made by the best magicians of not only this kingdom, but of the whole world. I see. One thing was clear after this, though custom magic really has no limits, just like they say. If it's something you can imagine and are skilled enough to bring into reality, then custom magic will be the medium you need to do that. Coming out of the office building, I went to the dorms. Entering my room, I put the stuff bank documents and transaction card in the desk. Then I went into the kitchen and made a coffee for myself, drank it, and then left the room. I was still in the school uniform as I entered the cafeteria. There I ordered my breakfast, which was 4 vegetarian sandwiches, those I'd eaten before and liked them. Can I pay with the transaction card? I asked the girl at the counter. This was a good opportunity, hence I had bought my card with me. Yes, you can. Here, you can use this, said the girl as she pointed toward a small cube that was resting on the counter. A slanting rectangular sheet was attached to the front side of the cube, and while it was not a card, a similar black strip was made on the sheet. This machine seemed similar to the debit card reader from my former world, so I decided to try it without asking for help. I placed my card on the metal sheet, with its back and the black strip facing the strip on the sheet. I imagined the amount I had to pay. It was written on the menu as I placed my card. Soon, I felt a small amount of my mana getting transferred into the card, on the number which was engraved on the bottom right, and showed my current bank balance shown in purple color. The numbers then changed from 500,000 to 499,700, and when it was done, the light in them faded. I waited for a few minutes there, and when my order arrived, I took the plate and turned to search for a seat. The cafeteria was only half filled since a good amount of time had passed since the classes ended, and most of the students have eaten breakfast, while I was in the office discussing things with Mr. Halls. Finding a seat shouldn't have been difficult. I could have taken any seat I wanted out of those who were empty, of course. But still, I went for a certain seat near the glass panes. On a seat that was meant for 4 people, only a single girl was sitting there. Her expression wasn't the nicest. Her eyes glowed with sadness as she stared outside the glass panes while resting her chin on her hand. "Hello, sis. Been a while since we talked, hasn't it?" I said as I put my plate on the table and sat before the girl. The girl had long blonde hair and leaf-like green eyes. She was none other than my older sister, Anya. "Hello, sis. Been a while since we talked, hasn't it?" I said as I put my plate on the table and sat before the girl. The girl had long blonde hair and leaf-like green eyes. She was none other than my older sister, Anya. "Zerates you," she broke the silence and said as if surprised by my sudden appearance. Well, should I not be here? I asked, though I know this question had a fixed answer. No, it isn't like that. I was just not expecting you this time, she clarified. That exchange was it. Silence prevailed between us after that I started munching on my sandwiches, while she sipped her drink, what looked like green tea, by the way. As Anya drank her tea, she kept looking outside through the glass panes. She was not much aware of her surroundings, and was acting different from her usual behavior. It was as if she was lost in her own world. I kinda knew what could be the reason behind this state of hers. It was the letter sent by X. Until now, everything that happened with her went just as X described in their letter. And since to her, it seems like they must have been controlling everything, and keeping an eye on her, Anya would have been forced to follow X's orders also. And that order was to get in a relationship with the person who saves her from Winston and those boys. To her surprise, that boy was not anyone but Leon, the protagonist of Lollipop's novel. Anya already knew that she can't befriend Leon. To her, he was out of reach, like a star shining in the faraway sky. You can admire its beauty from here down on the earth, but no matter how hard you try, you can't reach the star. Just like that, there was this feeling inside her mind that no matter how she tries, she can't get into a relationship with Leon, and the task given to her by X seemed impossible. But she didn't have much of a choice. Anyway, X had threatened her that they will kill me if she doesn't follow their orders. This was a very, very bad move, but she believed that X was saying the truth, and they really can kill me. Well, I can't really blame her for that. Knowing her personality, the incident with Winston was enough proof to make her fully believe in X. Thus, from then I started noticing that she was desperately trying to get close to Leon and was not missing any opportunity. And to say, she was slowly but surely succeeding in this. She now walked and stayed with Leon at times, not as much as Ellen, but she was with him for sure. I had seen this myself. Plus, both of them had started talking too, a thing that seemed impossible to Anya before. X's plan was working. The outcome they wanted, they were getting it. But in the middle of all this, she was getting tired from the inside, probably because she didn't want to do this from her heart and was just following X's orders unwillingly. After a certain time, it started bugging me too, since she was not the Anya I knew anymore. The pressure was changing her slowly. I didn't want something bad to happen. That's why I have decided to step in on this matter. Logically, X was helping me in a way, but their methods are causing Anya pain, a thing I can't bear with. Even if our goal was the same, getting Anya and Leon in a relationship, how we achieved that goal was different, and that matters. Let's get this done with. I gave myself the final push. The silence was getting awkward, and I was not planning on staying for too long anyway, hence I decided to start the conversation. Come to think of it, our class are paired up against each other in the upcoming interclass training session. Isn't that right? I appealed, showing genuine interest and asking for her opinion. This question snapped her back to reality. Yeah, that's what the teachers told us, she contributed. Well, I just hope that I don't have to fight against you. Hee, otherwise it won't be good for me, I commented. In between, I tried to insert a little chuckle, but later I realized how unnatural and fake it was. But either she was so lost in thought that she missed it, or just decided to ignore it. Whatever it was, she didn't voice on that creepy fake chuckle of mine, and kept staring at her cup of tea, which was half empty. How's your magic and training coming along, by the way? I asked, trying to shift the subject. Well, it's okay, I guess. I already knew the basics of sword arts, so the movements are not much of a trouble. I struggle a bit in the mana transferring thing since it's new to me, but I am managing somehow. This was the longest reply I got in this whole conversation. Can't say I wasn't happy, though happy would be the wrong word to describe it. And on a side note, I wasn't expecting Anya to struggle in magic in even a bit. This came as a surprise, to be honest. I thought she's good at everything related to the sword, but I guess even she has her weak points. This was reasonable also, since she never practiced magic or even tried to learn about it before coming to the academy. Anyway, wasting any more time will be pointless. I don't want to drag this conversation too much, as I have other things to do also. Sis, are you friends with Liam by any chance? I know that I have asked this before and you denied it that time, but I'm seeing you hanging out with him pretty often. I don't want you to hide it from me, you see. I inquired. Maybe this caught her by surprise, because quickly looked up at me and seemed nervous. This was clear since her breathing speed has increased. Sis, are you friends with Liam by any chance? I know that I have asked this before and you denied it that time, but I'm seeing you hanging out with him pretty often. I don't want you to hide it from me, you see. I inquired. Maybe this caught her by surprise, because quickly looked up at me and seemed nervous. This was clear since her breathing speed has increased. And no. Well, yes. I don't know if you'll call it being friends, but we are on talkative terms. And I'm not trying to hide it or anything, it's just that I never really got a chance to tell you, and there wasn't much to tell, so I kind of forget about it too. You get what I mean, right? She said hurriedly. It was as if she was making excuses and she was thinking of them right this moment. Still, why are you getting so worked up, sis? I know you won't lie to me, I assured her. And as for why I was calling her sis, well, I had pretty much stopped calling her that after she came to know my true identity, but I was doing it not because I felt like it. That's all there it is. I see. but it's really just as I said, we're a step down from being friends. I know that I know, but I don't want you to force it. I understand that you won't lie to me, but don't lie to yourself instead, I asserted. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get it, she said, asking that I repeat myself once again. What I am saying is that you mustn't force yourself to befriend Leon, hence I repeated. But why would I do that? I mean, I'm not forcing myself or anything. You're getting it wrong. She tried to deny it, but her voice was trailing off. You are still lying, be honest with yourself. You and I both know that what you are doing and what you want are two completely different things, I stated as I looked directly into her eyes. She tried to avert her eyes and not look at me directly, but for some reason, she didn't, maybe because that would have proven her guilty. I am not, lying or anything. Why are you spouting this nonsense anyway? She besought. Yes, you are, I said. Out loud. I was lucky that the cafe was mostly empty, otherwise I would have attracted a lot of unwanted attention. We both know that you don't want to get close to Leon, you are only doing this because of that letter. Because that letter forced you to do so to get in a relationship with Leon. Isn't that what it said? As I dropped the bombshell, Anya's eyes widened in response and her face went pale. How do you know about that? She asked in a low, trembling voice. Fear was dripping down her face. Maybe she thought things won't end well now. I knew about the letter, something that was forbidden according to her. I know about it. I saw it when I came to drop you to your room after the incident with Winston where Leon saved you. I know whoever the sender of that letter is. They are threatening you to get together with Leon, otherwise they'll kill me, I clarified. I see, so you know, she breathed as she stared down at the table. Her expression was not good. It was clear that she was terrified. She was now my family, Evan. If she didn't think of me as one, and it pained me to make her go through something like this, but this was important. I can't allow X to control my sister anymore. Yes, I know. But I know one more thing too. As I said that, she raised her head and looked at me. Her eyes were glittery and she was about to burst into tears. Maybe she really thought that X will kill me now. The other thing I know is that that letter and everything written in it is absolute bullshit. I can't believe you're so dense that you took something like that seriously. Left her mouth and she didn't say anything else. She was taken aback by surprise. Probably she wasn't expecting me to say this. But they said that they'll kill me, right? She replied with a nod and stared at me with confusion. And you are so dumb to actually believe that. Can't you get it? That letter is fake, could have been a prank. Of course, the letter was not fake by any means, but she doesn't need to know that. Then what about that incident? Those boys really did come and someone saved mate was Leon out of everyone, she argued. Couldn't it be a coincidence? Or maybe one of those 3 boys who bullied you sent the letter. And if you're talking about Leon, well, I was the one who sent him there, I claimed. This was a very, very bad lie. I know that, and if she tried to remember the things which happened that day, then she can easily figure out my lie. Fortunately, she was not in the state and I was playing a gamble on that. Here, a law of human nature is applied. Sometimes we don't believe in the actual truth, but in the thing that's convenient for us and gives us a feeling of safety, then it doesn't matter even if it's a lie we believe in. The brain ignores what's painful. Anya also wanted to somehow stop interacting with Leon when she didn't want to. Hence, I figured that if I gave her an opportunity to escape that reality, then she will choose that route even though it's barely believable. You can say that I was manipulating her in a way even if it was indirect, but really I don't want to do it. Manipulating my family is something I've set off limits, but here it was for her own good. I won't mind breaking the rules if it will benefit her in the future. Couldn't it be a coincidence? Or maybe one of those 3 boys who bullied you sent the letter. And if you're talking about Leon, well, I was the one who sent him there, I claimed. You can say that I was manipulating her in a way even if it was indirect, but really I don't want to do it. Manipulating my family is something I've set off limits, but here it was for her own good. I won't mind breaking the rules if it will benefit her in the future. So what you are saying is that I shouldn't trust that letter? Asked Anya as he stared at me in need of an answer. Precisely, you should not care about such things. Just imagine the person who sent that letter to you as a prank is now watching and laughing at you since you are falling into his game, which was so easy to detect. What will he think of you? But I had to do it even if it was nothing but a prank. I mean, your life was on the line, she exclaimed. First of all, I don't understand why you are so fixated on saving my life. I'm not even your real brother. If this happened in the past, then I could have related, but now you know my real identity. There should not be a reason for you to care about my life that much. Maybe there was. Maybe just like I thought of her as my sister, even if she wasn't in reality, probably she had similar thoughts about me. Still, going this far for someone who isn't even from the same world, leave being from the same family, I don't think that makes any sense. Even if it does, I can't understand. Her expression darkened as I said those words. Could it be that she was hurt because I denied the only relationship we had? And even if you do care about my life for some reason I don't know, isn't it a bit naive of you to think someone can kill me when you know what I'm capable of? I posed her with a question. At the same time, on top of the index finger of my right hand, I created a small shard of ice. As the shard materialized, I showed it to Anya while being careful that no one other than her can see it. She stared at the shard for a while and then back at me. Even so, how can you be so sure about it, that no one can defeat you? And you are saying this without knowing the power of your opponent, she claimed. I can say with absolute surety that no one other than Leon can beat me in a one-on-one. You better carve it deep in your mind, so that you don't go falling into others' pranks like this ever again, I declared. I was 100 boasting here. There are a number of students who can beat me at this academy. I think if I didn't use my magic and fought only with the sword, then any class of student will be able to defeat me with ease if their rank is anywhere near me. Not being able to use magic and drops my chances of winning by a landslide. There are only my magic abilities that I am confident of, nothing else. Welly, if you say so, I guess I'll believe you for now, but let me ask this again. Are you really sure that that letter is a prank and not real? She appealed as she leaned forward as if trying to intimidate me. Yes, I am sure of it. Sigh, am I done here now? The way I was handling Anya was so careless, so much that she can find the holes in my words if she gained her composure. I'm well aware of that fact. But the thing is, I don't have much time in hand. Just in a day, I was going to get killed no matter how much I tried to stay calm, no matter how much of a poker face I keep with a relaxed and blank expression. In reality, I was panicking badly from the inside. Even if I had already planned everything out, I was sure that there was no way I can die. I can't help but panic. I mean, just a little miscalculation, and everything will come to an end. I'm not that worried about my death, but if I died, then so will my parents and Anya from the upcoming calamity. Maybe that's why I made a rash move here. I'm more amazed than anyone else that this worked out. So, will you stop trying to force a relationship with Leon? I don't have any problem if you really want to be friends with him. I just don't want you to force yourself. I was observing you for the past few days, and you looked like you were in pain. She thought over my question for a while as she finished her cup of tea, then placing the cup on the table, she looked me in the eye. Okay, I won't be doing it anymore. And you are right, I'm not interested in being friends with Leon, she replied. Maybe I smiled a little. It was a smile of satisfaction and relief probably, but it was only in my mind. From yesterday, I was not letting a single shred of emotion come out of my face. Why? I think I know the reason for this. My life was in danger. That's why that persona was surfacing again. Right now, other than the survival of me and my family, nothing else matters. I'll destroy and erase everything that will get in my way, indifferent to what or who it is. Even if I had to bend the original plot, I'll do it. It was going to change after I dodged my death anyway. Yeah, that was it. I'd be willing to do anything, right now at this moment. Other than my family, nothing else matters. Well, if you are okay, then I'm also okay, I said as I stood up from my seat. I had finished my sandwiches, and I had also convinced Anya to stay away from Leon. In short, there was no other reason to stay anymore. Also, let me remind you of something I mentioned. What? She asked. Don't sever your bonds with Leon instantly. It will feel so out of the place and will attract suspicion. Stay as you are while slowly distancing yourself from him in a way that he doesn't notice something's wrong, okay? That's what you say, fine. Anya was more or less close to Leon even if they were just on talking terms. If she were to cut all the ties with him and disappear all of a sudden, then it's possible that some events that I don't know about can take place and disturb the flow of the original plot of Lollipop's novel. I'll see you in the training session, then be the way. Go easy on me if I were to fight against you, I added while I took the plate in my hands and began to leave. Hey Zero, can I ask you one thing? Anya called out to be from behind. Turning back, I gave her a look that said, okay, and waited for her to speak. Taking my response as a yes, she nodded and then said, you say that I shouldn't be worried about your life since you are not really my brother. Then why were you worried when you saw me in pain because of that letter? I wonder why. Probably because I do not want to make the same mistake as I did in my former life, or maybe because I want to correct that mistake in this life. There are so many reasons, but I can't pick one of them. Is that what you should be asking, idiot? It is true that I was worried, but unlike you, I was not going to such extents to disturb my personal life because of it. Does this reply sound legit? Because she didn't ask anything else and I turned around, submitted my plate to the counter, and then left the cafe. Entering my room, I sat on the bed. The lights were turned off, but I didn't care to turn them on. In the dark room, with no light source, I was lying on my bed with my hand on my forehead as I stared at the ceiling above my eyes. I was thinking about things I have to do from now on and the things I did today. And one of the things I did was that I refrained Anya from forming a relationship with Leon. I admit it was not my plan that they were getting close. X was the one pulling the string. But the outcome achieved at the end would have been the same outcome. I wanted to get the two in a relationship in order to keep the plot the same. If I had watched quietly from the sidelines, everything must have gone just as I wanted. Then why did I interfere and stopped it from happening? Well, there were two reasons to justify the action that I took. The first is that I did what I did because the main point to get Anya and Leon close was to keep the plot of the novel the same so I can predict the future and keep things to my advantage. I'd have a pretty good hand in the same if I already knew what was going to happen. Then why must I discard it? It was simple, really. In a day, I was going to avoid my death and Livia thing that was different from the original plot. But doing that will ultimately change the plot sooner or later, so keeping it the same by using Anya would be a waste. I won't be able to keep things the same once the domino effect of changes starts after I survive. Even if the plot point of Anya and Leon stayed the same, the plot will change no matter how I try to keep the same. The only way to keep it the same is for me to die, which I can't afford. The second reason was more of my twisted sense of logic rather than actual logical reasoning. It is that if Leon and Anya were to get close at this time, then the events that were set to unfold after my death will also happen. And by that, I'm talking about Leon having sex with Anya. Normally, I wouldn't have worried over something trivial like this if Anya really loved Leon and slept with him due to her own will. But unfortunately, that was not the case here. If they slept together then, it will be because of the fact that I and X made them get together, and then the plot did its work. She won't realize, but she will not be doing that out of her own will. It'll be like I or X forced her to do so. In both cases, I'd feel guilty over that. Feel guilty that I could have stopped it from happening, but I didn't. That's why I keep them from coming together and stained X's plan. This way, anything bad won't happen while I'll be away. I did everything I could beforehand. There are still a few things left to take care of, but I'll get done with them before the interclass training session starts. It's finally coming, isn't it? The day of my death. The day of the interclass training session finally arrived. The students of all the 4 classes in the first year were gathered in the Academy Stadium. That goes without saying, but I was among them as a student of Class 1B. The group was divided into 2 parts, one consisting of Class 1D and Class 1C, and the other of Class 1A and Class 1B. The atmosphere was of tension. Some students were scared while some were excited. As for me, well, at this moment, I was not feeling anything indifferent to the rest of the world. I was silently waiting for it to happen, and now only a bit of waiting was left. The Academy Stadium was filled with students. Today was a holiday, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students had also come to watch the practice session. At this point, I don't know if calling it a practice session would be right because it was almost like a tournament, with the only difference being that it was not. The Academy has probably said it like this to create a sort of entertainment activity for the senior students. There are several reasons I think of for doing this. First was that the senior students didn't really get time to sit back and relax since their courses were a lot more than ours, so maybe the Academy wanted to give them a break or something. And the other one is from a business point of view. This training session was a good way to collect extra money from the pockets of the students. Except for the first-year students who were taking part in the session, the senior students had to pay the fee to come and play the spectator. To me, it felt like both the reasons were contradicting each other, but let's not worry about that. It's not my problem after all. Right now I was sitting in the area meant for Class 1B and was watching at the arena, waiting for the first match to start. The stadium we were in was a round building with an open roof. Seats were placed on the sides in a staircase pattern just like in a football stadium. After the seats were the floor made out of polished cobblestone, and in the center was a big ring-shaped area. The floor there was not covered with stone, instead, it was just a normal ground of soil and dust. The ring-shaped area was the place where the fights will take place, and currently 2 students were marching towards it, both from opposite directions. One of those students of a boy from our class. His name was Rockless. In the class, he was among the students who were above average in both magic and sword arts, but he did not excel in one thing, sort of like a jack of all trades and master of none. But even so, he was good in sword arts than most of the students in our class. It was because he got beginner-level training before coming to the academy, hence his basics were already clear. When we started learning magic, he got used to it pretty quickly. He was a good choice to go first in this training session since you wouldn't want to reveal your ace in the first turn, and sending someone weak will gain you a loss, lowering the morale of the whole class as a result. I mean, yeah, this was not really a tournament, but everyone had that spirit in them. Every class wanted to defeat the other. At this point, it was not about rewards, it was about pride and self-respect. For them, though. Rockless had a short sword in his hand. According to its size, I'd say it was between more than a dagger and less than a sword. Playing with the sword in his hands, he walked toward the ring-shaped area. And the other student who was going against him was a girl from Class 1A. Well, I didn't expect her to come this early, but it was Anya. With a slim, long sword in her hand, which was her favorite type. By the way, she also stepped inside the ring. Well, I have to confess one thing. I actually knew that Anya will be the first from Class A's side. The order in which the students of Class A will go was mentioned in Lollipop's novel, hence I also knew that. Both Anya and Rockless got into the position as the referee raised his hand, and then with his whistle, the match started. At a good distance away from Zero, but straight in his line of sight, 2 students kicked the ground at the same time and dashed toward each other from far. It looked as if they were flying close to the ground. A loud sound like 2 pieces of metal hitting each other was heard the next second as the swords of both Rockless and Anya clashed. Both of them looked at each other. They were observing every little move their opponent made and carefully planning to counter it. Both were applying pressure as much as they could for the moment, but their swords were locked in a way that the forces from both sides were canceling each other out. Seeing this, the one who leapt backward was Rockless, and admitted that in the heat of the moment he got worked up and acted rashly in reality. He didn't plan to perform the first attack in this way. But now he was calm and could focus clearly. After all, he can't afford to lose here. He didn't care much about the class reputation, but if he lost here then his personal ego will be disturbed and his image also. That's why he was going to give it his all even though this was just a practice session. He adjusted himself into a battle posture and raised his short sword against Anya, who had gone into defense and was waiting for him to attack. Rockless calculated his odds and simulated the whole battle in his mind before he did anything. Then when he was done, "Here I come," he said, and kicked off the ground with a boom and went at Anya with utmost speed. Anya raised her sword straight above her chest, strengthening her arms and legs as she prepared herself for the upcoming strike. Rockless appeared in front of her and moved his sword down in an instant. Anya defended and opposed his sword with her own, and then pushing him back, she leapt to the side. Throwing his sword off balance, he gained a distance from him by stepping back. For Rockless, this fight was tense, but Anya was taking it pretty casually. The only reason Rockless wasn't knocked out as soon as the match started was that she was told by her class to play along for a while before finishing him off. But for Rockless, this was going on for far too long. He should have won by now. What was the problem? Yeah, sure, his opponent was a Class A student, but he was Rockless. It shouldn't have caused much trouble for him. The passing time was irritating him, hence he decided to finish this with the next attack. Now this is too much. I can't prolong this fight anymore. I should have won in the starting few minutes. The water is over the head now. Okay, let's finish this with the next attack, thought Rockless as he grinned internally. Anya had backed off before, so there was a distance between the two of them. Rockless stood straight facing Anya and held his sword tightly. He supplied his legs with strength and mana as he focused his mind, channeling his magical energy into the sword too. "Magickin," Rockless screamed. His sword released so much light that for a second he disappeared within it. Then, as the light faded, a short sword that was glowing in a sky blue color came into sight. The blade was totally dyed in light blue and the metal was not visible. This was Magickin, the technique this training session was meant for. Normally the students were ought to activate it as soon as the match began, but he was Rockless. He was not like normal people who went with the flow. Also, there was no need to scream Magickin to activate it, but he did. Maybe this was the result of his youth and the hype to scream the name of the attack before performing it, something boys can relate to. Then as he pointed his blue sword at Anya, without wasting any more time, she also released her Magickin. Her sword emitted a similar light, but when the flash vanished, the sword that was in her hand was glowing in golden color. "Hee," the boy giggled upon seeing Anya's Magickin. "Let's finish this," he announced. Then with a roar, he blasted off from the ground in Anya's direction, leaving a dust cloud behind. Anya also dashed toward him. She had left the defense and was now going offensive. Maybe the time her classmates had told her to play around for was over now. Both of them were coming at each other at insane speeds, leaving a ring of dust behind in their tracks. They were in front of each other in less than a second. Releasing the Magickin has also increased their speed, along with the attributes of the swords. Rockless swung his blade in a lower left to upper right motion, and Anya moved her sword down in an upper right to lower left arc. As the shining swords clashed with each other, a sound so loud was released that it resounded in the ear of every student present there. Around half an hour before the interclass training session started, I and our Class B was formally introduced to Class A. We were told which student will face off against whom. Basically, the order in which he had to go to the arena was revealed to us beforehand. The Class B students, while some of them already knew each other, were meeting with the Class A students. We were in a hall-type room that was close with not even a window in it. There were seats all around, but no one was using them, except me, of course. Sitting in a corner of the room, I was observing the events unfold while reading a novel at the same time. It was not fantasy fiction or anything, just a non-fiction novel inspired by a true story that happened here. I mean, this world was already based on a fantasy setting, so the fiction books in my former world will be non-fiction in here. Anyway, the book was just a way to kill time. Shifting my attention from the book, I looked at the people present in the room. Students of all 4 classes were here along with their homeroom teacher. Right now, Rife and her homeroom teacher was having a conversation with the teachers of the other 3 classes. The homeroom teachers of classes D and A were females, while the teachers of classes C and B were males. I don't know if this was intentional, but the academy was keeping the male to female ratio perfect. Teachers of classes N and D were a beauty. Both of them looked good, and the girls in the academy were nowhere near them. The size of their balloons was big enough to grab the attention of a healthy teenage boy, though my eyes were focused somewhere else. Taking with Rifin was a man who seemed to be in his mid-30s, around the same age as Rifin. He had short brown hair and a bit wide face and wore rectangular-shaped glasses. He was laughing and having a talk with Ryfin while holding a glass of wine in his hands. His name was Charles Alderman. He was the homeroom teacher of Class C. Surprisingly, this guy looks exactly like I imagined him while reading Lollipop's novel. Just as I thought this, a second later he looked in my direction. Noticing that I was also staring at him, he passed me a smile and then returned to talking with Ryfin. Huff, Huff, you're pretty good, ain't you? Rockless said, panting as he wiped off the sweat from his forehead. After exchanging blows with Anya for a while, he came to realize that this battle was not going to be as easy as he expected. He was now tired, anyone would be. He had clashed swords with magic and activated. That technique provided you with benefits if you're up against a normal sword user, but keeping standing on your ground against someone who is using magic and Tuthat was a hard task. When two magic and enabled swords clashes against each other, small amounts of shock waves are released, and the pressure which falls upon the body of the wielder increases heavily. To fight with someone who is using magic in two, one needs to have a good amount of experience and the knowledge of how much pressure falls upon the body. If one has that information and has trained his body accordingly, only then one will be able to fight on equal terms against an opponent with magic in their arsenal. Though the first-year students didn't have that information, this was even the first time they were facing this backlash. But that's what this training session was for, to give them the experience of what it's like to face magic with magic. Sorry, but I'm going to end this now, said Anya as she went in a battle-oriented pose. Heh, you talk as if you can finish this match whenever you want, Rockless replied, raising his sword once again. Anya didn't give him the answer to this after all. She had already wasted too much time. This had to end quickly. Anya bent forward a little in Rockless's direction. Holding onto her sword with only her right hand, she raised it in the air. She then started channeling mana throughout her body, and the golden-colored light on her blade shone more brightly. She was pretty average in handling mana, though since she had learned to do so only after coming to the academy, before then all the battles she fought relied on raw strength. Due to this, she took a bit more time than usual to get her body ready. It would have taken only a few seconds longer than usual, but Rockless was already out of patience. With a scream, he dashed toward Anya, holding his sword above his right shoulder with both his arms. Boom, clank. A second later, Rockless was standing frozen to his feet in the middle of the arena. His hands were in front of him in a pose as if holding a sword, but they were holding nothing but the air. His sword was lying on the ground at a distance, and behind him stood the figure of Anya. Wait, what? Rockless murmured. He wasn't able to comprehend what the heck just happened. A moment ago the sword was in his hands and he was charging at Anya, but in that split second when he blinked, he heard a loud sound like a small explosion, then felt something heavy clashing against his sword. The next thing he knew was that his hands were empty. The sword was released from his grip and flew backward and dropped to the ground. He turned back, and there he saw Anya, who had disabled her magic and was now putting her sword back in its sheath. Along with Rockless, the spectators were also in awe with the sudden change of eyes. Only those with high status were able to actually see what happened. Those who didn't just saw Anya disappearing from her location for a while and then reappearing behind Rockless. Anya's sword fighting style was based on speed, and mostly all of her attacks were fast-paced. After learning the basics of sword arts from Ron, she started developing her own set of moves. The one she performed right now was one of them. This was a move she'd recently created, and to practice this here in the arena, she channeled all her mana throughout her body and used her agility status to its max. The Magickin had already enhanced her speed to an extent, and when combined with this technique, it made Anya able to perform a high-speed attack that won't be visible to people who had equal or low status to her. Rockless's rank was the same as Anya's, hence he was only able to see a blurred image of hers and nothing more. Anya's attack was amazing. It was a high-speed single-strike attack, perfectly her type. Fortunately, I was able to see her moving since my rank was higher than her, but some people weren't. It was clear from their awe-based reactions. With this, the referee soon announced Anya's victory. As for how this was decided, well, hurting or killing each other wasn't allowed here in this training session. So to determine how the students will win, the academy had set a unique set of rules. If one student managed to release the sword of the other student from their grip, then as soon as the sword will hit the ground, the student whose sword it was will lose. The match went as it was written in Lollipop's novel, but I'd have to say that it wasn't the same. The overall outcome, Anya's win, was the same, but things that happened in between were different. Like how Rockless moved and this attack that Anya performed was new, and surprisingly, Rockless wasn't just a plot device, a student who appeared out of nowhere and fought Anya in an emotionless fight. I was watching him closely, and his expressions were changing as the fight went on. He also had a personality and existed even before this fight. I had seen him multiple times in class. This gave me a breath of relief. I was not inside a fucking novel after all. This match had ended. Anya went back and Rockless too after, crying about he can't lose and she cheated and all. There will be a few minutes break before the next match. Hence, I got up from my seat and went to buy something to eat. There were shops outside the stadium, so maybe I'll get a thing or two. While Zero left his seat and went outside to buy some snacks, Anya was returning back to the room where the weapons were provided to return the sword she got for this match. She went inside the room where a lot of swords were hung on the wall saw of the different sorts. She returned her sword to a staff member who was present there and then left the room. After that, she was walking through a corridor that led to the place where the rest of the Class B students were the place from where they were watching the fights. Though on her way, she stopped and stood in a corner. Then she uttered something which sounded like the word status. The next moment, a holographic blue screen appeared in front of her that displayed a number of different values. She stared at the screen as she read through the words written on it. Her status has gone up, and she had leveled up. Before, her rank was E along with her other attributes as agility and stamina, and her mana attributes were G, but now her agility had leveled up to D. She got the notification of this right after she performed that high-speed attack against Rockless, but that time she ignored it and was checking it now just to confirm. When she was done, she closed the holographic screen and went on in the corridor. I came back to my seat just before the next match started, but I was not alone. I had toasted corn in my hands. I sat on the seat and took a bite. I looked around and saw Anya, who was seated a few seats away from me. Coincidentally, she was also looking my way. Our eyes met and I gave her a thumbs up, and I meant it. She performed well in the match. She replied with a smile and then turned away. I then focused my attention on the arena. By the time I arrived, the two students who were going to fight had already come to the grounds. One was a girl from our class. Her name was Ensiria, I think. I didn't really know her well, but since she was a student in my class, I knew her basic information and things that were easily available. The other one was someone I know though, vaguely, but I know them. She was Saren from class 8th, one who tried to harass Ellen, and the one I used to execute my plan. Now this is getting pretty interesting, I thought, taking another bite of the corn. This battle was not in the novel, I mean. Yeah, Lollipop only showed the matches of the main characters. I won't blame him for this since I would have done the same. Who shows the match of a side character? I don't. Anyway, since this was not in the novel, I didn't know what the outcome of this match was going to be. Finally, I could enjoy this training session for a while without getting spoiled. I excitedly chewed the corn as I stared at the two students who were getting ready to fight. Zero might be enjoying this, but for Saren, this match, no, this whole training session was a pain in the ass. That's because she was just average when it comes to sword arts and stuff, may be below average. Yes, she was branded as one of the aggressive girls out of 3 in the whole of the first-year students, but bullying someone was different than fighting in a match. While bullying, you are the one in control. You don't have to follow some shitty rules or go by limitations set in order to control the violence. Whenever the group of Saren, Alada, and Rena bullied a girl, they always cornered her, and it was a 1 versus 3. They had all the freedom in the world they won't, and no one was there to stop them even if they made a girl bleed. Yeah, they could be punished if the victim reported this to the academy, but if they did that, then more bullying was in stock for them. But here, in the training session, she had to follow the fucking rules set by the academy. She can't beat her opponent to death, and she was also alone. This was a one-on-one fight, a thing she had not experienced in a long time. Sigh, what a pain, she mumbled as a tired-looking expression formed on her face. She didn't want to fight if she was allowed to, but the time was not in her favor. The referee soon blew air through his whistle, thus announcing the start of this match. Her opponent, Ensiria, dashed toward her as soon as the match started. She activated her magicin in the start too. Her sword shone in a bright lemon-yellow color as she swung her sword down to hit Saren. Saren, in response, simply raised her sword up and went for the defense. Ensiria's sword clashed with hers, and to her surprise, she was pushed back and forced to take a few steps back. A forced vibration ran down the bones of Saren's arms and followed to her spine. Ensiria had struck with all the force she could, while Saren had lightly raised her sword in defense. This caused her whole body to ring with the vibration that was created when the two swords clashed. Her eyes widened from the shock, and she quickly applied some strength in her arms and threw Ensiria back, and she herself leapt to the side to gain some time. She was taken by surprise. This was not what she expected. Right now, she was breathing heavily, and all her senses, which were dull a moment ago, were now all sharp. The world looked a lot clearer to her now. She had to take this seriously now. After all, she can't allow some girl she doesn't even know the name of to defeat her like this. It'll be a big setback to her pride. Hence, she channeled her mana into her sword as she activated her magicin. Her sword shone and emitted a flash. The blade was soon dyed in a color of lavender. She adjusted her body posture and then launched herself toward Ensiria. Raising her sword high, she swung it down in an instant as soon as she reached close to Ensiria. This was a good move. She was swift and balanced. To her, this was the end of the game, but clank, Ensiria attacked in response. Swinging her sword upward, she blocked Saren and then threw her off balance with force. Then she dashed toward her again. This time Saren was aware of her attack though, As both the girls were in close range, they exchanged a number of blows. The sounds of metal clashing were heard all over the stadium. 10 minutes later, huff, 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 you're good. But you aren't, said Saren as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. After exchanging a couple of blows with Ensiria, she was pretty tired. This was the first time in her life she had fought for this long. Ensiria was the same. She was not particularly good in sword arts either and was just managing somehow. The only reason she was in the lead at first was that instead of dosing off in thoughts like Saren, she was aware of the fight and went for the first surprise attack. The girls were almost the same when it came to fighting. That's why this match had gone on for this long. Their strengths were evenly matched. Now the one to win will be the one whose will is stronger than the other. Huff huff ha, just you wait. I'll beat the shit out of you. Saren blustered at Ensiria as she stared at her with her angry-looking eyes. She was tired indeed, and she didn't want to fight this match anymore. It was a pain for her. But that doesn't mean she won't want to win, though. Losing was a thing she absolutely hated. That's why even if she had to push herself to the limits, she was not willing to let Ensiria win at any cost. Ensiria didn't respond to her threat and only raised her sword in Saren's direction. She was also tired and was sweating and breathing heavily. But she doesn't want to lose either. She had her own reasons to beat Saren. H.A. Saren shouted as she ran toward Ensiria. Clank. They both clashed their blades multiple times and caused the metal scrapping to resound in the arena. Since both of them still had their magic inactivated, each time their swords hit against the other's swords, a small blast of air was created at the point of collision. Saren and Ensiria didn't have their own sword art style, nor were they trying to develop one. That's why the two girls had similar fighting stylists, basic ones taught by their respective teachers. Having similar fighting styles caused them to start predicting the other's moves after a certain amount of time. Both of them were able to block the other's attack, but their attacks were also getting blocked. There was no progress at all. If this went on like this, then the match won't end until one of the two girls fell from exhaustion. Just give it up already. You won't be winning this, said Saren. Neither will you, Ensiria replied. Saren passed her an irritated smile and then back off to take a breath. Ensiria didn't chase after her since she wanted a break too. Ensiria was the same. She was trying to control her breathing and remain calm, but her focus was fully on Saren. After all, if they let her guard down even for a moment, then there is no telling when the other person might attack. Ensiria carefully observed Saren, this girl had to win against her. It was something she decided as soon as the pair was announced. For some reason she hated her. That's why ever since the match started she was trying to beat the shit out of her but was failing every single time. I won't miss this time, she swore to herself. The next time she'll attack, Saren won't be going unscathed. Her breathing was now under control and she had calmed her pulse too. Now that she was ready once again, she focused and accessed her mana pool. She felt up all the mana in her body rising. She visualized every shred of her body filling up with mana. Then she transferred all that energy into her sword, powering the magic in. Her sword suddenly shone brighter. The light coming out of the blade was now more intense than ever. She also felt that her sword reduced in some weight. It was only a little, but she was able to detect it. She raised her sword and got into a battle posture. Her eyes were narrowed, and she was staring at Saren, who was also getting ready for the next round. Come on now, let's get this done with, said Saren as she pointed at Ensiria with her sword's tip. Ensiria didn't reply. Instead, she kicked off the ground and launched herself at Saren, leaving a dust cloud and a small booming sound behind. She titled her sword to the right, and as she reached close to Saren, she moved it back and then pulled it forward with all her might, targeting Saren. Clang. Her blade clashed with Saren's. She had held her sword horizontally in front of her head and blocked Ensiria with it. This time Saren hadn't moved from her place at all. Rather than that, she had planted her feet on the ground and held the ground. She'd built a great defense posture, but this was not enough. She didn't understand why, but for some reason, the force behind Ensiria's sword was greater than before. She was getting pushed back by her even after her sword was blocked. Ensiria was not stopping and was continuously supplying her sword with mana and strength. Due to this, Saren's feet were sliding back on the ground and she was losing her ground and her posture was getting messed up. How are you doing this? Saren clicked her tongue as she looked at Ensiria with her frustrated eyes. I just know how to control my mana a little better than you, Ensiria replied. There was a tinge of sarcasm in her voice. Enough of this, Saren shouted angrily. She applied all the strength she could gather in her limbs. She tightened the muscles in her arms and legs and began to push Ensiria back. She also tried to send more mana in her sword, but it didn't work. She was not used to doing it often. She then thought of taking a step forward and pushing Ensiria back, but just before she was about to actually do it, she stopped. Another move had formed inside her head by then. Whoa. All of a sudden she completely stopped resisting Ensiria and loosened up her body. Then she quickly stepped back and then shifted to the side. This caught Ensiria off guard as she was not expecting Saren to do anything like this. She lost her balance as she was still pressuring against Saren, and when she backed off like that, there wasn't a thing to apply pressure on anymore. and that caused her to lean forward. A surprised gasp escaped her mouth as she finally fell to the ground unfazed. There was a feeling of frustration, anger, and resentfulness inside Insyria when she became aware of the fact that the one she is going to fight in this training session is Saren of Class A at first. She was not happy about this, but then when she thought it over for a while, she realized that it might not be that bad after all. Actually, this was an opportunity for her to take her revenge. Yeah, this is perfect. I will make her pay for all the things she did with the help of this fight. This is a good chance for me. I absolutely can't let it go waste, was her thoughts before she entered the arena. There was a reason why she hated Saren so much. It happened right after the first semester of this academy started. Even a week had not passed when suddenly out of nowhere 3 girls started following her. They followed her everywhere, from the time she left class to the moment she entered her dorm room at the night. Even if she tried to go straight home after the classes and lock her up inside the room, the girls waited for her outside. When she came out, they began following her again. Slowly things started getting worse. The girls were already following her all way, but now they started passing bad comments at her. When she was with her friends, those comments were full of sarcasm. They made fun of her no matter if she was with someone or in front of a crowd. Then they started physically abusing her. It was not much at the start. They were only pushing her, making her trip over their feet or pulling her clothes. But then, as the days passed, it increased. They started pulling her hair, slapping her in public, spitting on her, and doing things that caused her embarrassment. Buckets of water were dumped on her when she went to the bathroom. Her uniform got full wet, and then they threw dirt on her. And in that state, they forcefully make her walk into the cafe, class, and places where people could see the awful condition she was in. The people, mostly girls, laughed at her, but no one dared complain about the 3 girls to the academy staff. After all, they didn't want trouble for themselves. The girls were Saren, Alada, and Rina, and by this time they were already famous for their doings. Insyria was the introverted and shy type of girl. She didn't open up to many people, and always stayed lost in her own world. To her, it wasn't much of a problem, in fact. She liked the way she was, as she didn't have to force herself to talk to the girls of high-class families like the other girls do. But it was only until she realized that her personality also had a bad effect. She wasn't able to speak for herself or resist when Saren and the others tried to bully her. She just endured and endured and endured, and gobbled it all up inside her, trying to escape the reality. She tried to pretend as if no one was bullying her, though it didn't work, as the bullying only got worse from then. When she was too tired of this, she reached out to a friend for help. It was the girl who sat next to her in the class. But she wasn't of much help either. After all, even she didn't want to go against Saren. The only advice her friend gave her was to report this to the academy staff, and after saying that, she turned a cold shoulder to her. Insyria did as she was told and complained about Insyria to her homeroom teacher Rifin. He told the senior staff, and the 3 girls were then punished. They were lectured for hours and were threatened that the academy will expel them if they did something like this ever again. In addition to it, some say that Saren was also punished. Insyria thought that now she could relax, but she didn't know that she only made her problems worse from worse. Since what happened after that, in front of it, the bullying she faced till now was just a grain of salt. Saren, Alada, and Rina were waiting for her after the classes ended. Then they forcefully dragged her into a corner, away from the main building. She cried and pleaded for help from the students who passes by, but everyone ignored her as if she wasn't there. Maybe she would have gotten help if a senior student saw her, but to her bad luck, she didn't meet any on the way. She was dragged to the rooftop, and then they closed the door and threw her to the ground. There she saw that it was not only the 3 girls waiting for her on the rooftop, but a group of boys too. First, she got beaten the shit out by Saren, then by Rina, and lastly by Alada. But it was only the beginning. The group of boys, around 5 of them, of who were Saren's classmates, then started punching and kicking her until she bled. Blood dripped from her nose and mouth. Her face was a total mess. But the worst came after that. Saren commanded the boys of something, and then Insyria wasn't able to comprehend what happened to her next. The boys surrounded her and started taking her blazer and shirt off forcefully. She tried to escape, but the door was locked. She tore her clothes until she was only in her bra and shirt. They then licked her and felt up her breasts and her body. She cried, but crying was the only thing she could do, and no one there responded to it. Saren and the other 2 girls were watching with smiles on their faces while the boys were enjoying the moment. She was forced to comfort the boys by giving them blowjobs and handjobs. This hell went on for about half an hour, until all the boys ejaculated all over her face and body, and she was drenched in semen. The last thing Saren said to Insyria before leaving her half dead on the rooftop was, "It will be even worse if you ever complain to the teachers. You know what I mean, right?" After that incident, Insyria stayed on the rooftop stunned from shock until it was dark outside. She waited for the night to fall so she can go back to her room. After all, there was no way she could go in the daytime. She was bathed in semen, and her clothes were torn off. The time for students to stay outside was already over. It It was past 9:30 p.m., hence she will have to pay a penalty of 10,000 C if she was caught by a staff member, but compared to what had just happened to her, it was a minor concern. When the stars were visible in the sky, she stood up, wore whatever was left of her blazer and shirt, and then headed down the stairs. She avoided meeting any person on her way, and since all the students were already in their dorm rooms, it was a little easy for her to do that, though to her bad luck even if the students were not around, someone from the academy was. As she walked through a hallway that led to the area toward the dorm buildings, she encountered a man. It was Rife, and he immediately came to her and asked what happened. Honestly, she wanted to run away and not face him, but right now her legs didn't have the strength to do so. She replied with silence. Seeing this, Rifen kinda understood what happened. Who did this to you? Was it those girls again? He asked. While doing so, he didn't forget to keep his distance and not touch Hirvan if it was to comfort her since she might get scared. He remained as calm and polite as possible, but Ensiria didn't give him an answer. I won't be able to help you until you tell me, he said again. In her mind, she really wanted to spill everything out. She wanted Rifen to help her. But just as she was about to open her mouth, a voice resounded in her head. It will be even worse if you ever complain to the teachers. You know what I mean, right? It caused her to remember everything that happened. Once again, she went stiff and started shaking. In her warning, Saren never made it clear what exactly will happen to Ensiria if she complained to the teachers again. Butch wasn't interested in finding that out. Tell me, he repeated. It's nothing. No one did this to me, she said, only that in a trembling voice, and then, without listening to anything he had to say, and left. It was the worst day of her life. Even in the days that came after that, Saren kept bullying her, but soon she got a new prey, and then Ensiria was left in pieces. But the trauma of that day never left her. She relieved that half an hour almost every day in her nightmare. But the thing that irritated her the most was that she didn't even know the reason why she was getting bullied. She thought that she must have done something that Saren didn't like and decided to get back to her. She thought of everything she could, trying to find out where she might have done wrong. Though she wasn't able to, something she did that angered Saren. She was not able to remember anything of sorts. That's why one day she finally decided to ask Saren directly. It was hard for her to face her, but she somehow pushed herself to ask the question, and when she did, the answer she received was, there wasn't much of a reason. You just, you just seemed like the right person for the job. But if I really had to pick up a reason, then I'd say I didn't like the air around you. Anyway, now I'm not interested in you anymore, so you can rest assured. That was it. There wasn't a reason to begin with. She was just picked randomly by Saren. She was just a toy. Was her a use and throw one? Ensiria kept standing in her place even after Saren left. She was looking down at the floor, and the expression on her face wasn't of fear or anxiety. What the hell is this? She didn't like the air around me. Are you fucking kidding me? The expression she carried was of anger. Until she had that all the things she was facing is because she did something, because she somehow got on Saren's nerve. That's why she is getting punished. That's why whenever they bullied her, she just gave herself an excuse that, it is happening because of me, I am the one at fault here. But when she learned that it was not her fault, or rather anyone's fault, all of it was just a game for the likes of Saren, the fear she felt towards Saren turned into anger. From then she searched for an opportunity to get back at Saren and teach her a lesson once and for all. She tried all sorts of methods she could think of. She even tried to ally with the other girls Saren bullied and then outnumber her. She was only disappointed in the end, though. The other girls weren't like her. They were not able to convert their fear into anger and urge for revenge just as how she did. They were all so terrified of Saren, like she was some kind of monster. Ensiria was about to give up when she finally got a chance. It was when Saren was announced as her opponent in the interclass training session. The opportunity she was searching for was finally in front of her. She can now literally and legally beat the shit out of her. Ensiria had done her side of research on Saren all while she was planning to take her revenge. She knew very well how much Saren hated losing and how much she loved her reputation. Knowing that she swore to make her lose and crush her reputation. Sadly, it didn't go as planned. She was confident in her skills before, but when the time called for it, she wasn't able to overpower her. Here she was, lying on the ground and regretting how she missed the golden opportunity she'd been searching for. Lying on the ground down-faced, Ensiria was regretting how she missed a golden opportunity, one that will never shine on her again, all while she kept cursing herself for messing this up. Her heart was paining so much that she would have cried if she wasn't in public. Something was strange, though. A few minutes had passed since she fell, but the referee hasn't announced the end of the match. Sensing this, she turned her head and looked at the referee with confusion. When she did, she saw that the referee was staring back at her with the same confusion. "Isn't it over?" she asked. "Ah, so that's why you were still there," the referee mumbled to himself. "No, the match isn't over," he then said to Ensiria. "Why, look there, your sword is still not touching the ground, so no," said the referee as he pointed toward Ensiria's hand. She was holding her sword with her right hand. Technically, her hand was on the ground, but she still hasn't loosened the grip on the sword, so the blade wasn't touching the ground but was suspended in mid-air. This explained why the match was not over. According to the rules, a student won't lose until their sword touches the ground, and the sword was precisely mentioned there. It didn't matter if the student hit the ground or not, the sword was what was important. Then the match is still ongoing. She tried to confirm once again. The referee nodded, and as he did, Ensiria felt a wave of relief washing over her heart and erasing all of her regrets and anxiety. She hasn't lost. There was still time left for her to take her revenge. The light of the opportunity was still shining over her. She still had a chance. There was hope left. She closed her eyes, let out a breath, and then opening her eyes again, she rolled to the side. She raised her legs up in the air, and then with a forward jump she stood back to her feet. Clenching onto the hilt of her sword tightly, she pointed it towards Saren. Saren was also in the delusion that the match had ended. That's why she never attacked Ensiria when she was on the ground completely off guard. But now that Ensiria has risen to her feet, she was also cautious and was focusing on her. "This time I will end it for you," said Ensiria. Right after that, she dashed towards Saren at an insanely fast speed, went as fast she could, to the point that her legs were starting to hurt. Saren also came at her in response. She was no longer on the defensive. "Ha ha ha," Saren shouted. "You are gonna regret what you did to me. I'll make you regret it." Ensiria screamed, her face red with anger and her eyes narrowed. Both of them came close in an instant, their swords clashed, and a loud exploding sound was heard. The dust around them flew in the air, and a crater formed on the ground below their sword due to the sheer pressure. They pulled back their swords only to clash them again at a different angle. They did it again and again and again. During the time Ensiria was on the ground thinking the match had over, both of them had enough time to regain their stamina and recharge themselves. They were putting all the strength they could gather into their swords. Sparks were getting released in the air each time the swords clashed. The scraping and metallic sounds were increasing with every hit, though it wasn't enough. "Not yet," Ensiria said inwardly. "Only this much is no good. I have to faster." She increased the mana flow toward her sword and poured more mana into it. The sword glowed more in response. But it was still not enough. She kept on pouring her mana into the sword. After a certain point, she just didn't care that she can die if she completely runs out of mana. Her speed was increasing and her sword carried for force, but the pressure on her body was also increasing. She felt like her arms and legs can blast off any moment now. Her muscle fibers were stretching to their very limits. Her heart was beating rapidly and her blood pressure had increased. In no time, she started overpowering Saren and pushing her back. Her technique was still the same, and Saren was able to successfully predict and block her attacks. But each time she did, she was forced to take a step back. She was gritting her teeth. Ensiria was getting out of hand now. She also felt that she was in danger. It was only because their ranks were the same that she was able to see Ensiria, even after her speed has increased. If not, then the match would be long over by now. You are not going to win this," said Ensiria while she kept moving her hands and attacking with her sword. "And why are you so confident about that?" asked Saren as she caught her breath. "Because this is my revenge. You bullied me for days. It was worse. That time I didn't do anything because I thought I was the one at fault." With each word her sword clashed with Saren's and each hit was harder than before. "But Yao, you said that it was for nothing. You bullied me just because you didn't like the air around me. What the hell is that bullshit?" She was speaking loudly. They were exchanging blows, but her emotions were so high that tears came out of her eyes as she remembered what happened to her that day. "But this time, it will be you who'll regret it. I'll crush the reputation you're so fond of." Her emotions were reaching their peaks. She was now starting to attack rashly. "I'll make you pay. You shouldn't let your guard down like that." Before she could finish her sentence, something hard hit Ensiria's head. Later, she realized that something didn't hit her head, rather her head hit the ground. This time, she was able to see her sword lying on the ground in front of her face. With a thug sound, Ensiria's head crashed onto the ground. Her eyes suddenly shut and opened again from the shock. And when she did open her eyes again, she saw that she was completely lying on the ground. She could see her right hand in front of her face, but it was not holding anything in it. Her palm was open and was touching the ground. There at a distance from her hand lay the sword she'd been fighting with. Not wasting any more time, she quickly rose to her feet and was just about to pick up her sword and fight again when the referee announced the end of the match. She didn't realize what happened until she calmed down and reflected back on her actions. When she was consumed by the emotions of rage and revenge, she started moving unprofessionally, not following the basics of sword arts. Her attacks were now random and rash. At that moment, she was no more thinking with her brain, but with her heart that often leads to the downfall of people. The same happened with her. Saren took full advantage of the opening Ensiria had created for her. She took a few steps back, and then while Ensiria was busy cursing her, rather than using her sword, Saren used her legs and landed a powerful kick on Ensiria's feet, making her lose balance and trip over to the ground. Usually this type of behavior was marked as playing dirty, but Saren didn't have a care in the world for that. She just wanted to win, that's all. She was already branded as the one who plays dirty by ganging up on girls while bullying them. Due to that, she took it as more of praise than an insult. Ensiria unexpectedly fell and the sword slipped from her hand, touching the ground in the process, hence announcing the end of the match. The fight was over. Saren had won. I know words were coming out of Ensiria's mouth as she stared not at Saren but at the ground. She wanted to say a lot of things. She wanted to scream and cry and complain, but she couldn't. After all, she had lost the opportunity to get back at Saren a second time, and now there won't be any next time. So she can't even say that. I'll win for sure the next time. You said, Saren, as she walked close to Ensiria. You were saying something about bullying, right? She asked. Also, you do remember me. I guess you aren't as much of a bitch as I thought you would be, Ensiria replied, looking at Saren with her narrowed eyes which were burning with anger, but at the same time were dyed with regret. No, I don't hide many praise since coming to this academy. You can't expect me to remember the face and name of every single one. You must be one of them, but it doesn't matter to me. From the looks of you, it seems like I played with you to my heart's content, so there's only one thing I'd like to say to you. I see. You're more of a bitch than I thought you are, Ensiria cursed without hesitating. Then she turned around and begins to leave. Watch your words there. You see, it is not impossible for me to play with the same toy twice, Saren said to her from behind. As she walked away, Ensiria raised her right hand in the air and showed Saren a middle finger and didn't say anything. Saren also just watched her leave and then left the arena afterward. It won't be long before she forgets about her. With that, the second match of the interclass training session ended. Man, that sure was something, I exclaimed internally as I finished my corn and put it to the side. The match had just ended and damn, it was amazing. This time I really get to enjoy it since I wasn't spoiled on what will happen, unlike the first match. But well, I was the only one in the whole of Class 1B who was happy about this. The other students didn't have such good expressions on their faces and were concerned. It was reasonable though. We just lost another match and now the score was Class A with 2 wins and our Class B with 0. If it went on like this, then all the ambitions the students had of defeating Class A will be turned to dust. And later on, that was exactly what happened. The next match was Ellen versus Sherika Boy from our class. The results were the same, with Ellen's win. Class A gained another win. It only got worse from then. 5 more matches were held in which Class B only won 2 of them. Now the score was Class A with 6 wins and Class B with 2 wins. By this time, the spirits of almost all the students were low. Many had even accepted our defeat when still 42 matches were left. The students who were filled with energy and the girls who were cheerleading for the Class B students who went for the fight, now all of them had gone dull with darkened expressions on their faces. There was a huge lack of motivation here. It can even cause the downfall of our class if the motivation wasn't lifted anytime soon. I don't think it'll be happening anytime soon, I thought as I looked at the next person who had entered into the arena just now. It was a boy from Class A's side. He was wearing the normal school uniform. His hair was jet black and his eyes were red like a ruby. His face was pale and he could be described as disturbingly handsome. He was Leon, the protagonist of Lollipop's novel. Against him was going Canon, a boy from our class, and apparently, he was the best in sword arts in our class. We were lucky to have someone like him against Leon. Theisvin a little increased the morale of our class, and the students were now looking at the arena with new hope in their eyes. Of course, if we won against Leon, then our class's reputation will skyrocket. Sai, I don't have another corn or anything else to eat. I can't possibly enjoy a fight without something to snack on. I expressed my worries internally as I watched Leon with my exasperated eyes. I fucking need something to eat. But I can't go in the middle of the match, so I had no choice but to wait. I unwillingly settled on my seat after that. 2 students stood on each side of the arena. One was Leon from Class A, the guy rumored as the strongest first-year student of this batch. He was an S-ranker, had a magic system, and the protection of the plot armor. On the other side was a boy named Canon. He was also called the strongest, but unlike Leon, he was the strongest swordsman in his own class only. The guy had a perfectly built body, his arms were muscular, and his 6 abs were highlighted on his shirt. Due to those muscles, he was able to apply more force in his attacks than the students who were on the skinny side. His hair was short and colored in gray, and he had a tanned skin tone. In short, he didn't look like a boy whose age was 15 according to his body. Someone would say his age was around 20 to 25. He held a rather big and broad sword in his hands. Right now he was resting it on his shoulder as he held its hilt with his right hand. While completely opposite to him, Leon was holding onto a slim and long sword that looked fragile. N from here on, this fight is written by Lollipop, so the decreasing quality is expected. No offense, Lollipop. They were looking at each other and both were all smiles. The referee announced the start of the match and the duo shifted into a battle posture. Though before attacking, Leon passed him a warm smile as he said, "I'm fortunate that I got the opportunity to fight with you. I don't want to hurt you, but it's what the Academy says, so please forgive me if I gave you any severe injuries. I'll try to hold back. Now I hope we'll get along." His tone was nice and calming. It never sounded like he was saying anything toxic. Nope, not at all. Canon just nodded to Leon's long speech and then pointed his sword toward him. Leon raised his sword too and began walking toward Canon. He was holding his sword lightly with only his right hand and was swinging it in the air. Canon also moved as he went toward Leon. Neither was running, but just walking toward each other normally. Even so, the pressure in the arena was too much. As they were in close range, the first one to rise his sword was Canon. He moved his sword upward and then he let his hand loose and stopped applying any force, leaving everything to gravity. But as the sword was about to come down slowly, it suddenly lit up and released a bright yellow light. Soon his blade was dyed in the same color. The blade then quickly came down as Conan moved his hand downward with utmost force. It was so quick that most of the people who were watching the match were only able to see a blurred motion. A loud crashing sound was heard all across the stadium, and a dust cloud formed around the duo. When the dust settled, though, the figure of Leon was revealed. He had his sword horizontally in front of his face and was blocking Canon's huge blade with it. The force from Canon's attack had caused his feet to get drilled deep into the ground, but other than that he was perfectly fine. Out of the blue, the girls in the audience started screaming and cheering for Leon. They were all first-year girls, and most of Class A. Leon turned toward them and passed them a smile, then focused on the fight again and looked at Canon and said, "I'll end this quickly. Again, sorry if I end up hurting you." A second after that, Leon's sword emitted a blinding red light that swallowed the both of them in it for a second. When the light disappeared, Leon's blade came into view. It was red hot like it's just been taken out of the oven. Strong zap. Strong. Leon disappeared from his place, and before Canon could understand anything he appeared behind him. His speed was so fast that no one, literally no one, was able to see him moving. As soon as Canon sensed Leon's presence behind him, he turned, slashing the air with his blade from the right to the left. Strong, clang, strong. His blade was stopped by Leon's. This time Canon looked surprised because had applied a good amount of power behind this attack. "You are good," he said roughly. The next moment, a sound of metal scraping was heard as Leon moved his swords rightward, and then all of a sudden he applied the force in his attack. Canon's big blade was thrown away in the process. It flew and then crashed to the ground, digging itself in the soil. "What?" Canon mumbled in surprise. His blade was heavier than the normal sword, yet Leon threw it away so easily. Now he believed that his title of the strongest was not just for show. The girls in the audience once again exploded into cheer. Leon turned toward them and waved as a warm, calming smile appeared on his face. The referee announced the end of the match, and both of them left the arena. Cringe, fucking cringe. I know this was coming, but I never knew it'll be so bad to see it in real life. This fight has gone exactly as Lollipop had written in his novel. It was so accurate that it was disturbing. But anyway, I should probably get going since it was my chance now, I thought as I got up from my seat. Leaving the spectator area, I walked down the stairs, and from there I was accompanied by a staff member to a narrow corridor that opened up into the arena. The corridor didn't have any magic lights installed on the walls. Only the sunlight entering from the front opening was illuminating the corridor dimly. After going on for a while, I reached the center of the corridor, and there on the side a room was built. Entering through the already opened door, I saw that this was the room with all the weapons. Students were here provided with swords before the match. That was the only reason to explain the crazy numbers of swords mounted on the wall, as well as the ones resting on the metal racks and tables. There were all sorts of swords, long swords and short swords, broad and heavy ones, many who could be identified more as a dagger than a sword. There were swords the size of a human also, and heck, I even saw a big chopper lean to a wall in a corner. Who the fuck has the muscles to wield swords this big and heavy? I asked myself. There was a possibility that third or fourth year students can use those, but even that thought didn't seem realistic. Pick up any weapon of your choice and be quick with that, the staff member who was escorting me commanded while he stood outside the room near the door. Keeping his advice, I passed him a look as if saying, right on to it, and then began to search for a sword suitable for me. I didn't use short words since they interfered with my movements and sometimes even sent me off balance. The long swords were preferable, but the types I was currently seeing were a bit too long to fit for me, and the heavy ones were totally out of question. At a glance, I could tell that the swords which were mounted on the walls were definitely not for me, hence I shifted my place of search and started looking at the ones on the racks and tables. This room was quite big, so I had to move around a lot and compare a sword with the other. After all, I needed a sword that can withstand high temperatures to an extent. As I moved forward in the room, I saw that back in the end near the wall was a wooden counter, and behind it stood a man who looked like a blacksmith. At first, I thought to go over to him and tell him what type of sword I wanted, a light one made with sturdy metal and whose blade was of normal size. But I refrained from doing so when I saw another male student standing before the counter and talking with the blacksmith. The first thing I thought after seeing him was that he is probably the guy who I am going to fight with, but then as I studied his appearance, I realized I was wrong about that. He was not my opponent. The guy seemed to be my age, had black hair and eyes, and a fair skin tone. He wasn't on the muscular side, but not on the skinny side either. To be honest, he had a completely normal body according to this world. His looks were different from the guy who was going to fight me off course. I know this from the novel, and more importantly, the arena had 2 corridors for students to enter, both on opposite sides. Class B students entered from the corridor I was currently in, and the Class A students from the one in the opposite direction, and each corridor had its own weaponry room. Class C versus Class D was after the training session of our class was over, probably tomorrow, so he can't be from those classes either. I stayed at my place behind a rack with a sword in my hand as I waited for him to finish so I can go and talk to the blacksmith. Though the more I listened to his conversation, the more I realized that he was not talking with the blacksmith, but rather arguing with him. I moved forward a little and tried to listen more closely as the contents of his argument piqued my interest. The boy was holding 2 longswords with black-colored blades in both his hands as he spouted some words to the blacksmith. I just can't understand your reasoning. Why the hell I can't take 2 swords with me, huh? There's no rule that says it's impossible, he shouted as he looked at the blacksmith, as if what he was saying was completely logical and fair. But I can't let you take 2 blades with you. I am not allowed to do that. Try to understand my situation also, said the blacksmith, expressing his worries. How the hell am I supposed to do that? Fuck it, you're the one who should understand my situation. I mean, there's no way I can perform Starburst Stream with only 1 sword. It just won't work, the boy argued angrily. Sorry lad, but I can't let you take more than 1 sword. If you really want to do so, then come back with a letter from the director. I'll let you take 1,000 swords then. But until then, the blacksmith waved at the staff member who came with me. Take him out of here, he instructed. The staff member then came, held the boy with his collar, and then dragged him out of the room. He was forced to use the violent method since the boy wasn't about to leave the room at any cost. He was forced to do it the hard way. When he was taken care of, I went to the blacksmith and told him what kind of sword I want. It took him a while, but then the sword he provided me with was just what I wanted. It was a sword with a medium-sized blade. Its weight was not too much either. I wasn't so sure about the metal, but it looked stronger than most of the swords. Taking the sword with me, I left the room. There, I met the staff guy who was waiting for me. Apparently, he had taken care of the job very quickly. So what was that about? I asked him as we walked through the corridor and headed toward the arena. That boy, what was his deal? Oh, him. Well, he's trouble. Wasted a lot of my time, he replied as he shrugged his shoulders. What exactly did he do? And by any chance, is he the one I'm going to fight? Nah, he is from Class 1A, but not the one in this match. Anyway, weren't you guys told about who you're going to fight beforehand? Yes, but only the names, though. You can't expect me to remember the faces of all 50 students in Class A by their names. That's true, I can't. Not when I sometimes forget the face of my wife. What? How is that even possible? I have 3 wives and my memory is not the best. Someone's enjoying a harem, I see. As I chatted with the guy, I soon reached the entrance from where the arena started. The first thing that came to my mind was, what the fuck was a Class A student doing in the weaponry room for Class B? Zero might not know, but the one with black eyes had come to the weaponry room meant for Class A specifically, because he was able to find only 1 black-colored sword in Class A's weaponry room. He figured the weapons would be the same, and he will find a similar sword in the other room. That's why he took the actions he took. As I stepped into the arena, sunlight fell directly on my face. I covered my eyes with my hands since I had a stinging feeling. It was because I had come directly under sunlight after being in the dull corridor for quite a while. It took a while for me to get adjusted, and when it was done, I moved into the ring-shaped ground of soil and dust. And so did my opponent. Well, no, actually. He was here already and was waiting for me. I got a clear look at him as I just knew he was the same man I fought in the Noveler Zero, fought to be precise. The guy standing in front of me. He had short, light brown-colored hair and a fairly built body. He had an arrogant look on his face, and I don't know why his narrowed eyes were staring at me. He was Enon Alderman, the guy I fought in Lollipop's novel. Hey, I hope we'll get along, I said. This sounded so out of context, I know, but I just repeating the dialogues written in the novel. After all, here I don't want anything to stray from the original path. Get along, he repeated. You should just quit this match on your own if you don't want to get beaten to pulp. You come nowhere near me, you can't beat me even if you try, he declared. Ha, don't say I didn't warn you then, he said as he lifted his long sword toward me. For some reason, pointing at your opponent with your sword was accustomed to tell that you're ready to fight them. You too ready? The referee asked. Both of us replied with a nod, and then he blew air through his whistle, thus announcing the start of the match. I clenched the hilt of my sword tightly as I was about to move forward, but just then I saw Enon coming at me almost instantly after the match began. He was before me in less than a second. Raising his sword, he swung it down at me. He was not even trying to go for my sword, but my chest. Instantly, I took a step back as I intercepted his sword with my own. A burst of sparks was released into the air when the 2 blades collided. Damn it, this is harder than I thought, I said inwardly. Enon's strength and speed were great, but well, that was only to be expected. He had the same rank as Merenc, after all. Our strength was the Samino. There was a possibility that I was weaker. I mean, only my rank was B. The other attributes were C, while his status plate was fully dyed with B all over. For now, though, I was able to hold him off somehow. However, I don't know how long I'll be able to do that. The pressure on my hands was increasing as I felt Ennin's sword weighing over me. This time maybe I will have to fight seriously, yeah. Until now I never did that. Focusing my strength, I pushed his sword back and then quickly leapt to the side. Right after I was on his side, I threw a slash at him targeted on his shoulder. To not my surprise, he turned and hit my sword with his own. Fuck, his blow was so powerful that it shot my hand back. The sword almost slipped from my hand. I moved back and stabilized myself, concentrating my mana all over my body. I tried to increase my strength as much as possible. Since I wasn't able to use magic, and doing this was my only option. With it. Boom! I launched myself toward Ennin. Craters formed where my feet once were as I took off. I rushed at an insane speed, and in no time I was face to face with him. Not wasting a single second, I put all my power in the sword and swinged it at Ennin. The blow was powerful. As I was putting all my power into this, the sword moved quickly and was about to hit Ennin when clank. Ennin defended with his sword, was able to see me at that high speed after all. A great number of sparks flew all over my face, and a shock wave that grumbled the whole ground was released. Magickin, he screamed. His sword shone and then his blade turned green. His power increased all of a sudden. He moved his hands, and instantly after that I was sent flying backward. Landing at a distance from him, I rolled over the ground before I finally stopped myself. Dang. I knew this attack was coming, even so, this was way too much. Lollipop should have explained more details in the novel, as made excuses for my own carelessness. I stood up and dusted the dirt out of my clothes. This was my first time fighting someone with the same rank as me plus someone with magickin. This much was to be expected, but it ends here. Phew, I let out a breath and relaxed myself, closing my eyes shut only to open them again. I focused and channeled my mana to my hands and then into my sword. The sword started lighting up. At first it was red and then quickly it turned white. Sweat appeared all over my face, but ignoring that I shouted magickin. Wrong, this was not magickin at all. I was just using elemental magic to heat up the sword like I practiced before. Boom. I again dashed toward Ennin. This time I was even faster. So fast that the world around me blurred and I had tunnel vision. Reaching close to Ennin, I swung my sword in a left to right motion. Won't work. It doesn't matter if you're using magickin this time. Like before, you can't fend me off, he said rapidly, but I didn't have to fend him off. He bought his blade in my sword's way to block it, but a sizzling sound was released as my sword clashed with his, and instead of stopping, the 1500°C hot blade buried itself inside Ennin's sword and slid through it, cutting the blade in half. The upper half of Ennin's blade got separated from the lower half and fell to the ground. Both Ennin and the referee looked surprised, but however it happened, it was true that Ennin's blade was now on the ground, even if half of it. I looked at the referee. He looked confused at first, but then regaining his composure, he announced the end of the match. I won. As soon as those words left the referee's mouth, I threw my blade to the ground myself. Halfway before it fell, the blade melted into a liquid state and splashed all over the ground. Along with the referee and Ennin, the students sitting in the audience were also in awe, and it was understandable. After all, Zero had just literally cut through Ennin's sword and divided the blade in half. No one had seen a move like that before, and truly, it was amusing enough to revive the hope in Class 1B that had once been lost. The score between Class B and Class A was Class A with 7 wins and Class B with 3. Class B hadn't entirely lost the chance to outshine Class A here. There were still some aces hiding in the cover no one knew about. Just like Zero, until now no one knew who he was or that he even existed. The students who did were probably his seatmates or had seen him in the class once or twice. But now, as well as Class B, the rest of the students who were watching the match, whether it be first years, second years, or other senior students, had registered an image of him in their minds. Though the senior students were to forget him soon enough, he had gotten the attention of the first-year students, especially Class A, whose student he beat. Now, why did Zeroho wanted to stay in the shadows, did something like this, which was bound to attract attention to him? There was a specific reason for that. Here in this match, he wanted everything to go the same as it went in Lollipop's novel. And in the novel, he won against Ennin, but that was because the Zero in the novel, Anya's actual brother, was able to use magickin like the other students. Plus, he won because there it was convenient for the plot. However, here in the real world, our Zero isn't able to wield magickin, an important thing to beat Ennin. He would have won without that if he tried, but then the method of his victory was sure to stray from the original plot. It might have caused something to change later on which he wanted to avoid at all cost. After all, if the plot changed, then the method of his death could also change, and if it happened in a way he didn't expect, then his death was set in stone. That's why he experimented, and after many tries, finally found a way to replace magickin without actually replacing it. He used elemental magic and heated his sword until it turned white hot, at the same time using ice element to prevent it from melting instantly and to not himself get burned by the heat it'll emit. Doing this gave him a sword that looked like magickin since the blade was glowing white but it was not magickin. Because it looked like magickin and Zero also screamed magickin before attacking, Enin and everyone else thought he was really using it, thus getting the same outcome as the novel. Screaming magickin also helped him to get Enin off guard as he prepared to defend against a magickin-driven strike. He never thought it would be a burning hot sword that'll slice through his blade. Via this method, Zero won the match while winning it in the same way as the original Zero did in the novel. Now there was little to no chance of the plot changing. The match was over and now I was heading back. Fortunately, Enin reacted exactly the same way as he did in the novel after losing. I doubted that cutting his blade might change something, but it didn't happen. Since I didn't have a sword to submit back to the weaponry room since I melted it, I was going back empty-handed. Entering the corridor, I saw that the staff member from before wasn't there. Probably he'd gone to escort another student to the weaponry room. I was alone, but that was fine. As I walked forward in the dull corridor and pulled out a test tube from my pocket, opening its cap, I emptied the yellow-colored substance inside the tube into my mouth and then threw the glass tube to the ground. As I took a few steps forward, I made sure to burn the tube with elemental facefare and leave nothing behind. I was moving forward in the empty corridor, and only the sound of my footsteps was audible. Soon I passed the weaponry room. I didn't look inside, but the room was quiet, so I figured that the staff guy hadn't arrived yet. Though after a few minutes I sensed a presence out of nowhere. The next moment someone grabbed me from behind. Holding both my arms, they folded them behind my back and then forced me down to the floor. The force that person was applying was too much. It felt as if a person with a fairly built body was holding me down. Right now I was lying on the ground face down, and that person was sitting on top of my back while folding my hands and holding them with my own. And then, does it hurt? I guess it does. Yes, it does for sure. This is my first time, isn't it? Experiencing something like this, though. It is not what I imagined it would be. Is like a tingling feeling. No, wait, now I'm starting to feel hot. It's hot, I'm not kidding. This is really, really hot. Ah, fuck, the heat is increasing. This is nothing I've felt before. The heat is too hot, even hotter than the time when I accidentally burned myself. Something is coming out. Is that my blood? I guess it is. There was this unimaginable pain I was currently feeling. Well, it was only to be expected. The person who was holding me down had stabbed me in the back. From what I could tell, the wound was not too deep, but enough to make my blood spill out, though a fair amount of time had passed. Before something else could happen, I gulped down the liquid I was keeping in my mouth for all this time, which I drank from the test tube. I closed my eyes and let loose my body, relaxed my muscles, and started breathing slowly. When the person examined my body and was sure that I was not going to move, he released me from his grip and stood up. After that, I felt as if that person was picking me up and then carrying me over his shoulder as he walked. Zero's match had ended a long time ago, but he was still not back in his seat. Anya had noticed this, so she was a little worried, but since she knew what he was capable of, she didn't worry too much. But the time passed, and 2 more matches happened, but there was no sign of Zero. Finally, her patience gave up. She left her seat and went to search for him. She first looked into the area around the stadium, and then went toward where the food stalls were since she knew he liked food. Though he was nowhere to be found, she went to the main academy building, the dorm buildings, and checked his room, and lastly to the cafe too, but only found disappointment. Tension was getting the best of her now. Her heart was beating fast as she searched in every place she knew but wasn't able to find Zero. Worried and panicking, she came back to the stadium. Her mind was filled with bad things now, and one of them was, what if that letter wasn't a prank after all? Zero had told her that the letter was a prank and she shouldn't care about it too much. That's why she began to slowly distance herself from Leon. She hadn't taken a big step yet. They were still on talking terms and can be identified as friends, but what if the one who sent that letter saw Anya's real intentions? They realized that she wasn't going to obey them. That's why they did what they did. I'm keeping an eye on you, and if you ignored my instructions, then it won't be good for your brother. He will die was the last line of the letter, and the line that flashed in Anya's mind. Did something happen to him because of me, she thought. If yes, then she was about to die with guilt. She wasn't in the favor of ignoring the letter in the first place, but Zero forced her to. She doesn't know how, but he somehow convinced her. That time it didn't seem plausible to her, but now she was heavily regretting her decision. There was only one hope left for her, Zero's homeroom teacher, Ryfin. Maybe he would have seen him or known where he is. She desperately searched for him. The teachers were watching the match from a different room, so it took her time to find it. She went on asking where he is with the staff member and other students. Then she finally found him. He was not in the teacher's room, but was coming back with a glass of red wine in his hand. Anya hurriedly walked over to him and explained the situation. He first listened calmly and then said, "So you say he's missing, huh? I see. How much time has passed since then? I don't know precisely, but I think about an hour," Anya replied. An hour? Did he say anything to you? Like he will be going somewhere or anything like that? No, he didn't, and I searched for him in the whole academy, but he was nowhere to be found. Is that so? Tell me one thing though, why are you so worried about him? Are you his girlfriend by any chance? Ryfin asked as he sipped his wine. For a teacher whose student went missing, he was way too calm. What? No, I mean he is my brother, said Anya, flustered from Ryfin's nonsensical question. Ah, sorry about that then, I didn't know you two are siblings, this was a lie. Ryfin knew from the start that the two students were brothers and sisters. After all, he had done a good amount of research on Zero. At this point, Anya was looking down at the ground. Her face was darkened and her eyes looked like she was just about to cry. Seeing this, Ryfin tried to console her. Hey, you don't worry about it too much. Go back to where your class is right now. Now that you've told me about him, I'll try my best to find him. Maybe he's chilling on the rooftop or in the academy office. I'll let you know if I find him, okay, he said. Honestly, Anya wanted to stay, but the possibility of Ryfin allowing that was low. That's why she thanked him and then went back. Ryfin watched her leave as he drank his wine, but instead of going to search for Zero, he entered the teacher's room and continued to watch the rest of the matches. After returning, Anya went to her seat. She looked her to Zero's seat, but he was still not back. She unwillingly sat on her seat and waited and waited and waited and just waited. Her facial expression was not good, and she was not at all watching the matches which were going on in the arena. All that just didn't matter to her now. Finding Zero was the most important thing for her right now. She was looking down and thinking about all the possibilities where he could have gone. Did he just vanish by himself? Or did something happen to him? Her face was pale and her back was dripped in a cold sweat with her heart. What happened? Someone said beside her. The voice was so unexpected that she almost jumped in surprise. When she looked to her side, she saw that Leon was sitting on the seat next to her. He had a concerned look on his face and was looking at her. Are you okay? I mean, you don't look that way, he said. Well, yeah, I'm fine, Anya replied. She didn't know how she should react to Leon now. If Zero went missing because she tried to distance herself from Leon, then should she try to get close to him again? Or is it already too late and she should just stick to what Zero told her? She was confused and didn't know what to do. Along with the other two homeroom teachers, Ryfin was in a room specifically made for Teacher Sand, was watching the match going on in the arena. He was sitting cross-legged on a sofa while drinking the red wine he carried in a glass. Before entering the room, he had met with Anya. She told him that Zero was missing. She also told him to look for him, and he confirmed that he will. Then why he was still in the room relaxing like it was nothing. It was not like he didn't care about Zero or any other student of his class, but if the person who went missing told you to not look for them and that they'll be fine, then will you still search for them knowing that they are capable of getting out of that situation by themselves? Well, maybe you would, but we were talking about Ryfin here. From what Zero knew, he was a mysterious person, but Zero still wasn't able to figure out his true intentions and his true prowess. Even that time during the entrance exam when he thought that he beat and scared him, he was wrong. Later on, when he reflected on that fight, he realized that Ryfin never once tried to go offensive. Probably he had the ability to overpower Zero there, but he didn't because he wanted to play with him, or maybe because he looked interesting to him. There were many possibilities, but Zero wasn't able to find out which one was correct. But while Ryfin was indeed suspicious, he did care about his students indifferent to which student it was. That was why he found Zero even before Anya told her to. 1 hour ago, the person who was now carrying Zero on their shoulder had left the corridor and now was near the main academy building. No one was here, whether it be a teacher or student, since all of them were in the stadium watching the interclass training session. Due to that, that person was able to walk openly without anyone noticing, though when he reached the gate that connected the academy to the outside world, he saw that a man was waiting there for him. The man was leaning back on a wall beside the gate, and as he saw that person, he moved forward. He was Ryfin. He was smoking a cigarette and had a smile on his face. Took you a bit long, huh? He said as he looked at that person. Charles, he called his name. The person carrying Zero was indeed Charles Alderman Class C's homeroom teacher. He was the one who first immobilized him and then stabbed him in the back with a knife that was dripped in anesthesia, and because of that, Zero was hanging over his right shoulder with his eyes closed. Get out of my way, said Charles as he narrowed his eyes behind the pair of goggles. Well, I would have normally, but right now you're carrying my student with you. And by the way, are you aware of the fact that he's not a potato sack but a human being? Don't tell me those glasses expired or are just for show, Ryfin chuckled. There was an air of seriousness around the two teachers, and while Charles had a stiff and tensed expression on his face, Ryfin was relaxed and was wearing a smile. Heh, still same as ever, huh? Joking no matter what the situation is. Seriously, Ryfin, when will you grow up? My, trust me, those words don't sound good coming from the man who has an unconscious student on them, Ryfin teased as he pointed at Zero with his cigarette. That's enough kidding, now get out of here, Charles warned, and if I don't, then I'll have to force my way out. That's it, Charles stated as he straightened up his back. You're saying that as if you are sure about your win. Of course I am. Just because you are the homeroom teacher of a class higher than mine doesn't mean you ought to be stronger than me, he argued. Well, you and I both know that this academy doesn't select its teachers based on their strength, so arguing over that is a waste of time. But let me say this clearly, I'm not going to move an inch until I take back my student. If you want to force your way out, then try it, Rifen implied. I'm not afraid of you, I'm not afraid of anyone. If a fight is what you want, then a fight you will get, Charles blustered in an angry tone. He dropped Zero to the ground and faced Rifen. For some reason, both of them were carrying their swords and now pulled their blades out of their sheath. The two teachers both had longswords, and their blades were shining under the sunlight. Come on now, finish this quickly, said Rifen. He was still unfazed and had a smile on his face. He pointed at Charles with his sword and motioned him to come at him quickly. Charles didn't look quite happy about this since he felt like some kind of good receiving orders from their master. Ag, enough of your shit, Charles screamed as he launched himself toward Rifen while swinging his sword against him. Strong, clang, strong, Rifen intercepted him with his own sword, which he was holding only with his right hand. It seems like Charles wanted to finish this in one attack. That's why maybe he put more power in this hit than usual. But Rifen was at ease. He was not on the edge at all and was fending off against him without any problem. He threw the cigarette he held in his left hand to the ground for no clear reason and then looked at Charles. Is this how you're gonna force your way out? He asked. The next moment he moved his hand. The pressure behind his sword increased all of a sudden and he threw Charles back. Charles stumbled a few steps back before he regained his balance and stood straight. He was not caught by surprise or anything, was expecting Rifen to be at least this powerful, but even so, right now was more than what he'd imagined. Not bad, he noted. Sadly, I can't say the same for you, Rifen criticized. Then I'll make you say it, Magickin. Charles screamed, and his sword emitted light. He'd activated his Magickin, but the light his sword released was more than the students' swords. His Magickin-enabled sword was then revealed. It was a violet-colored blade that was shining beautifully. Then he looked at Rifen, who was waiting for him to finish his show so that they can continue where they left off, though aside from that he didn't look like he was anywhere close to activating his Magickin. Don't tell me you intend to fight me without your Magickin, Charles asked, pointing his sword in Rifen's direction. Well, I don't want to destroy the academy grounds, so no. I'll fight with just my normal sword, he explained, though it looked more like he was flexing. You're an idiot, seriously. I wonder about that. This guy was not denying it after all. Charles dashed toward him, leaving a trail of air behind. He moved faster than the students of the academy. Clank. In less than 5 seconds, Charles came close to Rifen, attacked him, and was then blocked and countered. He was now using Magickin, which means his speed and strength were higher than normal. Sometimes Magickin even helped you cross human limits and enter a new realm of power. But this didn't work on Rifen for one simple reason: it was better than Charles. Whether it be in his total mana quality, his fighting style, his sword art, or Magickin, he was better than him in all aspects. If he wanted, then this fight would have ended before it even started, but he was toying with Charles. Why? Simple, because he wanted Charles to realize what he was doing and stop it. That's why he wanted to prolong the fight enough to make Charles realize how powerless he was, and stops now when there was still time left for him. Rifen didn't know why he was kidnapping Zero, but he did know that Charles was up to something for the past few days. He noticed this when he saw him stalking Zero after the classes, and not just Zero, he'd seen him stalk Leon, Anya, and Ellen also. From then he started to keep tabs on him, and due to that many things came to light. Charles was not acting like a normal professor at all. He stalked students, made notes on how powerful each one was, and their relationship with each other. Both Rifen and Charles were teaching in this academy for quite a number of years, and they had interacted with each other enough to be labeled as friends. He knew that Charles was not the king of man who'd do something like this. That's he wanted to give him a chance to correct his mistake. But Charles seemed nowhere near realizing his mistake, and was continuously exchanging blows with Rifen, though the fact that not a single attack was able to touch Rifen, and he was dodging them all, was a different matter. You are good. I guess all that talk was not just talk after all, said Charles. There's still time, Charles. Stop this and go back with me. I don't know why you're doing, and I don't care either. I just don't want you to go down the wrong path because of some stupid reason, Rifen suggested. It's not for some stupid reason, Rifen, though you won't understand even if I told you, Charles argued. So you're not coming back then, no. Then you leave me no choice, Rifen sighed and then tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Yeah, finally decided to take this seriously, Charles asked sarcastically. Rifen didn't reply and held his sword straight. Maybe Charles was about to say something else, but words didn't leave his mouth because a sword was hanging before his neck. It was Rifen. Without a single sound he appeared in front of Charles at a speed normal people can't see. Even Charles wasn't able to. But this wasn't what he planned to do. His original move was to decapitate Charles, but he stopped because he noticed something. Behind Charles, Zero was lying on the ground. He thought Zero was unconscious, but right now his eyes were opened. He was looking up and showing a thumbs up to Rifen. He should have been unconscious because of the anesthesia Charles gave him, but he wasn't. It was due to the liquid he drank from the test tube. It was an antidote for all basic level poisons, and the one Charles used also counted in them. He was just pretending to be unconscious because he wanted things to go the same way as they did in the novel. But here Ryfin was interfering in it, and he had to tell him not to do so. That's why he gave that signal to him. Ryfin was not in Lollipop's novel probably because he was the homeroom teacher of Class B and no main character belonged to that class. Maybe that's why he was never mentioned. True or not, that was the best explanation Zero had as of now. Since he was not in the novel, Zero wasn't able to predict what he will do, thus there was no way for him to know that he will be here and will try to stop Charles. And to his luck, leaving aside the fact that he looked incredibly stupid right now, Ryfin understood what he was trying to say. Only because of that signal, Ryfin stopped himself from killing Charles. If it was any student other than Zero, then he would have finished Charles off first and then listened to them, but since he was Zero, not a normal student according to Ryfin, he decided to go with the flow. After all, if he was playing to be unconscious, then it must be for a reason. Plus, Charles wasn't aware of this. Ryfin pulled his sword back and put it back in its sheath. "I changed my mind," he said, and then walked away. "Why?" Charles asked. "You're the one who said me to get out of here, didn't you?" With that, he left for the stadium. Zero closed his eyes again before Charles came and hanged him over his shoulder again. After that, he opened the main gate, killed the guards, and left the academy with Zero. Anya, huh? Anya was snapped back to reality when Leon called her name repeatedly. She looked around in confusion before her eyes finally set on Leon. He was staring at her with a worried face. "Are you seriously fine?" he asked. "Well, yeah, you don't look like that, though. Your face is pale white." She didn't have an answer to this, nor was she in the condition to deny Leon's words. Her face indeed was pale, and even now she was lost in her own world before Leon brought her back. "If there's something troubling you, then you can tell me," said Leon as he showed a reassuring smile to console her. "And no, I'm fine." She would have asked for help if this was a normal situation, but right now, she was stuck between many possibilities which were going on inside her mind. If Zero was really kidnapped by the person who sent her that letter, then she should talk with Leon and go back to building a relationship with him and hope that the sender will leave her brother unscathed. But if there was someone else behind all this, then she would just be playing a fool. She would fall into the sender's trap and disobey Zero's words to get away from Leon. Which one was right, she didn't know. The only thing she could do was wait. And she did wait and waited until it was evening and the interclass training session between Class 1A and 1B had ended. Class A won with 37 wins. The students were happy and filled with excitement, while the Class B students were a little depressed with darkened expressions on their faces. But none of that mattered to Anya right now. Her patience was reaching its peak. She stood up all of a sudden, and ignoring everything, she directly left the arena. The training session between Class 1C and 1D will be tomorrow, so the other students were also slowly leaving the stadium as they chatted within their friends' circle, but Anya was the first to leave. After that, she went straight to the room where she met Ryfin before. Fortunately for her, Ryfin was already out of the room and coming back when he encountered Anya in a corridor. "Did you find him?" was the first thing that left Anya's mouth as soon as she stopped just before Ryfin. "Sorry to say this, but I wasn't able to find him. He was nowhere in the academy," Ryfin replied in a deep voice. "Then is he missing?" Anya asked hurriedly. "I guess he is." Anya stared at the ground for a while and her body didn't move an inch. Then, as if she was suddenly brought back to reality, she looked up at Ryfin and asked, "Now what? How'll we find him? And don't say you can't." "Well, we can inform the academy and let them do the search for us. That'll be one option. But will you be okay with it?" Appealed? What do you mean? "What I mean is, if the academy staff will be searching for your brother, and you will be sitting in a corner doing nothing, will you be satisfied by that? Say one day the academy informs you that they weren't able to find Zero, then will you be able to accept that? Won't you think that you should have gone to find him yourself? What are you implying here? If you want to go search for him by yourself, then I can make arrangements for that and help you leave the academy legally," Ryfin stated. "I can help you, but the choice is yours. And let me remind you, whether you want to do this yourself or take to the academy's aid, I'm fine with either. This wasn't a bad idea, Actualino. This was a really bad idea. There's no way Anya can search for Zero better than the academy, and that can be said just by looking at the numbers of people the academy will send to find him compared to Anya alone. Zafford's academy took care of their students better than any other academy out there. If a student went missing in thin air like this, then they will do everything they can to bring him back, or at least find his dead body if he's not alive anymore. But to Anya, who was going had a heavy emotional pressure weighing over her, she was unlikely to take the help of the academy. Since according to that 0.0001% chance in which the academy somehow fails to bring him back, then the one she will resent will only be her past self, who decided to not go find him alone. Her mind was also occupied by the theory that something happened to Zero because she didn't follow the letter, and if that was true then, she had to take the responsibility also and go save him. All in all, she was currently in an intense emotional state and unable to make rational decisions, and Ryfin knew that. That's he made an offer like this in the first place. After all, while he didn't plan to interfere with whatever Zero was doing, he wasn't going to just sit back and watch either. And going by that mindset, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity in a million years. So, what have you chosen? He asked. Anya trailed off as she averted her eye in the hope to get a little more time to think, but we don't have much time, you know. Since we don't know where and in which condition Zero might be, so it's better to reach him as soon as possible. This was the final push she needed. Yes, if something happened to Zero, then she won't be able to forgive him. She didn't know why, but ever since she realized that Zero went missing, this was the feeling which was slowly devouring her heart. Due to that, I will do it. I will go find him by myself, was her answer. I will do it, I will go find him by myself. I see. So that's your answer then, Ryfin mumbled. No, we are going too. Suddenly someone's voice was heard from behind. It was a male, a boy, and Anya knew who. When she turned around to look, it only confirmed her doubts. There were two students standing behind her right now. Leon, Ellen, she breathed as she called out the names of those students. The ones behind her were indeed Ellen and Leon. After Anya left the stadium in a hurry, Leon felt that something wasn't right with her. He then met up with Ellen and told her about this situation. They discussed things among themselves and then followed Anya afterward. That's how both of them got here. Did you hear everything? Anya asked. The question was specifically directed at Leon. Yes, I did. That's why I'm saying I'll go with you too, he replied. But she honestly wanted to refuse, but it wouldn't have looked good for her saying, why are you poking your nose in other people's matter? Get the fuck out of here. So she kept her thoughts to herself. That's not possible, I can't take you with me. All is my problem to being with, so she responded this way instead. Aren't we friends, Anya? If you can't let me help you, then what is the meaning of that friendship? Said Leon. We are, Anya repeated internally. It was so fascinating that she didn't even realize they were friends. Well, it was partially because Leon was naturally attracted to Anya since he was the protagonist of Lollipop's novel. Due to that, he was the one whose personality was getting affected by the plot the most. Though leaving that aside, Anya was confused over whether to take Leon with him or not. This was mainly because two different people had told her two different things. The person who sent the letter had commanded her to get into a relationship with Leon, while Zero had said to act against it. Honestly, her mind was a mess right now. She felt like all the responsibilities in the world had been thrown to her shoulders, and if possible, she wanted to scream and take out her frustration that way. But she couldn't do that, not here at least. She had many things to do, and time was running out, but she wasn't able to make a single decision by herself. Till now she was only doing what other people told her to or following their advice. It is enough, isn't it? She thought. Yeah, this was enough now. She was tired of moving on to other people's words. Hence, she made a decision. From now on, she will do things according to her own will. Right now, her first priority was to find Zero, and she knew that she couldn't do that alone. Okay, Leon. You can come with me, and it's not like you won't come even if I refuse, will you? Said Anya. Well, you know me. This was her roundabout way of asking Leon to come with her, because if she directly went to it, then it'll feel weird and out of context. So she did it this way. Right now, I want to find Zero first. I know I won't be able to do it alone, hence I need Leon's help for that. I don't care what that letter's sender will think, and it doesn't really matter. They can think whatever they want, and I'll do what I want. And as for my relationship with Leon, I'll take care of it after I've found Zero. Are you coming too? Anya appealed as she looked at Ellen. In response, she nodded and confirmed her doubts. And so the trio of Anya, Leon, and Ellen was ready to go find Zero. But there was one major problem: they didn't know where he was and where to find him. This also occurred in Anya's mind, and she turned around and stared at Ryfin, who was silently listening to their conversation all the time. You said you'll make the arrangements, didn't you? She asked. Yeah, give me a bit of time. I'll talk to the director, he said, and with that, he left. Ryfin had some connection to the director of the Zaforth's Academy. Nobody knew why, but both of them were on talkative terms. And Ryfin was headed to the director's office to make the arrangements he told Anya about. When he left, Anya fell silent again. She began going back while getting lost in her own world again. It was only when she passed beside Leon. He put a hand on her shoulder and said, "It will be fine." She nodded slightly and then left the corridor. You sure she'll be fine? I mean, shouldn't you go look after her or something? The one to ask this was Ellen. No, I think it's okay. I've been noticing that she's trying to distance herself from me for a while now, so I don't think it will be good to push myself on her. All we can do for now is find her brother. Maybe she will get better once that is done, Leon stated. Ellen wondered internally. After leaving the corridor, Anya was now on her way to the dorms. If this was a normal day, then she would have gone to the cafeteria first to eat something, but right now she wasn't feeling hungry. In fact, her mood was a mess. She was still thinking about Zero's whereabouts and what condition he might be, and how Ryfin will get them out of the academy without making this a public issue. But right then, a pigeon landed on her shoulder. She was startled at first, but then she noticed that it was a messenger. She took the pigeon in her hands and then passes mana through it. The pigeon glowed and emitted a bright light before it changed its shape and turned into a piece of paper. When she read what was written on the paper, she didn't really know what to say. Zero's location was written on it, along with the note which said that if they didn't come to take him before the end of this day, then he will be killed. In the bottom left corner of the paper, a name was also written. It was Charles Alderman. So this came through a pigeon. Yes, I guess is a sort of custom magic used to deliver messages, said Anya as she stared at the piece of paper in her hands. You are indeed right about that. This is a spell used to deliver messages, and well, it is very common. You were not from the capital, right? Then it explains why you haven't heard of it, Ryfin explained as he stared at the paper in Anya's hand. They were in the room provided to Ryfin inside the academy building. It was an office of sorts. Leon and Ellen were also there, and all of them were talking about the paper Anya got. As Ryfin sensei said, the pigeon that came to Anya and then turned into paper was indeed the result of a custom magic spell. This was used all over the capital and mostly by merchants, higher-class nobles, and the royal family. You have to first take a paper and write whatever you want on it, and then by the effect of the spell, it'll turn into any kind of bird and will then reach the person you want to give the message. Though similar to the concept of teleportation magic, where one would have had to visit the place he wanted to teleport to, in this spell, you'd have to visualize the face of the person of want to send the message to. Anya had received a message via the same spell too, and it was from Charles Alderman, Class 1C's homeroom teacher. It said that he had Zero with him, and if Anya wanted to take him back alive, then she would have to come to take him before the end of this day. Place where she'd to come was also mentioned. After getting the message and reading it by herself, she went straight to Leon, who was still with Ellen, and then the trio went to find Ryfin, who was coming back after meeting with the academy's director. Ryfin's meeting, well, you can say it kinda went good. He explained the situation to the director and asked can the students go to find Zero. It wasn't easy to convince the director. He was not even ready to accept that a student was kidnapped from this academy. But he soon had to admit it after the dead bodies of the guards were found outside the gate, and Charles was also missing. Then the director was able to connect the dots by himself, but Ryfin also provided him with the information that he saw Charles taking a student out of the academy. When asked that why he didn't stop him, he replied, he was already gone by the time I reached there. The next thing I did was come to you after meeting with his sister. He didn't exactly tell that he straight up had a fight with Charles, but let him go because Zero wanted that, so he presented a fabricated story. The director sent the orders to search for Charles all across the academy campus, but he was not found, thus making him the prime suspect. As for the grant for the students to go find Zero, the director was thinking about it when Ryfin told him that if the news of this kidnapping incident came out, then the reputation of the academy will face a huge backlash, and the king won't be pleased by that. Even if we sent a search party and found Zero, it will only lessen the amount of hate we will get, not erase it completely. That's why I think it's better to first handle this matter without anyone noticing, said Ryfin. It was true. After all, if the academy, which is said to be the best in the whole kingdom, lets one of their students get kidnapped, and even by their own teachers, the amount of hate they receive from the public is unimaginable. And the other academy won't lose the chance to make a profit from this, hence, it wasn't a good idea to get it to be revealed publicly that a student had been kidnapped. But the only thing I can do is give my advice. The rest is up to you, Ryfin stated as he looked at the director. The director leaned back in his chair and thought for a while, then leaned forward again. He said, I know you aren't doing this out of your concern for the academy, that much I can understand after all these years. But even if you have some kind of the second plan, I can't go against you, since what you're saying after all is true. We can't afford to ruin the academy's reputation at this point. It has taken years to build it, but once it gets stained, it won't be cleaned again that easily. Like that, Ryfin got permission to send the students to search for Zero, though there was a condition if they weren't able to find him within 12 hours. Then, in the end, a search party will be sent. When Ryfin was coming back from the director's office, he was only concerned about one thing, and it was how they will find Charles and Zero. Fortunately for him, the worry was also washed clean when he saw Anya, Leon, and Ellen standing in front of his room. So is this really the location where he is? The one to ask this question was Leon, he said as he pointed at the address that was written on the message Anya received. Looks like it, but what I'm confused about is why Mr. Charles will do something like this. I mean, isn't he the homeroom teacher of Class C? Said Ellen. I won't bet on that, Ryfin interjected. You can't tell what a person really is just by their looks and how they behavior, which job they hold on to. Almost everyone has two sides, one to show to the world, and one that depicts what they truly are. That side is mostly hidden deep inside. I agree with Mr. Ryfin here. And Ellen, it's now a fact that Mr. Charles kidnapped Anya's brother. Mr. Ryfin said he saw him taking a student out of the academy, Leon acknowledged. The kid was speaking as if he'd encountered many people who were two faces, but in reality, he hadn't. What should we do now? This message also says that there's a time limit. He will be killed if I don't make it there before dawn, Anya chimed in. She was quiet until now. After this message, her worries had only increased, but she was somehow keeping hold of her composure and thinking rationally. From the inside, though, she was as unstable as a neutron. We should go then, and as quickly as possible, Leon suggested. Ellen nodded to his suggestion, and so did Anya, though it seems like Ryfin still had something left to say. If it came to combat, then will the three of will be able to stand against Charles, and if necessary, kill him? He asked with a serious expression on his face which was totally unlike him. Kill Mr. Charles. Ellen repeated his words on instinct, though it looked like the words were put in her mouth by someone else. Leon, you are the strongest of the three. Can I expect you to do it? Ryfin appealed as he looked at Leon, who had broken into a cold sweat. Different from Zero's former world, killing wasn't actually a rare thing here. If a person had done something wrong which is beyond redeemable, then he'll be killed. And if two people are fighting seriously, whether it be in a duel or a fight for survival, it is an unspoken rule that both people are willing to keep their lives on the line, and upon their death only they will be responsible, not anyone else. Even so, Leon was the good guy at day and horny at night type of person, since he was the protagonist of Lollipop's novel. Taking the life of someone else wasn't easy for him, but it was not impossible either. Understand it with this example. Say he killed a guy in the evening, then he will be in a slight depression for that whole day, but the next morning he'll behave as if nothing happened. The same rule applied here also. Yes, Mr. Ryfin, you can leave that to me. I'll try to best to protect my friends, even if I'd have to take Mr. Charles's life for that, said Leon with a confident smile on his face. I see. Ryfin wasn't expecting too much from him, even though Leon was the strongest first-year student. If there was someone else in place of Leon, then maybe Ryfin would have gone with them himself, but right now, he didn't evaluate Charles to be worthy of his time. You all should get going then, as she said there isn't much time left, Ryfin stated as he stood up. The walk clock hung in the room said that the time was sharp 6 p.m. That means only 6 hours were remaining before this day will be over, and according to the message, Zero will be killed. The three students, Anya, Leon, and Ellen, rose to their feet and started getting ready to leave. This was going to be a really long evening for them. It was dark. Maybe I was in a closed room or an area similar to that, since there was no source of light. But let's call it a room for now. I was sitting on a wooden chair, and my hands and legs were tied to the chair with a thick rope. On top of that, a cloth was wrapped around my mouth, making it impossible for me to speak clearly. Quite a few hours had passed since I was dumped into this room, and was tied to this chair by Mr. Chalice, though I don't think the Mr. part is needed anymore. I was getting bored by now, but before I could fall asleep, a door to the room opened. For the first time in a while, I saw light along with the shadow of a man. He was Charles. He stepped inside and then closed the door again. After that, he activated a magic circle placed near the door, and the room was suddenly illuminated. Apparently, that magic circle was the switch to turn on the magic light on the ceiling. So you're awake? He asked in a rather formal manner. His voice resounded in the whole room, since it was mostly empty, causing his voice to hit the walls and come back. Though I was wondering one thing: how am I supposed to tell him if I'm awake or not when this cloth is stuffed inside my mouth? He slowly walked toward me. The guy was a homeroom teacher in the best academy in this kingdom, but his clothes right now were not like that. He was wearing a plain gray shirt and pants, along with the glasses he used to improve his eyesight. By the way, him thinking that I was asleep until now was fair, to be honest. After all, according to him, he'd stabbed me in the back with an anesthesia-coated dagger, so I must be unconscious. He didn't have the slightest hint that I could have known about him already. Yeah, I knew. This same thing had happened before with the Zero in Lollipop's novel. That's how I knew when and how he will attack. Thus I was prepared for it. But I didn't know what type of anesthesia or poison he will use. That's why I had to command Ellen to bring me an antidote that worked on all basic level poisons. He's in touch with a few senior students who are in the healing magic course, and was able to borrow that antidote from them. It was a boy from the 3rd year who gave her the antidote, and yes, he gave it without anything in return. Let's just pretend that Ellen never had to go on a secret date with him, which in reality, she never wanted to. Why did you bring me here? I asked a rather very cliched question, right after Charles untapped my mouth. So you can talk, said Charles as he placed another chair in front of me and sat on it. I didn't reply to his oblivious question, because asking why he brought me here was enough of a proof to justify that I can speak. There, you went silent again. You see, I'd spent quite a few days researching you and your sister, and during that time I was watching you. But what I noticed was that you don't speak much compared to the other students of your age, and I'd very well like to know why. He appealed as he leaned back on his chair. It's nothing special. I'm just not so good with words, I replied. A part of why I didn't speak much, or rather speak only when necessary, is because during the last few years before I died in my former life, I was living alone in a closed room. I went to school only to give exams, and hence I didn't have friends either. Some students never knew that I existed. In short, I didn't have people I can speak up to. But the reason why I wasn't speaking much in this world was different, and it was that I don't want my words to be the reason for my own destruction. I don't want to reveal information to other people that they can use against me. After all, the more you say, the more likely you are to say something foolish. Humans are machines of interpretation and explanation. They have to know what you're thinking. But when you carefully control what you reveal, they cannot pierce your intentions or meanings. This works the other way also. By saying less, you can indirectly force the other party to leak their information. Short answers and silences will put them on the defensive, and they will jump in, nervously filling the silence with all kinds of comments that will reveal valuable information about them and their weaknesses. Do you know why you are here? Why I kidnapped you? Do you have any idea of that? Charles asked in a slightly loud tone as he looked furiously at me. No, I have no clue about that. Your sister's boyfriend Leon also has a partial role to play. The plot of the novel was at work here again. Anya and Leon weren't that close, but still, the general audience saw them as a couple and not as friends. But yes, it's mainly your fault. In fact, it is only your fault that I kidnapped you. What do you mean? I can't quite follow since your statements are contradicting themselves. What I mean is, if you haven't defeated my son in the training session, then right now you would be in the academy, safe and sound. Because of you, he wasn't able to gain glory and fight with Leon afterward. Not only you defeated him, but did it in the most terrible way, making fun of him. What even was that magic in? You sliced a sword in half. It's like pure nonsense. Not in my entire life have I seen a magic in like that. It shouldn't have worked, but it still somehow did. Charles blabbered angrily. He started off by speaking in a normal way, but as he heard his own words and recalled the past events, he held his head in frustration, and later it sounded like he was just voicing his inner thoughts and not talking to me. But that was just a match, wasn't it? I was not the one who decided that I'll be going against your son. The academy did that. If you have to blame someone, blame them. Yeah, what you say is true. The match students were selected randomly for a match by the academy staff, and even the teachers didn't have a say in it. You were clearly not the one who wanted to face my son and did only because it was a match, right? I nodded. He was talking like a madman now. Now here's the point. The academy selected you to fight against my son, but they didn't tell you to defeat him. It was you who decided to do that. You're the one who caused my son's downfall. You. He got up from the chair, rushed forward and grabbed me from my collar. His eyes were red with anger and veins were popping out on his forehead. What was I supposed to be then? If I knew that you would be this angry, then maybe I wouldn't have done that. If we look at it this way, then isn't it actually your fault for not telling me that I have to lose on purpose? I stated as I looked into his eyes. What the hell are you saying? That it's me who's responsible. Have you lost your fucking mind? He screamed. Strong thug. Strong, he was already holding my collar, and when the anger got the best of him, he pushed me away forcefully, and along with the chair I fell backward. It pained quite a bit since falling down while being tied up to a chair wasn't the best experience, and the stab wound from before hasn't healed either. Ha 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 ha. I caused my son's fall. I was the one who destroyed his reputation. Ha, what a joke. He laughed as if he'd lost his mind. And I'd to say he wasn't looking like an academy proffer at all. I don't know what expression I'm wearing right now. I'm not scared, I'm not mad, I'm not regretting something, I'm not desperate, and I'm not on death's door either. Then what is it? Maybe nothing. After calming his laughter, he adjusted his glasses with his right index finger and then bent on his knees beside me. You'll make for a good clown, but I'm afraid that's not possible since there are only 2 ways left for you now. I've sent a message to your beloved sister, informing her of our whereabouts. Now it's a test to see if she loves you enough to come here and save you, though I don't think even that will save your life. And an alderman, the one and only heir of Charles Aldermancles, one sees homeroom teacher, had a goal in his mind after he enrolled in the Zaforth's Academy. He wanted to climb to the top, be the most powerful student this academy had ever produced, gain everyone's respect, and become a hero of sorts. This mindset might sound childish, but to him, it wasn't, and to be honest, it was not his mistake that he was this way. Right after he'd been born, he was treated like a prince, even if the alderman family was only a normal noble family, which came barely into the higher class. But despite that, his father Charles raised him like the chosen one. Annan also only had his father as his parent since his mom had died after giving birth to him. Hence the father-son bond was pretty strong. He was given the best food, his room was the neatest in the whole house, his clothes were the best. His own father was a teacher at the Zaforth's Academy, but even after that he was provided with the best instructor to learn the roots of magic and sword art 7, though Charles had to limit his own needs in order to pay for all this. He indeed was a professor at the kingdom's best magic academy, but his salary was only too much. Annan's father always talked to him like he was the strongest and someone who will save the world one day. Due to being raised and treated like this from his birth, his line of thought became similar. Now not only he thought that he was the Almighty, he believed in it. After all the opponents he'd faced so far were easily defeated because either they were not on his level or were secretly forced to lose by his father. This went on and he grew up, but his mindset of the chosen one lasted only until he joined the academy. In the special exam, it was his first time facing real monsters who can actually harm him. He was scared the shit out and somehow passed the exam by sticking with a group of few students who seemed strong to him. It was pathetic, he knew. What will his father say? How will he face him after licking dust like this? His father believed in him with everything he had, but what he gave him in return? Disappointment. Though this was not the end, his pride hit another major shock when he found out about Leon. They were in the same class, and while Enon was not even acknowledged by his friends, Leon was entitled the strongest first-year student. That title was his dream, but someone else snatched it right in front of him. He was on the verge of depression when his father, who, in reality, wasn't angry with or disappointed with him, presented another chance before him to fulfill his dream. It was the interclass training session. His father told him that if he did his best in this training session and threw his opponent to dust by using his full power, he will then at least gain some recognition. After that, he can his recognition bit by bit until he's strong enough to challenge Leon to a duel and take the title of the strongest away from him. It was a perfect plan, slow but reliable. The day finally arrived and he entered the arena to beat the shit out of his opponent, but he miscalculated a little something. When the match ended, it was Enon who got his ass handed to him. His opponent, Zero. At the start, he seemed like a normal guy with average fighting skills. However, as the match progressed, this normality of his turned rough and the power behind his attacks increased. In the end, Enon wasn't even able to comprehend the last attack Zero used. His sword sliced through Enon's sword, and all he was able to do was watch as his blade got divided into two pieces and fell to the ground. All his future plans to defeat Leon shattered into a million pieces that very second the referee announced the end of the match. He was so depressed that till today, he hadn't come out of his room. Since I defeated Enon in that duel, his future plans were put to dust. That's why I'm here in this dark room, tied to a chair that was fallen onto the ground. If I hadn't won there, then Enon's dream to become the strongest might have been realized one day, even if the possibility was slim since he was only ran not enough to be what he wanted. But if he trained like his life depended on it, then maybe he could have achieved his goal. But I came and ruined it. It could sound like I was the villain here too, which honestly, I don't care, but he was never bound to surpass Leon if I go by the plot of Lollipop's novel. This sole goal was to come and get defeated by Zero, giving his father a reason to kidnap Zero so he can kill him, which in the end will result in Anya getting laid by Leon. What I did was just repeated the plot all over again, since I want to achieve a certain outcome. And by that I don't mean the Anya thing. I've already done the arrangements to prevent it from happening. Now all that was left was to wait, and wait, and wait, and wait, I guess. It was up to Anya how quickly she comes here along with Leon and Ellen. There wasn't a timing mentioned in the novel, so I can't be sure of this. And we the hell did that bastard left me lying here on the ground. It isn't enough to make me scream, but since I'm fallen to the ground along with a chair, my hand is crushed below its handle and is being pressed with my own body weight. Okay, now it's starting to hurt even more. Ah, fuck, my hand is numb, it's numb. It has gone fucking numb. 3 humanoid figures walked side by side in an alleyway. The arena in which this alleyway was going through was of slums situated at the northern border of the Foresight capital of the Zenith Kingdom. Here out in the borders, the population consisted mainly of people who were even below than commoners in terms of social ranks and money. This also was a popular place for traveling adventurers to stop by, as the expenses of staying here for a day or two were cheap. A part of this place was also used as a relief camp for soldiers who were injured in the wars which took place multiple years ago. There were also refugees who ran away from their home kingdom during those wars. By providing them with the right to work, to health, and to education, refugees can start productive lives in their host countries. The faster they can integrate into the labor force, the faster they can become productive members of society. But aside from that, the 3 people walking side by side were standing out in the crowd quite too much. Their clothing looked expensive and delicate, even though it was just an academy uniform, and each of them had a sword tied to their waist. They were looking around and scanning the surrounding with their eyes as if trying to find something or someone. These 3 humans were, of course, Anya, Leon, and Ellen. After successfully getting the permission to leave the academy and search for Zero, they'd been roaming around in this slum district for about half an hour, and they were not lost, but were searching for a building in which Zero was possibly held captive. However, there was a slight problem. None of them were accustomed to this district, hence they weren't able to find that building, even when the address was written in the message Anya received. Though a few more minutes of roaming here and there, and asking the directions from random strangers on the road, they finally found the building. Right now the trio was by far in the most outset area of the city. Just a little further away from the walls which protected the city was a big warehouse. It was located in between many small houses and taverns, but the warehouse, because of its big size, stood out and was visible even from a distance. The three of them were standing right outside the gates, but surprisingly no one was here to stop them. They'd at least expected some guards or bandits to be blocking there, but it was not like that even the slightest. Aside from the people on the roads, there was dead silence. The warehouse was surrounded by intertwining fencing of meal wires, hence there was no one near it. It was like a separate property, unlike other buildings here which were stuffed together. Opening the almost worn-out gate attached to the fence, the trio stepped inside and entered a dusty ground. A couple of steps later, they reached the actual warehouse. "Be on your guard," Leon warned as he went forward and let the two girls stay in the rear. He carefully pressed his hand against the metal door and slowly pushed it backward. Surprisingly, it wasn't locked and opened with a creaking sound. Leon peeked inside to see if it was safe or not, and when he was sure of that, he turned around and signaled the girls to come inside. They didn't want to take a chance and attract the enemy's attention. That's why they were either using sign language or only short commands if speaking. The trio made its way in. The insides were almost dark, as the only source of light was the sunlight coming inside from the door Leon just opened. Each of them had their hand on the hilt of their swords, ready to attack or defend at any time. As they moved forward, they were looking around and scanned the surroundings. Here they found one thing. This building might look like a warehouse from the outside and be of the same size, but it wasn't exactly one. The shell was sure the same, but the interior was completely different. Instead of it being a large-ass storage room, it was divided into many sections, as there were multiple doors on the front wall. 3 doors were visible, so possibly 3 more chambers were there. The chamber in which the trio currently was maybe bigger than the other 2. It can be determined by comparing the length of the chamber with the overall length of the warehouse from the outside. However, aside from that, everything else was fine. But that was the problem here. It was quiet. Too quiet. "Isn't anyone here, or were we given the wrong address?" Ellen asked in a not-so-loud voice. It indeed was true that they could have been provided with a false address by Charles, so that he can buy time to escape or something. After all, they had believed in that message, and without a second thought, they thought it must be real. Though this wasn't exactly their fault at that time, Anya was panicking. Even if didn't show it on her face, Leon and Ellen were able to pick up on Thaton's second of the most. Ryfin assured them that Charles is not that kind of person who'd do something this low. Both the situations mixed, and this here was the result. They can't blame anyone if it turns out that they were misled and this was a false address. "I don't think that's true," Leon said, answering Ellen's question a bit late. And he was not saying this just to comfort her. His words were stating just what he was seeing. Out of the 3 doors in front of them, the one in the middle opened, and a person came out from the room behind it. He was wearing a gray-colored shirt and black pants, with glasses on his face. He was Charles. His eyes weren't those of a teacher looking at their students, but something far worse. "Hello, dear students," said Charles as he adjusted his glasses with his right index finger. This was a rather cliched line, but it was plausible since from here on the plot of Lollipop's novel was kicking in. This scene was in the novel. It was probably going to go the same in the dialogues too. "Mr. Charles, are you really the one who kidnapped Anya's brother?" Leon asked in a serious tone, as if the answer Charles will give him will decide what will happen here. Well, of course I have him here with me," Charles stated with no expression on his face. Leon wasn't able to tell if he was angry, plotting something, having fun doing this, or whatever. But upon hearing Charles's words, Anya quickly tightened the grip on her sword and was about to slash it out when Leon secretly signaled her to stop by glancing toward her from the corner of his eye. "Why should I believe you?" Leon appealed. At this point, he was somewhat sure that Charles really is the kidnapper, but even so, he wanted to be 100% sure before doing anything. He was expecting an explanation or a confession, but "You don't have to believe me." Charles screamed, and right then a magic circle activated below his left leg. The light pouring out of the circle branched out from it, and in a straight line, it traveled on the floor in every direction before the whole chamber was covered with glowing red strips of mana circuits on every wall, ceiling, and floor. Leon panicked, but before he could have done anything, a loud sound hit his ears. Strong boom, strong crink, strong. Something behind him had exploded. When it turned around the upper half of his body, he saw that the explosion had occurred near the gate of the warehouse. Apparently it was not an explosion, but rather the sound of something big crashing onto the floor. It was a huge and thick wall of rock that was now blocking the entrance. The magic circle which Charles activated by passing mana in it through his feet turned on all the mana circuits inscribed on the walls and the floor in this room. Those mana circuits worked like wires, but instead of passing electricity, mana flowed through them. The circuits were connecting with a magic circle for an earth-type elemental magic spell which was inscribed on the ceiling above the entrance. The spell activated and summoned a wall of stone which fell and caused the booming sound. Though all this happened so fast that Leon couldn't react to it, and so couldn't Anya and Ellen. It was not because his senses weren't sharp, was S-class, and could easily see things even at the utmost speed. But it was that he never expected Charles to do something like this typical protagonist things. "What the hell? How will we go out now?" and it's so dark that I can't even see properly, Ellen said screamingly. I don't know, but you two stay close to each other. The visibility is almost none, so we can't tell what might happen, Leon commanded. It was true. Since the entrance to the warehouse was now blocked by the rock wall, no sunlight was coming inside and the room was engulfed in darkness. The red light coming out of the magic circuits was still there, but it was too dim that all it could do was illuminate the floor and the walls in red. That's why Leon had said to stay close so they can't get lost or sabotaged here. But there was a problem. Hey Leon, where did Anya go? Ellen asked genuinely as she wasn't able to find Anya, who was standing beside her just a few moments ago. What do you mean, where is she? Wasn't she with you? Yeah, she was. Leon hurriedly started searching for her in every direction possible, but the visibility was low and unfortunately, his system hadn't provided him with a skill that can help him to see in the dark. As he was searching, he suddenly heard a sound. Strong, clang, strong, shit, she's out there. It didn't take him a second to realize what was going on. He ran where he saw Charles last time, and when he was close enough, he saw two figures moving at great speeds and clashing their swords. One was Charles and the other was Anya. No. Why now? Leon cursed, but maybe himself and not Anya, since he was the one who waited this long to attack Charles, hence Anya lost her patience and did it herself. At least this is what he was thinking of as he bit his lips. Anya, come back, I could be dangerous. Leon shouted and warned. He had to say a little louder since his voice was getting suppressed by the clanking sound of the swords clashing. But he was completely ignored by Anya. Yow bastard. How the fuck you dared do something like this? I'll make you pay for it. I'll fucking kill you. Anya was screaming as she moved forward and backward, leftward and rightward, while carefully practicing her blade. Yeah, I'll do it. I have to do it. He had saved me multiple times and now is my turn. If I can't even do this much, then I'm nothing but dead weight, she pledged internally. The expression she had wasn't something the usual Anya would make. Her face clearly depicted how angry she was. Red veins were appearing on the sides of her eyes, and so were the blood vessels on her forehead. She was also using foul language, which was unlike her. The anger had changed her. And while it seems like she was converting her anger into power and using it against Charles, since all he was doing was defend, it was not really true though, and Leon knew that. Charles was taking Anya very lightly and was just playing with her. If he were to attack, then Anya would be on the ground in only one blow. Who was a teacher, after all. Then why was he toying with her? The answer was simply he wanted to break her spirit, just like Zero broke his son's. A sword came gushing through toward a man's shoulder. Its speed was great, as if the wielder's main key point in sword arts was speed. The blade closed the distance and sliced through the skin, bones, muscle, and flesh of the man. It made a bloody mess out of him. No, that's what should have happened if the man hadn't stepped aside at the last second. The sword, coming hungrily for his blood, did clash with something, but it was not the body of the man, it was his sword. A sound so loud was released when the two sharp-edged metal pieces scarped each other that it buzzed in the ears of everyone present there. It was as irritating as the sound which you hear when scratching a blackboard with a piece of chalk. The blood-hungry blade backed off as it was pulled back by its master, but the man's blade followed. The two swords played a game of prey and predator. Sometimes the blood-hungry blade was the prey, and sometimes the man's sword. It looked almost as if they were dancing together. Then a change struck. The blood-hungry blade's wielder, a girl, suddenly said a word out loud, magickin. Upon hearing that word, the blood-hungry blade heeded its master's call and drained a certain amount of her mana to empower itself. The blade shone in a brilliant golden. It was beautiful. It wasn't for that the blade was desperately trying to take a man's life. One could have sat and admired its beauty for an eternity. Ag, the blade's master groaned as she started exhausting her limbs and used the blade at its full potential. Her swings were so fast and in every direction. One time she swung it up and down, and the other time left and right, and after that, diagonally. She was breathing heavily in the process, and since the girl didn't have much experience in controlling her man, she will eventually run off it and tire herself. Then she'll be unable to fight for at least a few hours. And maybe that's what the man she was attacking wanted, to wait until she's unable to move and then crush her severely. He was dodging all her attacks easily by simply moving his body and avoiding her sword. At certain moments, he would use his sword also, but even then it was only defense. Normally, the girl would have realized what was going on and stopped trying to attack him so recklessly. She would have teamed up with her comrades and attacked next after making a strategy. She was not so dumb to not see this, but right now she was like an entirely different person. Her common sense was overcome by rage, a rage she didn't know why was appearing. The said girl was Anya, and she was fighting with Charles to save Zero. That much she knew. She indeed was angry but not mad. After all, there was no need to be. She had Leon with her, and in her thoughts he can easily defeat Charles and then they can take Zero back. But even so, right from the moment her gaze fell upon Charles, she was feeling this indescribable rage in her body. But the thing was, the Anya in Lollipop's novel never felt this rage. Take this, you fucker, she screamed as she poured even more mana into her magickin. Her speed also increased and appeared behind Charles. Without wasting a single second, she swung her sword down left, aiming for his neck. The sword connected and sliced easily through Charles's neck, leaving her surprised with widened eyes as a "huh" escaped her mouth. Though there was something weird, neither did his neck got separated nor did she spill any blood. This was not right, something wasn't fitting. And as for what was not fitting, she realized it that hard way. Charles's body straight up vanished in the thin air at the same time Anya was hit on just above the neck hardly by the hilt of a sword. Her occipital bone was struck, and she felt a little dizzy before falling down to her feet. She turned around and saw that Charles was standing there, smiling while adjusting his glasses. Then it occurred to her, it was his afterimage, she thought. Yes, it was Charles' afterimage because he had already moved even before Anya. He was already behind Anya even before she was behind him. This was the level the academy teachers were on. Students were no match for him. Each of them had their own specialty and had mastered it to the extent that it was no longer a trump card for them but a normal thing like breathing. Charles would have been overpowered by Rifen back then, but it was because they both were teachers. Now, you were saying something, said Charles as he pointed at her with his sword. TCH, without wasting any time, Anya rose to her feet and was ready to fight. This time I'll go so fast that you won't even be able to blink, she thought. She decided on one thing: now she will kill Charles. Until now she was unsure about that, but now it was only confirmed. She took a deep breath and felt up all the mana circulating through her body. She visualized it flowing in every muscle fiber in her body, and when she was aware of the whole quantity, she poured all of it into her magickin, while leaving just a bite enough to not kill her from mana exhaustion. Her sword was now so bright that it had a golden bubble-esque aura around it. Anya's body strength also increased with the effects of her magic, and her body now felt light, and the gravity also seemed to apply a little less on her, though it was probably just her imagination. This was the first she was using this much power. Anya felt invincible. Her green eyes were also glittering with gold now. A smile appeared on her face as she used all the power she had and dashed toward Charles, leaving a booming sound and craters on the floor behind. A blast of air was thrown off in every direction as Anya launched herself toward Charles, and it was just as she'd stated. Before Charles could blink, she was behind her. But instead of slicing his neck like before, she turned around and saw Charles behind her, though it was too late. As soon as her eyes caught the sight of Charles, his sword was already beside her chest. Gushing through Anya's chest, his sword divided her in half, but Anya had a smile on her face. What? A surprised gasp escaped Charles's mouth when he saw that there was no blood coming out of Anya. Strong, swish, strong. With a blur she vanished. Apparently what Charles had slashed was an afterimage. He turned behind as fast as he could, and there he saw Anya standing with a menacing smile on her face. She was already in the posture with her sword rising up high. Charles didn't even have the time to reach. Anya's sword dropped down in an instant and buried itself deep into his left shoulder and came out from the right side of his waist with no blood at all. Anya clicked her tongue when she realized that this too was an afterimage. She turned back her body on instincts because she knew the danger awaiting her if she delayed even a second. Fortunately for her, Charles had just appeared behind her, and before he could balance his body, she instantly stabbed him in the stomach. At the same time, she felt something cold on her neck. "You're fast, that I acknowledge. But you're still a student," someone whispered in her ears. The Charles she was stabbing with her sword disappeared, and she broke out into a cold sweat as something chill ran down her spine. "Impossible. This just can't be possible," she screamed internally, but her lips didn't move. Apparently what she stabbed was also an afterimage, and she'd thought that Charles just appeared, but he just moved away from there and left an image behind. Right now he was standing behind Anya. His sword was just an inch away from slicing Anya's thyroid cartilage, and his left hand was holding her from the shoulder. All this time he was always behind Anya, and she never really caught him off guard. The teachers in the Zaphorth's Academy have their own thing they specialize in, and for Charles it was speed, the same as Anya. But he was just on another level, and Anya was like a child who just learned to walk while he was an Olympic runner. And he was this fast even when he'd not released his magickin. With his magickin activated, only people like Rifen could handle him. "No, let's end this," he breathed and moved her sword, slicing Anya's flesh. But the cut was so fine that it didn't kill her, instead made her bleed. Anya bit her tongue so as to not scream while she agonized in pain. At this point, all the mana she had put in her magickin was used up, hence she'd had to disable it, or else it would have sucked all the remaining mana also, which would have ended up killing her. A magickin won't deactivate until the command is given or the user dies, hence Anya disabled it and her sword went back to normal. And as it did, a large wave of fatigue and pain washed over her body. This was the first time she'd used this much strength, and now she faced the backlash. Charles cut her more and was going to finally slit open her throat when he heard a voice. "Enough, Mr. Charles," Leon announced. Up until now, he was just watching from the side because Lollipop's plot wanted that, but his time had finally come. His hand was on the hilt of his sword, and his whole body was surrounded by a red-colored aura. It was so bright that the darkness in the room no longer posed a threat. His eyes showed he was angry, in fact. How could you attack a student like that? That's not what a teacher should do, I think. There's no coming back for you now. You can't undo what you did, hence I must end you here, and now there's no other way, he stated as if it pained him to do this. Even though the next morning he'll act as if nothing happened, killing someone was not an easy task mentally, but now he was forced to do this. A translucent blue screen only visible to Leon appeared before his eyes. There were lots of letters and numbers written on it, and the screen looked like some kind of menu. He focused his attention on one specific word, or rather, a button. Skills. A new window appeared beside the old one, and this was like a list with lots of words written on it. This was the skill window of the magic system Leon had, and all these were the names of the skills he possessed, though a number of them had a lock sign after their name which stated that he hadn't unlocked and didn't have access to those skills now. A few were still usable. He then activated a skill, Celestial Slash. He said inside his mind, the name, Celestial Slash, on the window shone in a bright color before both the screens vanished, and Leon felt an enormous amount of energy powering up his body. He slid his left leg back and bent forward with his right hand on the hilt of his sword, which was tied to his waist on the left side. His eyes were locked on Charles. Charles also saw the upcoming attack and hence threw Anya to the ground and prepared for defense. He knew Anya had exhausted all her mana and won't do anything even if he left her be. He raised his sword in Leon's direction and straightened his back before adjusting his glasses again. Rest in peace, Mr. Charles. Leon screamed, strong boom, strong P. With a sonic boom, Leon dashed forward, and the floor where he's standing melted into lava as he kicked off. His sword burned with crimson as if it was covered in a flame. Charles's eyes widened when he witnessed this power. This was unlike anything he had seen in his whole life. He posed his sword in a defense posture, even though he knew it was of no use. In fact, he was able to do that just because he specialized in speed-based attacks, and his brain had developed to think and react at high speed a normal person wouldn't even have the time to breathe. Ha! Leon released a battle cry, and then there was a sound of sizzling, as though someone had thrown a burning torch into the water. Leon swung his sword, and a red slash of energy far bigger than the original length of the sword was released, and it went straight at Charles. Refuge Shell, Leon said internally. Skill, Refuge Shell activated. The system replied, and an energy barrier covered Anya, melting the ground as it moved forward. The burning red slash finally reached Charles. He felt incredible heat all over his body. His clothes burned away, leaving his naked body facing the heat, and slowly, his skin also started peeling off as it burned. The slash went through him in an instant, and he completely turned into nothing the next second, and the wall behind him was also blown off by the sheer force of Leon's attack. When the attack finally disappeared, the warehouse, which was turned into a melted mess of stone and concrete, came into view. The wall behind was destroyed completely, so the sunlight was now coming in. Finally, it's over, Leon sighed as looked at the destruction he just caused. Also, Anya's brother was sure to be held captive in one of the 3 rooms in front of them. He was just hoping that Zero was not in the middle room he just blew off. He wiped the sweat off of his forehead and looked at Ellen, who was standing at a distance of a few steps from him, and for some reason, was looking at him dumbfounded. No, wait. She was dumbfounded, she was stiff. Hey, are you all right? Leon asked, but no reply. You are good, that I can confirm. But just like that girl, you are only a student after all. Leon received an answer, but it was not Ellen who said that. At the same time, he felt someone's hand on his shoulder. A chill ran down his spine and he quickly leaped forward and distanced himself. When he turned to see, he witnessed that a person was standing behind Hema Man, and he was Charles. How are you alive? Leon gasped in astonishment as he gazed at Charles, who was standing in front of him. He was alive, even after taking a direct hit of Celestial Slash. He was alive, but he was not fine and not in the best condition. His clothes were almost burned off and only his pant was remaining. His skin had several burn marks. He was huffing badly, and his glasses were broken now. When Leon threw the Celestial Slash at him, he was able to get away. He was late and had to face the emitting heat, but he escaped just before the actual attack hit him. However, it came at a cost. He'd to use his magic, and not just that, he'd to pour all of his mana into it. It was only after that he was able to get away without losing his life. Nonetheless, he was still going to lose his life eventually. Since he had used all of his mana, he was pretty much as good as dead. His muscles had worn out and his bones were cracked. He was also having trouble breathing now. In short, he'd survived, but at what cost? It doesn't matter, I have to end you and I will do it. No matter how many turns it takes, Leon pledged as he once again readied his sword. Then he lowered his sword for some reason and held it in his left hand and raised the other toward Charles. Bolt Flash, he said. This was not a skill, but a custom magic spell he learned with the help of the system. A purple magic circle opened before Leon's hand with multiple runes inscribed on it. Then a bolt of lightning was blasted off in Charles's direction with a thundering sound. Charles deflected it with his sword, but since it was electricity, It traveled through his metal sword and electrocuted him. He would have dodged the bolt with his speed, but right now he was not in the condition to do so. Even being alive was difficult for him. Give it up, Mr. Charles. I don't want to make you suffer. What Leon was trying to say is he doesn't want to make him suffer, so he should surrender and let Leon kill him and die an easy death. Leon thought that he was being merciful, but in reality, he was sounding as cruel as a demon lord. Ellen had also drawn her sword and was ready to attack at any moment, and Anya was also recovering. There was no chance for Charles to make a run for it, though he did have one possible say. And it was not to save himself, but to accomplish his original goal: to crush Anya's spirit completely. He was on his knees after being electrocuted, but he got up again and raised his sword against Leon. He had deactivated his magic and right after he escaped Celestial Slash so as to not use up the little amount of mana remaining in him. So there's no other way, I see, Leon said, but he was mostly talking to himself. Maybe Charles would have replied, but he didn't have the strength to. Hence all he did was run toward Leon. He was not dashing since it would require mana, but was sprinting instead of that. At a few distances away from Leon, he jumped in the air, raised his sword up, and came down while dropping his sword down, aimed straight at Leon's head. He was using both his hands, but still, Leon defended easily. He landed on the ground. Leon and Charles went up against each other and exchanged blows. The sparring of blades went on for a while before even Charles's body was tired and he had to back off. This was when Leon was taking pity and going easy on him. Howbeit, that was his mistake. In the process of exchanging blows, which went on for a while, Charles was successful in coming in the direction where the 3 rooms were. To simplify, he was the first person standing in front of the entrances of the rooms, and that was what he wanted and had in mind when he started this fight again. Please give it up, Leon pleaded, but it was of no use. Charles didn't have the power left to speak, hence only a smirk appeared on his face as he dropped his sword to the ground. Why you? Or the reason? Charles still was somehow able to say this much as he looked at Leon. Before Leon could comprehend anything, Charles's body glowed and emitted a brilliant aura that burned around his body like a flame. The ground below his feet cracked, and the crumbles of concrete hovered in the air due to his aurate. Was unclear what it was exactly. But one thing which was clear is that he won't be able to last even a second after this, as he was now using all his remaining mana he'd saved up for an emergency. Arcane of Life, said Charles. Arcane of Life is a spell that converted the user's mana into physical energy. This was a magic spell and a complex and powerful one that was only used by powerful magicians. Charles knew this spell because, well, he was the professor at a magic academy, and while his focus maybe had been on sword arts, he did learn spells also. Soon his muscles puffed up, and he felt an overwhelming power flowing throughout his body. This is it, he thought as he turned toward the 3 rooms. Locking his aim on the left room, he bent forward a little, and then launched himself in that direction as he kicked off the ground with a sonic boom and left a crater behind almost 30 centimeters deep. He dashed straight inside the room on the left side, breaking the door in the process. What the Leon cursed as he held his head, but he didn't have the time for this, so he ran before Charles quickly. When he reached the entrance of the room, he saw that inside it was Zero. He was tied up with a chair, and behind him was Charles. The Arcane of Life spell was still active, hence he was breathing, but something was off. He was sitting right behind Zero's chair as if waiting for Leon. That's it, Mr. Charles, it's over. There's nowhere left for you to run and you can't fight back. Even I know that you're out of mana, you can't hide it, said Leon. So now leave him be and surrender yourself, he added. Zero, someone shouted beside Leon. He glanced at his side and saw that it was Anya. I finally found you, she marveled in a happy voice as she stepped inside the room, tears forming inside her eyes. No, Anya, wait. This could be a strong boom. Strong. The magic circuits inscribed on the floor activated as soon as Anya took a step inside, and they shone in a similar red color. The next second, the place where Zero and Charles were exploded with a loud sound. A wave of heat hit both Leon and Anya as they saw a big mushroom cloud appear, which slowly flew out in the sky from the ceiling that was destroyed in the explosion. The blast was so big that almost the whole room was in range. Even Leon and Anya were only a few steps away from the area of effect. What happened? Ellen came and was about to ask what happened here, but she soon understood everything when she gazed upon the remains of the blast. Leon tried to put a hand on Anya's shoulder, but his hand never reached there because she dropped to her knees. She was still staring in the same direction where Zero was. The tears that had been dwelled up in her eyes flooded out. However, there was a great difference. They had formed as tears of happiness when she saw that Zero was safe, but they came out as tears of sorrow. The water in her eyes flowed and flowed and flowed and flowed. It was like a never-ending stream. She was not saying anything, nor was her expression changing. She just didn't know why, but she felt empty, as if something inside her has been broken, something big. The flames left by the explosion were being reflected in her eyes, and then finally she spoke. You liar, she said. She remembered the words Zero had said to her once, and even if you do care about my life for some reason I don't know, isn't it a bit naive of you to think someone can kill me when you know what I am capable of? You liar, I can say with absolute surety that no one other than Leon can beat me in a one-on-one. You better carve it deep in your mind so that you don't go falling into others' pranks like this ever again. You liar, you said that no one can kill you, then what is this? Why did you die? You said you can use magic, you were better than me in it. Then how did you let yourself be kidnapped like this? It was true that Zero was not her real brother, but even so, they had some kind of connection. Why was Anya crying? Because he was gone, won't be coming back now. He was erased from this world, she won't see him again. She bent down and smacked the ground with both her hands. Looking at the ground, tears dripped from her eyes one after another. She bit her lips, but she wanted to scream. Her heart was aching so hard that she can't even describe it. Leon wanted to console her, but Ellen stopped him. According to her, it was better to give Anya some alone time. Hence, following her advice, we'll be waiting for you outside, said Leon, and both of them left the room and then the warehouse. When she was finally alone in the room, Anya let out a scream she'd been holding in all this time. The tears flooded out more strongly. Her face was red and her nose was running. Why, you liar, why you left me? She groaned as continuously smacked the ground with both of her hands. She cried like a child. A day had passed since the death of Zero. After the incident, Leon and Ellen came back to the academy while carrying Anya with them. They reported all this to Ryfin, and upon hearing the whole story, he just responded with, I see. Ryfin then reported this to the academy's director, and the final decision they arrived at was that Zero's death will be kept a secret to avoid the stain on the academy's reputation. Now that their student had been killed by their own teacher, the hate they will receive if this news got out is unimaginable. However, Anya was given the offer that she could tell her parents about Zero's death, but only on the condition that they will keep it a secret. She didn't have an answer at that time and said that she needs time to think about it. A week passed by. Anya was not going to the classes and was even not leaving her room. Ellen and Leon came by to provide her with food, but they didn't know if she ate it or not. Even now, she was curled into a ball in her bed and her eyes were still wet. The pain in her heart hadn't faded at all. She felt as if being eaten from the inside. This was because there was a very strong emotion dwelling up inside her. It was guilt. After all, the explosion spell was activated only when she stepped inside the room. Indirectly, it was because of her that Zero died. The magic circuits were designed in a way that they will forcefully suck mana from the person who will step on the trigger that was placed around the entrance, activating a custom magic spell set in the center. She was also aware of this, and that's why she felt guilty. Strong knock. Strong, she heard a knock on her door, and a voice followed. Anya, it's me, Leon. Upon hearing the knock on her door and the voice of Leon, she didn't really want to go and open the door. He'd been coming over these days to give her fresh food, which in reality, she didn't eat much. But she still got up after letting Leon wait for a good 10 minutes. Walking up to the door, she slowly unlocked the door lock and opened the door. There Leon was standing outside. It was night and dark outside, so his figure was not clear, but Anya was able to tell that he was not carrying a lunchbox with him. However, Anya didn't ask anything about it and just stood there, in hope that he will spill it out himself. He stared at Anya for a while since he was waiting for her to ask something, but when he saw no hope, he turned toward her. I want to talk, he said. Okay, can I come inside? Okay. Anya stepped to the side, making space for Leon. He got inside and then she closed the door. Her body was weak as she wasn't eating properly, hence she was having trouble standing. Due to this, she went and sat on the bed. Leon joined her and sat beside her. It was not clear what was going on in the minds of these two since there was complete silence and no one was saying anything. Maybe they were waiting for the other to start while the other thought the same. The silence continued for a while before Leon broke it. It was not your fault, he stated, coming directly to the point. What wasn't? You know thing with your brother Zero. What about it? It's not your fault that he's not here anymore. That isn't true, Anya protested while she looked below. It is. It isn't. I was there when it happened. I suspected that there was a trap since Mr. Charles was not doing anything. I knew, but even then I let you go in there. If it's anyone's fault, then it's mine. No, Leon, it was me who stepped inside. He was the one. It is all my fault. Because of me. Headied, I still can't believe as dead. I won't see him again. She broke out into tears again. But here he made her cry. Now he didn't know what to do. Anya was crying non-stop now as the memories of that day flashed in her mind, and Leon had no idea how to stop her. He only knew one way through which a man can provide comfort to a woman when nothing else is working. It was copulation. As for why he thought that this stupid idea was good, because of the plot of Lollipop's novel. The same thing had happened there. That's why here in this world which followed the novel's plot, his line of thought was the same. Hence he decided to just follow his mind and do the deed. He gulped nervously as he looked at Anya. Ash was still crying. It was not your mistake, Anya. You don't have to take on all the guilt, he said, and then moved close to her. Leaning forward, he stretched his hand and held Anya from her shoulders and brought her close. Now both of them were just beside each other. Anya was leaning onto his shoulder, and she might have not realized this since she was not living in the present. Her body sure came back, but her mind was still there, in that warehouse. That's why all of her actions were no better than those of a doll. She didn't realize that Leon was now staring at her while he thought, what next? He was red like a tomato since they were not doing the main thing. His horny mode was turned off, and he was unaware of what to do. However, as he was looking at Anya's face, she was suddenly hit with reality. She hurriedly looked up and her eyes met Leon's. Seeing him this close, she was flustered, confused, and embarrassed at the same time. The shock was so much that her body didn't even move an inch. Both of their gazes were locked with each other. They were staring deep into each other's eyes and were blushing badly. Finally, Leon decided to make a move. He slowly brought his face close as he genteelly held Anya's chin with his right hand. Their faces were so close that they could feel the other's breath. Leon moved forward even more, and his lips were about to touch Anya's. It would have been an innocent kiss, then a passionate one, then things would have started heating up. The clothes would have vanished from their bodies, and they would have done the deed. But yes, he would have, but that moment never arrived. Anya inserted her hand between her and Leon's lips and stopped the kiss from happening. Something that should have happened didn't happen. This was the very proof that this world was slowly straying away from the original plot. Now this unsuccessful kiss was sure to create a butterfly effect, and many things in the future will change. And as for whether it was a good thing or bad, no one knew. Leon, taken back by this, suddenly backed off in embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just, I don't feel the same way, said Anya, trying to clear any misunderstanding. It's okay, I'm fine. Leon did feel a little disappointed and also ashamed of himself when he realized just what the hell he was going to do. After that, he didn't force Anya to do anything. In the first place, the reason he was doing this was to make her happy. If she was good without it, then better off not doing it. Anya, it's me, Ellen. I've bought something for you to eat, Ellen said aloud before storming inside the room with a lunchbox in her hands. Leon, you're already here, she asked as she saw Leon, who was getting ready to leave. Oh, I just came to check on her. Was I late? She thought upon seeing that Leon was already leaving. Then she glanced over at Anya, and she was still intact and in one piece. The bed was also clean, so it was most likely that she wasn't late. Satisfied with this, she walked inside and sat next to Anya on the bed. Are you fine? She asked. Yeah, I think so. Here, I've bought something to eat, will you? Ellen opened the lunchbox she had with her, and a dish which was something similar to spaghetti was revealed. They were noodles with sauce, spices, and unevenly chopped vegetables on them. It's not the best, but I've made it at home. I'll at least be better than eating outside. Ellen was not good at cooking, and she was still learning. This was because back in the time when she was at home, her maids did all the work, and she was fed cooked food all the time. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like eating anything, Anya replied as she kindly turned her down. I see. Saying that, Ellen looked over at Leon, who was now standing and watching them. She gestured for him to get out of the room, and he did just that. The energy between them after that unsuccessful kiss was awkward, so it was probably better to leave for now. When he'd left the room, Ellen turned back to Anya. Anya was staring in the air, lost in thought, maybe back in the past. You have to eat or you'll ruin your health, Ellen stated as she pulled out the fork she bought with her. Picking up some noodles from it, she stretched out her hand in Anya's direction. No, please, I'm really not in the mood. Come on, just a bit is fine, Ellen defied as she stuffed a fork full of noodles in Anya's mouth. PF Haya, okay, fine. I'll eat it myself, you don't have to spoon feed me, Anya agreed after finishing the noodles in her mouth. It's fork feeding technically, but never mind, Ellen mumbled to herself as she passed over the lunchbox to Anya. A few minutes later, Anya finished the whole thing. She hadn't eaten properly for many days, so none could deny that she was hungry. It was just that until now her brain didn't realize that. How was it? I tried to be extra careful since I was making it for you. It wasn't as bad as you say. I mean, you are a better cook than me. I'm only able to make small dishes, but Zero is even worse than me. He only knows how to make coffee. The mood, which had been lightened due to Ellen, suddenly turned dark yet again. I'm sorry, Ellen apologized as she put her hand on Anya's shoulder. No, it's fine. I'm fine. It sounded like as if she was trying to say this to herself and not Ellen. So what have you decided? When will you tell your parents about it? She asked after a long silence. I don't really know. Anya hadn't informed her parents of this. Honestly, she tried to do it so many times, but whenever she sat back to write a letter to them, their smiling faces surfaced in her mind, and she thought about what will happen to those faces once they hear this news. What will happen to Ron? He was so happy when Zero survived 5 years ago. How will he feel after learning that he is dead? A pressure so heavy that it could crush the whole world weighed on her chest whenever she thought of informing them of Zero's death, hence she was procrastinating it all the time. This might not be my place to say, but I think you shouldn't tell them now. Wait for at least a week or two, Ellen suggested. Why? You know about that, right? Their bodies haven't been found. I don't want to give you false hope or anything, but there's still a chance that he is alive somewhere. But it was true. After Ellen, Anya, and Leon came back to the academy and reported to Rifen about the incident, a search team was dispatched to retrieve the dead bodies. but neither Zero's nor Charles's bodies were found. There was no trace of them either. It was almost as if they vanished into thin air. That was also the reason both of their deaths hadn't been confirmed legally. Both of them were marked as missing and not dead. I'm just saying you should wait for a while. In that time, your condition will also get better. After that, take emergency leave from the academy, go to your home, and tell your parents directly. It will be better than leaving them hanging with a letter, said Ellen. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. Even I know that I'm not in the condition to face them right now. I need just a bit more time. It's okay. Take your time. Ellen patted her on the back and then hugged her. After that, she said goodnight to her and left the room. Anya looked at the wall clock. The time was sharp 9 p.m., so she decided to sleep. She didn't have anything else to do anyway. She turned off the magic lights and went to bed. Lying down and staring at the ceiling, she thought about the times she spent with Zero, and the time when he revealed that he was not his brother, but someone else trapped in his body. At first, she was confused. She was also angry that he was technically stealing her brother's body. But then there was also the thing that he saved her from Walrick even when he didn't have anything to gain from it, and he was also living with them without providing any harm. Plus, according to what he said, he didn't get into her brother's body at will fate forced it upon him. Taking all of this into account, Anya decided to wait and watch a bit more before giving any statement. Hence that time she told Zero that she'd accepted him. After that, as they got into the academy and time passed, Anya noticed that he really didn't mean any harm. In fact, there were several times when he saved her against special exam, for example. Yes, his methods were not the best, but his intentions were, at least that's what she determined. Then she slowly started talking to him, and they built a relationship. As for what kind of connection they had, well, it is a little difficult to describe because Anya herself didn't know that. But now none of that matters. He was gone, lost into eternal darkness, and devoured into a world she was unaware of. I won't see him again, it's the reality now, she said to herself internally, and then a shining drop of tear slid down her left cheek. However, the next day she was proven wrong. She wasn't aware of it right now, but tomorrow morning she was going to see him again. 8 days ago, a few minutes after Anya, Leon and Ellen left the warehouse. PFFFF. Phew man, breathing was hard down there. I let out a breath of relief as I broke the ground above my head and got out of a 12 FT deep hole. After that, I dragged Charles out too. He was unconscious because of mana outage but was still alive. I threw Charles on the floor and then looked around the area. No one was there, but the condition of the room, or well, the whole warehouse was in ruins. Searching for a wall that was still intact, I went there and sat on the floor leaning against the wall. Then I used my elemental magic and created a bubble of water and drank it. Sigh, now shall we get to work. My biggest fear was now gone. I'd survived through my death. Now, this might sound a bit confusing, so let me explain it to you about how I survived. Just that was a big advantage for me. After that, I went along with things and let them unfold as they did in the novellas. Involves letting Charles kidnap me and bring me here, Anya, Leon, and Ellen coming here to save me, and then this whole room getting blown up by Anya's mistake. But to do all of this, I first had to defeat Enon so that Charles can get the motivation to kidnap me. That's why I started experimenting on finding a way or technique which can rival magic. And then I discovered the technique to heat up the sword thing. I then defeated Enon in the most humiliating way possible. Doing that did bring a lot of attention and spotlight in the training session, which I didn't want, but being alive was the top priority, of course. After all, if I'm not alive in the first place, then what'll I do with a peaceful life? And judging by the direction things are going in and what had to come in the future, I don't think my dream of a quiet and peaceful life will ever be realized. Anyway, when the match was over, I knew that Charles would be waiting to kidnap me, which he was, and I let him kidnap me, though I had bought the antidote with me to prevent myself from losing consciousness. However, a slight problem occurred. It was Ryfin. He was stopping Charles from taking me, and he would have been successful if I hadn't given him the hint that I'm fine. That seriously is a pain. He didn't exist in the novel, so predicting his moves was a huge problem. But for that moment, I got rid of him. Then all I had to do was wait until Anya came here with Leon and Ellen and then die in front of her. This was important because I wanted myself to be declared dead, at least in the academy. And as for why I didn't actually die, well, I knew about the magic circuit, so when Charles was fighting with Leon, I'd created an underground chamber-type space with the help of elemental magic. I first used the earth element to remove the soil and make the stone walls. After that, I used the ice element to make the second covering of the walls to absorb the heat, then made one more layer of the wall again with earth magic. I'd keep the ceiling, or rather the entrance, blocked so that I will be up on the floor until the last moment, but I had reduced the thickness of the floor. I also created a small pipeline that went out of the warehouse and opened in the air so that I can keep breathing even when the chamber is closed from all sides and won't suffocate. Charles came afterward and sat behind me, and then at the same time when Anya stepped inside, I removed the floor below me in the chair, and along with Charles fell in the chamber I'd created. I quickly closed the entrance with 3 layers just like the wall, and hence I was protected from the explosion. In the meantime, when Anya was crying and all, using fire element, I burned the ropes that had been tying me from the chair and freed myself. Since then, what I did was wait until Anya and the others were out of the warehouse, and when they were, I opened the entrance of the chamber again, creating a staircase with the earth element. I got out, and here we are right now. I could have avoided doing all this if I hadn't let myself get kidnapped by Charles, but there was a reason I went through all this trouble. It was so that I can get out of the academy and do what I wanted to. There is an item I want, one that could make me stronger. And to acquire that item, I'd have to come out of the academy since it is located outside the city. I need that item specifically because without it, I don't think I'll be able to survive through the calamity and what comes after that. It won't even change the plot much since Leon discovered that item, used it for a few chapters, and then forgot about it. Hence, I chose this one. Now that I was dead in the eyes of the world, I can operate freely, which I wanted to do for a while now. I got up to my feet and walked toward the door of this room. There, in a corner where the explosion hadn't reached, a card was lying on the ground. I picked it up and took a good look at it. It was a wise choice to get Ellen on my side, I thought. This card, of course, was my transaction card. How much will this be? 10C. Okay, give me 2 of them then. Wait a minute. Here you go. Do you accept transaction cards? We do. Then I'd like to pay with that. Sure, here. It's done. After paying for my transaction card, I took the 2 pieces of cloth from the guy in front of me who was apparently a shop owner. Right now I was in the market of the slum district buying 2 cloaks for myself and Charles. I wore one myself and put the other one over Chalisand. I'd to be the one to do it because his hands were handcuffed and attached to a chain, so he probably won't be able to do it himself. Normally, I would have just let him walk on the street with the half-burned pants he had, but since I don't want anyone to recognize Yuzevin when the chances were low, I'd have to do that anyway. Once I was done, I pulled the chain which was connected to Charles's handcuff and leg cuff, causing him to move forward with me. I had my head covered with the hoodie cop type of thing which was attached to the cloak, and the other part of the cloak was covering my back and chest and went all the way down to my hips. Charles had a similar cloak. Where are we going? He asked in a weak, trembling voice. I don't remember that I've given you permission to speak. Don't get so full of yourself, kid. You know that you won't be able to control me once I get my mana, don't you? Yeah, once you get your mana back. Saving Charles was not something I'd accounted for in advance. In fact, I don't even know how he didn't die from mana exhaustion. After using Arcane of Life, there should be no mana left in his body. There still somehow was. The proof is he's alive. In this world, mana is something you can't live without. It's like bind to your soul. So if you totally run out of mana, you won't be alive even a second. But Charles was, so it confirms that there is some amount of mana left inside him. However, it's still strange, because even if you've used almost all of your mana, the time it takes for it to recover is just a couple of hours. Though in Charles's case, his mana was not recovering, it was the same as how it was after he fought with Leon. If he had regained his mana, then he won't be letting himself get captured and abused by me. Yeah, there is a possibility that he is doing the same thing I did to intentionally let himself get captured so he can attack when my guard is down, and that's why I was constantly abusing him or trying to provoke him and, of course, not letting my guard down. This just increases my trouble, that's all. And at first, I thought about leaving him there or killing him, but then it occurred to me that he can prove to be a good asset in the future. After all, assuming that his mana really wasn't recovering, killing him was always an option. Hence I made some hand and leg cuffs for him, chained him up, and was now keeping him with me like a slave. And even if someone doesn't talk openly about slaves here, having one is low-key legal so no one will come to interrupt when I'm dragging Charles on the road like this. It was clear just by the fact that no one was staring daggers at me right now. Oh, and if you're wondering how I got my transaction card, I told Ellen before getting myself kidnapped that she'd make sure to bring my card when she will go to find me with Leon and Anya, then drop it in a safe place. I also instructed her to convince Anya to not tell Anya and Leon about my death. I knew that the academy won't since their reputation will be ruined and all that. Though in all this I had to tell Ellen and she knew that I'm not dead for real, but that was a minor thing. She did ask me the reasons, but I reminded her of our deal. We were in a give-and-take relationship. There should be no questions between usher work is just to follow my orders. Simple as that. Come to think of it, I still have to complete my side of the deal or she won't trust me. But her family never tried to take her back in the novel, so should I save her? Well, it's not like after this I'll try so hard to keep the plot that same so it isn't a thing to be concerned about. Think that it looks like I reached my destination, or rather the start of this journey if I take everything into account. In front of me were the big walls that protected this city. Inside the wall was built a huge gate that connected the city to the outside of the northern entrance gate of the Safara city. The gate normally stayed open, since this was the capital city and adventurers and traders kept going in and out all the time. Following the crowd of people, I also crossed the gate along with Charles. Since I wasn't carrying any ID with me, so I had to pay 1000 C as a fine, but well, it was okay, I guess. If this is what it takes to not let myself be discovered, then so be it. After all, I made a separate bank account for myself only because if I was still using my parents', then I would have been found out that I was not dead once I used it for buying anything. I could have carried the money physically, but it would have been a pain, and carrying too much money was impossible to begin with. There is a chance that someone will still find out if they checked my bank account. I don't think there's someone out there who will look into the transaction history of a dead or missing according to the Academy person's bank account. Hence, I was safe. With that satisfaction in mind, I stepped outside the city and was firmly greeted with a cold, comforting breeze. My eyes gazed upon the beautiful green grass that was fluttering in the air due to the wind in the long, never-ending fields. Connected to the entrance gate was a leveled path of dirt that went forward along with the plains. Multiple wagons and people were entering and exiting the city through them. Some were adventured clad in armor, some were trades riding in their wagons which were stuffed with goods, and some were normal citizens who were either leaving the city for work purposes or for other reasons. I took the same path and started walking down it. However, I won't be able to reach where I wanted if I went on foot like this. Night was also starting to cover the sky, hence, after going on for a bit more, booked the wagon. A few more people were sitting inside, but there was enough space for me and Charles also. Where'd you like to go? The driver asked as I got inside the wagon. Gannett Town, I replied. Oh, there. I think you're aware of this, but it'll take a lot of time to reach there. We'll have to stop by someone to spend the night, you know that. The money required to go there will also be high considering the distance and the other man with you. You look quite young to me. Do you have that kind of money on you? He queried. Yeah, I know that, and there isn't any problem. I have money on me. Well, telling you is my job. If you're fine, then I don't have any problem. With that, the wagon moved. I was sitting on the left side near the back, hence I was able to get a view of the outside, and Charles was sitting on the floor instead of a seat. There's no way I'll pay the cost of a seat for this bastard. As time flowed, the sky was soon fully covered in the blanket of the night and twinkling stars. If talk about the atmosphere inside the wagon, here I was getting some stares from the people now and then. There were 3 people other than me own girl and 2 boys. They seemed to be your typical adventures since both the boys were clad in metal armor, and the girl was holding onto a staff, so probably she was a mage. One of the guys who was sitting right in front of me had brown hair and a well-built muscular body. He also had a beard of the same color and was wearing gray iron armor and had a sword with him. The other guy beside him was also wearing an armor of the same color, but it was a little lighter than his. Be light, I mean it was not covering his full body and looked like it was not made out of heavy material. However, the color of his hair was green, and he had a clean face with no facial hair and a normal boy, neither skinny nor muscular. And he was carrying a bow and a quiver full of arrows with him, so I'm guessing he was an archer. That explains the armor. The girl sitting next to me seemed to be the quiet type to me, since while the 2 guys were occasionally talking to each other, she wasn't saying anything. She was wearing armor like the other 2, but it was a leather one, not metal. Her sleek hair was shining black and she was clenching a wooden staff. If I had to explain it simply, they were just your normal stereotypical adventurers. Since we were sitting in a closed space, they weren't able to completely ignore Charles even if they wanted to. And well, a 15-year-old teenager having a grown man as a slave was not normal even in this world. I was looking outside and not paying attention to them, but I don't know what Charles was thinking right now. I took a glance at him and saw him staring down at his shoes. Basically, he had his face buried in his legs and sitting in very less space. Embracement must be killing him, I guess. Or has he just fallen asleep? I don't know. I'd gotten some free relaxing time like this after a very long while, and I don't want to waste it thinking useless things. Even I can't keep working without rest. I was resting my face on my hand and gazing at the beautiful night sky as the cold but comforting breeze kept embracing me. So what's your name? One of the boys sitting in front of me asked. Sigh, guess I won't be resting anytime soon. And seriously, what's with this? Can't you see that I have an unspoken, do not disturb sign hanging on my neck? What's your name? I replied, or rather it was more of a reverse question. Me, I'm Speen, he's Fabian, and she's Zara, the guy said with a smile on his face. Did you just reveal the names of all your teammates? Even for a fool, this was too much. I'm Ichigo, nice to meet you, I said and greeted him back with a smile as I raised my hand forward. Nice to meet you too, he replied and shook my hand. The other 2 also greeted me afterward, and so did I. The guy who started the conversation was I don't know why how happy now that we'd exchanged. Where are you headed? He appealed. Didn't I already say that when I was talking to the driver? The Gannett Town, as I said. Ah, then I guess we'll be seeing each other for a long time. As for we also have the same destination, he said proudly, though I don't know what was the thing to be proud about in this. I replied with a smile and didn't say anything after that. The atmosphere was good and comfy. The seat I was sitting on was not really comfortable, but before I realized it, I fell asleep. All of a sudden my eyes opened. At first I went into alert mode since I was having a hard time for the past few days, but soon I realized I was worried over nothing. though one more realization hit me the next second. Fuck. I screamed internally and quickly looked below. It was fine. Charles was still there. I just made a big mistake, which was to feel asleep, and gave Charles the chance to attack me. In short, I let my guard down. My elemental magic chains wouldn't have vanished even if I was sleeping, but he sure has gotten the chance to break through them. However, he hasn't and was still sitting in the same position as before. Awake, huh, he said. At first, I was a bit confused, but then I noticed that we were the only ones in the wagon. You had the chance to escape, why you didn't, HMPH. Isn't it already clear to you, kid? My mana is not recovering, and I have just enough to keep me alive. I can't possibly break through your chains with that much. You could have asked for help from then. Yeah, I was referring to the adventures that were now missing. If he said that I was keeping him captive without his permission, then they sure had helped him. I don't want to get others involved. And even if I did, you would have disposed of them, didn't you? After all, you had the nerve to pretend dead before your sister. You even made the fool out of me and are currently making a fool out of the whole academy. It's clear you can do things a normal student can't. I see. You did good to not ask for help then, as for you are absolutely right about that. There's no lying here, he was right. I would have erased them if they posed any trouble for me. Maybe then I'd have to get rid of the driver too, that sure has been a pain. Where are the others? I asked. They are outside, setting a camp to spend the night. I got up from my seat and left the wagon, and then I made Charles's chain a bit longer and drilled the part I was holding into the ground. I also made sure to triple the thickness of his chains. Leaving him alone might not be the best idea, but I don't want to walk him around like a dog. After that, I looked to the other side and saw that under a tree there was a campfire and 4 people were around it. They were, of course, the driver and the adventurers. I went toward them since I wanted to check the atmosphere, and it was now getting a little cold, so being near a fire will be nice. Hey, it's you, Ichigo, one of the guys said. Speen was his name, I think. Sup, I said as I sat next to the campfire. We didn't disturb you since you looked like you were in a deep sleep. I can't believe I left myself vulnerable between all these people. I had to be extra careful from now on. Yeah, I have to. I've avoided my death, but that doesn't mean I'm safe and everything's fine. The calamity is still to arrive, and when the time for that will come, it will be pure destruction. I can't even imagine what will become of this world I kinda can, since a part of the calamity arc was written by me while I edited Lollipop's novel, but that's the scary part. Me being me, I made the calamity a hell of a disaster for the humans in the novel, and now I will face the same thing. That's karma for you. Where's that other guy? He asked. Well, I left him in the wagon. How cruel. What kind of person you are, shame on you. Don't you know how cold it is now? He must be freezing to death, the girl said. This was the first time I'd listened to her speak, and I'd to say she was not what she looked like. From the outside, she was your normal, quiet girl, but her words resembled an entirely different personality. Forgive me, I'll bring me here, I said and began to go toward the wagon's direction. You better do that. Ichigo, we are really sorry. Let us apologize to her. This is just how she is, Speen pleaded. Yeah, ignore her and she will be fine, the other guy Fabian suggested. Hey, what do you mean ignore her, huh? The girl barked at him. See, just like this, don't pay attention to her, Fabian implied while not even looking at her. No, really, I think it was wrong of me. I should bring him here. I went toward the wagon. There I saw that Charles was still in the place I left him, and well, he really was shivering in the cold as he was curled up in a ball. I got inside the wagon and gazed upon him. Looks like they want you there. Rejoice, they took pity on you, I revealed, looking down at him. He tilted his head up and looked me in the eyes. But I can't risk letting you free. It's not like I'll do anything. I can't, and you know that. Yeah, I know. But still, safety measures are important. Ah, the adventurers and the driver who were sitting around the campfire heard a scream. What was that? It came from the wagon. As soon as they realized that something was wrong, they along with the driver ran toward the wagon. The wagon was parked at a distance from the campsite, so it took a few minutes for them to reach there, and when they did, the scene they saw sent shivers down their spine. There was blood. Zero Ichigo was lying on the ground, and from his condition, it seems like he was scared to death, while beside him was the man who was his slave. He was bleeding badly from his legs and stomach, and was somehow keeping himself alive. No, that might not be the best idea, I thought, snapping myself back to reality. While I can provide Charles with such injuries that will make him unable to attack us and also self-harm myself, then when those adventurers will come to see what happened, I'll state that a monster or a wild animal ambushed us. But there's a catch. This might be an open area that is highly adaptable for monsters, but the chances of even one of them appearing are slim to none. As are in open fields indeed, but this is a major trading and traveling route which connects multiple cities to the capital. And of course, the kingdom had made sure to clear any monsters or animals in this area, because they can harm the travelers, which will not be good, and the kingdom will see a backlash both in reputation and munificence. Some traders come here from other kingdoms also. If I said I and Charles were attacked by a monster, and by the time they came here to see, it vanished into thin air, that'll look hell suspicious as hell. I need to think of something else, a way by which I can disarm Chalice in case he'd regained his mana, and in a way that doesn't make me look suspicious. What are you spacing out at, kid? If you're gonna take me there, then do it quickly. I can't deny that it's cold in here, said Charles as he began to stand up, his hands and legs still tied in the cuffs. Cold, huh? As he was on one knee and was about to stand up when a scream came out of his mouth. What the hell are you doing? He shouted as he gritted his teeth and fell. Nothing major. Just freezing your legs so you won't cause any trouble later, I stated. How in the hell is that not major? He groaned as he held his right leg tightly with his hands. This was okay. His pants will cover the ice burn I'll give him, so it won't be a problem. According to Lollipop's novel, Charles's core fighting technique depended on speed, and without his legs, he won't be able to do that. He was not much of a mage, so there was no problem with spells. Even if he did try to do something with spells, I'll manage it. His sword arts were a problem since I was not good at them, but not it has been taken care of. Now, get up quickly. I haven't made it too cold, so your leg won't fall off. It's just enough to keep you from pulling any moves, I said as I patted him on the shoulder and then jumped out of the wagon. I said that my mana isn't recovering, why you can't understand. There's no need to answer that. I'll do what I think is right and will keep me alive. That's all it is, as simple as that. I dissolved the stone chains which were keeping him chained to the ground, but I let the hand and leg cuffs remain as they were. Come on, we shouldn't let them wait, I suggested and then dragged him out of the wagon. At first he fell to the ground, but then realizing that there was no other choice, he slowly stood up. I don't need to tell you that what happened here should only remain between us now, do I? I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I don't want to involve others in this, so I won't tell anyone, Charles asserted as he looked at me with disgust and disappointment. Good, now let's go. Hey, Ichigo, you're back, said Speen as he gazed upon me and Charles. Apparently, yeah. Mr. Slave, you're here too, he exclaimed. I don't know if he meant to be respectful or was making fun of Charles by calling him Mr. Slave. Charles, however, never replied to them even when they showered him with multiple questions and tried to start a conversation. He just went near the tree under which the bonfire was lit and sat there leaning against its trunk. Eventually, they gave up trying to ask anything. Though there was one thing I was wondering about. Zerath girl who said to me to bring Charles here never tried to talk to him, not even once. There was another thing I was glad of also. They didn't ask me anything about him, like who he is and why I'm carrying him around. They didn't ask me about my background either. A part of it was probably because I didn't join their conversation when even the driver was talking with them and only replied with short words whenever they asked a question. Then after a few minutes I went to sleep. From what I found, we were camping under this tree, and everyone except the driver was going to sleep. Their driver was going to keep a watch at night since while there was no threat of monsters here, bandits did sometimes attack. And to my surprise, all of them really slept after an hour of talking and sharing stories with each other. I mean, no matter how trusted a person can be, how can you sleep without any care like this? What if the driver killed them in their sleep and ran away with their money and stuff? I, of course, haven't actually fallen asleep even when I said it before. I was just pretending to be asleep so that I won't have to answer their questions. I had already done that mistake in the wagon before, and I was not going to repeat it. Now, whether it be because of the driver or Charles, I was on my guard the rest of the night and never let loose of my consciousness even once. And yeah, Charles also didn't sleep. I mean, he possibly couldn't have in that condition, even if he wanted to, so. Fortunately, nothing concerning happened at night, and the next day, we left for the town once again. The wagon stopped all of a sudden, and I felt a shock as if getting pulled forward, but that was just physics at work, so it went normal pretty soon. We're here, the wagon driver announced as he got off the horses and began to unload the stuff those three adventurers were carrying. Hurry up, let's go, I said to Charles. Go was now again bounded in the chains. After we got inside the wagon this morning, I'd undone the ice on his legs cause if it stayed there for too long then his leg might have fallen off. That'll make him unable to move, and I don't want that. Since my whole purpose of bringing him with me will be ruined, if he can't even be the use of that, then it is better to kill him. But he was still capable of fighting maybe, so I'll be keeping him for now. I hopped out of the carriage and dragged Charles with me, and if you're wondering why it's so quiet then, it's because the three other people with me are still asleep. It was evening right now, so it took us a long time to reach here. They had fallen asleep at noon for some reason. When I asked the driver about it, I came to know that they had booked this wagon right after completing a job which was to kill some monsters in the wild and were tired. Hence they were sleeping even when they already had during the night. It was good for me. I'd have less trouble to deal with. I paid the driver with my transaction card and then left toward the area where a mediocre-sized group of buildings was built. It was the Gannett town. In a vast field of green were many houses and buildings. There were long grasses fluttering in the field which looks like wheat but in reality was just a type of wild grass in this world. And coming to the layout of the town, it was like a big square as the core with multiple small squares coming out from its corner switch were mostly big buildings like a church or many small buildings like inns and brothels. The setting sun was casting an orange glow on the overall town that made it seem like the buildings were glowing from the top, and that gave the whole town a comfy vibe. There was a forest surrounding the town from 3 sides which were at least 2 miles away, and the side that wasn't surrounded by the forest was the side where the traveling routes were, aka where I was standing right now. This was the Gannett town, a small town that was part of the Zenith Kingdom but not of any city. In this world that Lowly Pop created, the kingdoms were vast and huge chunks of land around the size of a country if I compare them to my former world. And in these chunks of land are multiple cities that host people. But even with these cities, a very large amount of land still remains unpopulated. Some parts of the empty lands are covered with forests, while some areas are just plain fields. Here the towns come into play. At several intervals in the fields between 2 cities, there are 1 or 2 towns. These are basically just one level up from villages, because they don't have much population, 200-300 per town, but are more developed than villages. One more reason is that Lowly Pop never added the villages and made the toes act as both, but let's ignore it for now. As for why people are living in these towns when there are cities which are more suitable for living, well, either they want to live a quiet life away from the noisy population and the caste system of the cities, or they don't have the money to pay the taxes. Yeah, taxes play a big role in the forming of the towns. If you live in a city, then your family has to give a fair amount of tax per person, that is. It doesn't matter if they are a newborn or an adult. For nobles, this isn't much, but for common folks, sometimes the tax falls heavily on them. Thus they shift into towns. They still have to pay the tax, but for towns, it's a different system. The money doesn't go to the kingdom per person, but to a whole town. Hence the amount of tax each person has to give is relatively less compared to the cities. Also, towns are a good spot for adventurers to stay. Most of them are traveling adventures and shift from place to place, and renting an inn in a town is cheaper than renting one in the city. Anyway, I soon reached the town's entrance. There wasn't a wall or something, so we entered without giving a toll. As I stepped inside the actual town along with Charles, I saw that the buildings were built in a grid pattern which made the alleyways easy to navigate. In the outside area there were shops and inns, but as go move towards the center, the houses start appearing. I should have stopped at the inns, but I was going inside. Why? I had something to do. After walking for around 10 to 50 minutes, I reached the building I was aiming for. It was a wide, single-story building with a big V-shaped roof. There were different types of people coming in and out of the building. Some were clad in armor while some were wearing leather clothes. Some held a staff while some had a sword. Some wore a cloak that hid their head while some had a hat with a white feather attached to it. Some were young boys and girls while some were men and women who aged with experience. I walked close to the entrance gate of the building, and just above the house was hanging a rectangular board with a number of letters engraved on it. As I read those letters, the feeling of being in a fantasy world that had dimmed inside me for a while now shone brightly again. Yes, this was an adventurers guild. Stepping inside the building, I was hit with the smell of fantasy. Everything inside was made out of wood, whether it be the furniture, railings, or pillars. Everything was brown wood. Looking on the top, I saw 3 chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, which iron chains and big candles attached to them, which illuminated the whole interior with cozy golden light. With several tables and chairs inside the building, people were sitting on them and drinking jugs of beers while chatting amongst their groups, or saying parties will be more accurate here. This confirmed one thing: this building worked both as a guild and as a tavern also. Though I was not here to drink, hence I moved forward. I was getting occasional stares again because of the chains I was holding in by Hondan. The same chains went back and were attached to the hand and leg cuffs of Charles. However, while they were whispering and passing comments to each other, no one tried to come and ask something from me. I was covered from head to knees in the cloak, and my face was barely visible under the hood. Only the portion below my nose was in sight. Charles was in a similar condition, so there was no need to worry about our identities getting revealed. I stopped before a long wooden counter and put my hands on it. Charles stopped behind me. "Welcome to the Vanguardians Guild," said the lady in front of me. She was wearing a specific uniform and had her brown hair tied in a bun, and she was also wearing glasses. "I'd like to register a quest," I stated. "I see. I will be able to help you with that. Can you tell me what type of quest you want to register?" she asked, and at the same time picked up a clipboard and a pencil and pen in her hands. "If you're asking about the category, then it'll be labyrinth exploration. And I'd prefer a party who is above average in combat if possible." "Okay, where is the location of this labyrinth, or tell me its name if it has one." "That I can't tell you, it's confidential." As soon as I said that, the lady looked up and stared at me for a while. "What's the purpose of this exploration?" She fired another question. "I and my party will be going there to mine mana crystals, and I want the adventurers to protect us while we are mining," I proposed. "I see, that's why you can't say the location," she nodded. "I'm glad you can understand. Mana crystals are very rare in this world. They are basically used for equipment like magic lights which work on magic but require a constant amount of mana supply. A person can't always be there to provide, hence mana crystals are used, they are batteries in short. They are usually found deep in the labyrinths and are formed when the dense mana is present there because of the monsters. Over time it gathers in a place and gets materialized. If I'm mining them and making a profit, then I won't want to reveal the location of the labyrinth since I don't want other people to come there too. Same as it was when the gold and diamond mines were found back in my former world. And how much will be the reward money? She queried. 50,000 huh? She almost jumped in surprise. Isn't that a bit too much for a quest like this? Well, I want the best protection. My life is very dear to me, but keeping the reward this high will only cause problems for you, she said. I knew what she was trying to say. If the adventurers will see a normal grade quest of labyrinth exploration, where the location of the labyrinth isn't specified but the cost is way too high, then it is ought to raise suspicion. Most people won't take on quests like this. I don't really care about that. If they don't have the courage to take this quest, then I won't want someone like that to protect me. This was a shitty reason, but it confirmed the counter lady to register my quest. Pay the money here, she implied as she pointed toward the machine which read the transaction cards and took money from it. Your total will be 52,000 50,000 for the quest reward, and 2,000 is our service fee. Okay, I'll do it. I put my card on the machine, and in a few seconds the payment. I looked at my card and the numbers that indicated my account balance had changed once again. I see. I will come next morning then. With that, I left the counter and then the Adventurers Guild building. The sun had almost set, and now I had to book an inn to stay the night. I began walking toward the direction where I had seen the inns when I entered the town. What did you do that for? Someone asked. It was Charles who'd been quiet till now. It doesn't matter to you, and you'll get to know tomorrow anyway. How are you so sure that someone will accept your quest by tomorrow? Sigh, there's no lack of greedy people in the world. Even if my quest looks suspicious, someone will eventually accept it for the money. The probability is 8 out of 10. And what about the mana crystals? Are you really here for them? What if I was? I'd be disappointed. You don't really look like the type who'll do all this just for making money from the crystals, and considering we don't have a team mining them is impossible. Treating a teacher like a dog, I never thought I'll see a day like this in my life. The more time I spend with you, the more convinced I become that you're not a normal student. Theoretically, I'd booked a room in an inn to spend the night, but I wasn't really sleeping. This was my second night without sleep, and I had to do this because of Charles. I don't trust that guy in the least. Even if he is sleeping right now, I can't say when he'll attack. I know this is a bit of overthinking from my side, but you can never stay enough cautious. I hold my life very dear, and if now I died because of some silly assumption, I'm mad at that. He can't possibly kill me in this condition. I'll die again from the shame and disappointment in myself. Due to that line of thought, I spent the whole night rolling here and there on the bed I was provided with. From time to time, I glanced at Charles, who was passed out on the floor, and no matter how many times I did that, his position wasn't changing anytime soon. If you ask me, it was a little hard to stay awake when you're this tired, and of course, I was tired after the whole faking my death thing, then traveling for a day to this town, and how can I forget the stab wound Charles gave me? It had healed since I bought and drank a healing potion before leaving the capital city, but that potion was sold in the slum area and wasn't of the best quality. It might have healed my skin, but I still felt the pain then and now. Thinking back on it now, it was the tingling and piercing pain that kept me from falling asleep accidentally. It wasn't particularly good, but, well, let's leave it at that. The next day I woke up, or rather, just got out of bed. I was feeling a little dizzy, so I first drank some water, and then in the bathroom that was attached to the room, I went and washed my face. Coming back, I looked at myself in the mirror, and I clearly had dark circles underneath my eyes. I was looking sleep-deprived. Anyway, I wore my cloak over the academy uniform. Yeah, I only had the uniform as clothes. When Charles kidnapped me, I was wearing this, and since then I never cared to change. A part of it was because I'd have to carry it around. There was a chance that someone might recognize me due to the uniform, but the cloak was helping with that. Wake up, you bastard, we have to go. I cursed as I landed a hard kick on Charles's stomach. He was still sleeping on the floor, but it was already time. He grumbled in pain as he clenched his stomach, then he slowly got up with a clearly frustrated look on his face. Can't you do it more peacefully? He asked rudely. I don't hear peace talk from your mouth. Shut up and get ready. He clicked his tongue and stared at me with a very angry expression on his face. It was like he'll attack me any time now. But that didn't happen. After staring at me for a couple of minutes, he went to the bathroom when I increased the length of his chain and then came out. He was already wearing his cloak as he never took it off last night, was sleeping on the floor, and it was kind of me to not provide him with a blanket so his body can adapt to the cold. When everything was ready, I shortened his chains and then left the inn. Are you sure someone would have taken the quest? Charles asked as we walked down the path to the Adventurers Guild. We'll see for ourselves once we get there. Right now, my goal was to go inside a certain labyrinth. Because inside that labyrinth is the item I want, one that'll make me strong. The novel covered the part where Leon explored the labyrinth, hence I knew its layout and how to descend the floors. However, in the novel, he went to that labyrinth after a long time in the novel, and at that time he had 4 girls in his harem. Due to the numbers, clearing the labyrinth was easier, and with the help of the plot armor, no one died. But from what I know, that labyrinth is capable of killing you if you're not careful, and there's no way I was going into it alone, or just with Chalice considering that I don't have plot armor. Yes, I know the structure and how it's laid all well, but even then I can't do it alone. That's why I need a few disposable tools that can do the work for me and keep me safe while I acquire that item. And the more people will have, the fewer chances of me being the one to die will be. All that talk about mining the mana crystals was, of course, fake. The labyrinth I was talking about was hidden from the rest of the world just like a labyrinth with mana crystals in it should be, so there'll be no place of suspicion. The time was around 8 a.m., and while the sun wasn't entirely up in the sky yet, there was enough light everywhere to walk easily. As I passed through the plaza where the guild building was, I saw that people had woken up. The shopkeepers were opening their shops and the adventurers were going to the guild. The air around here was a bit cold and fresher than that of the Sidith. Main reason for that was probably the forest surrounding the town. Soon, I reached the guild building and entered through the door. There weren't as many people inside as there were yesterday, but it still held a good amount of adventures in it. Walking up to the counter, I placed my hands on the wooden furniture and the lady, same one as yesterday, greeted me as soon as she noticed me. Has anyone accepted the quest? I asked. Yes, there is one party who accepted it soon after you left, she replied. With that, I looked over to Charles, who was standing behind me. There was no need for words. Where are they? Please come with me, she said, and then, through a small door, she came to the other side of the counter where I was standing. I, along with Charles, followed, and she took us to a table where a group of 3 people was sitting. Now, what do we have here? I thought as I saw who those people were. Hey, Ichigo, we met again, said one of the 3 people. The ones sitting on the table and the ones who'd accepted my quest were the 3 adventurers I met on the wagon. Hey, Ichigo, we met again, said one of the 3 people. He was Speen, the one who called out my name, or at least the name I'd given him. These are the people who accepted your quest. Do you already know each other? The lady asked. Well, kinda, I replied. At the same time, Charles stared at me in the same way as I had done before. Maybe it was revenge or something, I don't know. Have a great time exploring then, the lady said, and then left. What a coincidence, Ichigo. Speen spoke with a bright face as he stood up and looked at me with his sparkling eyes. Yeah, a coincidence indeed, I repeated. Anyway, why did you accept this quest? I asked as I sat on the bench that was placed around the table. We saw your name under the quest poster. The reward was also high and there wasn't much to do, so we took it, Speen explained. Yesterday, before I left the lady at the counter, she had asked my name and I, of course, told her that my name was Ichigo. I can't risk giving away my real name after all. Maybe that's how he got to know that I was the one who posted this quest. But why did you leave early, Ichigo? I thought our destination is the same, so we'll come to the town together. Fabian appealed. Till now he was sitting quietly. Well, no. He and Zara were arguing over something in a low, whispering voice. You guys were asleep, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I left you alone. I see. Though we woke up soon after, the driver was not kind enough to let us sleep. Are you guys done with this shit talking? Can we go do this quest quickly? I want to end this quickly. Zara blustered as she stood up and smacked the table with her fists. Calm down, Zara. The quest isn't going anywhere. Fuck you. With that, Speen's attempt to cool down the atmosphere failed. It's alright, I agree with Zara here. I'd be better if we finished this quickly, I interjected. I mean, I don't want to stay here for long either. There are still some things I've left back in the academy which I'm worried about, like Anya. Though I have told Ellen to take care of her so that she won't get fucked by Leon as it happened in Lollipop's novel, but I can't trust her completely. I needed to go back as soon as possible. Now, since I was also supporting the idea, Zara gained some more confidence as she glared at Speen and Fabian. Thus, all we did was eat breakfast toger, which we got in the guild building, by the way, and after that left for the quest. While we were walking down the path that went out of the town and toward the forest, Fabian came close to me and started walking side by side. Please don't take anything Zara said to heart, as I've told you before. She is just like this, he said. I know that already. She's not in the best mood for this quest since she never wanted to do it in the first place. But Speen insisted that we should do this quest because the reward was good and of course it was from you. I hope you understand, he assured with a calming smile. I do, I really do, like I care. And for some reason, Charles was constantly smirking the whole time. Was it because the ones to take my quest are these people? If he was thinking that I'll hesitate only because I know them already, then he is dead wrong. I just wanted some disposable tools to help me survive the labyrinth, and I got them. It doesn't matter who they are. That's all it is. After walking for a few hours, we reached the destination, the labyrinth. Right now we were standing in the middle of the forest that surrounded the town, and in front of us was a hilly area. The rocky slopes started low, but as you moved forward, their height increased with each step you took. It was here where the Durandreg mountain range started. Are you sure this really is the place? Speen asked as he looked around and scratched his head. His doubts were reasonable. I'd stopped them in the middle of this forest in a slightly open area. Behind us were all trees, and in front was a small river that supplied the town with water. And besides, that river was a mountain slope that stood 30 ft in height. The scenery was nice as we could hear the sounds of birds chirping, but there was no sign of a labyrinth. Yeah, we are in the right place, I clarified and reassured, and then moved forward toward the slope. Charles behind me, since his hand and leg cuffs were still attached to the chain I was holding. Reaching near the slanting wall of the slope, I first searched for something all around it, and then when I was unable to find it, I took a deep breath and then blew a burst of air from my mouth on the wall. A great amount of dust was blown off and the surface came out a lot clearer. Then I found it. I was standing in the wrong place. What I was searching for was a few steps beside me. It was a big, human-sized magic circle engraved on the stone slope. This was the entrance to the labyrinth. I was able to find it in one go because Lollipop was kind or lazy enough to set it up in a hard-to-find location. In his novel, when Leon went out to find the labyrinth, he was able to do so very easily. And it was written that the entrance to the labyrinth will be opened through a magic circle that is printed on a long mountain slope which is just beside the river. This was the only river in this forest, and this was the only slope just beside it, so it didn't take much longer to find it though. I do have to walk around in circles to find this place, since I didn't know the exact location. Dang, now if this isn't something, Speen exclaimed from behind. Come, this is the labyrinth we're going into, I said as I pointed toward the dark passageway. The trio came forward, and it was clear that all of them were surprised by the current change of event. Maybe even Zara, who was doing this quest unwillingly, had a spark of curiosity lit inside her. Are you sure this is the right way? Fabian tried to confirm. Yeah, fine then. It's just that I didn't know there was a labyrinth in this forest, he mumbled as he came close to me. We all entered the passage one by one, and because the job of Speen's party was to protect me, the first to enter was him, then went Zara, after that me, and behind me was Fabian. As we all were inside the labyrinth, we hear a sizzling sound that came from behind. Then out of nowhere, everything turned pitch black. The sunlight coming from the outside vanished. The door, it's closed. Speen shouted when he turned back to see what had happened. I also did the same, and the door was, of course, closed off. The circular piece of rock which had disappeared after I activated the magic circle had materialized, again blocking off the entrance. Don't worry, I've entered this labyrinth once before, and that is an automatic door. It can be opened again, just like I did from the outside. I explained and calmed everyone. I see, it almost gave me a panic attack, Speen sighed. Once this problem was solved, we moved forward again. Zara, said Fabian as he called out her name. I know, all right, she fumed in response. Then she held her staff straight forward and chanted an incantation. It was different from anything I'd heard at the academy, probably because she'd learned magic from a different academy, and it's a different incantation of the same spell. Soon, a ball of light appeared on top of the green gem that was attached to the tip of her staff. It was a controlled fireball that was now working as a lamp and illuminating the surrounding area. Good, let's go then, said Speen and led the group forward. Following him, we moved forward. At this point, Speen had his sword in his hands and Fabian had his bow ready. Zara already was holding her staff. If I go by the novel, then right now, we were on the first out of 5 floors of this labyrinth. From what I could see with the aid of the light of Zara's fireball, this floor was pretty much like a normal cave in the beginning. But as we ventured further into the labyrinth, the flat and straight ground changed into a slanting one that took us downward. As we descended to the floor, the rocks on the walls, ceiling, and ground became sharper and rough. At some point, they were so sharp and edgy that you'd get a cut if you rubbed your hands on them. Thigh were like blades. After a walk of around 15 to 20 minutes, the narrow passage we were walking into opened up into a big, spacious area. The visibility here was completely zero, and the only light was coming through Zara's fireball. This was a roughly square-shaped area with several rocky spikes coming out of the ground. They were not long enough to stab you, but you'll sure get a wound if you step on them. Hence, we were moving carefully. However, this wasn't going to go as peaceful as it was till now. This was a labyrinth, after all a literal nest of monsters. We heard a screeching sound, and that was enough to make everyone put their guard up. Maybe this was not the first protection job Speen's party got, since they quickly took their positions and surrounded me and Charles. Fabian was in front, Zara on my right, and Speen was covering both my back and left side as he had a sword as a weapon. Here they come. Speen alerted, tightening his grip on the sword. Though for a moment nothing happened, it was quiet, a bit too quiet in fact. Only the sounds of our breathing resounded, and from somewhere I could hear the slight sound of water. Creech. With that sound, something jumped on Speen. It was sudden, but he was not shaken by it since he already predicted this to happen. He struggled a little to shake the creature off his body. It had landed on his sword, so he shook his sword down strongly, and then whatever it was, it crashed to the ground. Zara put light to it, and then the face of the creature came into sight. It was a spider. No, its size was slightly bigger than a spider, so maybe it was a monster that looked like one. But since I don't know its name, let's call it the spider for now. Careful, it isn't dead yet, Fabian warned. I know. Speen repeated multiple times and then moved toward the spider, but to his surprise, it wasn't there. Where'd it go? You idiot, look above you, Zara shouted as she turned toward Speen. He instantly looked above his head and on the wall, though he still was too late. The spider had recovered from the previous blow, and it jumped at him again. This time its sharp teeth were out and shining. It landed on Speen's face and drilled the sharp fangs into his face, gouging out his eyeballs. No, wait, that's what should have happened. Strong swish, strong, a fireball ball sifted above our heads and went straight toward the spider. It collided with the spider and a small explosion covered it. The spider came crashing down to the floor. Web fluid came out of its mouth as it burned in Zara's magical fire. It released that piercing scream yet again as it struggled to survive, but was unable to do so in the end. In a few minutes, the fire burned it completely, but then the lights went off. After all, the fireball that Zara had launched was the one she was using as a lamp. Since casting, a new one would have taken time due to the long incantations. Everything went dark in an instant. The sound of a droplet of water dripping into a puddle resounded in the labyrinth. Zara, Speen commanded. He didn't particularly say anything, but just calling out the name was enough for her to understand. Ag, how many times do I have to say it, huh? You don't need to remind me of everything, she cursed hurriedly, and then began chanting the incantation. She finished it in about 5 seconds, and once again a shining ball of fire appeared above the green gem on the top of her staff. The light radiated from the fireball scattered in the whole area, illuminating our surroundings. Aren't there any more? Fabian released an arrow in Zara's direction before she could even speak. The arrow went at a great speed and passed above her head. Phew, that was close. Fabian exhaled in relaxation. What the fuck were you doing? Zara shouted at him. Look behind, huh? I said turn around and look, said Fabian as he pointed behind Zara with his right index finger. She turned and saw what he was referring to. Behind her on the ground lay another spider. An arrow was drilled in its head, and the insides were coming out its brains and blood. It was impossible for a normal arrow to do that since the spider's head was basically cracked open in half. So Fabian's arrows were either made out of a magic stela type of ore that's also found in the labyrinths and is filled with mana, or he was using his own mana to power the arrows up. Gross, Zara mumbled as she looked at the dead spider with disgust. It sure wasn't the best thing in the world to look at, but I thought they would have gotten used to seeing grotesque sights. Seems like I was wrong. Hey, this ain't the time to relax. More of them are coming, Speen announced. He was right. In the shade of Zara's light, I could see some shadows moving on the ceiling and walls. They were the spiders, and this time they were more than one. Everyone, get into positions and don't let your guard down, and make sure not a single one of them can reach Ichigo, Speen declared as he readied his sword and got into the battle posture. Zara and Fabian nodded and took a battle posture as well. Fabian took out 3 arrows from his quiver and loaded all of them at the same time. Zara chanted a few more incantations, and now there were a total of 5 fireballs floating on top of her staff. The light coming from them, of course, increased as well, and now I was able to clearly see the spiders. And to be honest, there were a lot of them. Crawling on the ceiling and walls, all of their bodies were pitch black with 8 legs attached out of their lower stomach like normal spiders. They had 2 long and razor-like fangs coming out of their mouth, and they had shining crimson eyes that were looking at us as of this moment. These are probably low-level monsters. While they can't be much of a threat alone, but if a group or whole colony attacks, you are more or less finished. At least that's what their description said in the novel. I can take them out by creating a big firestorm with my elemental magic, but why should I? I'll wait until all of these adventurers are either worn out or killed. After all, I've saved up my mana for latter. Can't afford to get stressed out now. They are coming, Speen warned, and the next moment the spiders jumped down to the floor at once. The 3 adventurers covered me in chals as they got ready to take on the monsters. The first to attack was Fabian. He released the 3 arrows he was holding, all together. Piercing the air with a whistle, the arrows flew toward the spiders. 2 of them hit their targets, which was the head of the spiders, but the last one missed. He instantly reloaded 3 more arrows and launched them again and again. He repeated the process. 2 spiders came crawling at Speen. Without wasting a single second, he stabbed one of them with his sword. However, when he was about to pull out his sword and go for the second one, he suddenly felt as if his movements were being disturbed by something. Then he realized that the spiders on the walls and ceilings were spraying their web on him. Currently, his whole back was painted in white, and half of his arms too. If it went on like this, then it won't be long before he turns into a ball of the sticky web. He somehow pulled his sword from the spider's corpse and then tried to remove the web from his body, but it was so sticky that instead of tearing off, it was getting stuck on his palms too. Damn it, this is irritating, he grumbled. Opposite Speen was Zara. As soon as the spiders began their assault, she used her fireballs and propelled them toward the monsters. This time, since the spiders were close to each other, one fireball at least burned two of them at once. She then hurled another one at the spiders and took out two more. She was constantly chanting the incantations too, so new fireballs were appearing whenever she ran out of them. The spiders were not stopping despite the fact that they were getting massacred, but neither was she. "Hey, Zara, I think I need a little bit of help here," said Speen. The upper half of his body was almost covered with a thick layer of spider web, hence he wasn't able to move properly. The web was also stuck to his palms, so he wasn't able to hold his sword properly too. "Can't you see I'm busy here?" Zara responded. She was right, even replying was hard for her since she had to stop with the incantations for that time. "Please, please, please, otherwise I'll really die," he pleaded. "Ah, fine." She cleared the spiders that were near her with the fireballs she already had, and then began with a new incantation. Apparently, this was a short one. She finished it instantly, finishing off the spell by shouting its name as the final part of the incantation, Conjurinio Vexectus, she said as she held her staff up in the air. A surge of scarlet lightning brewed around the gem of her staff before she pointed it toward the horde of spiders coming at her. The lightning, as red as blood, struck down the earth. A loud thundering sound was heard as crimson flashed all around the cave since she'd used all the fireballs beforehand, so the only light remaining in the cave was of the flashing lightning. The lightning exploded over the spiders and electrocuted a number of them, at least 10 or 15, before it cooled down and vanished into thin air. Instantly after that, Zara created two more fireballs, one she kept for illuminating the area, and tossed the other one toward Spinuho, who was still struggling with the spiders and defending himself by kicking the shit out of them and surviving somehow. The fireball sent by Zara landed on his back and swiftly burned the spider web on him. As the fire was controlled, it extinguished before harming his skin. "Fuck you, do you even know how much mana that spell took?" Zara, as usual, wasn't happy about this, hence she didn't even try to talk more and went back to killing spiders with her constant fireballs. Since Speen had been taught a lesson by the spiders, this time he fought more carefully and avoided being entangled in the webs. Fabian, on the other hand, was going just fine. He was using a bow and arrows, so he killed the spiders even before they reached him, and his speed in changing between arrows was above average too. However, there was just this one little problem. He didn't have an infinite supply of arrows. Sure, his quiver was fully packed with them, but they certainly weren't going to last forever. Probably he knew it too. "Take this," Speen bellowed as he shoved his sword deep into a spider's head. Pushing it even further, he finally chopped off its head in half. Blood splattered all over the ground. Without wasting any time, he quickly turned to his side. He was just about in time before a spider jumped on him from the wall. He held his sword straight. The spider sprayed its web on Speen, but he didn't flinch. He swung his sword diagonally and cut the spider in two parts before it could land on the ground. Realizing that there weren't many spiders around anymore, he took a breath of relief and relaxed his body a bit and provided it with some oxygen. He wiped the blood off his face that had splashed there when he was slashing the monstrous spiders. "How are things on your side?" he asked loudly. Zara and Fabian weren't that far from him, but even so he asked without turning around because he couldn't afford to let his guard down and look in a different direction. Who knows when more monsters might come. "Their numbers are decreasing," Fabian replied at the same time when he released an arrow, and it dug itself deep inside a spider's eye. "Oh, there's one more," he murmured as he shot another arrow. "This one was targeted at the ceiling right above my head." "Careful, Ichigo," he warned. Following his advice, I looked up and then stepped aside. Soon a corpse of a spider came crashing down on the ground at the place where I was standing a few seconds ago. "Ah, don't mention it. Protecting you is our job, after all." She was constantly using her spells, and it was not strange if she was running out of mana at this point. It was understandable. They were fighting for about half an hour now. Yeah, the spiders didn't stop coming, hence almost all three of them were tired by now. I was observing, and both Fabian and Speen's movements had gotten slower in the last 10 minutes. Zara's spells were also less efficient, no maybe, because she was trying to not use much mana. "Ah, fuck you, you insects." Zara cursed, aiming 3 fireballs at the single spider in front of her. At the same time, Fabian shot 3 other spiders to death that were also before her. With this, there weren't any spiders left anymore. "Are they gone?" Speen asked. He still wasn't moving from his position, since he was in charge of guarding both my rear and left side. "I think so," Fabian responded. "This sure took a while." "It did." Fabian looked around, scanning the area for any other spiders if there were any left. "Did indeed," he repeated. It was confirmed that this was all of them. It took them a while, but there weren't any more monsters left on the first floor of the labyrinth. Probably. Coming to the labyrinth, by the way, the area in which we were standing right now was a mess. Mountains of monster corpses were lying all over the ground and the walls were coated in spiderweb. It also smelt bad due to all the spiders Zara had burned to death. It was the smell of burned meat. And it stinks, honestly. "Sigh, finally it ended. I think I need just a bit of rest." Zara trailed off and all of a sudden she fell to the ground. Zara. Fabian ran toward her instantly, sat down and put her head in his lap. She's knocked out, he clarified. Maybe it's because of mana exhaustion, I said as I moved toward her while carefully avoiding stepping on the corpses. Og, it's my mistake then. Because of me she'd to use that powerful spell, Speen claimed as he came running toward Zara. That was a powerful spell. Well, maybe according to their standard it was. Don't blame yourself, Speen. Maybe she's just tired due to continuous fighting like us. It was probably a bit hard on her. Probably that's why she fainted, Fabian demurred. But it looked like Speen still wanted to say something, but decided otherwise in the end. Let's let her rest and recover first. The exploring can wait for later, I implied. Of course, I normally wouldn't have stopped for something like this. But she was still alive and can be of use. It's always better to have 3 than 2, after all. I'm very thankful to you for that, said Fabian as he laid Zara on the ground carefully and put her stuff away. 1 hour later, we were still waiting for Zara to wake up. Fabian was sitting next to her in case she needed anything, which, I don't know how it can be possible. I mean, she was unconscious right now. While Speen and I were sitting in a corner where there weren't any corpses, Charles was at a distance from me. It's strange, isn't it? Speen implored. Maybe he caught me staring at them, which I was doing for a few minutes now. I mean, I was curious. That guy was just sitting beside her, just sitting, nothing else. No, well, I guess it is, I replied. But that's just how it is. That's how love is, he asserted. Love, huh? This brings back nostalgic feelings and not good ones. Wait. You mean they are in a relationship? I asked hurriedly, as if I was interested in the topic. I'll let you in on a secret, as they are, even though they won't admit it, he revealed. From the looks of his face it seems like he was having fun telling me this. And it wasn't like I was interested in this or anything, but I won't miss an opportunity to grab extra information. He started this conversation to get a reaction out of me probably because he was bored, and I was just giving him that reaction, encouraging him to tell me more as the result. So what you're saying is that they both like each other but won't say it. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Funny, isn't it? I mean, if you like each other, then simply say so. The worst that'll happen is that you'll get rejected, which won't happen in their case. But that's it. I've been rejected more times than I can count. That's some complicated shit, I commented. It is indeed. I just found something interesting. They were in love partners. If so, then, this can help me in the future. I'm sure the results will be better than what they would have been if I didn't know about this. 2 hours later, Zara finally woke up. It turned that she'd really fainted due to mana exhaustion. It was all your fault. If it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't have to use that spell. She shouted at Speen right after she gained control over her body. Fabian tried to calm her down, but it was of no use. Finally, when the atmosphere calmed down, we decided to move further into the labyrinth. While Zara was fainted, Fabian and Speen had also rested and recovered their energy. Hence, we were on the move once again. Passing through the spider corpses, we soon left them behind and ventured again into the depths of the labyrinth. The passage we were going through was not narrow like the one we started through, but it wasn't as spacious as the area where we fought the spiders either. As we were walking forward, my eyes fell on the walls. There were spider nests all over the place, and some of them even had bones stuck in them. Zara's mana had restored, so she was using her fireball to illuminate the path, which gave the walls a golden shine, and I also felt warmth since I was close to her. We were again the formation with Zara on the front. Behind her was Speen, then I and Charles, and in the rear was Fabian. Do you know where are we going? Since I can't map this place at all, said Speen as he glanced back at me. Well, I haven't come this far before due to the monsters, but I do have a general idea on where we had to go, I derived. For once, I wasn't lying here. I really didn't know the exact way to reach the item I'm searching for. In Lollipop's novel, Leon directly jumped from floor to floor with the help of his system that allowed him to explore labyrinths in a more efficient way. Due to that, I didn't know the exact way to reach the floors, so I was just moving based on the information I gathered on the labyrinths of this world. Before starting this whole thing, and so far there was only one way to go forward, so it wasn't much of a choice anyway. Can you all also hear that sound which I'm hearing right now? Fabian asked. What sound? Speen queried. Well, it's like the sound off like water, as if there's a river somewhere near us, and the sound is getting louder and louder as we move. Let me see. Speen stopped in his tracks, and so did Zara, and I closed his eyes and brought his hand close to his ears in a funnel-type shape. Then he looked as if he was trying to focus and try to hear the sound Fabian was talking about. Ah, I do hear something like that, he said after a few minutes of silence. I kinda know what he was talking about. I was hearing the same sound from the time they were fighting the spiders. At first I thought that water was dripping into a puddle from some stone or something, but as we went further into the labyrinth, I came to realize that it was more like the sound of a waterfall, and it was most likely coming from the direction we were going to. I hear it too, I added. How long are you all gonna stand here hearing some sound or whatever, huh? Is that what we came here for? Hey Ichigo, weren't you here to mine those crystals? Zara chipped in. Oh come on Zara, it isn't like we spent our whole life here, said Speen in a sarcastic tone. I'm really not in the mood to hear anything from you, so you better shut up unless you want another one of these fireballs, and this time they won't extinguish before burning your skin." She fumed and turned around to give a death stare to Spenna. Maybe it worked, since it seems as though Speen broke into a cold sweat. And it turns out she was still pissed about the thing with Speen. Speen didn't want to anger her even more, hence he zipped his mouth and began walking again. Around 20 minutes later, we reached another open space, not as big as the last one though. We did stumble upon some more spider monsters on the way, but because they weren't in a big group, they were taken care of easily. Coming back to the situation right now, we finally knew where that sound was coming from. The place where we were standing right now was a spacious area, as I've mentioned before, and it was probably diamond-shaped. The length of the spikes coming out of the ground was slightly bigger, and there was even some moss at certain places. But aside all that, on the right side of this area was indeed a stream of water that was getting its supply of water through a small waterfall coming from the ceiling. Seeing this, I determined that the water was probably the water of the river, the one we saw outside. We stepped inside the place and looked around. After a few minutes of research, we realized that there were no monsters here. Then maybe this isn't the second floor, I thought. Sure, this somewhat looked like the second floor of this labyrinth I've read in Lollipop's novel, but if there ain't no monster here, then most likely this isn't what I think it is. However, there was no way to get out of this area either. There were no other passages connected to here other than the one we came through, and the one where the river was going in Tothai's almost looked like a dead end. I walked up to the stream and stood beside it. The direction its water was flowing looked like a tunnel similar to the train tunnels they had in my former world, but a small version of it. "I think this is the way," I announced. "You sure?" Speen inquired. "Yeah, pretty sure. I mean, this is the only other way that's leading somewhere." "That is true." "Okay, let's go then. Not like we'll get anything from wasting time here." Everyone agreed to that, so we put our feet into the stream of water, which was around 30 centimeters deep, I think, and began walking in the direction where the water was flowing. Now, as we walked further, the surface started getting slippery, and it was hard to maintain balance. You even fell many times. There was a reason for it. The ground was leaning in one direction the more we moved forward. If I had to explain it simply, then I'd say that from few meters away from the waterfall, the ground was titled into a 35 or 40-degree angle. This made the stream work like a water park slide, and we were falling down. This went on for a few more minutes before, "Oh fuck, I'm going down." "Zara, stop me. I mean, hold my hand or leg or whatever you can and stop me." "Ah fuck, I'm going down, I'm going down, I'm going down." Speen tripped and fell, this time completely. Thus we were probably nearing the end. He started going down the path, just like the kids in a water slide. He begged Zara for help, but the icy stare she gave him was probably the most cruel thing I've ever seen. Just kidding. Though this didn't change the face that she enjoyed the scene as Speen slid down the watery path and get devoured by the darkness. Who knows, maybe she was smiling inside. She was also barely on her feet because she was supporting herself on the staff she had by planting it down to the ground, but even that wasn't going to last long. Eventually, she also fell and went down the same path as Speen, and so did I, Fabian and Charles. I increased the length of Charles's chain in between so that I can avoid getting tangled with him. A few seconds of a not-so-good ride later, we landed into a pool of water with a splash. The pool wasn't as deep as to drown us, but it was deep enough that the water was up to our neck. One by one, we got out of the water, and somehow got the water out of our clothes by clenching onto them without taking our clothes, of course. When we were done, my eyes caught the sight of what was in front of us. In front of me was a scenery that could easily be described as beautiful and charming. This was a big space, the biggest we've seen so far in the labyrinth. It was cut in a square-shaped design and had hard corners. The ceiling was closed off with stone and the walls were of the same material. But there were green vines tangled everywhere, starting from the ceiling to the walls and finally down to the ground. There were also different sorts of plants scattered across the place. Some were planted in the ground while some on the walls. Finally coming to the ground, it was made not of stone but of pure soil and long wild grass on top of it. All this was giving the whole area a greenish vibe and a cozy atmosphere. Zara turned her fireball spell off as we stepped forward. After all, there was no need for it anymore. The leaves of the plants were glowing in the shade of mint and emitting light, thus illuminating the whole place perfectly. Yeah, we were here in the second floor of this labyrinth. Now I know why there was moss where we stopped behind. That part of the labyrinth was basically above the second floor, and some of the plants from here were going there through the ceiling. I don't know how that was possible considering the ceiling was made of stone, but that's the only possible explanation I have. Also, the plants on this floor were probably using the river to live, as there was a pool of water on this floor directly connected to the stream of water through which we came down. "This is beautiful. Doesn't look like a labyrinth filled with monsters at all," Speen mumbled, but is loud enough to be heard by everyone present here. "Yeah, this is nothing like the labyrinths we have gone into before," Fabian voiced his thoughts. "Why don't you let me free? Maybe I'll be able to fight some of the monsters," Charles whispered. Since he was close to me only I was able to hear him. You really think I will? He didn't say anything after that and just walked beside me. We were walking for a few minutes now. Speen and Fabian were admiring the beauty of this floor, while Zara was just quiet. Say, Ichigo, how far is the place where I have to find those crystals? Speen queried. The mine is supposed to be at the very bottom of the labyrinth. There are 5 floors in this labyrinth, and I think we're on the second one right now, so probably 3 more floors to go. 5 floors, huh? Ain't that a bit low for labyrinths? I mean, they usually have 5,100 floors at least from what I've heard. The largest one ever discovered had over 1,000 floors in it. Can you even imagine? A whole country can fit into that. This one's for mining, that may be a reason, but I don't know for sure why it has such low floors, I clarified. Well, not like I'm complaining about anything. It's better for us the fewer floors it has, ha ha ha, he stated, but why the laughter? This was true that this labyrinth had few floors, but the further you move, the more dangerous they became. The starting floors weren't so troublesome, but from the 3rd floor onward, the threat level shifted massively. And by threat level, I mean the type of monsters in there, their strength, level, numbers, etc. Still, though, a labyrinth with 1,000 floors. I might look into it later since nothing like that was in Lollipop's novel. I mean, it wasn't even possible that guy doesn't have the creativity to make 1,000 floors and keep each different from the other. Hey, you all wait for a second. Zara said out of the blue and then stopped in her tracks. Huh, Zara, what's the matter? Speen asked and stopped as well since she was blocking his way as she was in the front. I think I saw something moving right there, near that wall, she explained. What? Really? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't an illusion or my imagination. Something's on my leg. Her normal speech suddenly turned into a scream. Immediately after that, she collapsed into the grass and was somehow pulled forward, away from us. It was as if something were really pulling her from her legs. After sliding roughly on the ground, she was pulled up in the air, and there we saw it. A long and thick green vine was wrapped around her right leg, and right now she was hanging from it in midair. The next moment, a plant that had been standing on the side of the wall like a normal plant started moving. Yeah, it was literally moving. Its roots came out of the ground and were shaped like legs. It had 6 of them. Then it moved to the center, and the vine holding Zara also moved up in the air at the same time. Turned so that the vine was attached to the tree came to the center and hanged Zara upon itself. Its trunk then split apart from the middle and curled outward. A long mouth-like opening was revealed, and the tree apparently had razor-sharp teeth inside its trunk. The tree then began to bring Zara toward its mouth. Seeing this snap both Speen and Fabian back to reality, who'd been stunned by this change of events. Zara, Speen shouted as he took out his sword from its sheath and ran toward the tree. At the same time, Fabian fired an arrow aimed at the vine that was holding her. However, none of them worked. Fabian's arrow was blocked off by another one of the tree's vines that took the arrow, and Speen fell to the ground as he noticed that his ankle was stuck in a vine too. He tried desperately to take out his leg, but it didn't work. Finally, seeing no other option, he touched the vine with his sword and then chopped it open. As soon as he was free, he turned toward Zara and ran at full speed. He didn't have much time. Her head was almost inside the tree's mouth. Mobilis noctendius, Zara screamed as she pointed her staff toward the plant monster's mouth. A charging up sound was heard as the gem on top of her staff absorbed light from the surroundings and then shone a white color. The next moment, a flaming ball of energy appeared in front of the gem. It looked like her normal fireballs, but was much bigger, and it burned in red color. The ball of energy was then shot inside the tree monster's mouth. The energy collided and then exploded inside what seemed to be the monster's throat. The explosion had a certain amount of energy that blew off the tree and burned it to a crisp within a matter of seconds. The vine holding Zara also burned and crumbled into black dust, and she was freed into midair. She landed on her knees to the ground before the burned monster by somersaulting. She got up and looked at Speen, who was now frozen in his tracks. He had a pale face and the expression he had seemed as if reality itself had betrayed him. "Why are you dozing off like that?" she asked him, shooting him a piercing glance at the same time. "What? I mean, I don't know. If you were able to save yourself, then why were you waiting the entire time?" He appealed hurriedly, his voice trailing off. "What type of question is that? I just waited for the right time, that's all. If I'd attacked him while I was at a distance, then maybe he wouldn't have died in one shot," she stated and then walked past him. "Where's Fabian?" she queried as she looked at me and then back at Speen. He turned toward us and then rolled his eyes and scanned the place in search of Fabian. "He was just there a few moments ago," he stated as he pointed toward a spot behind. What he was saying was true. Fabian had been behind me when he fired the arrow toward the tree monster. I also turned around to look, but now he really wasn't there. Then where'd he go now? You can't say he just disappeared. Don't give me that shit. She barked at Speen. The irritated air she had quickly turned into anger, and she started searching for Fabian all over the place. Her face clearly depicted tension as her eyes desperately searched for him. Speen also started running over to each corner and looking for him. He went to the way we came from, but he wasn't even there. Meanwhile, I too pretended to search for him, but in reality I couldn't care less. However, as I was walking, the chain that was attached to Charles's handcuffs suddenly tightened. I looked over in that direction and saw that he was standing there alone and staring up at the ceiling with visible sweat on his face. "We don't have all day," I commanded as I pulled his chain, but he still didn't move from his place. Then he turned his head in Zara's direction. "Hey girl," he said, "I think your friend is up there." "Huh, where?" Upon Zara's question, he pointed at a certain part of the ceiling. Following his line of sight, Zara looked up, and as she did, she froze in her place. Her eyes widened as a scream left her mouth. Hearing the scream, Speen also came back, glanced in the same direction, and reacted the same way as she did. In the end, I also did the same and then understood the reason behind their actions. In the corner, between the wall and the ceiling, was Favian. He was completely surrounded by the thick, dark green vines that were coiled around him like snakes, and he was glued to the ceiling due to them. All of his body was covered with them. His mouth too, maybe that's why he wasn't able to scream and ask for help. As for why he got caught without anyone noticing, well, he was an archer and not good in close combat. So if a monster had taken him by surprise at close range, then I don't think he would have been able to put up much of a resistance. "Get yourself together, Zara. We can't be stunned like that. And as for you, you bastard," said Speen loudly as he stared at the monster that was holding Favian captive and pointed toward it with his sword. Growling like a mad dog, he ran in the monster's direction. Reaching close, he put a foot on the wall, applied pressure, and jumped upward. He threw a slash at the monster with all the power he could gather in his hands. The monster fended with a large vine. The blade and the vine clashed, but at the same time, another of the vines came at utmost speed and slapped Speen hard on his stomach. Before he could even think about a way to defend himself, he was thrown back to the ground. With a thud, he crashed onto the ground. Blood came out from his mouth, and his sword landed at a hand's distance away from him. He groaned in pain as he tried to get up, but then fell again. He hit the ground a little too hard, I guess. Well, this was bound to happen. The monster that had taken Favian captivine was probably slowly squeezing him to death was fully made out of thick and strong vines. Plus, he had the upper ground, which was the ceiling, and reaching there wasn't easy. Even if Speen somehow jumped there, as he did just now, he won't have the type of balance as he had on the ground, and he wouldn't be able to stay there and attack either. So attacking that monster physically was the most illogical thing you could do. Maybe it would have worked if Speen was a pro swordsman, but he was just a normal adventurer. In this case, the best way to save Favian as quickly as possible was by attacking the monster with long-range magic spells. Though I doubt even that will be possible, Zara was good indeed, but she doesn't have the type of mana to fight this monster, nor do I think she knows such spells after all. All she'd used till now were basic level spells. At this point, saving him was practically impossible, unless I interfere and do something. So now the question is, should I interfere or not? Well, I'm a bit skeptical about this one. Originally, I wasn't going to do anything as their lives don't matter to me. I don't care what happens to them as long as they play their role and safely lead me to the final floor. But now I've discovered something else, and it is the unsaid relationship between Zara and Favian. From the moment I heard about it, I instantly knew that it will come in handy. And it really can. I can increase the efficiency of my plan to a huge margin by using their relationship to my profit. Then I guess I should save him, after all. Because losing one member only on the second floor will cause trouble not much, but it'll take more time to finish all this. I'd thought that I won't have to act at least until the third floor, but what can we say? I can't afford to waste any more time, as I also have to get back to the academy as soon as I can before it can be revealed that I'm faking my death. So it is decided then. I'll save this guy for now so that he can be of use later on. I think that type of monster is weak against fire, I suggest, facing toward Zara, who was standing beside me. "I see, let me try some magic on it then," she said. This was the first time she was replying normally, but doesn't matter much, I guess. She nodded and then stared at the vine monster on the ceiling. It looked like a big octopus, but had vines instead of tentacles. Also, it only had the vines, and not any other part of the body. After scanning the monster from head to toe, or rather from vine to vine, she probably found a good opening, as the next second she extended her hands and pointed her staff toward the monster. She used the incantation of her normal fireball spells, but this time her incantations were faster and longer than the usual ones. 4 balls of bustling fire appeared before the gem on her staff. When it was done, she changed the incantation, and the balls came close and attracted each other. Reaching close enough that they were now sucking onto the other's fire, they finally collided and formed a single but big fireball that looked like a miniature version of the sun. Fireball. She shouted, and I had to say this was the most normal-sounding spell name she'd used till now. The big fireball was hurled straight in the direction of the vine monster. Cutting its way through the air, it was only a few meters away from it, and it was targeted at the spot where the monster had the least number of vines, but the vines that were there were the part of the same ones which were holding Favian. "Let's get this done with," I mumbled internally, fixated my eyes on the fireball, and concentrated. Suddenly the fireball opened and expanded into a rectangular cape of fire. Its temperature also increased as the flames turned red. This was me using my elemental magic to control the fire Zara had created. Since Zara didn't have the necessary mana required to finish the monster, I used the fire she created and increased its power and range. Also, just imagine how romantic it'll be if Fabian was saved by the girl he loved, and the experience Zara will get after saving the guy she loved. This was ought to strengthen their relationship, even if just a little. The cape of fire fell upon the vine monster. It tried to defend itself by using its vines as a way to put the burning cape of death out of its way, but its vines only got burned and passed through the cape since it was not a solid object. The creature struggled in pain as fire rained on him and his disgusting, plant-like body was burned painfully. I took care to control the fire precisely to not burn Fabian in the process, and well, after the practice I've done with elemental magic, doing this was a piece of cake. I directed the flames around the area where the vines were holding Fabian and burned them first before the rest of the monster's body could crumble. As soon as he got free, he dropped to the ground and landed on his knees. With him in the safe zone now, it didn't take me a minute to completely turn the monster into a powder of black ash. The flames vanished afterward and Fabian stood and came near us. Spenuho was still on the ground. Writhing in pain, slowly rose to his feet and walked on our side. "Yeah, we're great there." Fabian took a breath of relief as he complimented Zara. "Yeah, I didn't expect you to be that good in magic. You exceeded my expectations," Speen stated as he stood while clenching against his stomach. Maybe the pain hadn't gone away completely. And as for Zara, she was as surprised as everyone else about how the hell was she able to perform a spell such as that. But it probably was because she didn't want to ruin the mood. She didn't voice her confusion. "Are you all right?" she asked Fabian, handing over the bow to him, which was fallen on the ground till now. "I'm more or less fine, I guess. Just a bit of pain where that monster had squeezed me," he answered, taking the bow from Zara. "Honestly, that thing took me by surprise. I was standing there and aiming at the tree monster that was holding you when it came from above, bound my limbs so that I couldn't attack, and then coiled around me. Dang, man, at least scream or something if you're in situations like these. Do you even know how worried I was, huh?" My heart almost came out, and see, I also took a hit just for you, you see. "Just for you," Speen chimed in. He spoke as he supported himself against the wall. "Ha ha ha ha, you are absolutely and most certainly right about that. I indeed wanted you to say that since most of the time, it is you who goes around saving me," Speen giggled. "Yeah, you surely saved him." Be getting slumped on the ground, mind your words there. Fabian and Zara looked into each other's eyes, their cheeks puffed up as if they were trying to stop something, and finally, when they weren't able to hold it any longer, they burst out laughing. "I never thought that that girl knew how to smile," I pondered. "What's so funny, huh?" Speen raged, but then, maybe thinking back on his words, he also let out a laugh. "Hey you all, I don't think you should let your guard down," someone warned, and it was Charles whose words we heard. "Hey you all, I don't think you should let your guard down," someone warned, and it was Charles whose words we heard. "What do you mean, Mr. Slave?" Speen inquired. He was still calling Charles Mr. Slave. "Look behind you," Charles responded. Speen turned, and as he saw what was back there, he jumped away from the wall almost like a cat. "This looks bad," Speen sighed. "Yeah, for sure," Fabian agreed. "More like annoying," Zara corrected. The three adventurers went into battle mode yet again. Speen posed his sword, Fabian held his bow and loaded the arrows. Zara poured her mana into her staff and the gem on the top glowed. The three of them stood around me and Charles in a triangular position to defend us. At last, the tree monsters got away from the walls and formed their bodies. The main structure of each tree, which worked as the spine and the stomach, was made out of wooden trunks, and it was the same in each one of them. But it was different for the other parts of the body. Some had vines as hands while some had branches. Some had their head made of a big flower while some had them made out of bushes and long dog ears like leaves. Now that they were in a fixed shape, they looked a bit familiar to a fantasy monster named, and so I'll just call them that. If I'd to count their numbers, then there will be around 20 or 30 of them. Each of them was 6 to 7 feet in height, so they overpowered us to a huge extent. But there was no option other than fighting if we wanted to survive. Hence, as the Ents roared and screamed and closed the distance and attacked, the three adventured instantly countered. Speen slashed their branches with his sword, Fabian drilled their vines to the wall with his arrows and disturbed their movements, and Zara used her magic to burn the shit out of them. But despite all that, in less than a second, we were surrounded by a horde of Ents. If there had been any way to escape, now it was closed off. Battle cries left Speen's mouth as he chopped off the trees. It was obvious that he was having a bit of trouble. After all, he was slicing thick and hardwood, and it's not easy to be able to perform that kind of thing. Though the one with the most disadvantage was Fabian as an archer. He wasn't good in close combat, but the Ents were not just ready to attack him from a distance. The Ents were just wood, and he was also having the same problem as Speen to pierce through the hardwood. In fact, he had it even rough. One could cut the wood in half if they applied enough force, but to do that with mere arrows was impossible even if those arrows were bound with mana. so all he could do was target the vines, which were a little easier target. And while the two boys were trying hard to remain on the front lines, the girl Zara was having it easy here. From what I've observed, she used spells that used the fire element as her primary spells. Henceforth, she probably had good control over it. That helped her here since Ents were weak against fire. No matter how strong they become, they were still trees. It was actually funny how them being trees and having a body made of wood was giving troubles to Speen and Favian, while the same property was making it easier for Zara to finish them. Irony, I guess. She was using her fireballs and some other fire spells to burn the Ents, and she was able to do it quite easily. However, that wasn't enough. The balance between the three of them was not equal, and the formation was starting to crack. Favian was being pushed back and Speen remained at the same place, while Zara was charging forward as she got more ground. Oops, I murmured as I tidled to the side and dodged a vine that came at me with insane speed. I instantly activated my skill, Foresight, thus allowing myself to see 0.1 seconds into the future. I was practicing with this skill whenever I had free time, and now I knew that I can only focus on one thing and see its future. Like I can focus on the vines and monsters, and only their possible attacks will be visible to me, while the adventures and everything else will look normal. This was quite helpful since before, my vision always got messed up whenever I used this skill. But now it was not a problem, so I selected the vines and the monsters as the targets, and saw all the possible attacks they could perform in the next 0.1 seconds, and dodged a few more attacks that came afterward. Favian, what are you doing? Protect Ichigo, Speen commanded as he fended off against an Ent who had branched at its arms and was charging at Speen while some other Ents beside him whipped Speen with their vines. I can't. I'm not in a position to move. I'll die if I let my defense down even for a second, he replied. Right now Favian was struggling with two Ents at the same time since they were so close. He was also using his body to attack them and didn't rely only on the arrows. Zara, there are many of them on my side. They'll charge inside if I moved from here, she responded. As she was the one wiping most of their kin, the Ents were attracted toward her. She was facing 3 to 4 at the same time. No one was in a position to come and defend me, and then finally it happened. Speen, Favian, and Zara went so far from each other while facing the Ents that an opening was created, and several Ents rushed inside toward me. There was no one coming to fight for me, I guess I'll do it myself then. My hand reached for my waist, flipping aside the cloak. I snatched a blade that had been hanging inside a baldric. I brought it close to my face and checked the blade's sharpness and let myself get used to its grip. It was a dagger I'd bought before coming to the labyrinth. Shorter than a sword, it had a blade of about 12 centimeters in length and was slightly curved from the tip, just like the ones you get in the online FPP games in my former world. The vines came whipping at me, but with my Foresight activated, stepping aside from their path, I swished the dagger in the air and smoothly incised the vines into 2 parts. Hey, that was a good one. Ichigo didn't know you can handle a blade too, Speen exclaimed as he forcefully drilled his sword into a big cherry-colored flower which happened to be an Ent's head. Well, I replied as I cut through multiple vines that were aiming for me. I have to have at least one way to defend myself. I can't say what'll happen in the future. Yeah, that's true. You can't predict the way of the labyrinth. They are just that troublesome. Will you two stop chatting for a while and care to help me? I'm sorry, but I'm not good against these types of monsters, said Favian, looking at us with a face full of sweat. Some of it was even dripping inside his eyes. I can't leave this side knot for now, I think. These things are just so annoying. They are coming back no matter how much I cut them. I can't move from this place until I clear the horde on my side, otherwise they would get an opening and can attack us from behind, Speen stated. He was right. Due to Favian being pushed back, the triangular formation on his and Zara's had already broken. For now I was holding back the monsters coming from that opening, but if Speen moved from his place, then the formation on both sides between Speen and Zara and between Speen and Favian will fall apart, and then Ents will come from all the 3 sides. That'll be a pain. Ichigo, I hate to ask this, but can you please help Favian? We are in a really tight situation right now, Speen requested. I don't know how much I'll be able to help, but I will try, I responded after cutting another one of the vines in half. I pulled Chao's chain and pulled him close to myself. I'm going to release the chains for a bit of time. Don't try anything funny. The chains binding him turned to dust and vanished, but the handcuffs and leg cuffs still remained. Can't take too much risk, after all. Don't worry, I agree with Speen here. We're not in the situation to care about such things, I said as I clenched the hilt of my dagger and stretched, taking a fighting posture. I'd barely gone above average in fighting with the sword, and here I am switching to a dagger. The difference in weight is huge, and I'm having trouble balancing my body to it. Sometimes I apply too much force behind the attack that it puts me off balance, or I apply too less force and the attack never reaches the target. Maybe if it weren't for the Foresight skill, then I think I would have gotten hit by a vine or two, but I don't have a choice other than getting used to this and picking my moves accordingly. They're coming from your side. It's a group of 3, Fabian warned as he shot an arrow at one of the Ents in front of him. I looked to my side and saw that 3 8 to 9 feet plants were charging toward me. I turned and bent a little forward. I focused my foresight on the 3 monsters and predicted their movements. The monster on the right slaps the air with his hands and sends multiple ones combined into a thick one toward Zero. At the same time, the middle one comes close to Zero and hurls forward his branch-like arm that had sharp needle-like arms. The remaining monster does nothing. So that was it, the attacks they will perform in the next 0.1 seconds. Okay, got it. I was able to see their upcoming attacks as translucent images, so tackling them shouldn't be a problem. I darted toward the monster's eighth one on the right, combined all of its vines and propelled the newly formed intertwined vines at me. I stopped in my tracks, tilting my chest to the back and side. I missed the vine, and then quickly grabbed it with my left hand. As I pulled the vine with all the force I've got, the monster also got pulled and flew toward me. I aimed my dagger, and as the ent came close, I compelled my right hand inside its mouth, which was a big hole at the center of a flower or his head. The dagger, cutting through its insides, came out by drilling a hole in the back of its head. Lots of green, slimy substance flowed from the newly formed wounds. Maybe I'd closely gotten a few cuts from its teeth, since there was a tingling sensation in my arm. It ain't finished yet. My hand was still stuck in its mouth when I forced his huge body in front of mine, just before Ent B arrived at a hand's distance from me and projected his brand-like hand at me. Its hand crashed with the body of Ent A, and instead of harming me, the attack busted a hole in its stomach. If Ent A had survived my blow, this one sure killed him. Ent B's arm was stuck inside Ent A. Seeking this opportunity, I pulled out my hand from Ent A's head, dashed to the side, and while moving in a perfect circle, I smoothly connected my dagger to Ent B's head and pierced a hole, the slimy substance coming out again. The vital spot of the Ents in Lollipop's novel was their head. That was the only part where their lives resided, hence destroying it was the easiest way to kill them. Phew, I'm getting better at this, I mumbled as I hauled out my dagger from Ent B's head and flicked it in the air to get the slimy substance off it. Then I looked over at the remaining Entno. Wait, he wasn't alone now. 5 more monsters were standing by its side. I sighed as I saw them getting all worked up to charge at me. Well, what can we do about this? Dealing with all of them was a drag, but at least I wasn't wasting my mana. I need to save it at all cost. At a little distance from Zero was Zara. Until now, this floor had been the easiest for her since she was able to one-shot all the monsters with the help of her fire-type spells. Even now, she was tossing the fireballs in the air and burning groups and groups of Ents all together. She was indeed exhausting her mana during this, as nothing was free of cost in this world, but these fireball spells used only so much amount of mana, and she was quite used to them too. But she was now going to switch to a different spell, as the numbers of Ents were piling up in front of her. Ents were naturally attracted toward the creature, which dealt them the most damage as they thought of it as harmful, and that it was best to get rid of it as soon as possible, hence they were getting attracted toward Zara as well. She cleaned up the surrounding area with the fireballs, and then stopped the incantation. Rather, she started a new one. Holding her staff up in the air, she closed her eyes and chanted the magical words. The gem at the top of her staff glowed yet again, and as soon as it did, she drew an arc with the staff in the direction of the Ents. As if a pencil writing on paper, the gem on the staff created a curved line in the middle of the air. The arc burned and glowed in peach, and emitted a number of flames. Zara stretched out her right hand and chanted the final piece, Aka, the name of the spell, Scorch. The burning arc of fire and energy moved at a speed almost equal to the speed of sound, cutting through the air as it clashed with a group of Ents and exploded upon collision. Tens of Ents burned and vanished from the fire it produced, while some were caught in the after effect. Eat that, you disgusting, worthless piece of wood, she cursed as quite a bit of the Ents population vanished before her eyes. Though she was probably taking out her frustration on the innocent Ents, Fabian's hard times didn't seem to end anytime soon. Since his arrows weren't working on the Ents, he was now using them as knives and stabbing the monsters with them. He was an archer indeed, but he did know some of the tricks for physical combat, and he'd learned them specifically for situations like this. He must be thankful to his past self right now. There sure were problems and flaws in his techniques, and he wasn't able to take out the monsters like a professional, but with Zero or Ichigo on his side, he was doing better than before. On the other hand, Speen's condition had also improved as he'd gotten used to the skin of the Ents, and now knew how much force he had to apply behind his attacks to slice the tree monsters without facing much backlash, and since Zero was aiding Fabian, he had an amount of mental stress relieved too. He stabbed the monsters, chopped off their heads, twisted and broke their branches, and ripped off their roots. He was taking down 3 to 4 Ents at the same time. All in all, the condition of this party had fairly improved, and if they went on like this, then it won't be long before they clear out this floor and moved on to the next one. However, one thing which they weren't aware of was that someone was watching them, all along from the time when they took the first step inside this labyrinth. This was known to Nani, not even Zero, that their every move was being observed with quiet curiosity. Ha, it's over finally, Speen sighed as he slumped to the ground and relieved his body. This was hard. These monsters were far stronger than those spiders, Fabian expressed as he too sat beside Speen. Come on, it wasn't even that bad. The only one who was not stressed out by this was Zara. She came near us with the magic staff in her hand while she let out those words. Easy for you to say with all that magic you've got. It's really easy to say, Speen contested and denied Zara's words as he kept taking deep breaths to provide his body with extra oxygen. But anyway, Ichigo, you performed well better than I expected, Fabian complimented as he looked at me. It was just what I learned for self-defense. It was only because you had my back that I was able to move so freely. I was standing by the side of the wall, which was now safe since all the monsters were dead, and with me was Charles after all. The first thing I did when I was done with the monsters was chain him up again. I was honestly surprised that he survived with his hands and legs tied. I didn't think he would be able to make it, but he still did. I kept an eye on him all the time, and that guy was seriously dodging most of the attacks that were aimed at him. Doing that when you're not even able to move your limbs freely well, there's a reason why I've kept him chained up. But it was not like he didn't get attacked at all. His cloak was torn from several places, indicating that he'd been hit. So should we move on now? To the next floor, I mean, asked Speen. The question was directed at me. Of course, that's what we came here for, I stated. Hence, after resting for a while and restoring our strength, we ventured into the depths of this labyrinth again. The next floor was probably directly connected to this one, as a long and broad gallery leading into a dark passage. There weren't any other ways to go, thus we entered the passage. Zara lit her fireballs to overcome the dark, and the adventurers took the formation again to protect me. The next was the third floor, the floor from where this labyrinth will become a labyrinth for real. Walking through a tunnel-like way, we descended to the third floor of the labyrinth. Descended, because all paths in this labyrinth were tilted downward and were forming a slanting ground. Soon we stepped inside what seemed to be the main area of this floor. It was smaller than the last floor and was shaped in an oval structure. The ceiling was curved upward like the ones you see in old castle. Sand contained many holes and cracks. The ground was a carpet of dirt and even had muddy areas in several places, and this was due to the puddles that were scattered all across the floor. The water inside them was surprisingly clear and reflective, though it was not any water. It was emitting dim, cyan-shaded light that was illuminating the whole area. It wasn't as much light to engulf the floor completely, but enough that Zara stopped with her incantations, and the fireballs extinguished. This is kind of eerie, ain't it? Speen voiced as he turned his head in all directions and scanned the place. This floor sure gave that type of vibe, and the reason is that this place was incredibly quiet. Only the sounds of our footsteps and the sound of water dripping somewhere far could be heard. Aside from that, not a single pitch fell onto our ears. However, just because there wasn't a sound doesn't mean we were alone in here. Unlike the previous two floors where the monsters waited in the dark to make us comfortable to the place, so we can let our guard down and they can take us by surprise, here we already had company with us. At around 50 meters of distance from us were some of our friends who'd come to bully us. Actually, there was one more change on this floor unlike the previous ones. I was seeing monsters of multiple species grouped together. Right now we had mud-skinned orcs, minotaurs, and one other species called kobolds. They were lizard-like creatures who walked on two legs and used weapons as their primary means of attack, basically a level down from the minotaurs, inferior in strength, but superior in intelligence. Although there were multiple species of monsters here, they weren't great in numbers unlike the previous floors, where they mostly relied on numbers rather than individual power. Normally we would have stayed and discussed the strategies. Speen would probably have mocked the monsters or cracked a joke or two, but right now there wasn't time for any of that. As the monsters detected us, as if switching into battle mode, they all rushed in our direction. Speen and the others instantly took the obvious defense formation, and the three of them stood before me and Charles as they raised their weapons and prepared their bodies for a battle that was about to come. Zara used her incantation and completed it by shouting out loud the word quagmire, which was the name of the spell she used. White energy beams shone from the gem on her staff, and a mass of land in the way of the monsters got wet and turned into a sucking pit. The monsters ran into it, and three of the orcs and one minotaur stepped into the quagmire, and without a second their feet sank in, and they drowned inside the mixture of semi-solid clay till their waist. Zara activated the second part of the spell, and the ground that once swallowed the monsters turned solid again and entrapped them within the earth. However, among the remaining monsters, the kobolds were the first ones to flank beside the quagmire, and the rest of the monsters followed their lead. Fabian also loaded his arrows on the bow only to realize that he was running low on them. Nevertheless, he stretched the string of his bow and then released it, firing 2 arrows at the same time. One tore the air and pierced the eye of an orc, but the other one was smacked down by the blade of a kobold. Fabian bent and reached for a leather bag that was attached to his right leg. He untied it and then took out a couple of arrows from it, around 10 of them. He threw the bag and put the arrows back in his quiver. There aren't enough, he realized internally. At this point, the monsters had already closed the distance between us, and then the battle started off with a bang, and by that I mean literally a bang that was heard from the clashing of heavy metals. After all, it was from this floor from where things will start getting rough. Zero stood and watched from the rear when the battle started for the adventurers, and one thing was sure, this was going to be one hell of a battle. The bang that was heard came from Speen's sword as he clashed it against the blade of an orc. A chill ran down his body, and he got goosebumps when he felt the difference between the hardness of their blades. Gritting his teeth and forcing his muscles, he pushed forward and fought back the orc. Jumping upward, he drilled his sword into the orc's chest and slid all the way down by hand on the sword, and opened the said orc in half. Blood splattered on the ground, and some even fell on his clothes and face, which he didn't care to wipe off. He had not the time to do so. He turned to the side quickly, and barely made it in time by raising the sword against his head to fend off the gigantic blade of a minotaur. Calling it a blade was an insult. It was one hell of a chopper. A minotaur quite bigger than the orcs was weighing down on Speen as he released steam from his nose like a steam engine of the old times. The pressure on Speen was too much. His feet started sinking into the ground. He tried, but wasn't able to throw the minotaur off balance. The minotaur increased the pressure behind his sword. Speen let out a battle cry, or rather that's what it should have sounded like, but it was more like a pained groan. His veins bulged out and his skin tensed up. He felt as if his body was being crushed between two heavy rocks. The minotaur kept increasing the force, and it seemed like it would crush Speen anytime now, but it suddenly pulled the chopper back and raised it up in the air. Pressure was lifted from Speen's body. All of a sudden he sensed a tingling stir inside his nose and throat. Before he could do something, blood dripped from his nostrils. His eyelids felt heavy, and the whole world danced before his pupils. Then he sensed something rising up inside his stomach, as if that something was slowly climbing up his throat. A second later he vomited blood. His vision went blurry, saw one object as two, and his senses of direction, weight, and gravity were also messed up. The minotaur looked down at him as it prepared for another blow. The air split apart as it swung its chopper down at Speen. Speen saw his death closing in on him. He was able to see the attack coming, and he knew he should run or dodge it. He wanted to dodge it. But his body wouldn't move either. His muscles were heavily damaged by that last attack, or he was just too scared to even lift a finger, or maybe it was both. The blade dropped and completed the swing, but when it should have sliced Speen, it only crushed and shook the ground just before the moment the chopper could cut him. Speen forced his body to its limits. After all, it was not that he couldn't move, he had to move. If he wanted to live, then he had to keep his composure even when he was just a brink away from death. The adventurers in the world didn't face life or death situations very often these days, since the government managed most of the monsters' population, and made sure that they didn't harm the civilians in remote areas which were out of their reach, needed the help of adventurers to shield themselves, just as the Gannett town. Thus, this was Speen's first time standing at death's door, but he still had that human instinct of survival left inside him, the same instinct that saved him just now. This yet again proved that no matter how the environment changes, the core of humans will always remain the same. As for whether it was a good or bad thing, each had their own opinion on that. After Speen safely secured his stance to the side, he saw that the huge chopper was stuck in the ground, and the minotaur for some reason screamed in agony. At first, he wasn't able to tell why this was happening, for once he'd never attacked this one, but he soon understood when he looked over to its right arm. An arrow was stuck there and almost busted the minotaur's entire shoulder. "Are you all right? Get yourself together," someone said. It was the same person who fired that arrow, and without a doubt, Speen knew it was Favian. If Speen hadn't gotten away from his place, even then he wouldn't have died, since Favian had fired his arrow long before the minotaur moved his chopper. Maybe he'd have suffered some injuries but still have lived. One more thing that Speen wasn't aware of was that all this time, when he'd lost his concentration and was on his knees with his guard wide open, it was him, Favian, who kept the other monsters from charging at him. In short, if it wasn't for Favian, Speen had died long ago. Speen smiled back and showed him a thumbs up before he rose to his feet, shook his head multiple times, and then slapped his own cheeks to get a hold of himself. "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's do this." He mumbled and stared at the minotaur, who was still struggling to pull its chopper from the ground. "Let me show you how a sword is used. Just because it's big doesn't always mean that it's better." He cracked another one of his cheap double-meaning jokes, even when there was no one to hear them. No, maybe there was minotaur. He roared a battle cry agony, and this time it wasn't a groan. Dashing toward the minotaur, he stepped on its 5 feet long chopper. The minotaur threw a punch with its right hand, but he jumped, and propelling over its arm, he landed on the minotaur's neck. "Go fuck yourself, you don't stand a chance against the king." With that, he raised his sword high, and with the tip first, drilled it fully inside the minotaur's head. The sword kept going inside until only the hilt was left. The Minotaur's body went numb soon after, as its eyes turned pure white. It lost its balance and fell grumbling the ground as it crashed. Speen jumped off its lifeless body and landed on the ground. His confidence was boosted, and he had a new, refreshing mood. But like an experienced adventurer self-proclaimed one, he didn't let the excitement control him. Turning around, he saw that there were already new monsters waiting for him. Or wait a second. They weren't waiting for him. Instead, they charged right at him as Fabian set them free. Fine, come at me. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the excitement and arrogance were controlling him. Holding his sword against 2 orcs and 1 kobold, he screamed his heart out as he leapt toward them. Scorch, the mud-colored skin of the 3 orcs reflected the bright, hot peach light as the light came close and then devoured them. They didn't die instantly, but their skin did get burned badly and they started panicking. Trying to put off the fire that was roasting them alive, patting their hands and rolling on the ground, they struggled miserably as the painful screams of agony left their mouth and resounded in the labyrinth. Go to hell, Zara cursed, raising her staff toward the 3 burning orcs. Stone Cannon, leaving her area of expertise, she chose an earth-type magic spell. Dirt particles gathered at one place before the gem on the staff and in no time morphed into a fist-sized stone with an uneven surface. Leaving not a single second, the stone was blasted forward with a blast of air. A whistling sound was heard as the stone hit one of the orcs and busted off its head. A smirk appeared on Zara's face, but before she could rejoice, she did the most important task and fired the same spell 2 more times, killing the remaining 2 orcs as a result, though she still didn't have the time to relax. Turning back, she rose her hand in which she'd been holding the staff and then brought it down with force. At the same time, she chanted a short incantation, and 3 green lines with multiple runes inscribed on them formed around her staff as the gem on the top shone. Soon a thuck sound was heard, similar to when you drop a hard piece of wood from a height directly to the ground. Although Zara had used all the muscles in her arms and applied all the force she could gather, she couldn't help but get pushed back. After all, she was clashing swords with a kobold. No, it isn't quite right. She was using her staff as a weapon that could stop the kobold's blow, but due to the way she was holding it, it resembled a sword. Even so, just because she had a weapon doesn't necessarily mean she can fight based on her physical strength as well. Only in the top 5 magic academies, students were taught both magic and sword arts, and she wasn't from one of them. But in reality, that doesn't matter much as of now. After all, what she was trying to do was not to push the kobold back using her body strength. Kerua, the kobold roared as it charged forward and weighed its curved blade on Zara. Zara was 5 feet 7 inches in height, while the kobold was more than 6.5. It was natural that it was standing in front of her like a tower. But she wasn't scared of all that. Instead, her lips curled upward as she finished her latest incantation. Die, she mumbled. The next second, a small tornado of fire formed around the staff and instantly traveled through the arms of the kobold and enveloped its body. It was so unexpected for the kobold that it took a minute to realize what happened, and when it finally became aware that its body was on fire, at first it tried to rage forward at Zara, but maybe the pain was a little too much since it soon dropped the blade and started rolling on the ground. Then all of a sudden it stopped. The kobold's body went numb, and it completely stopped moving. As Zara gazed upon the dead kobold that was lying on the ground, she noticed the object that had caused the kill. An arrow was stuck in the right eye of the kobold, drilling itself inside its tip, and came out from the back side of the head by piercing the skull. The arrow, of course, was shot by Fabian. He got a little time for himself after clearing all the monsters around his area and making some unable to move by busting their limb joints. It was then that he saw Zara, who looked as if she was struggling with the kobold due to her lack of physical prowess. He waited for the right chance, and when he got it the time when she put the kobold on fire, he launched an arrow and put the lights off the kobold. Zara looked at him and thanked him with her gaze as she went back to her posture and got ready to burn some more monsters. Parallel to her was Fabian, who was helping both Speen and Zara then and now. However, that doesn't mean that he was free from the monsters and had all the time in the world. Just as he shifted his attention back to himself, he saw a kobold closing the distance. He instantly loaded his arrow at a time and aimed for its head. Waiting for the kobold to come a bit closer, he poured his mana into the arrows. This was a technique he usually used. All the archers in the world who were above beginner level did the same. Since everyone in this world had a mana pool, no matter their profession, it didn't matter if they were a mage, swordsperson, archer, or any other type of fighter. The only thing which differs was the size of their mana pool, but even that could be improved and maintained according to the needs of the user with enough training. He did something similar by combining the arrows with his mana to strengthen them. It was only because of this modification that his arrows were able to penetrate the hard skins of monsters. The kobold was at around a distance of 10 meters when Fabian released the string of his bow and 2 arrows flew in the air. Their path was pre-decided, hence there was no useless motion flying straight toward their designated path. It was aimed straight at the kobold's head, and it should have just met its mark, but surprisingly it didn't. The kobold chopped down the 2 flying arrows with the curved blade it had in its hands, and then gazed fiercely at Fabian as it released a roar. Its moving speed increased all of a sudden as the kobold sprinted toward Fabian and raised its blade in the air. Shit, Fabian cursed. The kobold was now coming for a close-distance battle, not an area of expertise for him. Hence, he needed to figure out some other way to fight this monster, otherwise he'll be at a great disadvantage. He took quick back steps as he thought about different ways to deal with this situation. In the end, what he decided was the hit-and-run method. He'll constantly keep running around the cobble being at a safe distance while firing arrows at the kobold. That was the simple plan he came up with. He did look at Speen and Zara to check if they were in a position to help him, but he found nothing but disappointment. Both of them were busy dealing with their group of monsters, and their problems were even greater. Where Fabian only had 1 kobold behind him right now, Zara was engaged in a battle with 2 orcs and 3 kobolds. Speen was no less, he was managing 4 orcs and 3 minotaurs at the same time. Seeing this only increased Fabian's worries. Zara was dealing with a group of monsters, then she must be using a lot of her mana as she was casting spell after another without stopping her, rather she didn't have the time to stop. Fabian was sure that there was no way she wouldn't faint with mana exhaustion again. On the other hand, Speen was doing the impossible. Dealing with 4 orcs and 3 minotaurs was something he could never even imagine he'd be able to do, no matter how hard he tried. Then also Speen was at it. He was giving his all even though he had to use every bit of strength left in his body. His friends were working hard to complete this quest they'd taken after all. A quest that involved actual danger and thrill came to them after a very long time, hence he knew why they were trying so hard. It was to enjoy this moment to its fullest. Fine, I'm not gonna get left behind, he mumbled to himself, then shot a sharp gaze at the kobold. Instead of running to the side and flanking around the kobold, Fabian ran straight into him. He loaded his bow with only 1 arrow this time, but doing that enabled him to put more mana into that single arrow, and he did so. It didn't take long for the kobold and Fabian to come face to face as they were both running toward each other. The kobold swung its sharp, curved blade at Fabian. However, rather than slicing his neck into 2, the blade just swished through the air. When the kobold stopped for a second to raise its blade, Fabian intently fell to the ground by interrupting his movement with his legs. As he fell, due to the momentum he slid forward. He slid through between the legs of the kobold at a time when it was confused over why the blade didn't hit him. Not wasting a single second, Fabian rolled on the ground and stood up at a distance, and turned toward the monster. His arrow was already cocked and full of mana, hence Fabian released the tight string and the arrow was shot in the air. Piercing through the air, it went straight for the kobold's head, but because it turned back to look at Fabian, the arrow drilled itself deep into its forehead. As Fabian looked at the kobold he'd just killed, for some reason, he quickly pulled out an arrow from his quiver and stabbed the air behind his back. He then darted forward, and after going to a safe distance he turned and gazed back. There was another monster waiting there for him, an orc. Though the said orc had an arrow stabbing its abdomen, it was put off balance. However, the orc was not going to stop only from that. Stepping aside, it let out a roar and a battle cry as it smacked the ground with its feet, moving the thick chopper in its hand in fashion motions. Fabian got on his guard and pulled 3 arrows from his quiver, though something he was fearing might happen did happen. Instead of 3, only 2 of the arrows were grabbed by Fabian's hand. He tried moving his hand in the quiver more, but the result was the same. Damn it, not right now, he cursed internally as he accepted the fact. The fact that he had run out of arrows and only 2 of them were left now. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the upcoming orc. An orc's size is bigger than a kobold, so he can't kill it in one blow like before. He'd have to be on high ground to do that, and there was no such place in here. Despite that, he loaded one of the arrows while putting the other back in the quiver. He charged it up full of mana like before and aimed at the monster in front of him. The orc was constantly moving as it ran toward him, and its humongous size only made him a less easy target. He aimed for somewhere around his head and released the arrow. Flying through the air smoothly, the arrow hit the target, but that didn't make much of a difference anyway. The arrow had landed and drilled itself inside the orc's left eye, but the angle at which it hit wasn't quite right, hence the metal tip was not able to reach the brain of the orc. However, this did one thing for sure. And it was to anger the orc even more, causing the monster to do something Fabian didn't foresee even in his dreams. It roared loudly and then applied pressure to its feet, then a booming sound was heard. The orc was nowhere to be seen, at least not on the ground. Fuck, Fabian screamed as he looked up in the air and almost on survival instincts, he ran backward. The thing he was seeing in the air was nothing but that orc. It had jumped in the air due to the rage and anger it harbored toward Fabian, and now it was searching for a good place to land, which pretty sure was Fabian. Fabian ran as fast as he could, but it was of no use. The orc crashed onto its feet to the ground just a meter to two away from him. The force of the impact was too high. The ground where the orc landed crumbled away, and a crater formed. Fabian was hit by the resulting shockwave and was hurled away. A pained groan left Fabian's mouth when he landed at a distance from the act while getting rubbed against the rough ground. He tried to get up by lifting his body with his hands, but only slumped down again. He was not in the best condition, but the orc didn't give a fuck about his condition. It walked angrily toward Fabian while swinging its blade in the air as if preparing for an attack. Finally, the orc was standing a foot away from him. It gazed down upon Fabian as it moved the blade up and then stopped for the one last time before bringing the blade down and bestowing death. Slash, stab. Fabian was ready to let go of his life, not like he had the choice to do otherwise. But somehow, he was still conscious and breathing like an alive man. He turned back to look at the orc. His eyes widened and a wave of relief, calm, and surprise washed over his heart. The orc was alive but not moving for now, and it was clearly in pain. And why won't he be in pain? After all, there was a blade of the same size as the chopper of a minotaur, stuck in the orc's back and half of its body was burning. Blood covered and dripped the monster's body as it gritted its fangs. A smile appeared on Fabian's face when he spotted the two figures at a distance behind the orc. On the right was Zara, and on the left side was Speen. They were still in the place where they'd been fighting before, but in Fabian's line of sight. That's so pathetic, you know. If you're dying like this after saving me, said Speen. His voice was loud since they were far away. I agree with him this one time. Don't go dying like that, you idiot. Zara spoke in a little shy tone. This might have been one of those moments when Zara's heart almost popped out because she thought that Fabian died. The fear of losing someone she loved maybe was the feeling which caused her to move. And maybe in Speen's case it was pure friendship. However, the battle wasn't over just yet. Khwa, the orc roared, letting go of the blade and beating its chest like the classic King Kong. Shut up now. Weren't you the one who kept me from thanking you? Get your ass up from there and fight. We don't have the whole day to waste here. Speen instructed and Zara nodded. Well, you ain't wrong about that. Fabian smiled and slowly rose to his feet. But there was still one problem left. The lack of arrows. He had only one left. Fabian. He looked at where the voice came from and saw that it was Zero who called out his name. He was waving, maybe to catch his attention, and when he saw that Fabian had noticed him, he showed him something. It was the dagger he used on the last floor to defend himself. Take this. You have run out of arrows, haven't you? Said Zero. Hey, but this is no time for arguments. Look behind, that guy is about to attack. With that, Zero threw the dagger toward Fabian. He stumbled a few steps forward and then caught the dagger. The second he left the place where he'd been standing, the orc, who was now mad in rage, crushed the ground there with its punch. Maybe he would have been unable to fight with a sword, but since this dagger was lightweight, he had no such problem. I'll probably take this one down at least. Along with that thought in his mind, Fabian dashed toward the orc. The orc screamed and let out an ear-piercing sound as it charged toward Fabian. They both came close. Fabian didn't stop moving to avoid the orc's attack. While doing that, he remained close to the orc's legs and kept delivering slashes on his joints and major muscles. This kept going on for a while. Fabian was using the hit it till it dies strategy used in the RPG games from Zero's former world. The orc raged more and more as it took damage from Fabian. The chopper of the minotaur that was thrown by Speen was still stuck in its back, and the skin Zara had burned with her magic was still on fire and was constantly delivering pain. At some point, the pain got so strong that the orc's eyes turned blood red, its veins popped out, and its muscles got thick and tense. Gwa! With a scream, the orc launched a punch. Fabian was dodging them until now, but maybe it was his bad luck or something. The punch connected this time, and maybe it was his bad luck because the punch contained much more force than the ones the orc used before. Blood came out from Fabian's mouth as he was thrown away backward. He flew in the air and crashed hard into the wall behind him. He was sure that his skill was cracked from behind, as he was able to feel intense pain there. Still, he didn't have the time to groan, hence he forced his body and stood up. Wiping the blood off his mouth, he looked at the orc, who was coming toward him with loud steps. However, it was not the only sound he heard. The other sound that resounded in the whole area was weird, as if someone was rubbing a huge stone against another stone. And in fact, that was exactly what was happening. The entrance door, from where Zero and the others stepped into this floor, was closed shut. But along with that, one more door moved, and instead of closing, it opened, just a bit away from where Fabian was. The labyrinth's third floor and the ground shook intensely as if an earthquake had occurred. Dust and rocks fell from the ceiling, and the dead bodies of the monsters vibrated as they rolled in the pool of their own blood. The entrance gate of this floor, from where Zero and the other came inside, got closed off as a big slab of hard rock slid down its corners and stood like a wall. Speen, Zara, and Fabian, of course, saw this and panicked. This meant only one thing, and that was they can't go back now. One other gate that was on the opposite side from the entrance gate had also closed, so it was probably the gate to the next floor. This wasn't a unique situation, and everyone from the little bit of experience they had in the labyrinths knew that if a situation like this occurred, then the only way to open the doors was by killing all the monsters on the floor they were currently in. They knew this, that's why they were calm even though the pressure had increased, and if not everyone, Speen was screaming hard from the inside. Fabian, on the other hand, had somehow forced his body to stand on his feet. The injuries he gained when the mad orc threw him on the wall were hard. Blood was coming out of his head, and his forehead was painted in cherry. He held the dagger Zero gave him in his right hand, and his left hand was clenching the next one. It won't be impossible to say that he didn't have a broken bone or two. Despite all this, his resolve hadn't shaken even a bit. He was as confident as he was when they entered the labyrinth. Hence, he made that resolve run through his body and provide him with the necessary strength he needed right now. Boom. The mad orc delivered a punch on the ground in front of him where Fabian was. A crater formed on the place and the ground beneath crumbled, though the anger on the orc's face didn't flinch since he had not gotten the man he wanted to. Before the orc made its move, Fabian had made himself run. He leaped to the side just as the punch connected to the ground and rolled to the side. He stood up again, this time looking fiercely into the mad orc's eyes. "It's enough. I'll be finishing you now," he screamed. This was very unlike him, the guy who normally stayed calm and his friends rarely saw him getting angry. The same person had a look on his face that defined pure blood, lust toward the mad orc. The mad orc, obviously, didn't understand what he said. Even so, it screamed back in a roar and beat its chest as it rushed forward. Ha! Fabian dashed, but in a zigzag pattern. He soon reached the orc's range of attack, and the orc, made with rage, started throwing punches here and there in every direction it thought Fabian could go. However, this was not that hard for Fabian he thought it would be, but in reality, this was easier than before. The reason for this was that the orc was now driven by rage and wasn't able to control its emotion and think rationally. When a creature, whether it be human or monster, develops only one goal and does everything it can just to achieve that goal, the world other than that blurs out for them. Also, the orc didn't have a sword, and their species ain't handy with hand-to-hand combat, so the orc was having trouble fighting with punches. Fabian dashed to the side, dodging another one of the punches. He sprinted forward and got behind the orc's back. He threw his arm forward and busted the dagger inside its back and slid it, making a big, long gush as the result. Before the orc could turn back, Fabian grabbed the dagger in his mouth and darted and put a step on the wall in front of him. Putting another step on it, he climbed 2 steps and then pushed himself back. With a backflip in the air, his hands reached for the hilt of the huge sword that was stuck in the orc's back. He grabbed the handle, which was 1 meter in length, and did a somersault. Flipping over, he landed on the orc's shoulders. The orc raged even more and started running around madly. It tried to grab Fabian with its hand, but before he could do anything else, Fabian took the sword from its mouth, held it in his hands, and a fountain of blood danced in the air as a stream sprayed from the orc's neck. Fabian landed at a distance. The mad orc's body fell to the ground behind him. "At last I can rest a bit," he sighed. A second later he fell and lay on the ground. His breathing intensified, and his body was cold from all the sweat he had. And let's not talk about the way he was drenched in blood. His body went limp, but a smile remained on his face. His hands let go of the dagger as he didn't have the strength left to hold it anymore. He just laid there in silence without any moment at all. When Zara's eyes fell upon him, her heart almost stopped. Hey, Fabian, you can't die like this. You said you won't," she shouted. Ignoring all the monsters around her, she subconsciously burned Themen for some reason. The fire this time was more powerful. Observing this, a smirk appeared on someone's face. Somyeon, who was standing at the back with another man who he had bound with chains. "Hell no, why you killing me like that, huh? I'm just a bit tired," Fabian replied. A wave of relief washed over Zara's hearing that. At the same time, Speen interjected. "I said he won't die if he had said that he won't. Don't let your guard down like that. Fuck you." Fabian again laid his head on the ground and let out a sigh of comfort. He closed his eyes, and for a long time after, a short second that felt like a century to him, felt the same earthquake as before. His eyes opened on their own, and what he saw wasn't comforting in the least. 4 compartments of the wall, each in the opposite direction from the other, opened and a gate appeared. And from those gates, hordes and hordes of monsters came out, and those monsters were goblins. The last monster you'd like to face if they were in a group. There were 50, no, maybe 100 of goblins coming out, and only from one gate, that is. Zara and Speen strengthened their defense as they finished some more of the orcs and minotaurs. This was going to be a problem. After all, they were tired after fighting with the other monsters, and even now some of the minotaurs were left. But this was not the worst. Fabian's heart stopped as he saw one out of the 4 gates open just a bit away from him. At first, one goblin came out. That one was holding a small knife. After that, they came out one after another until a whole group of them was out. They were small green creatures with elf-like ears, multiple sharp fangs, and big ball-like eyes. Not again. Just let me rest a bit, damn it, he cursed. He didn't like this, but it was not like he had any other choice. Hence he forced his body, yet again his muscles were tearing apart, his bones were cracking like wood, and his skin was as tensed as strict military officers' discipline. But in spite of all that, he picked up the dagger and rose to the ground. The little noise he made was enough to attract the goblins' attention. Their heads turned toward him, and the way it did was enough to send several chills down Fabian's spine. Khwa. The goblins made loud screeching sounds, and the whole group ran toward Fabian. Fabian also moved his feet forward and bit by bit gained speed with each step he took. What was he feeling right now? He didn't know, or rather it wasn't clear to him. He just wanted to get out of this. He was tired. At first, he'd thought that going on a mission where they could face some real monsters would be fun, but he was regretting that decision now. But for once, he didn't blame anyone else for that. Speen had consulted him before finalizing whether they would go or not, and Fabian had raised his hand in favor that time. If it was anyone's fault, it was his own. And somewhere deep down, he was also aware of this. Maybe that's why he was not complaining at all. He hadn't even once ever since he came here. The goblins and he got closer, and the first one to land an attack was Fabian. He stabbed the golden, who was in the front with the dagger, and kicked the other. But then also, for some reason, a stream came down his eyes. He turned and looked in Zara's direction. She was also busy dealing with the goblins along with a minotaur. Fabian's lips curled upward as a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and then he turned back. The goblins started climbing over each other's shoulders to reach his height. He moved the dagger left and right, slashing and stabbing the goblins. But he was also being gushed on the feet by the goblins. He wasn't in a condition where he could hold out any longer, but he didn't have any way to get out. If he ran away, then the number of goblins Zara and Speen had to fight would increase. Both were already fending off 300 of them. Finally, his legs gave up as they were chopped off by the goblins. He kept stabbing the air, but now, his dagger reached no one. He fell to the ground and was soon covered by the horde of bloodthirsty goblins. They climbed all over his body, and with each passing second, a blade stabbed Fabian's body. His intestines were pulled out, his body was painted crimson. His eyes shed the last bit of tears before they were gouged out. But the smile he had on his face never faded no matter what the goblins did. Goodbye, Zara, I wasn't able to ever say this, but I really love you, and I always will. The goblins piled up upon Fabian's body one by one. Soon there was a whole tower of them standing straight above him. Their knives skinned his flesh, their hands pulled out his insides, and their teeth ripped off his limbs. He was in pain, he must have been in pain. After all, there's no human out there who can endure this type of painful death. There is no one like that, yet he didn't scream, he didn't let a single word out of his mouth. Why? The reason was silly, but it was the most logical thing in the world for him. If he screamed, then Zara was sure to look at him. She will witness the condition he was in, that he was dying, and knowing her, she will come to help even if she says it was not intentional. Then the goblins will attack her too. She was already having her fill with the number of goblins on that side, and if the ones here charged at her too, it wouldn't be impossible to say that she would meet the same end as Fabian. Therefore he piled all the pain inside his heart and closed it off as he resigned himself to life. However, things do not always go as you want them to. Fabian, man, get out of there quickly. Get out or you'll die. Someone screamed out loud and said the words Fabian was hesitating to say, and this someone just happened to be Zero, who was standing at a safe distance from him. He had a look of concern on his face. It seemed as if he was panicking by seeing Fabian in this condition. If Fabian would have been in a condition to speak, he would say that, shut the fuck up, to Zero. But he wasn't, and there was no one to stop him at last. What he feared the most happened. The words, Fabian, and you'll die, fell on Zara's ears, and it didn't even take her a minute to burn a few goblins around her to make space to turn and look back. Her soul dried up upon seeing the view before her, a horde of goblins with Fabian on the ground. They were violently ripping off his body, and there was blood everywhere. It was hard to say that he was still alive. Time froze for her, and her movement stopped. She shouldn't have let her guard down at a time like this, but this shocked her down to her very core. No, shock was not the right word. She was more like stunned. Constantly staring at the place where Fabian once had been standing, she felt something moist roll down her cheeks. Were they tears? Was she crying? Why was she crying? Because her comrade died? No, that can't be. After all, even if it was not common these days, according to the ancient stories told by old adventurers, the death of a party member was as common as taking on quests. And she was pretty sure that the pain she was feeling right now was way worse than that. It was like her heart was being crushed under 1,000 tons, then the crumbled pieces were being crushed even further, and the process didn't stop. She was breaking from the inside and didn't know how to react. All she could do was cry, but even that felt painful. However, while it seemed like time itself had stopped for her, the world didn't. It was not long before the goblins around her regrouped and charged at her again. Zara, watch out, Speen warned as he eliminated the goblins around himself. He was still unaware of Fabian's loss. He was warning Zara about the upcoming attack, but she didn't reply, nor did she do anything. But as the group of goblins came close, a blast of heat was released from Zara's staff as her lips read the destructive incantations. The flames she produced were strong, much stronger than the ones she uses normally. Their area of effect was also bigger, as around 20 goblins were taken out in one go, and the rest were blown away by the shockwave. The burning dead bodies slumped on the ground as the smell of burned flesh entered the nostrils of Speen. The spell had ended up taking a fair amount of goblins on his side too, and while this should have made him happy, the fact that he himself was inches away from getting burned made her think otherwise. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, be careful with that, you almost killed me here," he said as he turned in her direction, continuously fending off the goblins even now. And this time too, there was no reply. Zara was just staring in one direction, and all her attention was focused there. Then it clicked to Speen that something was weird, because it's been more than a whole minute and he was not taunted by Zara. That was in the realm of impossible. "Zara, this isn't the time to be dozing off like that," he spoke, handling two goblins at the same time. "Get yourself together." A slash from Speen's sword beheaded one goblin and the other was kicked by him. It rolled to the ground and was crushed to death by its own kin. He died. What? Speen's reaction was like he was saying, "This is not the time for jokes." "Headied, Fabian," Zara revealed in a low, trembling voice. Speen was about to voice his thoughts, but he soon realized that she wasn't joking. The weight in her voice was as real as something could possibly be. He then followed her line of sight and saw what was left of his friend. The goblins were slowly moving away from the body as they had eaten most of his meat, and the skeleton, clothed with few stripes of flesh, was out in open for everyone to see. Speen felt a chill go down his spine. Just like Zara, he could not think straight for a while, but considering the current situation, he somehow regained the little composure he could. Maybe it was possible because the feelings he had for Fabian were on a different level than what Zara had. Perhaps that's why he was sad but didn't feel like his whole world was taken away from him. When he wanted to ask when and how did this happen, but no words left his mouth. This type of thing usually happens when you have so much to say, so much you want to ask, but due to some reason, you aren't able to say anything. "Calm down, Zara, we are in a hard situation right now," he advised. Although this time too, there was no response on Zara's side. But only a while later he did get to hear something, but it was not the reply to his question, rather they were the incantations Zara started chanting just now. These incantations were the same she uses for her fire magic. However, there were a few mixed in that he hadn't heard before. His sense of danger advised him to fall back, and considering that she'd almost burned him a few moments ago, he followed his instincts and backed off. Also, it was not like the monsters were waiting for Zara and Speen to first come out from their emotional shock, so that they could attack them later on. There was no stopping the monsters. From every direction, Thagoblins were coming. Thus Speen didn't have the privilege to worry about Zara, couldn't even if he wanted to. So he shifted his focus back to the monsters and kept slicing their heads and limbs off. It was hard since the difference in numbers exceeded the limits of common sense, but there was no other option. He was pushing his body to its very limits. His muscles were aching, his bones were cracking, his heart was throbbing from the pain, and the mental stress he had from Fabian's loss was immeasurable. Even so, he was fighting. "Ag, take this, you son of a bitch," he roared a battle cry. At the same time, he swished his sword down, and the goblin that was standing before him was chopped down into two pieces. When Speen was raging like a mad bull, calm was brewing at a distance from him, which was likely the calm before the storm. Zara was standing still in her place. She'd already blown up the goblins around her, so she had a couple of minutes before they regrouped again, and she was spending all her time in an incantation while staring daggers toward Fabian's corpse. This was probably the longest she had ever used. The words were difficult and tongue-twisting, and the speed at which she was chanting was also high, around 2 words per second. As she continued the chant, the gem on her staff shone brighter and brighter with each passing second. But soon it stopped, and the light that was once the brightness now morphed into flames and began pouring out from the sides of the gem. The staff that was made of hardwood should have burned, but it stood rigid like a proud warrior. Maybe there were still a fair amount of words left, but Zara's break time was over now. The goblins who were eating Fabian's flesh were coming on her side and slowly forming a circle around her to block any way of escape. "Qua!" The goblins cried a piercing sound as they charged toward Zara all at once. There were probably 100, no, maybe 200 or even more, all of them charging at her wildly. The group came close and raised their knives to attack, but just at the moment, incinerating Bane Inferno, Morphation, Zara completed the incantation with those final words. The gem on her staff released a massive amount of heat and fire. It was like a wave of flames, and those flames stretched out outwards and then curled upwards, forming a lotus of fire. The goblins who were hit by the flames and the pressure behind them were thrown away. The ones who were close enough vanished into thin air, and the ones on the back fell to the ground. The flames surged out from the gem for half a minute before their size decreased, and the lotus was now only the size of an apple that burned on top of the staff's gem. But while the discharge of the flames was over, Zara's spell was still ongoing after all. It wasn't exactly a spell. As the fire lotus burns above the gem on Zara's staff, her own body undergoes a change. Her eyes were closed, her hair had turned crimson, and the detailing on her clothes was also on fire. There was a smile on her face, or a smirk to be precise, a smirk that clearly depicted bloodlust. It was a wild, menacing smirk of a predator. She opened her eyes, her pupils shone in red, and her eyelids caught fire. "I'll fucking murder you all," she breathed, hot steam coming out from her mouth as she spoke. Since the goblins were now wary of her, only a few of them charged. There were 5 of them, and with a sharp knife in each of their hands, the goblins rushed forward. Some jumped while some ran on the ground but died. Zara moved her staff toward the goblins. The lotus enlarged and waves of flames poured out. It was like a small tornado of fire, a tornado that enveloped all 5 goblins within itself, and when it vanished, not a single trace of them was left. Zara let out steam from her mouth as she breathed heavily. It was like a girl on heat, with the only difference being that she was literally on heat. Incinerating Bane Inferno. Morphation, it was a spell to say, but not your normal one. Rather than a simple spell used for attack or defense, this one allowed the user to use the power of magic to a new extent, which was a transformation. Considering Zara's current form, one might say that this is a very overpowered spell, but that is as wrong as something could get. Bane Inferno was the lost transformation spell among all, and this one could be easily learned in any magic academy in around 1 year of training. And this was not that powerful. While the level of destruction was high, this spell puts a great amount of pressure on the user's brain, making them unable to think straight, and also consumes a lot of mana. Taking into account the size of the mana pool Zara had, she was not going to last longer than 5 minutes in this state. "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, I'll fucking kill all of you," she screamed from the bottom of her heart. The feelings of remorse, sadness, and pain she had by Favian's death were being converted into revenge and hatred directed toward the ones who killed the man she loved. This time who rushed forward was not the goblins, but Zara. She dashed in their direction. Reaching close to the horde, she spun her staff and fire rained upon the monsters. She used her staff like a sword and a trail of fire followed. She planted the staff on the ground, chanted a word-long incantation, and an explosion busted out around her, killing all the goblins in the range. Die 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 die. She held the staff tightly that was planted on the ground and focused her mana inside it. The next moment, a magic circle opened on the ground that covered half the amount of goblins around Zara. "Die," she said. The ground inside the magic circle shone in red. A moment later, other than the area Zara was standing on, the whole ground lit up and radiated red flames which engulfed the goblins within them. A number of them ran outside the circle, but the ones who weren't able to make it outdied a painful death. First, they fell to the ground since the ground was literally burning and was too hot to stand. But it didn't stop just there. The fire on the ground did not extinguish, hence their whole body burned. Their skin turned red and then got loose and separated from their body. The fire was slowly consuming them. They groaned and cried with pain. Their throat was aching from yelling as the fire slowly melted their flesh. Even though they were monsters, they had never felt so much pain in their life. This suffering and the slow death that was bestowed upon them, Thai wished for their life to end already. But not all were the same. Some didn't let go of their survival instincts, but a death even worse awaited them. They tried to get up and run away, but their burned muscles and tendons were not strong enough to withstand the pressure. Crackling sound, followed by the numerous painful groans of the goblins who poured their heart into it. Their joints broke, and their legs twisted, turned, and fell off. The fire didn't vanish until their skin, muscles, internal organs, everything except the bones melted and combined into a deep brown and black paste. The smell of burned flesh surrounded the area as the magic circle closed, but Zara didn't flinch even a bit. In fact, the smirk on her face grew wider. She was amused. She was providing the goblins with pain, the same goblins who killed Favian, the man she loved. There was no possible reason to not be amused. "Burn, you fuckers. I'll make sure to kill you in the worst way possible," she declared as she pulled out her staff and swung it down right toward a group of goblins. A slash of fire dwelled from the staff and flew toward the goblins. The goblins who ran while they still had time were spared, but the ones who failed got separated into 2. Die 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 die. She fueled up her mana and empowered the flames, throwing slashes of fire all around. She laughed like a maniac, her face washed with a wide grin and her eyes widened with excitement and pleasure. At this point, it was hard to tell who was the monster and who was innocent. The goblins were running away, only several goblins who had fairly built bodies were going against her, but the only advantage the runners got was a less painful death as they were killed by wide-range attacks. But the ones who came at her were left in a condition that it was impossible to tell whether it was organic trash from the meat factories or their dead bodhisthi were killed, in a way that the bodies were in a condition beyond what could be recognized as something was once alive. Speen was aware of what she was doing and in which state she was. However, he was not in the position to stop her, and not like he wanted to anyway. Honestly, he would have done the same if he wielded the power to do so. The only thing worrying him was that she might harm herself if she didn't stop. That was the only reason he wasn't able to keep his eyes off her even when he was struggling with the goblins at a distance. He doesn't want to lose another friend after all. Zara, calm down. It's enough, you'll eventually run out of mana if you don't stop, and I'm telling you that'll be really, really bad. He screamed as loud as he could since the goblins had increased the distance between him and Zara. Although what he was saying was true, if Zara didn't come out of her morphation, then she will be forced to come out when her mana pool will dry out. If the latter happens, then she will be left with no mana to fight any further, and all the pressure will fall on Speen's shoulder. Despite the fact that his body was on overdrive due to the intense rush of emotions, there was no way he could fend off all the goblins present in this room while protecting Zara at the same time. He knew that too. He knew, and precisely because of that he was trying to stop Zara and bring her back to her senses, but the warning he gave was nothing but a failed attempt. Zara didn't even notice that he said anything. Khwa. Multiple screams were heard, but they were not from the goblins. Maybe they recognized it because as the intensity and loudness of the screams increased, the goblins' lips curled upward. The ground rumbled and shook violently. Crumblings and gravel fell from the ceiling and the stones on the floors danced. Zara stopped in her tracks. There was something wrong here. Her instincts were stating that. She took a moment to look around and search for the source of these screams. However, she didn't have to wait much longer as the source revealed itself. The 4 tunnel-like passageways from where the goblins had entered this floor, another wave of monsters came bustling out. There too were goblins, but the difference was that this time their numbers were simply crazy. This wave had a total of around 1,000 goblins. This was the second wave, but reinforcements might be the right word. The goblins ran through the passageways and entered the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. It wasn't long before they stood side by side with the goblins already present there. Speen broke into a cold sweat. No matter how you look, this was a really bad situation. He'd just taken care of the goblins around himself and didn't even get the time to rest and restore his strength. His body was already at its breaking point. His muscles were aching so bad that at one point he'd prefer death over this to free himself from the suffering. His body was screaming with pain. He was breathing intensely, and every time he inhaled, he shivered with the burning sensation in his throat. His bones had given up. It was difficult for him to even stand straight. His palms numb and callous from wielding the sword for so long he was hardly able to feel them. On top of everything going on, another catastrophe has fallen upon him. There was no way they could fight against all of the goblins. It just wasn't in the realm of common sense. He was crushed mentally to the point that he had accepted his death. At least this suffering will end. Even so, despite the fact that defeating all the goblins was literally impossible, Zara didn't look like she was displeased at all. Even though defeating all the goblins was impossible, unlike Speen, Zara wasn't displeased at all. If anything, she was even happier. Though that doesn't mean she was not worried. She was, but for a different reason. "Come at me, you motherfuckers," she shouted as she smacked the ground with her staff. Most of the goblins were attracted to her, primarily the new goblins, since they didn't know how much of a threat she was. The horde got closer and surrounded her, but she didn't flinch at all. The goblins got all over her, drowned in anger, and the knives painted with bloodlust reached for her. An explosion rang across the entire floor. Heat, fire, light, blood, corpses, ash, and a girl covered in flame. The goblins were thrown back, some even died and taken back by the sudden change of events. The explosion had emerged from Zara's body, and it was not a spell, but a result of the extra mana she'd poured into the morphation. The reason she was worried was that her mana was eventually going to dry out, and she was aware of that fact. She didn't have much left of it anyway, so this was her last bit of effort. The plan was to use up all the mana, increase the output of the morphation, and clear out as many goblins as she could before fainting. This would lessen the pressure on Speen, and he could take care of the rest, if not then find a way to escape. The worst-case scenario will be that both of them die, and the least one would be where she dies. After all, she wasn't expecting to survive when she went into the morphation. Her goal was to take revenge on the goblins, and she was doing that. Favian was dead, therefore she didn't see any other reason to continue with this life, hence making sure that Speen survives at least was not bad as a final plan. Her hair floated upward in the air as it burned in crimson. Flames surrounded her whole body, yet she was not burned by them. Her vision was red, but for some reason she was able to see clearly where her targets were. Maybe it was because of the intense hatred she had for them or her instincts. There was no clear reason for it. Lifting her staff straight, she pointed it at the goblins, who were regrouping and preparing for a counterattack. A burst of flames was hurled toward the goblins like a horizontal tornado, cutting through everything it hit its mark, and the resulting explosion took out several hundred goblins with it and set the ground on fire. Zara took a moment and turned to Speen. He was still struggling with the goblins, trying desperately to stay alive. It was almost as if his body had given out, but his mind didn't. He was not going to give up, it seems. She smiled a bit, then turned back. Taking a deep breath as she closed her eyes, she poured all her mana into the morphation while saving some just enough to keep her from passing out instantly. The surrounding flames raged further. It was now like she was a flame. Her eyes were swollen and lit with a red blaze, but there were also tears in them. The flames behind her back settled her hair on their place while they glittered and cried for revenge. Finally, the staff she'd been holding onto for many years now was charred by the flames and turned into nothing. She had done it intentionally, after all, with all this mana flowing inside her. She did not need it with the morphation running at its fullest. She directly controlled the fire produced by it. Both her hands went up, she furrowed and stared at the goblins, a severe expression covering her face. The third floor of the labyrinth lay in silence. It was only for a short moment, but during that period everything went quiet. It was as if time itself had slowed down, except for the young maiden who wore a cardigan of fire. Then the silence was broken, and as they say, the light comes first, and later comes the sound. A gust of wind or an explosion of wind would be the right prose for it, was felt by Speen as well as every monster present there. The palms of her hands created balls of fire and heat. They spun on their axis at an intense speed before a huge, broad beam emerged from them and slung forward. The sound hit afterward, and it was loud enough to tear the ears of a healthy man. The firestorm she produced tore the air and met with the goblins, living up to the name of the morphation and incinerating them. But she did not stop here. She couldn't. Be that as it may, she had to clear out the maximum of them before she ran out of time and turned limp. Thus, she slowly moved her feet, hands, and entire body. She moved in a circular motion, shifting the beam that was continuously raging from her palms to the right, clearing the goblins in that direction too. The goblins ran or tried to, but the heat was so high that they were being burned even at a hand's distance from the actual fire. The beam even melted the ground and cracked the rocks. Screams left the goblins' throats but vanished before they could be heard. Zara turned and slowly cast the disaster in all directions except on Speen's side, or maybe she had other plans for taking care of the goblins on his side, but the beam dimmed and vanished before she could think of anything, and so did her morphation. The fire enveloping her faded, and she felt weakness taking over her body. All of a sudden her body was cumbersome. Her eyes trailed off as she fell to the ground, but in that small time span, she caught sight of something. Something that didn't make any sense to her, to the point that for a second she thought that she was hallucinating, which she was not. Far away at the end walls of the third floor, back in the same direction where Speen was, stood Zero. But that alone did not make it questionable. The thing which did was that he was standing inside one of the tunnel-like passageways from where the goblins came. He had a straight and cold look on his face, devoid of any expression. He did not seem like the same person she knew anymore. After he made sure of something again, she didn't know what it was. He turned around and wandered off inside the dark passageway along with Charles, and soon both of them vanished into the darkness. Zara's consciousness was about to give out, and her vision was turning black as she lay limp on the ground. But she was not satisfied. A part of it was because she'd seen something which she didn't understand, but because she was not able to clear out as many goblins as she expected to. Unfortunately, as soon as the goblins noticed the beam was devastating their numbers, they backed off and maxed out the distance from Zara. And now that she'd stopped and was not a threat, they were regrouping, surrounding Speen and her. But despite all this, at least the worst-case scenario wasn't going to come true. Even if she hadn't been able to kill as many goblins as she wanted, she'd still cleared out a fair amount of them. With this, Speen will be able to escape if stayed rigid for a little longer, and doesn't let go of the fighting spirit he had been holding onto for all this time. After all, no matter how you look at it, he was the one struggling the most after Favian. No matter how much things went south, he won't die if he doesn't want to die. Convinced by this thought, Zara finally fell into the deep well of unconsciousness as she dropped her eyelids down like how the curtain falls upon the stage when the play is over. Zara, hey, you, don't lay there like that. Speen screamed and warned her about the upcoming danger, but she wasn't in the condition to respond. Hence his screams resounded on the floor, accompanied by the roars and cries of the monsters. I stopped to confirm the situation for the final time. The ground was a mess of blood, fire, and molten rocks. Zara's spell that she'd been using to enhance her power was now over, and without it she was pretty much useless and a dead weight. Speen, on the other hand, was fighting an already lost battle. No matter how hard he tried to win, he will lose in the end. That was a given fact. He can't escape either, since the gates to leave the third floor of the labyrinth were closed off, and the only other way to leave this section, the passageways from where the goblins came, were also going to get shut off soon, since the second and last wave of the monsters had already passed, and now they will close automatically. Yep, there's no way for them to survive. With that set in stone, I turned around, pulled Charles from his chain, and walked inside the passageway. As I walked a few steps forward, I heard a rumbling sound coming from behind. The ground shook and dust fell from the ceiling. There was no need to look back. This was the gates of the passageways closing off. When they were completely shut, the tunnel turned pitch black, yet there was a sense of comfort about it. I stopped to confirm the situation for the final time. The ground was a mess of blood, fire, and molten rocks. Zara's spell that she'd been using to enhance her power was now over, and without it, she was pretty much useless and a dead weight. Speen, on the other hand, was fighting an already lost battle. No matter how hard he tried to win, he will lose in the end. That was a given fact. He can't escape either, since the gates to leave the third floor of the labyrinth were closed off. The only other way to leave this section, the passageways from where the goblins came, were also going to get shut off soon, since the second and last wave of the monsters had already passed, and now they will close automatically. Yep, there's no way for them to survive. With that set in stone, I turned around, pulled Charles from his chain, and walked inside the passageway. As I walked a few steps forward, I heard a rumbling sound coming from behind. The ground shook and dust fell from the ceiling. There was no need to look back. This was the gates of the passageways closing off. When they were completely shut, the tunnel turned pitch black, yet there was a sense of comfort about it. You left them to die just like that. The one to voice the question was Charles, he asked as he walked behind me. And is there any problem with that? I told you not to involve other people in this. You even supported the idea. I did, but that was a thing of the past. I said I won't involve them as long as they won't meddle themselves. It was their mistake to come and accept a quest that looked so suspicious. But I said before, didn't I, that some people will accept it because of greed. The same was the case with them. You're wrong. They accept it because they saw your name on it. He screamed. There was anger in his voice. That doesn't make any difference. If anything, they were naive for trusting a person they'd met only for a few hours or so. I can't believe you. One person died because of you, and the other two could die at any moment, just because you activated a trap deliberately. That was important, and I don't remember permitting you to speak up to me. I used my elemental magic and affected the chains that were tying him up. His handcuffs and leg cuffs decreased in size. They first tightened, but then didn't stop just after that. In less than a few seconds, they were so tight that a scream left Charles's mouth, and his skin released blood from where the cuffs were. He didn't say anything after that, but I could tell that he was angry and pissed off. He was gritting his teeth and had a severe look on his face. His way of walking and body language had also changed. But he was right in a way. It was me who activated the trap that led the goblins into the floor, but that was a thing I'd decided even before entering the labyrinth. It was important, after all. A few moments ago, during the time Favian was fighting with the orc, as he struggled and tried to kill it, I was also there. I was the one who had given Favian the dagger to use, so my being there was only reasonable. But instead of fighting or providing Favian with aid, I kept a good distance from all the monsters by sticking close to the end walls of the floor. Since I was not attacking any of the monsters, and the other three, Zara, Speen, and Favian, were doing that in my stead, the monsters were also not attracted to me, and therefore I was able to move around freely. All this time I had been standing at the side doing nothing, but the wait time was over as the pieces were in the right places. While under the shadow of the wall, I moved forward swiftly without being noticed by anyone else. After taking around 10 to 15 steps, I stopped in front of a boulder. It was around the size of a human, and it was a few meters away from the entrance to the floor. Moving close to it, I looked around for a bit at the ground. Fortunately, there were no monsters here, as all of them were already occupied by the adventurers. It was only me and Charles. A minute or so later, I found what I'd been looking for. Down on the ground, covered in lots of dust and gravel, a slightly elevated piece of rock was visible. It was ground that was elevated above the level of the rest of the surface. The part of the ground that was above was in the perfect shape of a square, or maybe you could call it a cuboid also because it was 3D. I stared at it for a while and then looked over in Favian's direction. He was in the right place, in the perfect west according to the cardinal directions. It took me a bit of trouble to lead him there. He was going off track because of that orc he was facing, hence I had to offer him my dagger and bring him to the right place. And there was no way he could be anywhere else. After all, that's where the gates were going to open. I lifted my foot and gilded them over the elevated floor and was about to step on it when Charles stopped me. It can be a trap, and I think you know that, he said from behind. I ignored him and set my foot on the ground. The squarish piece of rock slid underground like a button in its socket as I pressed it with my foot. I heard some technical sounds coming from below, as if metal parts were moving in like a machine. Then the whole floor shook. First, the gates that connected this floor to the rest of the labyrinth were closed off. A while later, the gates that released the goblins were opened in 4 cardinal directions. That was about it. The goblins poured in, and you know the rest. Favian's death was important. It was a major factor to enrage Zara, so she can go berserk and attract all the goblins toward herself, giving me a clear way to move around and escape. As for why I did this, well, there are reasons. First, this trap that I just activated was one that Leon activated by mistake, and thus had to fight the goblins before going to the next floor. Well, that is the story if I ignore the past that Lollipop just wanted to increase the word count, so he forced the incident into the story. And why did I step on it, knowing it would open a trap? Because I wanted to open the trap. Later, after killing all the goblins, Leon finds that the way the goblins had come from was leading somewhere in his system, which was also guiding him through the ways of the labyrinth, tells him that this passageway leads directly to the fifth and final floor. He goes on and turns out that the passageway was a direct shortcut to the final floor. The goblins respawned there since there was a lair in the passageway, but if you avoided that, it was a neat and safe way as you skipped the whole fourth floor. But this again was just the cover story. In reality, Lollipop had gotten bored while writing the labyrinth part and wanted to end it quickly. Therefore, this trap was just a plot device. These are secret things you know by editing other authors' works and helping them with their story. Anyway, his being lazy and getting bored gave me an easy way to climb up the labyrinth. He was a good-for-nothing author, and I still hate him as much as I used to, but some of his doings were proving beneficial for me. For example, the idea to trigger the trap in a way that Fabian gets injured so Zara can go berserk, then use her as a distraction to attract the goblins and escape through the passageways, had occurred to me when Speen mentioned to me that Fabian and Zara were secretly in love with each other. It was advantageous knowing about the relationship between them, else I would have to abandon this plan and have to take the long route that went through the fourth floor. By going through this passageway, I can reach the final floor in around half an hour without facing any monsters. Fabian's death was something I'd not expected. I hadn't expected him to be so weak to die by a couple of goblins. Thinking back to it now, I was indirectly the reason for his death, wasn't I? I reflected internally as I walked through the passageway. It was true, while I'd not kill him with my own hands, his death was the result of the actions I took and the things I did. But well, I said internally as I wandered in the darkness, it's not this is the first time. It was getting dark, thus making it harder to walk. To deal with this, I used my elemental magic and created a fireball to illuminate the surroundings. The area came to light. Surprisingly, this wasn't as big of a tunnel as I was expecting it to be. The width was around 7 to 8 meters, and the overall passageway was shaped in an oval design. There wasn't much to say, as nothing major happened during this time. Charles was angry because I'd left the adventurers to die, but not that it mattered to me, but due to that, he was behaving rather not normally. It was his body language that told me, instead of his usual walking style, he was taking short, reserved steps, his hands hanging down in ease and his head tilted, eyes staring at the ground. It was as if he was angry but didn't want to show it since there was nothing he could do about it, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't pleased by the sight. In this journey, I'd almost forgotten about pleasure. Even if someone around me was in pain, I either didn't notice or it did not affect me that way because I was not the one causing the pain. But here right now, Charles's pain was something I could enjoy. He was also suffering mental pain rather than physical pain, and I'd to say I have a special spot for that. Taking a moment and living this moment in the present, I realized that it's been quite a while since the time I had my mind release dopamine after seeing someone else's suffering. I didn't break into a grin. I was trying not to. I had the expressions under control. But while it was true that my thoughts were getting blurry because of the dopamine rising in my head, I was still aware of the situation, aware of what was going on with me, aware of the fact that my other side was influencing my actions. Knowing that I had neither the time nor the mindset to push those thoughts back, aware that I had no other option other than savor Charles's pain while I can. After a walk of around 40 minutes, we reached an open compartment. I shone the fireball's light forward, and it came back after reflecting on the walls. This wasn't especially a big area, and I soon knew why. In the back of the area on the back wall was a small black stone door. I moved forward, got close to the door, and stopped. "Open it," I said. The command was directed at Charles. He gave it a thought, and it was clear that he didn't want to do it. The reason was simple, as this might very well be another trap. He was hesitating, so I pulled him from the chains that held him. He stumbled a few steps forward due to the force and then took a few on his own. Standing before the black stone door, he gulped as he raised his hand. The door didn't have a knob on it, but it did have a handle. He opened his palm, brought it close to the handle, and held it. Nothing happened. A little smile of relief washed over his face as he applied force and pushed the door open. However, it wasn't that easy. The door was fully made of stone and was thus heavy. He had to lean on the door to push it. Only then it slid backward and opened with a grinding sound. "Huff-thighs was one tough door," he said as he wiped the seat off of his forehead, but it was most likely that he spoke to himself. Considering that, he was angry with me. I hushed him to the side and entered through the gate, Charles behind me. I made the size of my fireball bigger since the new area was big and a small light source was not enough for it. The light fell on the surroundings, and I was able to see what seemed to be the fifth floor of the labyrinth. This was different from any other floors I'd been on before. All of it was made with what I think was obsidian, and the shape of the floor was not fixed, unlike the others. It was uneven. In some places the ceiling was high, and in some spots it was so low that you could hit your head. The same could be said was the ground and walls. There were rough rocks, pits, and many boulders spread around. It was like this floor was a different cave in itself. I moved around a bit, and yet I was carefree because I knew that this floor didn't have any monsters. With the light of the fireball, I saw something that made it clear to me that we did use a shortcut. On the other side of the floor was a big metallic door that was closed. You could tell by looking that it was the door from where I was, and other people were supposed to enter. A little cheating doesn't count, I said under my breath, turned in a different direction and began walking. I'd said that there weren't any monsters on this floor, and it was because the item I was searching for was here, so rather than being a floor used like a hurdle, this was more the final stage where you get your reward. But that doesn't change the fact that walking in here was a mother's mess. The ground was so awkwardly shaped that it was almost impossible to walk without tripping over, bending your leg, or getting a sprain. And I'm saying this with experience after falling over 3 times, and falling over my hand so hard that I thought I broke a bone or something. Fortunately, there was nothing broken, and Charles also tripped a few times, so I was convinced that it was the land's fault and not me being out of energy since I had not slept, and this was my 3rd day working continualifer if you count the day I was kidnapped by Charles. But it was all worth it, since I soon found the place I was looking for. Under a large stone spike that was coming down from the ceiling was placed a translucent crystal, the size of a small boulder. And in the crystal was stuck a sword. Found it finally, words left my mouth almost on their own as I stood before the crystal and the sword. Is this what you were searching for all along? Charles asked in a rather surprised voice. There was also a sense of disbelief in it. You did all that. You killed innocent people, just for this old and dirty sword, he said. I didn't reply to him. I don't want an argument and waste my time and energy to convince him of what I believe is right. Because he was not wrong, after all. The sword in front of me looked less like a real metal sword. It was made of stone and very mossy and old stone. But that was just it. This was a sword Leon acquired in the novel, and I'd to say it continued a great deal of power that I needed to survive the calamity without losing any of my family members. However, there were far more powerful weapons than this one, so why didn't I go for them? Well, firstly, I couldn't since he gets most of them after the calamity, and secondly, I'll get into that later. Pull it out, I said to Charles as I unleashed him from the chains by making them disintegrate. He was surprised at first. You sure you want to leave me free like this and get a sword moreover? You know that I can attack you with it, don't you? He looked at me in anticipation. Oh, is that so? And do you have the mana to do that? Sure, you can swing that sword at me, but that's about it. And I think you're saying this while being aware that I can magic way quicker than you could swing your sword. During all these days, I'd come to understand that he was not lying about losing his mana. This was confirmed when I had unleashed him during the fight with Ents, but all he did was dodge their attacks and even failed in that. He was in no condition to face me, and even if he had all his manate doesn't matter at this point. He didn't say anything after that. It was as if he was aware of his powerlessness, but asked about it anyway, passing me a sarcastic smile and then turned toward the sword. I'd also make his handcuffs and leg cuffs vanish, so he shouldn't have any problem taking the sword out. He moved close, stood before the crystal, raised his hands and brought them close to the hilt of the sword. Then he changed his position after thinking about something, put his right leg on the crystal, and then got ready to pull the sword out. It was clear that a little pulling power was required here. He gripped the hilt of the sword, and I created a transparent wall of ice in front of me. I saw light, then a sound, then flares, flesh, blood, and internal organs flying into the air, toward me and crashing with my ice wall. The sword filled Charles with an impressive amount of energy. His body cracked and shone through them, burned, and then exploded. A few minutes later, I realized that I made a mistake. I should have created a roof with ice too. His body exploded so masterfully that it literally created a blood rain, and blood fell on me from above too. It wasn't a bad idea, after all. Keeping him with me and all, I mumbled to myself. Disintegrating the ice wall, I moved forward, ensuring that I didn't step on Charles's gut, stomach, brain, or anything else left in a single piece. This wasn't really a surprise, in fact. I'd sent him to take out the sword precisely because I knew about this trap, and that the only way to disarm it was to trigger it. Or you could say I didn't know of any other way. In the novel, Leon had also fallen for the trap, but didn't die because his system helped him to absorb the energy the sword forcefully injected into him. After that, he didn't use any other trick, and the sword came out easily, hence I also didn't know of any other way to disarm it. I could have tried using my own brain, but I was not in the mood to accidentally kill myself or destroy the sword, so using the straightforward method was the best and safe option. I stood near the sword and looked down at it. I hope there's not a second trap, I thought before I put my hands on the hilt, and that was the only trap I didn't explode. I tightened my grip, placed my hand on the crystal, titled my body backward, and pulled the sword back. 1 minute passed and it didn't come out, then one more minute, then another, and keep in mind I was B rank and was pulling the sword with that much strength. But after a good 5 minutes, I heard a crackling sound coming from the crystal. The sound increased, and then the crystal broke. It happened by surprise, and I stumbled a few steps back, but reimagined by balance soon. The sword was in my hands now, the sword which I'd been looking for all this time. The Requiem, I whispered quietly, that was the sword's name, Requiem. Suddenly I felt a strong force sucking my mana. It was flowing into my palms and getting absorbed by the sword. This was something I could not stop. I tried but wasn't able to. It was sucking my mana even harder than the Book of Sight. Although it only lasted for a few minutes and then stopped. I heard a crisp sound, and it came from a crack that formed on the sword's blade. A few more cracks appeared all over its body and bright light passed through the cracks. Soon the cracks covered all of the sword, and one by one, the stone pieces fell and crumbled. In less than a minute, the whole stone layer of the sword dusted away, and a new, shining sword was revealed. The blade was thin and straight like a katana, colored in deep ocean blue. It was reflecting only so much light as it had a matte finish. The hilt was pure black with bronze detailing on it. All in all, the sword looked so much like a katana, but it was different since the blade was not curved but straight as a line. This was the Requiem, sealed in this labyrinth for thousands of years. It was an ancient sword with a special quirk that no other sword had. The blade shone brightly, so bright that I had to narrow my eyes. Then it flew away from my grip and levitated in the air. The glow and brightness of the light increased and increased and increased until it dyed the whole area in white. I put my hand before my eyes and blocked some of the light so I don't have to close my eyes completely. And then, as the light faded away, a new object came into sight that was anything but a sword. Long and deep, ocean blue hair, pale white skin, and a well-proportioned face. It was a girl that levitated in the air, more like a naked girl levitating in the air. She lifted her eyelids gently and opened her eyes. They were dark and beautiful like black opals, but along with being black, she had a tinge of red in them that was only visible when the light fell on her pupils directly. She looked at me with interest, like humans observing animals in a zoo, like she'd found something unusual and interesting and out of place. Her first question to me was, "Why aren't you having a fountain of a nosebleed and getting red as a tomato?" As Leon did, she asked as she leaned closer to me, her face an inch away from mine, her breasts hanging down as she did so. "Because I have other things to do, important things to do," I replied calmly. However, she was right about one thing. This does sound like something Leon would do. He'd done the same in the novel. After all, wait for a second. What? How do you know about Leon? I asked, and even though I tried to control my expressions and hide them, there was a hint of panic in my voice. This was really weird. How can she know about Leon? His coming here and acquiring her was a reality that happened in the novel, not here. She shouldn't be aware of it. Either I'm tripping or heard her wrong. But soon both cases were proved wrong. She made a noise as she leaned back and folded her arms as she levitated, also giving me a look like I was asking something oblivious. "I mean, he's the one who was originally supposed to take me, right?" she said. "Man, now I'm really trippin'." This came as a major shock, but one of the things I've learned through experience in my former world, and this too, was that keeping your calm even in the worst situation really helps. I was good at it too since I was using this for quite a long time. I took a breath and regained my composure, clearing my head and focusing on what is in front of me right now. I thought of a few possibilities in which she can know about Leon, but none were 100% convincing. Hence I decided to try a different route. Yeah, that's true. He's the one who was supposed to acquire you, but now that I have taken his place and the reality had changed, how do you remember what happened in a reality that was supposed to happen but didn't actually occur? I inquired. My words were calm and composed, like everything was according to my plan, which really wasn't, by the way. Oh, that. She snapped her fingers in the air. That's one of the powers I gained when I was sealed here. I could see the future the path has chosen for me. I was able to see it till the end, from the point of who released me from the seal, to how I was used and how the user's journey ended or died. This was new. I didn't know she had an ability like this. I knew about her changing into a girl because Lollipop had done this so he can add a new harem member in the story. But when the readers didn't like her, didn't simp for her, made Leon forget about the sword, and she rusted in his inventory for the rest of the novel. However, I don't remember him adding anything similar to this power. Can you tell how my journey is going to end? I appealed. She shook her head. From the point you entered the labyrinth, my memories of the future begin to fade. And now that you have freed me from the seal, the memories have completely blanked out. No new future has emerged in my memories, she explained. I nodded in response. So this is how it works, huh? Her ability is not exactly to see the future of whoever frees her from the seal. Rather than that, it is more like a pre-planned future planted into her memory of what happened in the novel. That's why when I changed roles with Leon, her memory began to fade because things didn't go the way they were supposed to. I see, it isn't hard to grasp when you try to think about it deeply. Complicated stuff, I know, she acknowledged with a tired expression on her face, but then her face suddenly bloomed. Leave all, what's done is done. Let's start from new. If you are my user now, then that is the reality now, so be it. What's your name? I wasn't going to fall for it. In the novel, Leon had given her his name, and because of some twisted logic, his name became the reason she fell in love with him. I didn't want any of that trouble. You don't need to know my name, you can call me anything else, I stated. Only then, maybe it was just my imagination, but I saw a vein popping up in her head as she made a stiff expression. That won't do. You have to tell me your name, how'll I call you otherwise? She insisted. For a moment, some part of mine said that she hadn't forgotten all of her future memories yet. As she said, they were fading, so that meant they didn't vanish in an instant. I had a bad feeling that she remembered the part about falling in love with Leon. I'll call you by your name. Her cheeks puffed up as she said it out loud. No, you won't. I will. I shook my head, her expression growing more irritated as I denied her request. Tell me your name. She held me by my shoulders and spoke while staring directly into my eyes. I shook my head again, or I should say that I was going to shake my head, before she held my head with both of her hands and forced me to look at her. I knew what she was trying to do here. It was an old-fashioned trick. To try and make me nervous by closing the distance between us. In doing so, she hoped that I'll trail off and my concentration will break, then she can make use of it to make me agree with her. In short, she was making full use of her being a girl and the fact that she was completely naked right now. She stared at me, a sly little smile surfacing on her face. Unfortunately for her, these petty tricks weren't going to work on me. My expression remained rigid. It wasn't a blank face, but I wasn't smiling or panicking either. It was just, I don't know, normal, you can say. Due to the practice in both my former life and this one, I'd gained perfect control over my expressions. I can smile when I want to, I can cry, I can remain stoical when I want to, and I remain as expressionless as a wall too, if that's what I want. This, however, doesn't exactly mean that I'm feeling the same way. I can be panicking badly from the inside, but I'll seem calm on my face. But here at this moment, I was calm from the inside too. There wasn't anything to throw me into a panic. Maybe by this time, she understood this too because she put her hands off me and leaned back with a disappointed sigh. So it's no use, huh, she murmured to herself. But she was loud enough for me to hear, so I replied with a yup. Why did I want your name so badly anyway? She asked, but it was more like she was thinking to herself. It's kicking in sooner than I expected. This was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, she wanted to know my name because she still remembered some pieces of her memories of the future. But as she'd said herself, they were fading. So it was only natural that those pieces will fade away too, and she will forget about it. You can call me anything you want, I suggested. I mean, I can't have her call me by my pronouns only. She put a finger on her lips and thought for a while before she opened her mouth. You're my owner both formally and literally, so I'll address you as master. Ah, well fuck, there we go. Can't you settle on anything else? I appealed. This or your name, she implied. I let out an exhausted sigh. This was so bad to my ears that I might die from the cringe. But after giving it a thought, it was probably better than having her fall in love with me. Fine, call me whatever you want, I replied. And for just a moment, I saw a wide grin of amusement spread on her face. Should we get out of here now? I suggested, and suddenly the air darkened. She gave me a serious expression, and then I realized I haven't asked for her name and was addressing her by her pronouns, exactly what I didn't want to happen to me. And if you are gonna say I should call her Requiem, then let me tell you that Requiem is the sword's name. She is not the sword she can transform, but the sword and the girl before me are two different things, bound together due to a curse. But this was not the right time for it. I'll get into that story later. We had more serious trouble on our hands. You do know that you can't go back the way you came from, right? She queried, trying to know that we were on the same track. I nodded. This labyrinth was built to seal me, and the ones who sealed me didn't want anybody to take me out. The floors to enter the labyrinth were not that hard because the way out makes up for it. She looked at me, and I had a curious expression. It was defined this way because even if someone were to unseal me, I will again get sealed if I don't get out of the labyrinth in the next 30 minutes. It would have been an even shorter period, but that was the minimum time the spell takes to reload. They sure wanted to keep her in at all costs, and I'd have to say this was new to me. I knew about what we had to face to get out, but her backstory was never really described in the novel. We've got to fight something to get out, right? Something insanely strong, I said. She looked at me with disbelief. Just a guess, it was not. You're right about that, and that something is stronger than you can imagine, she replied. Well, it's not like we have any other way. Let's go. I brushed off the air. You sure? She implored. I gave her a nod. Let's go then, she said and turned around. Her eyes focused on the crystal in which the sword was stuck a few moments ago. She held out her hand in the air, and the same sword that I'd taken, the one with a dark ocean blue blade, materialized in her hands as she gripped its hilt. You can use it too. I already knew that, but no pain in asking again. Of course, she claimed. It was my sword to begin with. Well, that was some news. She pointed the tip of the blade down at the crystal and snuck the blade back into the gap from where I'd pulled it out. After that, she twisted it. The crystal cracked, then broke, revealing a slot where she'd put the sword. She twisted it one more time. Nothing happened for a while, but then the ground shook intensely. The wall that was at a distance in front of us split apart and opened into two compartments, leaving a large gaping in between. It was like a door had opened, and I think it was a door. However, looking inside the gaping, I wasn't able to see anything. It was dark, plain dark, pitch black, nothing was visible. "Let's go," she said as she casually pulled out the sword. It vanished in the air afterward. "Just to be clear, I won't be fighting for you. The sword is now yours to use, and my job is only to assist you," she announced as she stopped levitating and came to the ground. I walked beside, and we both started wandering off in the gate's direction. The wall was at a distance of around 20 meters away, so it was probably gonna take a while, and that time was filled with awkward silence. "You know," I begin. She looked at me with innocent eyes. "It would be nice if you made yourself a set of clothes. I know you can." I mean, she was completely naked. I didn't have any problem in particular, but it just felt weird to the eye a naked woman fighting a beast. She giggled at me evilly. "Someone's getting uncomfortable, huh?" Teasingly, she snuck near me and glued herself to my right arm. Another cheap trick. Leon would have blushed badly, had a nosebleed, and had his face red like a tomato. It's not like that. It feels weird, that's all. Disappointed, all the bloom on her face faded, probably because she didn't get the reaction she was expecting. She moved to the side and sighed. A black shadow formed around her before it morphed into a pair of clothes on her body. It was nothing fancy. A black loose t-shirt, trousers, and gloves without fingers in them. "That's better," I complimented, but she didn't reply. We reached close to the gate, hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, and then entered the darkness together. Unsurprisingly, the interior was nothing like what it looked from the outside. Sure, it was dark, but it was dim at max. I was able to see my surroundings, however. I wasn't able to see any walls, ceilings, or floors, probably because there weren't any. "Are we in a different dimension?" I appealed casually. "Of course we are. The whole labyrinth is made in another dimension. Did you think that someone could dig this deep into the earth? I mean, this is even a smaller one, but there are ones with 1,000 floors. They are bound to be built in a different dimension," she explained, but I felt it was more like mockery. But our talking came to a halt when we heard a loud flapping of wings. I knew in an instant this was our enemy. It was a cloth. Our attention shifted when we heard a loud flapping sound of wings. Looking all around, I saw that the source of this sound was not visible. Through the dim light, I could see the blurry details, wings and tail, but I couldn't see the entire body. I already knew what we would be facing since his fight with Leon had been shown in the novel, but knowing that what was is the reason I was more cautious than ever. "Be careful," Rec warned. I nodded. Since it was difficult to call her by her pronouns, for now I decided to call her Rec, short for Requiem. It wasn't the best name in the world, but I can make the changes once we're out of here. Another sound fell onto our ears. We went stiff and raised our guard. They were not precisely clouds, but I was able to see something of a similar sort, more like Mistor steam. I wasn't quite able to put my finger on it, but that was the thing blocking our view after the lack of light in the room. As I was narrowing my eyes and trying to get a clear view, my pupils suddenly enlarged as a crazy amount of light fell on them. It was bright, too bright, in fact red with a tinge of orange and yellow. It was also hot. I was standing at a good distance and the fire erupted in the sky, yet I was able to feel the warmth on my skin. In talking about the fire itself, it was not the type of fire you get with a campfire or a matchstick, not like the burning human body at a funeral. It wasn't similar to the fire that causes whole towns to burn either. It was like the eruption of a volcano, like the anger of nature, like the solar flares from the sun. It was bright, hot, terrifying, yet beautiful. It was the breath of a dragon, a cloth to be precise. It was a creature found only in history, yet it was here, as real as anything could be. Right after the fire, I saw the creature behind it. I knew him from the novel. It was a cloth. Its enormous body faded out from the mist and roared into the never-ending sky of this dimension. Its skin was true red, like flames, and the size of this creature was just colossal. I can't even guess how big it was. It was just colossal. That's the only word to describe it. Even for a dragon, it was too big. Its limbs were like a sphinx, almost human-like, its wings spreading wider than the sky. Its tail dancing at its back was so long and humongous that it would have destroyed mountains if the creature had flown through valleys. The scales on its body were large enough to be considered a small range of mountains, ranging from the top of its head to the end of the tail. It had horns, curved behind, giving it the look of a crown. Fire dribbled from the corners of its opened mouth as it drifted proudly in the air far above our heads. "Well, that's a dragon for you," Rec mumbled from the side as she eyed the cloth. It flew past us and then again vanished into the mist. "How do we defeat it?" "We will fight it," she said as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. I let out a disappointed sigh. Somewhere deep inside I had let my hopes rise too high. Maybe she wasn't the ancient warrior I'd thought her to be. Maybe she wasn't the fearless destroyer people had feared and sealed inside her sword. Maybe she was none of it. It was not like I didn't have a plan. I was just expecting something maybe. "Just kidding, I know its weakness," she said, patting me on the back and bursting out into a nasty smile like one of those mischievous kids makes. "Oh, I see, you know its weakness." Then will you do the favor of telling me what it is before that dragon comes and gobbles us up? I said, sarcasm overflowing in my tone. One might say my words indicated that I was scared of the cloth. I was not. I was irritated at her. Come on, don't be that guy. I'll tell you, fine. You see over there, she pointed up in the sky. Just a moment later the cloth emerged out of the mist and crossed the area where she was pointing. The heart. The heart is the weakness, she stated. I calmed down more or less after I had some information to work with. The plan I had in my mind was just about right. I still had to do what I was originally going to do. There will be some minor changes here and there, but that's it. Have you fought one of those before? I inquired, just to be on the safe side. She looked perplexed for a second, probably confused by the fact of how I guessed that she might have fought this thing before. We both knew this was not the right time and place, and questions can wait for later, hence she focused on the present. I haven't actually, I don't know about now, but these cloths were rare to find back in my time, and folks usually avoided fighting even if they came across one of them. You can guess why, she shrugged. Yeah, it wasn't hard to guess. These creatures only attack when someone invades their territory or lands the flight blow on them. In short, they are passive until you go and poke them. I would also have preferred to just walk by and not disturb the guy. However, in our case, things were not that simple. This dragon was trapped, or rather placed in here solely to stop whoever released Rek from the seal. This also means that he had lived in this dimension, wandering alone in the depths of the mist for thousands of years. It was not strange that he sees this as his territory, and the fact that we are now invading it. It's just a matter of time before he notices us, and then the brawl will start. I won't even call it a brawl, given that if I'm not prepared or slacked off just a little, it'll only be a one-sided massacre. What does it eat? I mean, there ain't no animals in here. How was it alive all this time? I appealed. It was something I found interesting, and it certainly won't hurt to know the answer while I go through the plan once again in my mind. Mana. This place has enough mana for it to live on for many years, even more than 1,000. When creatures live off of mana, they don't take the same quantity as food, so it is like more profit in less investment. Her eyes didn't stop tracking the cloth while she explained it to me. Hold my hand, I think our friend has noticed that it has some visitors. It might not be good for you to stay unarmed, she said, holding out her hand for me. By this time I was also done going through the plan in mind. It was based on Rek's powers I've seen here and in the novel My Magic, and how much we can coordinate as a duo. The last part was the most important. I held her hand, our palms touched and fingers interlocked. Her hand was soft and delicate, but certainly not fragile. How long has it been since I touched a girl? It certainly has been quite a while. It was back in my former world, I thin not like I want to remember. I sensed a faint, strange feeling rising deep in my heart before it was crushed by the logical and rational side of my mind. Those types of things will only prove to be a distraction, after all. Then the softness faded, replaced by the touch of cold metal and wood. I turned to look, and what I had in my hand was not a girl's hand, but a sword with a dark, ocean blue-colored blade. She'd transformed. Don't doze off like that. A voice cried out in my head. It was familiar, the same as Rek. What is this telepathy? No, certainly not. Don't tell me you didn't know our souls are combined, so we can talk no matter where we are. And what exactly does that mean? Sigh. From the moment you released me from the seal, our souls were combined. Mine, the sword's, and yours. Now the three of us are bound with each other by the very roots of life. We can exist in different bodies, but our core is the same. We are a single entity. You get it now. Why didn't I hear anything of this in the novel? But well, it wasn't that strange that things were different here from the novel. I'd stopped being startled by it a long time ago. I can't say I understood the whole of this soul thing right now, but one thing was clear. If we can talk directly through our minds, then the coordination as a team wasn't going to be a problem. Yet, there was this one thing tickling me. Since we are a single entity, does it mean that I will also get sealed in this labyrinth if we're not out before the timer of 30 minutes is over? Yeah, you're right about that. You will also get sealed here with me and Requiem. Ah, welding, I guess. As if fighting an ancient dragon wasn't enough, I was now going to get sealed along with Rek and the sword if I didn't make it out of the labyrinth before the span of 30 minutes was over. How much time has even passed since I unsealed her? 12 minutes. Huh, I said 12 minutes have passed since you unsealed me. This was strange. I didn't mean to ask her. I was just thinking about it in my mind. It was at this moment I realized that I had to be careful about what I think and how I think. If I don't do that, then I can't blame Rek for hearing everything I say to wonder in my mind. Are you scared by the fact that you can get sealed? No, I asked because I had to calculate how much time we have to defeat our big guy. I see. Do you have any way to defeat him? I don't think normal methods will work. I have, actually. Oh, I'd very much like to hear. Since I'm also not in the mood to celebrate my freedom in the belly of a dragon, you said its heart is the weakness. So going by that, I told her the basics of what we had to do, how we will attack, take turns, the positions, and what strategy we will use. My main motive here was to go inside the dragon's mouth and stab its heart from the inside, since attacking it from the outside was practically impossible due to its hard skin and scales. Going in was the tricky part, as we were dealing with a dragon, and dragons breathed fire, meaning you could turn into someone's morning toast if you went unprepared. How strong is this sword? Physically, I didn't get a reply. A second later, I realized why. Sorry, that was a strange thing to ask. I should have known. This was the Requiem. The sword of the warrior wife. I go along the few lines that described her in the novel was the destroyer who wandered continent to continent, and at one point was feared by every army in the world. The sword had slain thousands of humans and millions of monsters. There was no doubt about its strength. You ready to go? I asked, noticing that the dragon was now moving toward us. As soon as you are. I held the sword tightly in my hands, tightly but gently, as I knew the sword was also alive. The ocean blue blade reflected the crimson that shone in the eyes of the cloth. The fire was thrown back at it in the form of a mirror image. The dragon rotated and twisted its body, moving in the air in a circular motion as if dancing. Then its path turned straight toward us. I was face to face with it, even though it was a mile or two away from me. I could see directly into its eyes, then burned crimson. I felt a subtle chill go down my spine. Was I nervous? A bit. It was a big-ass dragon we were talking about. Was I scared? No. I was ready to move, but took a few steps back instead when I noticed that the cloth opened its mouth and started sucking the air. It was like a vortex in the sea. The air itself burned as it got near the edges of its mouth. It closed its mouth. I took even more steps back. The dragon's speed didn't decrease in the least. In fact, it only increased. Down from the high air, the cloth came close to what seemed to be the ground and hovered above it at great velocity. It was not just a mile away from me, I could tell, and distance was rapidly coming short. As it came toward me, with visible fire dwelling inside its mouth, I realized that I took almost 10 steps back. My feet were working on their own. I didn't mean to walk back, but I was. Before I knew it, I was running away. I tried to get outside from the door we entered, but it was nowhere to be found. And I am not referring to the door being closed. The whole door frame and the wall on which it was mounted had just disappeared into nowhere. All I had behind me was endless plains of black ground. Soon I noticed that it was not just behind me. In all directions, as soon as the human eye could see, there was nothing but black ground covered with ash mist. Nonetheless, I ran. I ran and ran and ran and ran. You can't blame me for me. I was not some hero out of a fantasy book made to please people and help them escape reality. Sure, I was inside one of those books, but I was certainly not the hero. The world didn't revolve around me. I had no plot armor. Therefore, I had to survive on my own. Then it doesn't matter if I used the dirtiest and most underhanded tricks. Even if I ran with my back against my enemy, I was ready to do it, if that helped me survive. The dragon breathed fire. I felt the temperature behind me increase. Yet I didn't turn to look at what it was like. I didn't see that a firestorm was raging behind me. I didn't know what the fire looked like. I didn't know that the firestorm was a horizontal tornado that was chasing me like a cat chasing a mouse. I stumbled and fell face down. I used elemental magic and formed a thick sheet of ice above myself in the shape of a slope, with the lower side facing the dragon. Then I waited and braced myself, sticking to the ground as close as I could. Soon the heat enveloped me. Flares of hungry flames licked the surrounding ground and the slope of ice I'd made. They went around me, above me, but not touched me. But I won't say it helped, since despite I was not physically in contact with the fire, I was still feeling like I was burning, such as the temperature of a cloth's breath. The storm raged for a few seconds. It usurped my ice slope. I didn't dare stop decreasing the temperature of the ice, as I knew that if I stopped, it won't take even a second for it to melt down, and I'll bathe under gallons of steaming hot water. Then the flames were extinguished through the wind produced by the cloth's wings. Instead of the flames, the dragon itself flew past and above me. Just when its legs passed over my head, I stopped the magic on the ice slope and crawled out. Below the dragon, running alongside its tail, I took a good long and high jump. Planted my sword as deep as I could on the side of its tail. It didn't go all the way in, but was enough for now. I held the hilt with both hands as I ran with the dragon. It stroked its tail left and right and took off, gliding up in the air. I jumped again, clenched the sword more tightly, and worked my way up on its tail. It wasn't as easy as you might guess. The resistance of the air was so rough I was barely able to stand my ground. Plus, the cloth was constantly moving its tail, hence it was even hard to not get tossed to the ground. I pulled out the sword from the side of the tail. It was only for a moment that I was up there without anything to hold on to, and that was enough to hurl me back. I flew back, pushed by the slap of the air. Then before I could fall completely, I again stabbed the sword in the cloth's tail. The resistance forced me back even after the sword was in, thus a long gush opened on top of its tail. Yet the dragon did not react. Maybe a wound this small was not enough to gain its attention. I planted my feet to the tail and pushed down to not allow the wind to slap me again. I raised my head and looked forward, my hair fluttering due to the intense wind. By now the dragon was up in the clouds again. Driving through the mist, it was like a scene straight out of a movie. I thought to look down, but my mind advised against it. Then I used my elemental magic again. Using the earth element, I formed patches of rock around my legs. I used the rock to glue and bind my feet to the flesh of the dragon's tail. When I was sure that the wind could no longer blow me away, I took out the sword and held it straight. Then I waited until the dragon flew as high as it could, turned and took a drive down. "You up? Hell yeah," a grin spread across my face. The cloth was thousand snow, maybe 10,000 meters, perhaps it was flying even higher than that. The scenery around my eyes was nothing but ash-colored mist. As it reached a certain height, the speed slowed, and the dragon turned in a semicircle before diving straight down. I felt the G-forces affecting me, but I did not have the time to deal with them. The dragon was going down at an even higher speed than when it was coming up. My hair was fluttering, and some strands were going in my eyes. My cheeks were getting crushed by the air pressure, and my whole body was getting pushed back. If not for the stone glued between my feet and the dragon's tail, I would have been flying by now. I held the sword in front of my chest and pointed it down, and waited for the right time. And the time came. The cloth was about to turn again, and I could see the ground below. I bent down on my knees, the dragon about to change its path just before touching the ground. The natural forces worked again. I broke the stone holding my feet and jumped away from its tail and toward its back. The experience was like a roller coaster ride, especially when they go round and round and round. "Now," I commanded. I was in the mid-air when the sword in my hand transformed into a girl, and now instead of the hilt, I was holding her hand. She looked me straight in the eyes, smiled, and then gathered her power. She swung her body in a circle. She pulled me, and thus I also spun. Then, as if throwing a baseball, she clenched the palm of my hand tightly and threw me hard toward the head of the cloth. I meshed a few circles before I balanced myself with my face straight in front of the dragon's skull. I clenched my fingers into a fist, used elemental magic, and heated my right hand until there was a red fireball surrounding my first. At this point, the dragon was only about 100 or so meters away from the ground, and was just about to complete its dive when I landed directly on its skull. It was a hard, very hard blow, as the first thing that came into contact with its bone was my fist surrounded by fire. I used more elemental magic, and a mushroom cloud of pure flames surrounded me as I landed and punched the dragon hard on the head. A shockwave discharged from the point. I connected my punch, followed by a loud sound. It was more powerful than I'd expected, probably because the gravitational forces had pulled me and increased the overall power of the attack as a result. The dragon imbalanced, and its head bent down and crashed on the ground, rushing through the floor and destroying the stone. It dragged itself for a while before it gained control again and stopped by using its hands. Then it got up on all fours. I'd said this before, but the cloth had hands like a sphinx. It was no wonder that he could walk. Catch me. I heard a scream, and upon looking up I saw that Rek was falling down. Before reaching me, she transformed back into the sword, and I caught it with one of my hands. "Ah, fuck," the words left my mouth on their own as the surface before my feet shook. Well, it was not exactly a surface. The dragon now knew that we were chilling on his head, hence he was shaking it like a mad dog. I trailed off. It was hard to stay rigid in one position. Then, seeking the right moment, I jumped off from its head and down to the ground at a distance. A pained groan left my mouth. I held the sword in my left hand and looked over to my right palm and fingers. There wasn't much to think about. They were broken, probably from the punch I just landed. I reached out to the pocket of my pants. Then, when I didn't find what I was looking for, I looked in the inside pocket of my cloak. There I found it. A test tube filled with a bright golden liquid. It was a cheap healing potion I'd bought in the Gannett town. I had one more which I'd bought back in the capital city, but I had already used that one to get rid of the pain of the stab wound Charles gave me. I knocked off the lid and gulped the potion. The taste wasn't good, not like I expected it to be. The taste of real potions was nothing like what I used to think about in my former life. They felt just as colored, thick water with a high viscosity. I threw the glass tube and wiped my mouth, holding the sword with two hands again. The potion wasn't going to completely heal my hand, as it was not an expensive one, but it'll soothe it enough so I can fight without any problem. "You fine?" "Yeah, but leaving that aside, I don't think the punch did anything to our big guy. Not like I was expecting it to anyway." The cloth shook its head several times as if to clear its mind, and then stood on all fours, straight like it had never taken any damage. It turned to me, eyes burning with crimson and flames lurking out of its mouth. This time the creature's expression wasn't neutral. I could see the anger in his eyes. A loud roar resounded in the area, loud enough to crush stones and slip apart the insides of someone's ears if they were close. The dragon sucked the air, burned the oxygen, and blew it toward me. The large, curling tornado of a fire vortex raged in my direction. I took back a few steps and drew in a breath to calm my body. I raised the sword and faced it at the fire. I focused and called upon the elements of nature. The air before me froze. It froze until there was a translucent mirror-like sheet of ice covering my front. It spread far away, around 30 meters on each side. It was pretty thick too. This can be called a good defense, yet I took a few more steps backward. Not taking my eyes off the dragon even for a second, the fire struck, but it did not harm me as the ice wall was there for my protection. But as I've suspected, the only thing it did was slow down the speed of the fire vortex before shattering into 1,000 pieces. The ice wall looked like a frame of glass, and it got destroyed like one too. I called for another element, and this time raised a high wall of water before me. The fire vortex combined with it, and 100 clouds of steam were released as both the fire and water elements hungrily devoured each other, leaving nothing behind and finally extinguishing the dragon's breath. It was close. Yeah, it certainly was. For some reason, Rek was not surprised that I could use magic. Well, using magic in itself wasn't a strange thing, but the fact that I can use it without an incantation and magic circles was the tricky part. And right now I was using it on huge scales too. I thought about asking, then reconsidered when I looked at the cloth in front of me. The cloth turned its body toward me, lowered its head, and looked as if it was going for a physical attack now. It was a big creature and would take time before it reached me, therefore I had some time to think over my moves. I'd originally planned to hit it with the sword, but now I wasn't seeing much hope for that. What are you waiting for? Use your magic. Rek commanded, or I should say she literally screamed inside my head. I can't. What do you mean you can't? I said I can't use magic and it doesn't work for me. Oh, is that so? Well, how many times do I have to tell you that our souls are one now, huh? Just do it and see I'll work. I'll explain later how. Sigh, fine. I didn't take orders from anyone but myself, and that was the only way I felt comfortable. But here, even if I didn't feel good about it, I had to listen to Rek. I pointed the sword's tip towards the dragon, felt up my mana, and directed its flow into the sword. I sensed the sword sucking and feeding onto my mana, but this was where things usually stopped. However, the sword's blade lit up, the same as the blade of other students I'd seen in the academy. A powerful sensation ran throughout my body. It was as if I had been electrocuted. It was refreshing. I felt powerful more than before. I was confident about my speed more than before, confident about my strength, agility, and attack power. And there was only one reason for all that: I had successfully activated the magickin, my very own magickin. However, there was just this little difference. Unlike the swords of other students in the academy that got lit up with the same color as their mana whenever one uses the magickin, my sword was dark. It was dark, covered in shadows. The blade itself hadn't changed color, but around it danced a black fog, deep as the valleys and dark as a human's heart. The ocean blue sword didn't shine. Instead, it captured all the light within itself as entangling black mist shrouded the blade like shadows. I felt blood rushing through my veins and nerves. My mana felt more precise, more powerful. I felt like I could do anything. This was amazing. This was my first magic in release. See, I told you it'll work. Now don't doze off, he's coming. Yeah, I want to ask how, but let's save it for later. I narrowed my eyes and looked at the approaching cloth. My feet moved and pulled me forward, and in no time I was running. I called the element of ice. The elements heeded my call, and a staircase made of frost started forming below my feet as I marched forward. This helped me to climb and get to the height of the cloth. I know it'll take a hell lot of mana, but this is not the time to care about such things. I ran, step after step, until I was against the dragon's head. It came close to me, running, let out a roar, and breathed fire. I jumped to my side on an ice platform I created seconds after I took the jump. The flames passed beside me, and even if this breath was not as big as the previous one, not as destructive as the previous one, not as deadly as the previous one, I still noticed my whole left side burning with heat, even though not a single embers touched me. But I, of course, didn't have time to react to such things. I reached near the dragon's neck and jumped away from the platform I was creating. It dissolved into nothing instantly afterward. I thought about screaming, but then decided otherwise. Raising the sword high, I touched the cloth's skin with it. The impact I absorbed on my hands was like I was hitting strong and pure iron with my sword instead of a creature. Still, backing off was never an option. I pushed forward, further into the dragon's skin. I pushed the sword deep as I could. At one point, I was hanging on the sword as the blade drilled itself into the dragon's skin. I'd made a hole, but that's not what I wanted. It was a gush I needed, a deadly cut. I tried to bring the sword down with my weight and open up a cleavage, but the sword was not moving. It was stuck in the dragon's flesh. A murky, reddish-brown liquid poured out from the wound I'd made with the sword and dripped directly into my mouth when I had it open to take a few deep breaths. It was the cloth's blood, and I will say it wasn't good in taste, not in the slightest. Plus, I don't even know it will react once it gets into my system. Maybe a few more expensive healing potions will be needed. Pushing the thought of how much it will cost aside, I placed both my legs on the dragon's neck and tried to push myself down in hope of finally leaving a cut, but this was also a failure. The dragon shook its neck, perhaps due to the twitching feeling I was giving him. It was trying to find me by looking around on the ground, sniffing where I'd created the ice staircase, but obviously I wasn't there. You don't know how to use a sword, do you? Rek asked out of nowhere. Here I was a bit confused about whether she even needed my answer or not, because before I could respond, she appeared beside me. Her hands were on the sword's hilt, just near mine. She didn't struggle or tried to hang onto the sword as she was able to levitate. She just held the sword carefully alongside me. She clenched the hilt I was holding and applied force downward. Then she twisted the sword, the blade's frontal edge that was facing down all this time. She gnarled it to the side. Since her face was only inches away from mine, I watched her or observed her. That was the only thing I had the most pride in after all. Her expression was calm and dressed with a small little smile, her eyes burning with delicacy. It was like watching a master chef create a dish. She knew exactly what needs to be done. And then when the blade was in the right position, she pushed it ahead. This time it slid and gushed through the dragon's skin like a hot knife in butter. As the sword slashed the cloth's flesh, leaving a deep and long laceration behind, her expression turned similar to a child playing with his favorite toys. Fountains and loads of blood poured out like a dam had been broken. It splashed onto the ground a distance away from where we landed. Rek glanced at me with a delightful smile. See, it is that easy. I ignored her. If you're wondering why we were still talking with our minds when she was no longer a sword, well, we didn't have the privilege to talk comfortably while the huge cloth was screaming hard with pain. I can take it from here. It's not like I can't use a sword. I was just distracted by the magic and go back. You can't be in this form for the next part. Yes, I'm going. You just ruined the mood if you're aware of it. The girl's body disappeared with a bright flash of light, and just the sword remained in my hand. I quickly dashed away from the place I was standing as the dragon's foot smashed it afterward a few seconds later. Regaining my balance, I collected my thoughts. The truth for why I wasn't able to deliver a good wound with the sword before was because the power of magickin had overwhelmed me. It was much more than what I expected. But now I am fine. I'd measured the power and observed what it could do and its limits, like how much speed and strength it would amplify and all that. I backed off a few steps and took my position as I concentrated on the cloth's movements. I took note of the areas where it did not have scales covering its skin as armor. I took a run again, creating an ice platform and launching myself in the air. This time, however, I didn't go all the way up. Stopping by the side of its limbs, I stepped off of the platform and delivered a good, deep slash on its right arm. This time the cut was smooth. I didn't feel like it was the same creature I was cutting. This was mainly because I'd used the magic in the right way, the way it should be used, and had concentrated my mana in the blade just before the collision. Longing the slash, I created another platform by taking only a single step. I landed my legs on it, and before I could jump to the ground, I swung the sword and threw it straight toward the right leg of the cloth. The sword spun into several arcs before a bright light flashed, and the next moment Rek came out, held the sword, gushed through the dragon's leg, passed it, turned, threw the sword back toward me, and disappeared with the same flash of light. I reached out my hand and got hold of the sword before landing on the ground. Well, that went smoothly. It sure did. The dragon screeched its throat out in agony as it struggled to maintain balance. The wound we'd given him didn't separate its limbs in two, but they were deep enough to make the creature think twice before forcing its heavy body completely on them. There was no saying when they might break into two. All the satisfaction of how it all worked smoothly went away when I felt my body breaking into a million pieces as the cloth's huge tail slapped me hard, blasting me away. I flew, crashed, rolled, and got dragged by force on the ground before finally coming to an abrupt stop. It was painful, really painful. Since we were in an entirely different dimension and there were no walls to stop me, I was thrown and rugged on the ground for as long as was practically possible. I didn't dare try to stop myself from using one of my hands and legs, as I knew they would only break if I placed them wrong, and when I finally stopped, I was a total mess. My cloak was torn up, but that was the least of my worries. I had skinned my limbs and back and was drowned in blood. Even my forehead was cut, and droplets of blood were drenching my eyes. My senses were also of no use. For a moment, I was dizzy as fuck. Everything seemed moving in a different direction. The world was turning around like crazy. The voices I heard grew hazy and clear time by time, and for a few minutes I was not even able to stand up. Although when I did stand up somehow, all I saw through my vague, dizzy vision was the cloth running toward me with anger and fury burning in its eyes. It was really mad at me and wasn't going to stop anytime soon. "Can you fight?" Rek asked as she materialized beside me. "It's not like I have a choice now, do I?" I saw a smirk spread on her mouth before she again disappeared with a flash of light. I let out closed my eyes, drew in a deep breath, opened my eyes and exhaled, held the sword and pointed it toward the upcoming dragon, and braced myself for the upcoming blows I was going to deliver and receive. The ground shook rapidly as the humongous cloth charged toward me. I picked up my almost ruined body and ran toward the dragon as fast as I could. My magickin was still on, since I was alive and had enough mana remaining to keep it going. I took a jump, a big one. The cloth opened its mouth and a cave as vast as a big cave appeared after me, and I was going in the direction of its mouth. I raised the sword, and a bright light flashed, enveloping me inside it. Rek materialized with her one hand holding the sword when she held mine with her other, rotated in mid-air, and threw me up from the side. I used the ice element and created a long, big shard in my hand and drilled it inside the dragon's skin the moment I was close to it. It didn't go all the way in, but there was a way. I used my magic again and extended the little part that was inside to a greater length, causing it to automatically push further. The dragon screamed and breathed fire, catching Rek in its blaze, but when the flames vanished, she was still there, levitating in the air with the Requiem sword in her hands. Her eyes were fierce and did not carry the least bit of fear. Here I grabbed the shard with both my hands and was hanging on it just below the cloth's horns. I gave myself a push, forward and then backward. I increased it little by little, then finally on the 5th try I pushed myself onward and did a somersault, throwing my body up. I landed on the top of the cloth's horns, and I'd to say they were hot. I could feel the heat in my feet. Regardless, I dashed forward toward the dragon's nose. Firing bursts of flames at Rek was keeping him busy enough to ignore my presence. I moved my feet fast while at the same time creating a long, flat, and sharp-edged stone in my hand with the earth element. I jumped, clenched the stone with both hands, landed over the left eye, and stabbed it with the stone in my hand. I still remember those big pupils staring at me as I jumped over them and created a bloody, liquid mess. All the fluid inside its eyes flooded out, and the dragon cried in despair, throwing its body here and there and looking for aid. Then it spread its wings to take off in the air. I thought I had to stop him, so I was going to use my magic, but a thought communication from Rex stopped me. I hurriedly glanced over in her direction with the side of my eye, but before I could realize, something fast moved past me just after she swung the sword down. It was a dark, pure black, flying corner of a shadow molded in the shape of a vertical arc. The shadow, cutting the air in half, collided with the dragon's left wing and flew through it. The result was that Cloth's wing was now split in half from the middle. Disabled to fly due to the damaged wing, the Cloth wasn't able to take off from the ground, and that was more than enough time for me and Rek. What was that attack? I asked. This genuinely piqued my curiosity given that I'd never seen that one in the novel. Dark Edge, she replied in a somewhat low and passive voice. That's one cringy name I see. Yeah, I mean Dark Edge. Only a 12-year-old would name an attack like that, not a 1,000-year-old warrior. There was silence at first on Rek's side, and then came the storm. I know that, all right. I know it is cringy. I know your ears bleed after hearing that. I know you think only a kid would come up with a name like this. I know it, all right, but I still can't change the fact that it was the only name that came to my mind back in those days. I'm spittin' facts here, okay. It was like the best name in the world for me at that time. However, now things have changed and I grew more aware of what I did, so you can go ahead and make fun of me all you want. I couldn't even begin to describe how much my head was aching because of this. She was screaming inside my mind, and I mean literally through thought communication, or whatever it is called. I also can't comprehend how she was able to fend off the angered Cloth while shouting all these facts. Sigh, okay, that was just an honest thought I gave, not like I'm making fun of you. I didn't have time for things like that. Having fun, huh? I can't remember the last time I had fun for real without faking it. I can't even recall how it felt to have fun. The circumstances were what they were both in my former life and here. I started to fake my smile and laughter according to the situation as I gained control over my emotions. I can blame 1,000 things and people for that, but in reality it was just me, gaining pleasure not by having fun, but through other feelings, pain, suffering, and breakdown of other people. That was what I enjoyed, that is what I enjoy. Come on boy, easy, easy, I murmured reflexively as the Cloth shook its body, jumping around and moving while attacking Rek. I titled my body accordingly to not fall over, then I turned back in Rek's direction. Let's end this now. I would have rather had some more fun, but given that we don't have all day, let's just get this done with, she replied. I gave an assuring nod. My feet slowly moved, step by step, further and further. In no moment I was running toward the Cloth's nosing Rek's direction. I ran and reached the end of its horns. Rek matched my eyes and threw the Requiem sword at me. At first I thought I wouldn't be able to catch it, but ended up doing it anyway. Just as I caught the sword and gripped it with my hands, Rek flashed a brilliant white smile before she vanished like usual. I turned and jumped off the dragon's head, activated Magickin, and drilled the sword's blade into the creature's shoulder flesh. Holding the hilt with both hands, I slid down while the sword opened the long gush in the Cloth's left armed hole scene, looked as if I was hanging from a huge lever and pulling it down. Dark, dragon blood rained over me as I landed on the ground and made a good distance between myself and the Cloth as if it was now raging and going mad, likely due to the pain. It shrieked, shivered, roared, and pounded the ground multiple times with its frontal feet. Steam and embers and sparks of fire flew out from the dragon's mouth as if slowly turned toward me. Our eyes met, both of us scanning each other the ways predators do as if our lives depended on it, which they did. It wasn't clear who moved first. Maybe it was me, maybe it was him. But whoever it was, it didn't matter. For that period, all that mattered was ourselves, and the opponent before us, the rest of the world stopped existing. This was probably going to be the last trade of blows. I was going to make it that way. Hence, there was no need to preserve my mana. I manipulated the mana flow in my body and directed all of it in my Magickin and held back enough to keep me alive. I dashed forward, and an explosion resounded below my feet, launching me forth in the air. The cloth came like a mad lizard, running all over the place. It slapped the air with its tail. I created an ice platform, used it as footing, made another explosion below my feet, propelled myself in the air, and dodged the attack. Stepping onto its tail, I jumped further ahead. Reaching close to its neck, I closed my eyes and concentrated. Opening them again, I delivered a great number of non-stop slashes stopped, and poured more mana into the magic. The shadowy mist surrounding the sword grew, enveloping the whole blade within itself. I landed on the ground, touched the ground, and called forth a huge ice spike from the ground. It raged upward until the spike drilled itself inside the cloth's stomach. As I threw the sword upward, I saw a flashing light as Rek came out, gained control of the sword, and sliced up the cloth's tail that was coming toward me. After getting done, she tossed the sword back at me, and I held it as I made a pillar going upward. I stumbled on the ground and rolled for a while before coming to a halt after a meter or so. I gained a few injuries and skinned myself in the process, but those were the least of my concerns. I quickly got back to my feet and created a thick wall of both ice and water to block another upcoming breath of gleaming flames. Not waiting for wasting any more time, I flanked to the side as the flames and my defensive wall collided and released several clouds of steam. There was no second thinking about it. I instantly hid within the steam and got close to the cloth. He wasn't able to identify me as he was confused, sniffing my smell in the steam and the water and ice I'd released. A sword was raised high before it struck down on the dragon's left foot. The attack this time was direct. The blade connected with the flesh and smoothly sliced it completely in two pieces as I moved along with my sword. Finally, I pulled out the sword from the other side of its foot, blood splashing behind and leaving a trail behind the tip of the blade as I did so. A moment later, my ears heard a scream, or roar, or shrill, or whatever it was, but it was so loud that I had to cover my ears, or I don't doubt the possibility that they would have bled. Then the gigantic body of the dragon bent one of its knee leg I had cut, began to fall in a direction. I leaped out of the danger zone as fast as physically could before the whole cloth fell onto the ground with a loud and heavy thump. The dragon went limp on the ground, but he wasn't dead, and I also knew that he was going to get up in a few minutes. After all, that is what he'd done during his fight with Leon in the novel. Yeah, I was roughly following the strategy Leon had used when he fought the cloth. As for the reasons, well, I didn't have the least bit of experience in fighting against a big-ass dragon, and I wasn't, by no means, going to put my life on the line to gain some. This was the safest plan, best for me, who always walked down the route where my victory was already determined. I was running all along, and when I stopped it was before the cloth's mouth. It was wide open, partly because it was showing flames aforetime I cut his leg. I used elemental magic and called forth the water element. Using it, I drenched myself wet from head to toe as much as I could. Then I jumped in front of the dragon's mouth, all wet. I was fast as someone with rank B could be, but it was still not enough to get out of the way before the cloth threw flames at me. The fire it breathed surrounded me like a cloak. It was hot, really hot, I should say. I mean, this was the first time I was directly in its range. Regardless, I didn't wander from the goal I had in mind. After all, I jumped in front of its mouth, knowing that it would envelop me with flames. I threw the sword to the side hard with a lot of force. Felt my muscles stretching and aching as I did so. It wasn't a surprising thing. I was abusing my body for a lot of days now. The Requiem sword spun in the air as it entered the dragon's burning mouth. Just when it was confirmed that the dragon had swallowed the sword, I ran out from the fire, away from the cloth. Its fire disappeared and the creature stood on all fours and started moving weirdly, and it was strange as if something had gotten stuck in its throat. Then it began suffering, smacking the ground with its feet and tail, throwing fire in every direction. The dragon was going mad for real. A loud thump and silence followed afterward. The cloth lay limp on the ground, completely motionless. Seconds passed and nothing happened. Minutes passed and nothing happened. Finally, the dragon's stomach glowed before it was a slashing sound, accomplished with the sound of stripping flesh and bustling blood. A part of the dragon's stomach near its neck and heart blew violently. It was a cut from the inside. The flesh hung and opened as if someone had gushed a curtain from the middle and made a hole for trespassing. Dark, brown blood streamed outside from the hole, along with some decapitated muscles. I didn't flinch my eyes and kept looking in that direction until a girl with ocean blue hair came out with a sword of the same color as her hair in her hand. She was Rek, of course, covered in blood, or bathed in blood would be the right word. I slumped to the ground and took a breath of relief as she showed a thumbs-up sign in my direction, along with a cheerful Smilia smile that looked strange on the lips of someone who had stabbed a dragon's heart from the inside and was dyed in red. I sat on the ground and then my hands gave out and I lay there. Looking up at the ceiling that didn't exist, there were only clouds of mist and never-ending darkness. Now that the threat was gone and Cloth was dead, the realization that I was in a different direction hit me. I'd known it for a while, but never got the time to wonder about the fact. Although now that I did, it didn't feel any different. Only the scenery was different. Everything else, me weight, atmospheric pressure, gravitational pull, quality of the air was the same. But then again, maybe this was designed to be the same, I can't say. That went smooth and easy, Rex said as she happily walked over and stood beside me. You're looking like shit, I stated. Then, raising my hand in her direction, I used elemental magic and dumped a pile of water on her. I did this several times until she was no longer drowned in blood. I didn't like the way you did that, she squeaked. I don't care. After some thought, I did the same with myself and bathed in water without getting up. I mean, I was also painted with blood, even if it was my blood and not the dragon's. I felt a shiver run down my body as the semi-cold water touched and embarrassed my open and fresh wounds. My body twitched a little before I finally got up and sat straight. I checked the pockets of my cloak just in case to see if I had any healing potion left or not, but then realized that I had no pockets left. My cloak was almost torn and was a mess of shreds and pieces of fabric. My academy uniform, which I was wearing under the cloaks, was also torn from the edges, mostly the pants. I let out an exasperated sigh. A lot of money was going to get fueled. I had to buy a bunch of potions, new cloaks, a new uniform, the tax for the wagon when I'll head back, and some other minor things too. I did have a fair amount of money in my bank account, but it wasn't like the numbers were infinite. I'll also need the money when the calamity will arrive. A nothing but a headache is waiting for me. I released another, long and deep sigh. I don't really want to disturb you, but are you aware that the time is still running out? I mean, we're still technically inside the labyrinth, Rek deducted, looking at me. Yeah, right, I haven't forgotten, I said as I slowly rose to my feet and dusted the dust out of whatever I had left in the name of a cloak. But where should we get out from? I can't see any way out. There's darkness as far as the eye can see. Oh, that's not a problem. Now that the cloth is dead, the third and final seal should have been lifted. So it's about time, I think. Rek put a finger on her lips and scanned the area with her sharp eyes. But her eyes wavered back to our place as the space before was cracked and crumbled. Bright white light leaked from the fractured line in the middle of space itself. Then as I watched it, the area in front of us that should have been nothing but air broke into pieces and revealed a door emitting a dazzling light. I didn't know this way existed because in the novel, Leon had used his system to switch the floors right after killing the cloth. There it is, let's go. I know you must be tired after beating the cloth. Even if that was nothing but just an infant, those things are serious trouble. She waved at me and walked toward the door. I stumbled behind Rek and toward the light. As I entered the white, something she said clicked in my mind. That cloth was what? I wanted to scream it out loud, but then refrained from doing so. It was like teleporting, albeit the fact that I don't know what teleportation feels like. After crossing the white light, I along with Rek entered an entirely new area. It was a medium-sized boxed room. Vines and plants grew on the walls and floor made of cobblestone, and above the stone floor was a carpet of thick dust. The room was closed from all sides and didn't have a light source, yet strangely the room was illuminated from every corner. What do you mean by infant? Was that not a grown-up cloth? I usually refrain from asking someone questions and revealing that I don't know that particular piece of information. It makes me vulnerable. But since Rek was my property and I needed this info on the cloth, I asked her outright. From today onward she will be staying with me at all times till the time I die or the Requiem sword is broken. There are no chances of her betraying me, though I'll not believe it wholeheartedly. I meant what I said. That cloth was a newborn, I can tell by looking at him. He was 1,000 or so years old from what I could tell, so he was probably caged by them when I was sealed. She shrugged and explained while looking around the room, touching walls and the floors as if searching for something. Cloths were beasts that existed in Lollipop's novel, and according to the information that he gave in his chapters, they were a species of ancient dragons who ruled the earth since the time humanity was taking birth, but then for some reason they went extinct. Yeah, that is all I know. What's the age of an adult cloth? That's a good question. It can be somewhere around 1,000,000 years, but I don't know. Even back in my time when I was not sealed in this stinky labyrinth that was around 1,500 years ago, I think cloths were an endangered species. No one saw them, nor did they try to. And as for me, the oldest I've seen aged 400,000 years. But that is also nothing but a guess, since I can't tell their exact age just by looking. All this information was crucial, hence I wasted no time and recorded every detail in my mind. The thing about cloths was interesting enough in itself, but if anything, I just came to know that this world's history stretched back 1,000,000 years. I didn't know this, of course, because Lollipop never explained it. I had told him multiple times to write about the history of his world as it will improve world building, but he never listened to me. The result was a messed up world with out-of-the-box facts and history whenever there was a need for it. There was no defined history and past of his world, he just created them when the situation asked for it. Here it is, Rek mumbled and stopped before a specific part of the floor. I pointed my gaze at the same spot as she blew and cleared the dust from there. At first, it was nothing unusual. However, after staring attentively, I noticed that the ground was elevated in a square shape was a button. Without a thought that it might very well be a trap, she gently pressed it down with her foot, and it slid underground. There was dead silence for a while. She glanced at me, and I thought about removing her feet from the button but then decided otherwise. If that was a trap, then it was already too late. The room shook and grumbled rapidly. Gravel fell from the ceiling along with loads of dust. Something moved. It was a part of the right wall. First, a rectangular shape area was outlined, as the dust was blown off from the corners. Then the rectangle piece of wall drifted backward for a while before shifting to the side, and the opening of a cave came into sight. I stood still with my guard up and waited for a while. Rec moved nonetheless and glanced inside the cave that had just been opened up. When I was sure that this didn't trigger a trap of some sort, I walked over to her and took a look inside. Neither of us ventured inside, but the view was clear from here. It was a vast cave with many shining blue crystals stemming from the rocks. At the same time, there were some fantasy creatures I'd never thought I would see here. Slimes. There was a group of sky blue-colored slimes in the cave, or rather, even calling it a group might be small. The whole cave, as far as I could see, was stashed with slimes. This is the wrong one. Rex shrugged in disappointment and began searching for what she was searching again. I thought about going in and examining the slimes, but they refrained from doing so. I didn't have time. Even if we were out of the labyrinth, I still wanted to get back to the academy as soon as possible. Wait for a second. Are we out of the labyrinth or not? I asked hurriedly as I turned toward Rec. I had no plans of turning into a sword after all. Relax, I can no longer sense the seal weighing above me, so this is probably a different place. And I had been here before I was sealed. That's how I know there should be a way out, somewhere around. Here, she stepped onto a similar button without any thought too. The room this time didn't grumble or roar. With the silence and delicacy of a young maiden, a door opened up on the wall beside the one on which the cave had opened. This time there was no way leading to the darkness or a cave, but stone-carved stairs leading upward toward the sunlight. Not much thinking was required. This was the way out. I could feel the heat in the light coming down the stairs, and this heat was similar to that of the sun. Let's go, said Rec, pointing at the stairs with a smile. We came up from the stairs and out from the underground structure, or should I say from another dimension. Anyway, I was now out in the light and breathing fresh air. I won't lie here, it felt good. I closed my eyes and drew in a deep breath to relax and refresh my lungs. I wanted to just rest for a bit. Maybe that is why my legs stumbled upon themselves. Maybe that is why darkness washed over me for a while. Perhaps that is why I lost consciousness for a while. Maybe that is why. I opened my eyes hurriedly, almost on instinct, as if I'd fallen asleep in the middle of a battleground. But there was no such thing, and above my eyes, I saw the clear blue sky that spread endlessly in all directions. Clouds floated slowly in the air with the company of birds. Then I noticed something else. I was not lying on the ground. The surface below my head was not rock hard, but soft like an expensive pillow, warm like the gentle breeze of spring. I was not the protagonist of an isekai anime, so it didn't take me much longer to know the reason for all this. I was lying with my head in Rec's lap. It was only confirmed when I saw her face blocking the way between my eyes and the sky. Maybe she'd noticed that I was now awake. Her hair fell on the sides, covering her face and casting a shadow on me. Then I realized that she was playing with my hair too, not exactly patting, but fiddling with it. I exhaled and then got up and sat individually. Seeing my reaction, the smile she had on her face vanished. You should at least have panicked a bit. I mean, you were lying on the lap of a beautiful girl such as me. There's no way you can come out of that unscathed, she complained. That's not my problem. Now, this is a bit of advice. You won't get the reaction you're expecting from me, so you should stop trying. It will be nothing but a waste of time. After that, I stood up, stretched my arms, and got ready to move. For how long I was out? 5 to 10 minutes. I see, it's not much, but not in the affordable zone either. Come on, we're heading back, I commanded as I looked around the area. Judging by the location, I can say that we are directly on the opposite side of the labyrinth from where we entered. Going back won't be a problem. Sigh. That was tiresome. I let out a breath as I slumped on the bed in the room I'd booked in the inn. I was back in Gannett Town. The first thing I did was buy myself a new hooded cloak so I can hide my face. Then I went to the medic shops and bought a bunch of healing potions. I'd planned to buy the most expensive ones since they are the best in terms of quality, but unfortunately they were not available here. Hence, I had to work with the average ones. I also bought some medicines that were not potion sherbs and pills. Considering the shape my body was in, I needed a lot of medication. I rested the cloth badge in which I had all the stuff in the bed beside me, removed my hood, and took out 3 healing potions from the bag. The potions were stored in tubes like the ones they used in chemistry labs back in my former world. I removed the crock and poured the liquid from all 3 tubes into my mouth at once. I gulped it all in and through the empty tubes on the bed. I took 3 more and did the same, then repeated the process until I'd consumed 12 tubes worth of potions. I put my hand inside the bag and grabbed a loaf of bread I'd bought, ate it while gulping it down with another tube of healing potion, wiped my mouth, took the herbs and pills and swallowed them along with another potion. Are you sure taking that much is not bad for your health? Rec queried. While I was busy with myself, she was sitting on the chair at a distance. It's all right. Healing potions are the only piece of medicines that doesn't have any side effects. I'll be fine, I waved her off as I took off my cloak and then started unbuttoning my shirt. Oof, she buried her face in her hands and blushed. What are you intending to do by undressing in front of a girl like me in a locked room where no one can hear us? She said in a shy tone. I thought of ignoring her at first, but then the room is not locked and the walls are so thin that even a rat can hear us. I couldn't help but say that, and received her usual disappointed look as a result. She sat there not looking at me, maybe angry, like a little girl whose toys had been snatched away. I continued what I was doing. Taking off my shirt, I put it on the bed. Then I grabbed the remaining 2 bottles of healing potions and carefully poured them over the injuries I had on my arms where I'd skinned myself when the cloth slapped me with its tail. I picked up a roll of bandages from the bag and rolled it over the healing potion I'd applied on the wounds, first on my right arm and then on my left. I did the same with the injuries I had gained on my chest, neck, and feet. However, it didn't quite work when I tried to do the same with the wounds on my back. My hand was not reaching there, and even if I somehow put the potion there, I won't be able to wrap the bandage. I tried again, and this time while standing up, but the result was the same. I turned, titled my body, and bent my spine as much as I could, but all I was able to do was rub a bit of healing potion on some of the wounds. It was all because while I was able to feel where my injuries were, I wasn't able to see them. Suddenly I felt a touch. Someone was touching me, holding me from the back. Their hands were on my shoulders. I knew who this was. Let me do it, Rex said and held out her hand, asking for the tube of potion and the roll of bandage. I thought for a moment, not moving, then realized there was nothing to think about this. No, I'll do it myself, I replied, then stepped away from her. But you won't be able to see back there. Don't be stubborn here and let me do it already. She was persistent. I glanced at her from the side of my eye. I said I will do it myself. End of conversation. It was the end of the conversation, and she went back to the chair afterward. Then when I got a bit of space for myself, I used my elemental magic and created a thin sheet of white and freezing cold ice that rested against one of the walls. It was a perfectly flat sheet of ice and reflected the light just the way a mirror should. Yes, the image shown was not as clear and sharp as you see in mirrors, but enough for me to get my work done. I then looked in the mirror, and while bending my body to its limits, I applied the potion and wrapped the bandages on my back. When everything was done, I had the look of a mummy straight out of those classical movies. Both of my arms were wrapped in white bandages from the wrist to the shoulders. The same was the case with my legs too. They were covered in white between the ankles and knees. The bandages on my upper body surrounded my abdomen and went up to the chest, covering my back too. And if you're wondering why I applied the healing potion on my wounds instead of drinking it, well, it doesn't speed up the healing or anything. You are just able to use those body parts more precisely, as it lessens the pain and stops the bleeding. Because I wasn't going to rest anytime soon, this was at least better than nothing. As I was now done with the medications, I picked up my shirt and wore it with the dark green hooded cloak over it, took out 2 loaves of bread from the cloth bags that was all left in it, passed one to Rec and ate the other. Get up. Where leaving, I commanded. Chewing the bread at the same time is indeed a valuable thing. What, already leaving? Look at yourself in that mirror you created. Are you even aware of how rugged and torn up you are? She shouted as she smacked the floor and stood up, filled with fury. No, I don't have time to rest. We'll set sails right now, I said, and it was more like a statement. Hurry up, I'm not going to wait for you the whole day, I mentioned and stepped out of the room. She had no choice but to follow, and she did. I had already paid the money for the inn when I booked the room, so checking out was all I had to do before I was standing alone on the road in the middle of Gannett town. Well, not exactly alone, since I had Rec with me. For some reason, she didn't want to go back into the sword form, probably because she was stuck as a sword for many years. Therefore, she wandered with me in the human form. I was willing to let it pass as long as it didn't prove to be a hindrance in my way. I stopped and looked around the town for a while. It was night already. The streets were illuminated mostly with lamps, since magic lights were expensive, as only ones in this town had been in the central area. People were walking down the road, doing their usual chores. Adventurers were coming back from the quests they had taken at the Adventurers Guild. It was only reasonable that some succeeded and some failed. Those who did reach their goal will probably celebrate it in the guild building, will have drinks and dinner, will host some parties, will boast about how they did this and that, will flirt with women and all that. But the ones who lost will have a gloomy mood. They will probably enter the guild building with a fake smile, some with no smile at all. They will get cheap drinks and a not-so-fancy dinner, and instead of flirting with beauties, the topic of discussion will shift toward what they should have done and where things went wrong. But of course, the chances of the latter happening were slim, very slim. A small town like this doesn't have many threats. The adventurers don't go out every day fighting monsters. Even if they do, they only go up against weak and low-level monsters who mostly hide all the time. That's why the majority of adventurers who come and stay in towns like this get easy quests connected partly with day-to-day things. There are only a few who take on a suspicious quest, go inside an unknown labyrinth, and get their whole part annihilated. The chances of that happening are as slim as a single strand of human hair. I don't know when I started walking, but I was on the border of the town by now. All the buildings combined at the center of grass and wheat fields looked like a single huge lamp glowing in the dark. I saw a wagon passing by. It had just dropped a few people at the town and was now about to head back. It was the same way from where I came, so without wasting more time I went to the wagon with Rek and booked a ride. We got inside, the wheels of the wagon rolled, and we left for Foresight capital. Her head was paining, flooded with dizziness. It was like someone was dragging her from a hallway filled with darkness toward a door of bright light. As of now, she was unconscious, thus the darkness. The door of light represented the realm of awareness, and at last the hallway was a bridge, a way to connect the two. Everyone walks down this path when they wake up from their slumber. It was as easy as that. But here, however, it was not silly for her. The path of the hallway was not smooth and tidy, but covered with a sheet of iron nails. The floor, too, was not even and had cracks and gaps and dents on it, and she was dragged mercilessly on this floor because she had to reach the light. Of course, it was not her own will. Only a person who is wrong in the head would prefer to experience something like this, but in a way, she was the one to drag herself onto that floor. She was dragging and torturing herself, making a bloody mess of her own body. Why? Because that was the right thing to do at the time. It was not about whether she wanted it or not, whether she liked it or not had to. Simply put, her subconscious mind was dragging her conscious mind out of the deep slumber she was in. I had told you what the hallway, the darkness, and the door of light represented. But what about the iron nails? Well, the nails were the same as what they stood for, small yet painful and unbearable when together. It is simple, and only for this reason. I will leave it to you to discover what the nails depicted. Zara opened her eyes roughly in an instant. Her vision was blurry, her eyes wet, and various annoying noises resounding in her ears. They were the screams of monsters, of stabbing, of blood gushing out, of guts falling apart, of bones breaking, of metal clashing, and lastly, the ambitious voice, the battle cry of a young man. Since her vision wasn't clear, she rubbed her wet eyes to get a clear view and was Speen standing near her. Wearing a cloak of wounds, dyed in the color of blood, with his right eye missing, he was still fighting against the goblins who'd surrounded them. It took her a whole minute to recognize him, as the expression he had was totally unlike the Speen she knew. He had one eye missing, his armor was torn up and ruined, and the cuts he'd gained were visible, but despite all this, he was fending off the goblins with not a hint of pain on his face. Tears welled up in the eyes which she had rubbed just now were wet again. This was all wrong, she realized as her memory of what had happened came back. The satisfaction she had when she fell unconscious was now nowhere to be seen. She had made a clear way for him to escape. He could easily have left this place. Yet he was here. Why? She didn't and did know at the same time, and that frustrated her more than anything. Her hand slowly went up, reaching out for Speen, but she was unable to grab him. Why are you still here? She asked. In all the noise, her voice was no louder than a whisper, but enough for Speen to hear her. He turned to look at her, and her expression changed. But what she saw was not resentment, fear, anger, guilt, or any other negative feeling. He wore a gentle, warm, and knowing smile. Why didn't you leave me and escape? I went through all the trouble to make a way for you, but well, he said, pushing two goblins with his broken sword at the same time. Sorry for the trouble, but I couldn't have left you to die here. Even if I survived that way, clang, slash, thump, clang, slash, push, stab. That bastard Favian, he would have beaten the shit out of me when I will enter heaven after death. That guy is scary as fuck when the matter is related to you, slash, slash, clang, push, slash. He slit the throat of an armed goblin in front of him, kicked on and crushed his face, cracked open the skull of one with the hilt of his sword, stabbed the other, decapitated the next one, and so on. He was indeed struggling, that was the truth. His sword was scathed and dented, with rugged edges after all the fighting it had been through. All the odds were against him, but he did not waver. He stood rigid, strong like a man he'd looked up to. His breathing was messy, rapid, unbalanced, and uneven. His lungs were aching. Each time he drew in a breath, it felt as if he was inhaling a bundle of needles. When he exhaled, it was like rubbing salt on the wounds made by the needles. There was not a part of his body that did not suffer, but there was also not a single part of his body that wanted to leave a friend's lover, to die and save himself. Just wait a minute and lay there quietly, kicking a goblin. He made it fall, then stabbed multiple times with the sword. I will, turning rapidly to the side, he separated the neck of a goblin with a horizontal slash. In this, he punched a goblin, breaking all its teeth with his bloodied knuckles, then tore his throat apart from the inside. I will end this very soon, he said in a breath. He passed Zara an assuring smile, full of confidence, a smile that believed in itself. A smile that did not shiver even when it faced 1,000 gloomy ones. A smile which indicated that the host of this smile was not going to give, not going to let go of hope, not going to accept what fate had decided for him but create his fate. The host of this smile was not going prostrate, he was not going to break. His will was strong like obsidian forged with the lava of a violent volcano. However, his sword wasn't as strong as his will. A crackling sound resounded in the area, and despite all the screams, that small, little, delicate whisper was heard by both Speen and Zara. Something broke, and it was Speen's sword. Not being able to withstand the pressure any longer, the blade broke into two from the middle. At the moment, it was like time itself slowed down for Speen as he watched the piece of metal shatter in two and land on the ground. On the other hand, Zara wanted to scream, but a pressure so heavy fell upon her that no words left her mouth. This, of course, didn't mean that he gave up. Ambition filled him a second later, and he swung the broken sword, even slit the throats of some goblins who were in close range. This would have been a perfect time for the power of friendship to shine, and for him to gain a deadly power-up. But the reality is often not that sweet. The goblins stabbed him from behind, stumbled upon him, the bone of his right leg broke and he fell. But he still didn't waver from his goal. He got down on all fours and covered Zara, shielding her with his body. She was stunned. Streams of tears flowed down her eyes like rivers from the mountains. She was crying like a little girl. This was her second time losing someone she cared for, a friend, the only friend maybe. "Why, you idiot, how can you?" she whispered. Her reactions were expected. After all, Speen was still wearing his smile, the same one he had before. Not a single shed of tears left his eyes. "Dumbass, why are you crying? If anything, I can meet with Fabian now," he said, his voice not depicting the least bit of pain he was going through. She wasn't able to say anything. She didn't know what to say. The goblins climbed over him, stabbed him with their knives, and made his back full of holes, but they were not able to reach Zara. The amount of stabbing increased with each passing minute, and soon crossed the limit of what a human can endure. "I'm sorry to leave you here. After all, I'd said that I won't. I'd sworn to myself that I won't. But you see, the thing is, he wasn't able to finish. Half because of the pain and his decreasing consciousness, and half because of the expression Zara had. The smile on his lips grew, before transforming into a warm, comforting one, the smile the same as he had when both of them were yet to grow up and played Toads, three of them. That was the last time she'd seen that smile, and now it was probably the last time she will ever see it. She raised her hand and caressed his cheek. More tears flooded out. "Idiot, please, don't cry," were the last words she heard, and he spoke. The smile didn't disappear, but his body went limp. His soul left the body. That was probably the time she cried the most in her entire life, and when she was done, she remembered. She remembered the person who led them, the person who was responsible for all this, remembered how that person left them to die, remembered the person she'd thought of as nice and accepted as a companion. She remembered it. Alan, remembering, ignited a new flame within her heart, the flame of anger, the flame of resentment, and the one that burns them all, the flame of revenge. And that day, the third floor of a labyrinth burned in the flames of revenge, hot as the ones in hell. But that, as they say, is a story for another day. The wagon shook in a jolted motion as the wheels stumbled upon a rock on the unpaved path, thus knocking me out of my thoughts and snapping me back to reality. It was night, a cool, comfy, and peaceful night like the perfect nights you see in those fantasy storybooks. The sky, dyed in black with a tinge of denim, was wrapped in a blanket of gleaming, twinkling stars. The weather was clear too, and the moon was enlightening the world with the rays it borrowed from the sun. We were passing through an area covered with wheat fields, but the season was of fall, and they had just been planted, therefore leaving them green instead of the golden field you would expect. A gentle breeze brushed past our wagon, and the stalks of wheat swayed and danced as the dried leaves on the road were hurled in the air, creating a bit of noise in the atmosphere. But then when the wind died, there was silence again. Deep, pure silence enveloped the whole world. Of course, the sound produced by the rolling wheels of the wagon was still present, along with the clopping of the horses. However, those sounds were too a part of this silence, and that's what made this silence so special. It was strange, bewildering, cold, yet somehow comforting, like a mother's embrace. I would have said that I was alone in this silence, enjoying and savoring it to the last bit, but that was not quite true. Well, but it won't exactly be lying either. I was alone in a metaphorical way, but alone nonetheless. Sitting on one side of the wagon, I was staring out at the moon from the open back portion, and opposite to me sat Rek, who was staring at me. For a reason I don't know. Now, you could say that the two of us were alone, but even that was far away from the truth. I mean, the wagon's driver was also with us, although at the far front. There was no reason, no importance for him, but the world couldn't work if he was not here, driving the wagon and taking me back to the capital city, so he was. That dark edge, the first to break this wonderful silence, was the one who enjoyed it the most. Me. What was it? Rex said nothing for a while, but then settled back in her seat, a little smile appearing on her face. Well, it is an attack I made back in time. It's not much, but does the trick anyway. I heard her sigh. If not for the Kringy name, it would have been a lot better. The name was Kringy indeed. However, that alone can't change the value of that attack. It was powerful from what I saw, and considering that the Requiem sword was now mine, I was interested in trying it out. Because when the calamity will hit, it will hit hard. If I was not prepared, then that could be my what am I even saying. As the one who created the calamity, I knew how powerful that disaster was, stronger than the natural forces. It stood up to its name, truly a catastrophe. I can never be too prepared for it. As of now, my primary weapon in combat is my elemental magic. It might be a good thing to keep in my arsenal, knowing that I can use it for both offense and defense. Though that doesn't change the fact that it won't be of as much use when thrown against an army of 100,000, maybe millions of mindless, mutated, monstrous or lower demons, plus their masters and the archdemons too. I'm not even including the demon warlords. My skill of foresight is a good weapon too, as I can see the future despite it being limited to only a second. However, just like everything, that skill also has a negative side which affects me hard when I abuse it. I don't want to get into the details for now. Still, none of this changes the fact that I need to get strong. That's why I needed to increase my power as much as I could. I was not going against the demons and saving the world or some bullshit like that. I just want to be powerful enough to transport my family safely to Towel, where the remaining humanity gathered after the calamity struck. The Requiem sword was going to play a good role in it. Its powers were pretty high in the novel, but in this world, it seems like there's more to it than what I know. The Dark Edge attack is one of them, and since it was now my proper to both wreck and the Requiem sword, I would not hesitate to search the hell out of them for information. I had tried imitating that attack when we were fighting the cloth, but it failed. I tried using it, but nothing happened, I stated, shifting my gaze to wreck. Is that so? Well, it is not like your usual attacks you can accomplish just by manipulating your mana flow, she said with a half-assed tone as if she didn't want to talk about it. Taking the previous conversations regarding this move of hers, I can guess why she was behaving like this. You need to be in a specific mindset and have a certain level of concentration to use the Requiem the way it should be used. Because this sword has a lot more to it than you think, it can be the greatest weapony or primary source of strength if you use it right. However, it can also affect you negatively. And to use it correctly, I'll just tell you how to do it rather than sit and explain. That will do, I think, I replied, looking back and forth between the moon and her face. Then I decided to switch the topic of conversation and shift it to something that interested me even more than this attack. You said something about our souls being one now, right? What was that about? I appealed, interlocking my fingers and resting my arms on the top of my legs as I leaned forward a bit. Now her eyes lit up. That's something worth explaining. Her face bloomed into a refreshed smile similar to a child who finally got to play with his favorite toy. She drifted back in her seat, crossed her legs, then gazed at me. You see, she started. This is a rather complicated topic, but pretty silly at the same time if you grasp the basics right. So let's start with the seals thing that caused our souls to come together. Back in my glory days, I was sealed inside my sword by a group of people for certain reasons, and that was how mine and the sword's soul got together. Also, if you're gonna ask why the sword has a soul, then let me tell you it is alive, the sword I mean. Not completely, but it contains enough life force to be counted as a living being, thus it has a soul too. When I was sealed within it, my physical body was destroyed, and what remained was the soul, which afterward was bound with the sword's soul via a large-scale spell and put into this labyrinth, hidden from the rest of the world. But regardless to say, that was not the only seal they put. Inside the labyrinth, another spell was cast that will make sure to bind the soul of the person who breaks my seal in the mixture of hours. This was a measure taken to ensure that I can't get out of this labyrinth, even if somehow I was released from the seal. Because this time when the timer of the spell that sealed will be over, along with me, the one who broke my seal will also turn into a sword and lay in the dark like I was. Until someone else came and broke the seal as the previous one did, but if everything went the same, the cycle will keep repeating itself over and over again. However, in your case, we were able to get out before the spell triggered, hence you are safe and sound. But it doesn't change the fact that your soul is now one with mine and Requiem's. I stood without motion for a while, processed the information she'd given me, and then asked, how many sealing spells were used in total? She brought forth her right hand, opened her palm, and folded her thumb and pinky finger. 3, she said. The first was used to destroy my physical body and combine my soul with my sword. The second was used to keep me inside the labyrinth and to combine the soul of whoever unseals me into the mix, but that spell didn't destroy their body. Finally, the third one, this spell was the main spell that enveloped the labyrinth in it. The work of this spell was to remake the seal of the second spell to keep me from leaving the labyrinth, and then the other use was to wipe the body of whoever unsealed me from existence and dump them inside the sword too, just like me. Though since this was the biggest spell and required complicated magic circles and an enormous amount of mana to function, it took a reload time of 30 minutes from the point my seal was broken before it triggered itself again. I see. I think your enemies certainly didn't want to let you out at any cost, I commented. You bet, she snapped her fingers. What she said was interesting partly because it was not in the novel, and anything I was unaware of was crucial to me and something I needed to know. I can't afford to give up on any piece of information, as I don't know when I might need it. I got about all of what she said, but there was still one thing remaining that puzzled me. According to you, our souls have combined and turned into one single soul. Then why didn't I turn into a sword, or am not able to switch forms as you can do, transform into a sword when you want to? I mean, that was what happened when you were sealed, right? I asked. That's quite easy, she said. It's because your physical body wasn't destroyed during the time your soul met with ours, which was the case with me. I see, so that's how it is, I mumbled under my breath. I didn't ask anything after that, and neither did she try to start a conversation. Why I refrained from inquiring further could be justified because I was tired, both mentally and physically. But as for her, I don't know, nor am I in the mood to know. The wagon trailed off on the unpaved both. It jumped at several intervals when the road was rough and filled with stones. The wind grew colder as the blanket of night enveloped the world within itself. I pulled a rope and a large, thick cloth fell on the backside of the wagon where it was open, making the interior closed and disconnected from the outer world. Now the only light here was the vague, yellowish one coming from a small oil lamp hanging on the top near the driver. But as it was outside, and the light rays were entering through a small gap, most probably a window without a glass sheet, it grew even dull by the time it reached us. I thought of seeing the moon again, but then realized I can't with the closed curtains, so I rested my head back on the wooden wall and closed my eyes. I thought of various things. What will I do once I'm back at the academy? How will I interact with Anya, and what lie will I tell her? How will I describe the disappearance of Charles and how I escaped from him and am not dead, things like that. I have to come up with a plausible cover story to one that could convenience the public and the academy staff. If everything there went as I'd suspected, then my missing case wouldn't have been out in public. If Ellen did her work accordingly, then Anya wouldn't have slept with Leon and have also not told my parents about this case, though I don't know how long she will be able to digest this incident alone. At one point she will break and won't be able to hold it in and tell them about it. I can't afford it, that's why I need to go back as soon as possible. As I was thinking about all this, a sudden wave of unconsciousness hit me. I felt relaxed, as if in the gentle embrace of a beautiful woman. It was warm, comforting, and calm. This feels nice. It might do. I drowned deeper into the sea of comfort, and with each passing second as I dived deeper, all the strain from my body began disappearing. My tendons relaxed, my skin flexible, and my mind composed. But then it was rough as the other part of my mind pulled me out of the sea and dumped me back in the harsh plane known as reality. My eyes opened wide instinctively, and my whole body felt a shiver running down. I was back in the cold, dark wagon. I was just where I was. I never left this place. That sense of comfort only was my mind playing tricks on me, a way to relieve me of the stress I have gained. I took note of my surroundings. Rec was still sitting at the same place in the same position and was staring at me as if I was an animal in a zoo or something. If you talk about me, I was hugging myself and curled up inside the cloak I was wearing. It wasn't much of a blanket, but still better than nothing. Realizing what happened, I decided that this was not a good idea and sat straight, bringing my arms out from underneath the cloak. It was cold and the hair on my body stood in a salute instantly, but this was good. I won't fall asleep this way. This was for the best. I can't black out at this moment because if I did, I know I won't be waking up anytime soon. Plus, I have other things to do. From that night onward, it took me the whole next day and night before I reached the capital city. I paid the wagon driver a little extra money, and we traveled day in and night out. Despite that, it took us longer than expected because the route was not the same as the one I used while arriving at Gannett Town. I asked the driver about the reasons, and he said that there had been an accident on the roads. I don't know how that might have happened. Monsters certainly can't be the reason, as the chances of them appearing on the main roads were not close to none but plain none. The kingdom's forces took care of it, so it is possible that it was just another normal accident. Anyway, as I've sworn, I didn't sleep even a bit while we traveled. To pass time and keep myself occupied, I talked with Rec and told her about my situation. This included my condition at the academy, how I escaped and used Charles and conquered the labyrinth, and why I needed her. Of course, I didn't tell her everything. The parts about my reincarnation, the upcoming calamity, and how I have upper hand knowledge about this world were kept hidden. I told her only how she needed to know to work smoothly with me. Normal person might question my character after hearing about some of the details, but her response was otherwise. I expected as much from the person who dared to achieve the Requiem sword and was successful at the end, was what she said. She wasn't taken aback by the fact that I sacrificed a part of 3 people and a man to achieve the sword, and had no particular guilt about it. Well, I can guess why. It wasn't like I didn't know her backstory at all, after all, and so that was about it. After paying for the wagon, I was now here, standing at the inner gates of Safura City. Technically, we were still not inside the main city as this was the slum area, and I had to do a fair bit of walking before I reached the academy. Let's go, I commanded as I hushed Rec to move forward along with me. She was still in her human form, and right now, she was looking around, observing every detail of her surroundings. It was reasonable. She was seeing the outside world for the first time after a millennium. It was only natural to be excited. Her eyes were gleaming as she cast her gaze upon the people passing the road, stalls, shops, and the items being sold in them. She was behaving like a child, totally unlike the warrior I'd thought her to be. "Now, don't go too far off," I said in a slightly loud voice. She turned around and looked back when she was about to trail off toward one of the shops. "But I want to try that thing," she demanded, pointing her index finger in the shop's direction. I followed her line of sight and saw that it was a sweet shop, and the item she was pointing toward was a pink, cloud-like fluid spinning inside a metal tub. It spun rapidly and collected on the stick at the center of the tub. The man behind the tub, most likely the shopkeeper, dipped a wooden stick in the running fluid, and the pink stuff collected itself around the stick. Then he pulled the stick out, and now a full roll of that pink stuff was surrounding it. He passed the stick to a child beside, and his mother passed the shopkeeper the money he owed. "I want to try that," she repeated, this time with more enthusiasm. I knew what it was. Anyone from my world would. Cotton candy was what she wanted to eat. This is amazing. I can't even describe it in words. That's how much of a wonder this thing is. Truly, there would have been wars if there had been something like this back in my time. I am not even lying. You might think Rek was praising an all-powerful weapon or something similar, but you are wrong. That was just the cotton candy in her hands. I tried refusing to buy her that as I didn't want to leave any trace of me in the city, but she was persistent. Then I gave it a bit of thought and remembered if there was a trace to leave. I'd already done the good and left my marks when I bought clothes and healing potions from here before leaving for the town. So I went and bought her the candy anyway. This, of course, wasn't an act of kindness. I was not so good to waste both time and money on a thing like that. I just wanted to make her depend on me, rely on me more. After all, while it was true that I was her master and she had to follow my orders, the process would be smoother, easier, and more efficient if she followed them at her own will without me forcing her to do so. The chances of betrayal will also be low this way. "Stop praising a piece of food like that. We are getting unwanted attention," I stated as I adjusted the hood on my face. "But this is so amazing, I can't stop. The sweetness, the color, the texture, all of it is perfect, just perfect," she exclaimed, taking a bite of the cloudy sugar. If this was her reaction after eating a dish in the slum area, then I could only imagine how she will behave after eating something from the inner districts or the food provided in the academy. "I know. However, be quiet," I commanded with a bit of force behind my voice. She furrowed in disappointment, shrugged, then ate her cotton candy quietly as we walked toward the center of the academy. I turned my eyes away. I have to prepare for the upcoming events. Not much, but a good performance requires preparation, a good setting, costumes, time, and the right audience too. I had most of it, and now was the time for another performance. Present time, alone in a room on a plain bed with no fancy decoration, was lying a girl with her face buried in the bedsheets. Anya. Her eyes were watery, and her vision wasn't clear as she'd just woken up. But that doesn't change the fact that she barely got any sleep last night. The circumstances being what they were, it wasn't strange that she was tired and dead from the inside. And what happened last night with Leon trying to kiss her and her having to deny him straight was in the worst possible mood. If not for Ellen regularly taking care of her, she would have eventually died from starvation and the lack of activity and movement in her life. It's been days since she last left her room. To describe her condition simply, she was like a car without a driver. She had no energy or motivation left to drive her, hence she was here, lying on the bed, thinking nothing. It was then, when her mind was blank and her body tired, she heard a knock on her door. She heard the knock and ignored it. She heard it again and ignored it. She heard it a third time, this time even louder, but ignored it too. Slowly, as she kept ignoring, the sound turned from knocking to smacking. Her door banged violently, as if someone was throwing punches on it or their body against it. But none of this made her leave the bed and check who it was. Her body and mind were too tired to even try. Then she heard a voice along with the smacking. "Anya, open the door. This is important. You have to come out." It was Ellen. She was screaming against the door. Her voice fell on Anya's ears and it stung. She was in no mood to near anything. "Listen, this is important. So if you're not to come out, then I'll just break this door and drag you out," she shouted. Next came another smack on the door so powerful that the hinges vibrated abruptly. She was serious about breaking the door part. Anya cursed her fate and sighed with a long breath, exhaling her tiredness into the air. Then she forced her body and sat straight on the bed, moving as slowly as a sloth. She still didn't want to go out and talk with Ellen. If the door got broken due to this, she'll end up with even more trouble. With these thoughts in mind, she got to her feet and slid into her loose loafers. Her blonde hair, which was messy right now, hung down, strands of it covering her face. During the time she took in walking up to the door, the smacking hadn't stopped once. Finally, as she put her hands on the doorknob, twisted it, and opened the door, in front of her stood the impatient figure of Ellen. The tension and restlessness were clear on her face. It was as clear as it could be. Her hands were folded, which quickly dropped to the side when she saw Anya. What happened? Anya asked in a low, dead, and interestless tone. Come with me, I'll explain later. Ellen grabbed her by her hand and forced her away from her room. Anya didn't have the energy nor the will to resist, hence she went along like a kid being pulled by her mother after playing in the park for too long. As they passed through the hallway of the dorms, both of them were met with awkward glances from the other students. It wasn't much of a surprise, honestly. Anya was not in the academy uniform and only had a loose cardigan over her nightdress, and of course that revealed a lot of her skin. Arms, neck, legs, half of the back, and a part of her right shoulder. It was more than enough to gain the attention of the male students. She could have changed if she wanted to, but Ellen was in so much of a hurry that there was no time left for that, and well, she didn't care about it. Getting a glance or two from the boys were the least of her worries. Crossing the hallway and going through various paths, they finally came out from the dorm building and went forward on the academy grounds. At this point, Ellen slowed down a bit and did the favor to notice Anya's condition. She stopped, removed her blazer, and put it over her. This will do for now, she said, patting her on the back. Why did you drag me here? Anya asked during the time she took the blazer and wore it appropriately. You'll know once you see it. I won't tell you now because I can't bet my luck that you won't break down into tears and go back running into your room, Ellen stated as they started walking again. We don't have all day, she added, holding Anya's hand and increasing her pace. Anya sighed and went along. As mentioned before, she was in no condition to resist. They marched onto the grounds and past the main building. Along the way, this surprised Anya a bit because she thought that was where they were headed. When they walked through the crowded areas, the awkward and suspicious glances made their return. This wasn't unexpected either. Despite everything, Ellen was still the heiress of the Rosenberg family, and a figure everyone in the first year looked up to was like a rose. Beautiful and delicate for the boys, thorny and sharp and pointy for the girls. And when this rose walked alongside her, rather pulled another student with her, they were bound to attract attention. Though she was already used to it, and Anya simply didn't care. Thus, nothing major happened as the duo made their way and came to a halt in front of a building. The crowd vanished around here. The number of students who visited this building was fairly low. It was the office building, after all. Anya looked confused and turned to Ellen for an explanation, just to be dragged again, this time inside the building. Going through different rooms and paths, the duo emerged into a corridor. Ellen's pace didn't waver as she pulled Anya into the corridor. At last, they both stopped before a room with a closed, wooden door to dark oak. From what the engravings on it depicted, this was a waiting room. Ellen released Anya from her grip, looked at her, and gestured to open the door. She looked perplexed, but then opened the door anyway. She turned forward and stepped inside. Her gaze was down at the floor, but when she lifted her head, all the emptiness left her body as she stood there, completely stunned, too shocked to even move a muscle. Following her line of sight sat a boy on the wooden bench 0. On a wooden bench at the end of the room, there sat a boy with rugged clothes. He was 0. Dressed in the academy uniform with torn edges, the shirt had no arms and a huge part of the pants was missing too. On top of that, he was covered in bandages, lots of bandages. His hair was dirty, mixed with mud and dust, and was growing unevenly. There were cuts and scratches on his face, along with the dirt that washed it over. When Anya entered the room, he looked to the side after the sound of the door opening. He stared at her, stopping the conversation he was having with Ryfin, who sat on a chair in front of 0. Ryfin too peeked in Anya's direction, but no one said anything. Silence prevailed over the room. 0 passes a calm, warm, and reassuring smile as she stood there, totally motionless. Not an inch of her body had moved since the time her gaze fell upon 0. She was stunned down to her very core, and it was only reasonable. The person she'd thought had died was now in front of her, breathing and as alive as anything could be. It wasn't like she was unhappy by the fact that he was alive, but the sheer revelation of it has left her as a statue made of stone. I'm back, said 0 in a weak and trembling voice. Sorry to make you worry. There was no reply, she just stood there and stared into his eyes. Eventually, 0 got to his feet, slowly and carefully. He rose and took a couple of steps toward Anya. From the outside, it looked as if taking one step required the strength to take 1,000 for him. He reached out his hand, the smile on his face not fading as he got closer. But the time was up. There's a limit to how much you can overuse your body and put stress on it without giving it the time to rest. If you keep increasing the pressure again and again without taking a rest, only one of these two things will happen. Either you will surpass the limits and ascend to a realm above what could be called a human, which is only possible when you're the protagonist of a story, or the other option will happen. You will break. The latter was the case with 0. Darkness shrouded the corner of his eyes. His feet stumbled upon themselves. His field of vision grew darker before it was completely black. He tripped and fell, but didn't fall on the floor. He was close enough, and before he could smack his head on the floor, Anya came forward and held him in a gentle embrace. 0's hands dropped to the side as he lost consciousness and had no sense of self remaining inside him. He went limp like a corpse. Ellen and Ryfin were also taken aback by this, however. Anya was different. "You idiot, what took you so long?" she breathed, tears welling up in her eyes. My head was heavy, so heavy. If you haven't been in a situation where you didn't sleep for almost a whole week and worked continuously, straining your body to its max, if you haven't been in a situation like that, then I can't explain to you how I'm feeling right now. And if you have, then I do not need to explain it. My entire body stung, almost like someone was injecting needles into every part of my flesh. My breathing was rough and uneven, like an animal about to die. My throat was dry and itchy. It hurt even to draw in a breath. I opened my eyes, and it took a good while before the blurriness went away. Then I saw the ceiling, a ceiling I was familiar with. It was the ceiling of my room in the dorms. At first, I thought of nothing. My brain wasn't able to function as it should. Then I forced it and got a sense of my surroundings. What I got was that I was lying on the bed in my dorm room. There was a white blanket I was wearing that was not mine. By the way, and I was dressed in night clothing I was not familiar with. I turned my head to the side and saw Anya. She was sitting on a wooden chair beside the bed and just happened to be staring at me when I looked at her. At first, there was silence. I thought about breaking it, but then my consciousness wavered, and I fell into a deep slumber. Yet again, I regained myself back vividly as my consciousness returned. I don't know how much time had passed since then, but by this time the pain in my body had dulled a bit. I turned my head to the side and Anya was still there and just happened to be staring in my direction when I looked at her. I was about to say something, but then I stopped. Not because I blacked out again, but because I realized that she wasn't looking at me. Her eyes were open and she was awake, but right now she was not here. Her eyes were hollow, staring into nothingness. Her clothes were also different from what she was wearing the last time I saw her. It was a loose cardigan with the academy blazer on it. Right now she was in proper clothes. "How much time has passed?" I asked, finally breaking the silence that felt like an eternity. My throat was still dry and ached as I spoke. Probably with my question and voice, she snapped back to reality because as soon as she heard me, her eyes widened and then contracted to their normal shape. She shivered a bit but was fine a moment afterward. "How much time?" Cough. I went and repeated my question just in case she hadn't heard me, but ended up coughing midway due to the dryness in my throat. She quickly reached out to the bottle that rested on the desk and poured some water into a glass. However, instead of passing it to me, she brought it close to my mouth. I parted my lips. She put the edge of the glass carefully on them. In the end, I drank the water, but not in the most comfortable way. "Can't help it really, I'm not used to drinking like this." 3 days, she said, tapping the glass of water back on the best after I was done drinking. "You woke up yesterday but fell asleep a moment later," she added. "I got quite a good amount of sleep. Needless to say, I was in a mild state of coma. At least, that's the best explanation I have right now. I was overworking my body for days and knew that this would happen if I tried to rest even for a second. That's why I was stuck in an endless cycle of not sleeping until I got here. That's some sleep right there," I mumbled as I forced my hand on the bed and sat up straight, my back leaning on the wall behind me. I rolled my eyes around the room and searched for Rec. I had forced her to go back into the sword form when I entered the gates of the academy and have kept it with me. If Ellen had done her job right, then it should be somewhere in this room. There it is, okay. I was relieved internally as I saw the Requiem sword. It was leaning against the wall in one of the corners. All that was left was my transaction card, the only thing I'd made Ellen bring out from the academy for me. I put my right hand inside my underwear. I was still covering myself with the blanket, so Anya wasn't able to see. I moved my hand around and searched, but it wasn't there, my transaction card. "Ah, so that's how it is. This was a problem. Who changed my clothes?" I appealed as I turned in Anya's direction. "The medical staff did it when they were treating your wounds," she replied dully. "My troubles won't it, will they? But it's my fault. Now I'm realizing how stupid of an idea it was to hide the transaction card inside my underwear and take it out when I'm alone. I can't believe I thought it might just work. It was a stupid idea, a very stupid idea. Hell, not even a drunk person would think of something like that. No, maybe they will, but hey, that's not the point here. The point is that I'm in serious trouble. It was a stupid idea, a very, very stupid idea. I can pass it off by saying that I was not in the right state of mind due to the stress and tiredness taking over me, but that will be me just making excuses. What's done is done, and no use crying over spilled milk. The most I can do is figure out how to clean that spilled milk, rather than worrying about what I should have done to keep it from happening. The gears in my mind were beginning to move again, and I started cooking up multiple ways to counter my loss. If the medical staff had changed my clothes, then one of the staff members must have it if they were so kind as to not submit it to the academy. I was going through different possibilities and running simulations in my mind when I noticed Anya. She was still quiet. Then I stopped everything and took a deep breath. All those things can wait. First, I have to clear up the other mess I made. I disappeared into nothing, and in a way where she was forced to think that I'm dead. I can only imagine how she spent this week. I'd commanded Ellen to take care of her, but judging from her condition, I doubt that even she was able to do much. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that I'd end up in all this even after I promised you that I would be fine, I said lightly, glancing in her direction. She raised her head. It's not your fault, she said. No one knew that Mr. Charles would do something like this. Even so, I said that I'm strong and no one can harm me. I was the overconfident one. That's why I ended up getting hurt. No, it's not you. I'm the one who got the letter. If I had just done what it said, then maybe you're wrong. My voice was loud even when I didn't want it to be. It has nothing to do with this. I was not kidnapped because you disobeyed the letter. These two things are unrelated. I stopped and inhaled a deep one to calm myself. I looked at Anya. She was taken aback by my sudden intensity. I thought it over for a while and then spoke again, carefully picking my words. You see, Charles told me about it, I began. He kidnapped me because I defeated his son in the interclass tournament. He wanted his son to win and make a reputation, but I ruined everything. That's why he did it. He wanted revenge. You might think I was revealing information that should be kept secret, but no, this was within the range of what I can tell. I was already done coming up with a cover story, and announcing that Charles kidnapped me because he wanted revenge was a part of it. I see, so that's how it is, she murmured, looking down. Anyway, now I'm back fine and alive, so it doesn't matter anyway, I stated and passed her a reassuring smile. Yeah, you're right. It's over and you're back. She was facing me, but from her tone, it felt like she was speaking to herself. Then, before the silence could prevail over the room again, I heard a knock on the door. This gave Anya an excuse to stand up and leave. She was still not back to her usual form, and it will take time, I know that. Living while bearing the weight of someone's death, it's not easy at all. I won't be surprised if it took her weeks to make a recovery. If you look at the overall situation, she was damaged more than me. What I gained are physical wounds that can get healed with the right treatment, but what she got are mental ones. They go deep and engrave themselves into your soul. It's not easy to get rid of them as it is with the physical ones. It must be Mr. Rifen, she said, standing up and leaving the chair. We will talk later then, I guess. I mean, there are still various things I want to tell you in person, she replied only with a forced smile as she turned toward the door. However, she stopped just before her hand was about to twist the doorknob and unlock the door. Zero, she spoke. Yes, you are here, right? Yes, I am. You will not disappear on me again, will you? Like you did last time. No, I promise I won't. This time for real. I see. The sound of the door unlocking and creaking was heard as she walked out of the room, leaving the door open for anyone who wanted to enter. I stayed at my place, staring at the doorway as I watched her leave. She might be in a condition worse than I expected, I thought to myself. After a few minutes, someone else entered the room and closed the door behind me. It was Rifen. Dressed in his usual suit, he came close to me and stood beside the bed. Welcome back. I'm glad you made it out alive, he greeted. Well, he said as he sat on the chair. Why wouldn't I be worried? You're my beloved student, after all. I'm pleased to hear that. How's your recovery coming? Are your injuries fine? Yeah, I'm better than before. The Academy's medical team knows their game. Why, of course they know. They were trained for it. I know, and that's the good part. If the mages who chose to heal magic as their main subject but weren't able to find a good job can work in the medical team here at the Academy. What about Charles? Is he dead? He appealed, the tone of his voice twisted a bit. That's true. He is dead. I mean, that's how I was able to escape. After that explosion, no, not this, he interjected. That's the story you have for the Academy. What I want to know is the reality, what happened. I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse. I have no idea what you might be talking about, I denied, the smile not disappearing from my face. It was as normal as anything could be, so we can't get straight into it, huh? He sighed as if disappointed. I'm sorry again, but what I'm telling is the truth. Yeah, I know, he replied bluntly while he put a hand inside the pocket of the front pocket of his shirt. Say, boy, ain't missing something? He asked, taking out a piece of metal from his pocket and showing it to me. Huh, I don't think I stopped halfway when I noticed what he had in his hands. Why do I always get the worst-case scenario? He, of course, was holding my transaction card. That's my transaction card. What are you doing with it, Mr. Charles? I appealed. I know there was no chance, but I tried to push my luck anyway. That's my line. I should be asking what you were doing with this transaction card inside your underwear. The same ones wore when you came back from the outside. This one has the Academy student ID seal on it. They certainly don't make this outside. I sighed and sighed and sighed again. There was no luck. What I had done under pressure will put me in this much trouble. If anything, I should be happy that Rifen is the one who found it, considering that he already knows about my true nature. Aren't you going to submit it to the Academy and rat me out? I asked, the smile fading from my face. The act was busted now. There was no need for a thing such as a silly smile. Oh no, why would I? Then give it back. Sure, here, catch it, he said and threw the card toward me, albeit that he never really threw it and just gestured like he was going to do so. That's such a cheap trick, I clarified. I know, but what's the harm in trying? I mean, even you tried to put up with that innocent little act, he replied, this time with a nasty bit of smile, the smile of an adult. Sigh, what do you want? I was down in this mud pit already. It was better to stay calm than try desperately and only dig my grave deeper. Now that's a good question. What do I want? He mumbled, leaning back in the chair and crossing his legs. What I want is the truth. The truth about Charles. he declared as he played with my transaction card in his hand. What I want is the truth about Charles, he declared as he fiddled and played with the transaction card he had in his hands. What do you want to know about him? I appealed, my face expressionless as I took hold of all my feelings and locked them aside. Is he a dead man now? He began, firing his first question. I stopped and thought for a while, then with a pause I said, he is. His gaze dropped, and he no longer played with the card. Instead, he let out a breath. It wasn't a breath of despair, nor disappointment or regret. He seemed like he expected this to happen but was not sure that it would all go as he suspected. But now that it did, he was just surprised. That's all. Did you kill him? He asked, raising his eyes and casting his gaze at me. What if I did? Well, that would be quite amusing. Sorry to disappoint you then. I didn't kill him, I stated. There was no lie in this. If you looked at all the events that occurred in the labyrinth, technically I wasn't the one who killed Charles. Yeah, I was responsible for it, but not the reason. I was the one to command him to go and pull the Requiem sword despite knowing that it would burn him, yet I was not the one who burned him. He went there with his legs, made the decision with his mind, and pulled out the sword with his own hands. I see. So you didn't kill him, huh? That's what I just said. Why are you repeating it? Oh. No, it's not like that. I was just wondering. Wondering? Yeah, wondering that if you didn't kill him, then what did? How can you be so sure that it was a what and not who? Because that can't happen, it isn't possible. Even if he was not the strongest, Charles was still a professor at the academy. You don't get that title until you've got something in you. Considering that no major news came out regarding a big fight, he was either killed by something that he couldn't fight or was taken out by a trap, Ryfin explained, and he presented his point of view on the situation. That's some logic you've got there. But you see, there's a flaw in that. He was hurt badly after his fight with Leon, and he even self-destructed the room, which too gave him some pretty bad wounds. Maybe he was not as invincible as you say due to the condition he was in, making him an easy target, I asserted. That is also a possibility, and an interesting thesis too. However, Mr. Zero Blanks, I would prefer it if you answered my questions instead of playing around with words, because if you think I'll end up tangled in your words and forget about what I originally asked, then you are as wrong as a student could be. I've been caught, huh? But I'd like to throw your own words back at your face. What's the harm in trying? I forced my words in a not-so-pleasant tone. A little sinister smile appeared on his face as he repeated, "What killed him? Something that was not me," I said bluntly. He stared at me with irritation visible in his eyes. I glared back. "What?" So said, "I have to answer your question and you will only take the truth. I ain't lying when I say he was killed by something that was not me. You never said I'll have to tell everything in detail." I saw the hint of irritation flicker as he clicked his tongue. Honestly, this was just another cheap trick on my side. Right now he had my transaction card, and that means he possessed the power to make me talk until he was satisfied with it. I was not expecting anything but giving him vague answers. However, he did not go that way and restrained himself. I didn't know the reason, but it doesn't matter. If this cheap trick of mine worked, then all the good for me. Was he able to put up a fight before he died? The second question came. No, I replied. I, of course, wasn't going to leave him unsatisfied with all the answers. If I had to somehow keep the situation in my favor, doesn't matter how much, then I had to maintain the balance on how much I tell him. I had to tell him the truth, but just the amount he needed to know to not feel like he was playing. I see, so that's how it is, he mumbled to himself. Now here's the last question I have for you. I will be glad to hear that. Do I need to care about his body being found? Because if so, then it's a huge pain in the ass. I have things to do. I can't go looking around for a dead body if possible. You need not worry, it has been disposed of. Not a single soul in this world can find that there once existed a man called Charles, I clarified. That's good. He sat there for a minute or two probably before he rose to his feet with a satisfied smile on his face. It wasn't a big smile or one you make when you're happy, but rather the tiny little wave of relief that washes over your face once you've completed a task. With the transaction card and the statement of the staff member who found it, he has the proof to expose me. He had all the reason in the world to not give it back, however. He did nothing of sorts. Here, it is yours, he said, tossing the card in my direction. I stretched out my dominant hand and caught the card, then put it on the bed near myself. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't confused. What he did just now defied common logic, and whenever something like that happened, I was never able to understand it. Wait, I called just in time before he left the room. I, too, have some questions to ask. He turned in my direction. Well, what those might be, I wonder. Back when Charles was carrying me out of the academy through the gates, you were there. You saw him and fought him, trying to stop him. From what I observed, you would have been able to capture him if the fight went on for a while longer. But then you saw that I was awake and conscious. I gave you a signal and you stopped. Why? Why didn't you capture then and there? It should have been your duty as a professor at the academy. Yet you cast it aside just because the student who was being kidnapped looked like he wanted to be kidnapped. You've got a good one there, he mentioned as he turned completely toward me and folded his arms behind his back. This is something to think about. I didn't stop Charles back then. Now, why did I do that? Piques your curiosity, doesn't it? I can't say I disagree, I acknowledged. Right, I know, and there you go, you have your answer. I'm sorry, what? The words flowed out on their own while I didn't let my expression slip. It still doesn't change the fact that I was taken aback by his sudden and abrupt response. Just what I said. I let him go because it piqued my curiosity. I mean, who wouldn't be interested to know what a student is doing, letting himself be kidnapped while he can ask for help, however far from that he is signaling the man who is trying to save him and indicating, "Don't save me and get out of here." I can't say for others, but I was interested in knowing that, and since I already knew some compelling things about you, I didn't see any reason not to let Charles take you, he elaborated as if reading an essay. Dang, that's madness, were the only words that came to my mind, though I didn't say them out aloud. You would have got me killed if you applied the same reasoning, but I was being kidnapped for real, I stated. That's entirely wrong. No one in their right mind would signal to leave when they're getting abducted, albeit when it is just what they want, he corrected. Even so, enough. I won't be answering any more of your questions. I had no need to answer this too, but I did, so be thankful for that and keep quiet, he said, gesturing to me to shut my mouth by putting his index finger in front of his lips. I clicked my tongue, then buried the words I wanted to say and the questions I wanted to ask deep inside my heart. You're an interesting fellow, zero blanks. However, at the core, you're nothing but a student at this academy, but I am a professor. It'll be good if you keep those words in mind before doing anything else, that's all I'd say. With those words he left the room, closing the door shut again. Now I was alone again. The room was mine, but I was back after quite a few days. This felt weird. I sat there on my bed, staring down into nothingness and thinking about what Ryfin said before he left. You are nothing but a student at this academy, but I am a professor, was it? As much as I hate to admit it, there's no changing the fact that I couldn't figure out if these words carried a hidden meaning in them or not. Maybe he was just toying with me, maybe he wanted to warn me about something. Either way, I was not really in the mood to dwell on it right now. I raised my head, looking forward. I cast my gaze on the closed door and stared at it for a while as I waited, though when it seemed like I wasn't going to get anything from waiting. Come out if you want to say something. Making an injured person wait ain't considered good manners, I said. A few seconds later, the sound of the doorknob unlocking was heard, followed by a creaking one as the door opened and gently swung to the side. It was closed soon enough by a red-haired girl, and by sheer coincidence, she was also the one who opened it. Likewise, the one waiting for Ryfin to leave the room so that she can come inside was her, too. It was all just sheer coincidence, a matter of fate, or so I'd like to say. I was waiting for him to leave, the girl said as her red hair swayed above her head. She used her hands to move the bangs covering her eyes and adjust them to the side. Needless to say, the girl was Ellen, the only red-haired girl I was aware of. I didn't ask for excuses, did I? That wasn't an excuse, okay. Mr. Ryfin is a slow walker, she mentioned. Some info you've got there. Anyway, let me start with this. You did a great job handling things while I was away. Why does it sound like you're reading it out of a script? Because I don't go around complimenting people all day. Besides, I wasn't complimenting her. As of now, I don't know if the things I wanted her to do were done right or not. You can think of my words as a formality of sorts. But it's okay, I'll accept that compliment, she added. What happened to Anya and Leon? I asked, coming straight to the heart of the matter. Yeah, this is what I wanted to know the most. Or in fact, I was dying to know if things went right or not. Because if they didn't and Anya ended up sleeping with Leon while I was away, I won't be able to digest that fact. I've mentioned this before, but I don't have any problem with her having a relationship with Leon. What I do have a problem with is that I don't want her decisions to be affected by anyone else. Now, whether it be me or X, by faking my death in the same time and way as it happened in the novel, I trigged the route where Leon would go to her room at night to comfort her since she would be crying due to the loss of her brother, and they will end by having sex. Though things here were different. From what I observed, Anya didn't have any feelings for Leon. She saw him as unreachable. Now, if that very same guy who was like a faraway star for her, whom she could only admire but never reach, were to come into her room at night and try to get physical with her, I don't think she'll be able to deal with it, her mental condition being what it was at that time. No, maybe she would have punched him right in the face and kicked him out of the room. She is the type of person who can easily do something like that. But I'm not. I'm not so courageous to gamble on a thing such as that. You may call me a coward, pathetic, and wrong for thinking so little of my sister, but I couldn't care less, because this is my life, not yours. I am the one who gets to make the decisions. Hence, I wanted to be sure about everything, and commanded Ellen to follow Leon that night and storm into Anya's room for any silly reason she could think of a few minutes after Leon. So, I repeated, looking in her direction. To be honest, I don't know what to say. How did you even predict what Leon will do? I mean, he went into her room almost at the same time you said he will, and she swallowed her words when she saw that my gaze was not shifting, nor was I saying anything either. Didn't happen, I made it in time, but it was over even before that. From what I was able to hear in the atmosphere inside the room when I got there, it seemed like she had denied him directly, she explained. I see. Leon was pretty embarrassed and depressed about it for the next few days. Thought that he tried to force himself on her, she mentioned. That doesn't have anything to do with me, I clarified. She went quiet, most likely because I ended the conversation in such a way. Did anything else happen at the academy while I was away? Something that I should know about? I inquired. She shook her head. No, nothing of sorts, she said. I see. For once, there isn't anything else I need to worry about at the moment, I mumbled. These, of course, were words I was speaking just for the sake of it. There weren't going to be any incidents that required my attention, at least not according to the novel, though now I don't know for sure. I have made it back alive, and soon the word for it will spread as soon as I give the cover story for the incident. It won't have any direct effect as the students didn't even know about my kidnapping, but I'm sure it'll affect the plot in some way. No, not just that. From this point onward, my very existence will interfere with the original plot and things will start to change. There's no escaping it. I did the things I did, knowing that this would happen, so there's no going back. I'll just have to deal with what fate has in stock for me. I was lost in thought again, then as if remembering something I looked at Ellen. She was still standing beside my bed in a rather nervous way. Oh, sorry, you can go now, I added. Ahike, she replied, however, didn't move an inch from her place. I eyed her curiously. Do you have anything else left to say? I queried. And no, it's just. She looked as if struggling to find the right words or a way to deliver them. I don't know, the way her body was trembling slightly, her wavering eyes and uneven breathing. This is not what a normal and fine human behaves like. It was weird at best. What were you up to? She asked, finally finding the will to speak her mind out. You were gone for a week and you faked your death note. Wait, was that faking? If so, then it was genuinely a good one, because at that time when the room blew up, I thought you were dead for real. And now that you've come back, you're covered in bandages from head to toe. Just what the hell were you doing? If the doors were not closed or the quality of the walls wouldn't have been as good as it was, I'm sure the students next door would have heard her as well. That was how loud her voice was. You were gone for a week and you faked your death note. Wait, was that really faking? If so, it was genuinely a good one. At that time when the room blew up, I thought you were dead for real. And now that you've come back, you're covered in bandages from head to toe. Just what the hell were you doing? I waited for her to quiet down. Her trembling was visible in her voice as the tone of it was shaking. I could roughly guess that she didn't want to ask me all this, but ended up doing it anyway. But that's what I think. Were you really this worried about me this much? That's surprising, I commented. No, I asked because of our deal. You remember right, you said that you will protect me from my father. If you end up dead, then who will do that when I'm already doing my part of the deal? She explained in a rushed manner. Is that so? Yes, I see. It's because of the deal we have. Do you even remember what terms we agreed upon? I appealed, making it sound like a genuine question despite the fact that it was overflowing with sarcasm. Yeah, I do remember. It was that I will protect you from your father or anyone else related to him, and in return, you will help in my work and do as I say without asking any questions on what I'm doing and why. I made sure to emphasize the last words. Ellen seemed as if she wanted to say something but then swallowed her words. Her face was a complex mixture of confusion, uneasiness, and irritation. But still, she began. I was kinda surprised to see that she wasn't backing off after I clearly declined to explain anything to her. Won't it be good if you could tell me a little about what you're doing? It'll help us build trust and eventually strengthen the relationship we have, she said. There's no need to do that. Trust leads to doubts. Doubts lead to suspicion. Suspicion and suspicion ultimately leads to betrayal. It sure will help strengthen our relationship, but in a negative way. Thus it's better for each of us to not know what the other is doing. This is a give and take relationship. There's no need to bring trust in it, I described. You can't be betrayed by someone whom you don't trust or betray someone who doesn't trust you. That's the way I want it to be, I added. Her face went slightly pale and she was too stunned to speak. No, wait, stun probably won't be the right word. She was more like not expecting me to say all this. Yeah, that is right. The difference isn't much, but it's still there. She stood at her place, looking down at the floor and not saying anything. A minute passed, she didn't move. Another minute passed, she was still there. Around 5 minutes passed, there was no change. I had something to do outside the academy campus, and the best way to get out was by faking my death. That's why I went through all this trouble, I admitted. Ellen raised her head in my direction, her expression still confused, but in a positive way. You see that sword right there? I said as I pointed at the Requiem sword lying in the corner of the room. It's the one you told me to bring in this room when you came back, and also mentioned that no one should see me with the sword, she asserted. Exactly, and that's what I went out to bring. All these injuries I've got are a result of all the hardships I faced on the journey, I acknowledged. She eyed the sword curiously as she listened to my words. Maybe a part of her wanted to go and check what's so special in this sword that I've almost got myself killed for. But then the other part of her said that it might be too much. That's why she was only observing it from afar. Well, if you took such risks, then there must be something about it. But honestly, this was a bit anticlimactic. I was expecting you to be on a secret mission or something like that, she stated, her eyes now back at me. It is what it is, and just say I was on a secret mission. Will I really tell you about it? I mean, how will it even be a secret mission then? That's true, though you told me about the sword which you weren't going to do before. A secret mission wouldn't have been tough, but eventually, you'd tell me if you needed my help. I doubt that will happen, although I'm not sure. I mentioned the sword because you had already handled it, and I might need you to move it from place to place in future, so you can say I just saved the explanation later on by telling you about it now. A cheerful little smile appeared on her face. The darkness from before also faded, and her eyes had their usual gleaming look back now. I passed her a confused look, as if not understanding what she said or why. For trusting me. I know there are things you can't tell me. You must have your circumstances. So just a little is enough. It's enough to prove that I can trust you too, she added with a calm, warm voice. Like she's been speaking from her heart. I didn't say anything. There was no need to. I hope you get well soon. There are a lot of classes you've skipped after all. Ah, there's that too, I mumbled, more to myself though I was loud enough for her to hear as well. Those were her words before she left the room and closed the door back shut. The silence returned, and yet again I was alone. I slumped back and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling without blinking much. I waited to see if there was anyone else who was here to visit me, although I knew that there wasn't. All the people I know in the academy had already come and left. Then I heard a sizzling sound accompanied by a bright flash that lit the whole room white for the span of a second. Next came a girl. Long and sleek hair dyed in the color of the ocean, skin white as snow, and figure delicate as a doll. You're pretty harsh, aren't you? Master, oh how so? Ah, you'll make me say it, huh? A nasty smile appeared on Rex's face as she walked up to me and sat on the bed near my legs. First, you told that girl upright that you don't trust her and pushed her in the dark. Then you revealed some of your supposed-to-be secrets to her, making her feel good and indicating that you do trust her even if just a little. However, she stared right into my eyes with a look I couldn't describe. It was a mixture of many emotions: amusement, curiosity, naughtiness, excitement, joy, cheerfulness, and probably she was impressed too. When that girl spoke about how she feels after knowing that you trust her, the grin on her face widened. You stayed quiet, neither stating your disagreement on the matter nor agreement, but if looked at carefully, you had already declared that you don't trust at all in the starting of this whole conversion. Thus, even if in future you were to discard her or sacrifice her for a greater good, she won't be able to charge you or make you feel guilty by saying that you broke her trust or some bullshit like that. Since you've already claimed that you don't, what she thought was nothing but her childish fantasy, she just assumed it all. This way you won't have to bear the guilt, but that's not the real reason, is it? You did this because if things played out as I've said just now, then she will think that all of this was her fault for thinking that you don't trust him even after you told her upright, which she wasn't able to figure out until now. She will blame herself for the consequences, for her inability to be a realist, and she was in front of her eyes all the time. In the end, she will be mentally broken, and the chances of her becoming a future enemy will be non-eth real reason for all this, she finished, her eyes sparkling. With each word that left her mouth, her energy increased. She was like a child who's finally on the way to buy her favorite toy she's been waiting for a long while. Well, if that's what you want to think of my actions, then feel free to do so, I clarified. Ain't admitting it after all, huh? You sure are a piece of work, but it's fine. I like it. You can't understand how much it makes my blood rush just thinking about what will happen to that girl once you decide to dispose of her, she exclaimed. Idiot, why will I do that? I've told you about her before, didn't I? She is important for keeping an eye on Class A and a few other things too. It will be pure idiocy to discard her. Then why did you? I see, she stopped midway. All of it is nothing but a precaution you could need in future. I didn't reply. I of course won't let go of Ellen this easily. She was important for my future plans, that was a part, but more than anything she was one of the main leads in the novel. I know the storyline is going to change eventually, but I'd prefer to keep it the same for as long as possible. Yeah, it would be better if I didn't have to. My eyes suddenly noticed Rec, who was not looking good. She was staring daggers at me with her usual childish but dangerous smile. A gut feeling rose saying that nothing good was going to come out of this. I was just wondering, she said, that you might need a hug to recover. Huh, so here I come. Wait, what? I didn't get the time to react. She stood and jumped right over me. That I realized how much it hurts when someone lands on your fresh wounds, with some of them being bone fractures, though I did my best to hold in the scream, as to not startle the students in the next room. With the help of the medical staff at the academy and their advanced healing potions and medicines, I fully recovered in a span of 2 days. All my wounds had healed, the bones which had fractured were now as good as before, and the skinned flesh had also grown back. It was a breathtaking experience. I mean, it would have taken me months to recover from a condition like this in my former world. Here, however, with the help of magic and potions, it was easy. Though it doesn't change the fact that it cost me quite a bit. Yeah, obviously, I had to pay for it. After paying for everything, including the money it took me to travel and stay in the Gannett town, I was left with 230,000 C in my account. Needless to say, most of it went for medication needs. But it wasn't much of a problem since I was now good to go in such a short period of time. Value for money, I'd say. And as for where I was right now, well, how much will this be? 2,500. I'll pay with the card. I tapped my transaction card on the machine and the said amount got taken away from my account and the numbers on the back changed. I held the tray with both my hands and walked to a seat in the corner of the building. I was in the cafe right now. During all the time I spent traveling and the days I was in my room, getting healed, I ate what was a bad excuse for food. According to Anya, it was good for me as it helps the body to recover, but food is food. I can't compromise on that. That's why Tade Day got completely healed and I got permission to leave the room. The first place I came to was the cafeteria. The classes started at 10 and it was 9:30 in the morning now. I had plenty of time to satisfy my stomach. Hence I was here, ordering a tray full of food for breakfast. I got to my seat, put the tray on the table, slid one out of 3 chairs back, and sat. I occasionally received a glance or two from the other students, since the food I ate was really too much to be taken as breakfast. I mean, yeah, I had 5 cheese and vegetable sandwiches, a bowl of stew, a load of stuffed bread to eat with it, and 12 pieces of chicken wings along with a large espresso, not to mention my cheesecake that was being made right now. I sat on the chair comfortably and began eating my meal, ignoring the other students eventually. Their attention wavered from me and they minded their own business. As for the taste, well, the academy was one of the few places where you could get high-quality food. No, calling it high quality won't be right. It was more like special quality. For example, getting an espresso outside the academy was really rare. Getting them in restaurants was near impossible. You could find a coffee shop that serves one if you try really hard, but the prices will be way too high for a normal person to afford. Here in the academy, all the items provided to the students were kept at a fair price, simply because using them was a privilege. The students of Zaphorth's Academy Getit was a way to show off and motivate more people to join the academy, and the other reason was that the students had already paid a fair amount in the admission and tuition fee. I had to save up for the calamity too, because the value of money will skyrocket rapidly due to the destruction of infrastructure, banks, and all the physical money stored in them. I can only guess, since the background situation wasn't addressed much in the novel, but it's likely that all the nobles below the middle higher class, or those who don't have savings, will fall into poverty. Now that I think about it, I should also think of a way to make money before the calamity arrives, since I don't think the amount we have mine and my parents' bank accounts combined will be enough to last us forever. I made a mental note as I wiped the remaining stew with the bread and gulped it down with a sip of coffee. With this, I was done and had to wait for my cheesecake to arrive. "You are surely a fast eater." A voice echoed in my head. It was Rec communicating with me via the sole thing she'd told me. "What will you expect? I haven't eaten properly for a week." Yeah, I believe you. That aside, how can you still communicate with me? Didn't I tell you already? Since we are one now, either of us could reach out to the other through the connection we have between our souls. I wasn't referring to that. I mean, I don't have the sword with me right now. It's lying in the room. Does this thing still work? Sigh. If you're deliberately doing this, then please stop. I don't like to say the same thing over and over again. I told you that our souls are now one, didn't I? Do you know what a soul is? The base and core of every living being, and now the 3 of us, Requiem, you and I, share the same core soul. It doesn't matter how far we are, we can communicate since we are bound together at the very base of life. This was some news to me. There is definitely more to the Requiem sword than I think and what was in the novel. Its abilities can be put to various uses. This telepathic connection, for example, could work as a spy device. I should take my time and research a bit on it later. I see, that clears it. Don't make me say it again, it's frustrating. I ignored her blabbering and focused on the cheesecake that had just been delivered in front of me. I had already paid for it, so without wasting any time, I helped myself and munched on the dessert. When I had my stomach full and satisfied, I left the cafeteria and headed toward the main academy building. It was a fresh morning. The weather was clear and cool. The grass on the ground waved from time to time whenever a gentle gust of wind passed by, tossing the broken flower petals in the air and hurling them up in the vast sky. It was around 9:45 and the number of students on the grounds was increasing. Some of the students who had just woken up were rushing into the cafe for breakfast. Those who were already done with that were heading for the main building, and those who didn't have classes or decided to skip them were either headed for either the training facility or enjoying their time in the open garden, some with books and some savoring their own company. It was nice living in the present for once in a while. I was successful in avoiding my death. The Requiem sword was also with me, and I had settled things with Rifen too, at least that's what I would like to think. For now, there wasn't going to be any major event in the academy that could harm my life, thus I didn't really have anything to do. Well, I did have a few things in a while, such as training with the Requiem sword and getting used to it, but they weren't life-threatening. In short, I finally had some time to take it slow and easy for a while. I let out a sigh as I admired the environment around me. It was beautiful. I'd been tangled up in so many things that I basically forgot the fact that I was in a fantasy world, a dream every author has at least thought about. I was living that dream right and was in a world of swords and magic. I was so lost in admiring the beauty of the fantasy that I didn't realize it when I reached the main building. As I entered through the gate along with the other students, I saw a metal plate fixed on the wall above with several letters engraved on it. I almost forgot about it. I'd been addressing the buildings in the academy as main building, training facility, and office building, because that's what they were and it was easy to remember. Although that doesn't help the fact that these buildings had their names too. The main building was called Mains, the training facility building was called Insters, and the office building was called Hearts. These were the official names given to each of the buildings by the academy staff. Now that I think about it, using their given names should be easier since they were short. Well, whatever. I went inside, and after walking in through the maze of multiple hallways and corridors, I reached my class. Class 1B, I stepped inside the classroom and let my gaze wander across the room. It was already filled 1/4, meaning that only the students who were later were left. Standing near the entrance, I looked at the seats and noticed that the place where I used to sit was already occupied by another student. Hence, I walked up and chose another empty one in the right corner of the row. I sat and rested my hands on the table in front of me. My eyes scanned the atmosphere inside the room, and only then did I realize that I again forgot to bring notes with me. I mean, really. Everyone here was sitting with papers and pens to note down the lessons. Okay, not everyone. There were a few who were like me, but you know in which category those types fall. For once I thought about going and buying the paper and pen from the shop, or grabbing one from my room, but then as the distance between the dorms and the shops have from the mains came into my mind, I discarded the idea upon seeing the time on the wall clock hanging above the blackboard. It's not like anyone's gonna scold me for it, was the excuse I gave to myself. It was true though. The teachers didn't force anyone to note down the lessons. It was upon the students to decide what they had to do. They could write them down if they want to, but if they are geniuses with superhuman memory, then they can just sit with nothing but thin air on their tables. In all the classes I've attained until now, not even once have I shown up with something that could be used to write. A part of it was because these lessons didn't really mean anything to magic lessons, to be precise. Yes, I had come to this academy to gain knowledge about magic, but I already knew how to use elemental magic and I was growing more accustomed to it with each day. These lessons, which started with basic elemental magic, didn't matter to me like the other students who were new to this or only knew to cast spells through an incantation. The other reason was I couldn't use spells by using magic circles. Yeah. At first, I thought I was having a problem memorizing the circles just like other students, but apparently, that wasn't the case. For some reason, I was not able to cast spells even after I had the whole magic circle printed in my mind, down to the last minute detail. The cause I didn't know, but I'll pass it as the same reason I wasn't able to use the magic in before me mana being different from the majority. The magic circles which were taught to us now were pre-made ones created by the magicians over the ages. They were used because they were the best out there. However, that doesn't mean they were perfect. The circles the academy taught to the students were best because they were compatible with almost every person. Actually, that was the main reason the academy used them, so that each student could cast spells with the help of those circles. It goes without saying that those weren't meant for me because my mana was different. You see, the patterns and runes in the magic circles contain information. Each and every spell is broken down into pieces of information, such as the area the said spell will affect, the speed of the attack, the amount of mana used, the duration of the spell, delay in fire, recoil sound, and many more things even I don't know about. All these chunks of information are expressed into runes without or later compressed further into magic circles. In order to use a spell, the user had to remember the runes in the circle and create the same circle again with nothing but mana. This process is rather automatic. If you have a clear image of the magic circle in your mind and then channel the mana in your body, the real circle will appear just by thinking about it. But for me, that's where it doesn't work. My theory is that just like the other pieces of information, the frequency of one's mana is also inscribed in the magic circles. Mine doesn't match with it, thus I'm unable to use the circle itself. As I thought about this, Ryfin entered the class with his usual teacher's smile. All the students stood in rows on the concrete floor inside a large, spacious room. It was much bigger than our classroom, maybe 4 times bigger. It was open and empty, and had no furniture besides the human dummies that took a stance at the far end of the room. The walls were thick, with layers of concrete and bricks infused with magic to increase their durability, and at last was a metal sheet painted over the bricks that gave them a vague, glossy look. The ceiling probably used the same formula as it was similar in look, but had flat strips of magic lights that illuminated the whole area. Right now we, the whole of Class 1B, were in a room specifically made to practice magic. This was one of the many rooms which were located in the mains rather than in insters and were similar in design. These types of rooms were named bunks and were used to practice spells. The only thing making them different from the training facility was that they were not to be used for a single student, but for the whole class at the same time, multiple classes too, if necessary. That was also one of the reasons why they were built in the mains and not in the instrusto, make them easy to access. Since it would have been a pain if the whole class had to walk over to the insters every time they had to learn something which required the use of spell staking, into account the distance the two buildings had and the maze of hallways the students had to go through. To avoid all this, multiple rooms which were durable enough to bear the destructive force of the magic spells were built and named bunks. As of now, I don't know how many bunks there are, nor do I have the time or will to find out, but the one we were in was named 2C, and in the group of Class B students, I stood in the middle of the last line, watching Ryfin as he explained to us the context of what today's class is all about. Apparently, today was the day when he was going to teach us the first custom magic spell, since now everyone in the class was able to use basic elemental magic with the use of a magic circle, except me, of course. Despite that, it had taken them a whole month and a half to get to this point. I don't know if this was due to the difference in skill, but I'd seen some of the class students use magic circles, which looked like custom magic. It might not be irrelevant to say that their class had already gotten over this stage, but then again, it was our fault to begin with, not the academy's. If we learned elemental magic faster, he would have waited a month for nothing and had begun teaching us elemental magic. Now, enough with the explanations. I will now show you the spell you all are going to learn, so watch carefully, said Ryfin as he clapped his hands and gathered the attention of all the students, including those who were talking and ignoring him until now. He then turned his back to us and faced the human dummies which were kept far away, at the end before the wall. He signaled one of the three workers who stood there with his hand. He went near the dummies, held one with both his hands, and put it forward at a distance from the others. Then ran back to the side. Ryfin turned toward us to make sure that all the students were watching. Satisfied, he faced the dummy again and stretched out his right hand and unfolded his index finger. What we heard next was not what we expected, as it was the sound of Ryfin reciting an incantation. I'd say it was a clean one with short and organized words, and it wasn't so long either. Spark pulse, he ended with those words. A line of white and blue broke out from his index finger. It was a beam as thin as a pencil. It was violent, thundering, and loud. The line of electricity went straight and pierced into the chest of the human dummy. A hole appeared in its chest as the dummy's green slimy skin burned with the heat produced by the lightning. Several small branches of thunder parted from the main beam and hit the dummy in multiple spots, leaving behind burned wounds. Then after a few seconds it disappeared and Ryfin dropped his hand. What you saw just now was a lighting-type custom magic spell. However, it was not that powerful. Can anyone tell why? He asked as he turned in our direction. It's obvious, because it used an incantation and not a magic circle. One of the students from the front row responded. Correct. Casting a spell with incantation could be easy, but it comes with many cons. First of all, it wastes too much mana. For example, if 10 mana is required to cast a certain spell, an incantation will use up 12 and those 2 will be wasted in the process. Although if the same spell was activated via a magic circle, it will not only not use more than 10 mana, depending upon how good the circle is, it will use that 10 at its fullest, minimizing the input and maximizing the output. Ryfin took a good look at the crowd of students. Didn't get it. He asked as he glanced at the students who were trying to look like they understood everything but in reality were clueless. Well, it might be easier if I just show you the difference, he said as he turned toward the dummy Agin, which by now had healed itself. I'm going to use the same spell but with a magic circle. Watch closely. He stretched out his right hand in a similar manner, however, instead of unfolding his finger, he opened his palm. I could see his mana materialize in a mist-like form before it turned into a complex mixture of runes and patterns, in short, a magic circle. It was sky blue in color and shone brilliantly. The next second what he heard was exactly what we had expected. It was a loud, roaring sound of thunder. A bolt of lightning busted out from the magic circle and headed straight for the human dummy. This bolt was totally unlike the previous one. It was wide and uneven. It looked like those you saw in the sky during a thunderstorm. The dummy's chest split open as the bolt collided with it. Some of the green, slimy substance the dummy was made of dropped on the floor when a big hole, wide enough that you could see through, opened in the dummy's upper body, beginning from the neck and ending just before the abdomen. Ryfin's lighting died out only a second after hitting its target, which was a shorter time period compared to the previous one. The magic circle disappeared as he pulled back his arm and inserted it in his pocket. Time passed, but the dummy did not heal itself. After all, what it did was healing, not regeneration, and even that was only possible to a certain extent. There was no way it could heal when the substance the dummy was made of was itself burned and turned to nothing. The mass where the hole had opened was now nowhere to be found. See, that's the difference a magic circle can make. Some attributes were changed, but it was the same spell, Ryfin mentioned and stood to face us. His eyes were wandering and scanning us when they suddenly stopped at one student in the second row who had raised his hand. No, her hand. Yes, he pointed at the girl. Before you said that you will be using the same spell, but now you're saying that some attributes were changed. Why is that? The girl said, presenting her queries in front of Ryfin. Now, that's a good question, he remarked and signaled the girl to put her hand down afterward. Some attributes were changed when I cast the spell via a magic circle, or so I said. And there is a reason for this. I'm actually glad that you asked, since knowing this will help you later on. You see, wherever you convert a spell that was originally made to be activated through incantation into a spell that is used using a magic circle, making minor changes is unavoidable. Because without that, the spell won't work, since it was not made to be activated by a magic circle. To understand this the easy way, let me explain it to you by taking the lighting spell, Spark Pulse, I used as an example. That spell was founded years before I was born, and was originally an incantation-driven magic spell. But later on, when the magic circle method turned out to be more efficient, it was converted into a magic circle-driven spell, along with many others. But here's the catch. The way incarnation-driven spells are programmed is different from how the magic circle-driven ones are programmed. You will learn that later, since there's a whole topic and an RD branch dedicated to the conversion of spells and how they were programmed, but let me explain it to you in short. You all know how a spell is broken down into small pieces of information, such as the amount of mana required to activate the spell, its area of effect, strength, range, span, and such. Usually, the more details you add, the larger the magic circle is, and the harder it is to maintain it. The same is the case with incantations. The more details you add, the longer the incantation will be, which is a negative point, since it'll take more time to cast the spell. That's why the mages came up with shortcuts to cut the length of the chance. Like they combined the area of effect and the strength of the spell together with the amount of mana required to cast the spell. This way a connection was formed, which ensured that the area affected by the spell and its strength will be directly proportional to the amount of mana you will provide. If you give more mana, the more powerful the spell will be. If you give less, the weaker the spell will be. He paused and looked at the students to see if someone had any questions. When he received no such response, he continued. But you can't do this when you're creating magic circles, since combining 3 attributes will cause the circle to malfunction. And as a matter of fact, it is not impossible to do this. It's just that no one has been successful. Many tried but failed. Now, back to the topic. Combining 3 attributes in one is not possible in a magic circle-driven spell, but those attributes are one in the incantation-driven spell you are trying to convert into a magic circle one. So what will you do to make it work? He launched the question toward us, hoping that someone would catch it. A round of mumbling started among the students, but no one could gather the confidence to raise their hand and answer. Probably because they were not 100% sure, and at the same time, worried that they might make a fool out of themselves if they spoke the wrong answer. As for me, I was no different. I had a few theorists more like hunches but kept them to myself. Seeing the behavior of the class, Ryfin gave them a disappointed look, although it only lasted for the span of a second, since he switched to explaining right after that. Since we can't combine 3 attributes in the magic circle, the only choice we have is to use the 3 attributes separately as they were bound to be used, and guess the values based on how the spell was used by the majority. If 7 out of 10 people cast the spell with 10 mana and out of it, 5 mana were directed towards strength, then the value assigned to the strength attribute in the final magic circle we will make will be 5 2cents, that is the widely used value. Of course, you can change the value by changing the magic circle to your liking, but we are talking about the pre-made magic circle right now, and the value assigned to them is the same as the average value found in the surveys that were conducted on large scales. Do you all get it now? Some of the students nodded while some remained as they were. In short, he said, the small difference which comes between the incantation version and the magic circle version of the same spell is the attributes that were changed during the conversion, along with the change in efficiency, of course. He paused again, and this time almost all the students looked like they understood the gist of it. After Ryfin was done explaining the matters of how an incantation-driven spell is converted into a magic circle-driven one, he told the students, and we started off practicing the lighting-type custom magic spell he'd shown us in the beginning. He made one of the workers bring an easel, and then pinned an extensive white paper on it, which was painted with a magic circlet, same as the one that appeared before Ryfin's palm when he cast the spell back then. The students started memorizing the magic circle with all the efficiency they could muster. Some were glaring at it attentively, while the others were drawing it in their notebooks over and over again in hopes of engraving the patterns in their brains during the process. There were a few confident ones too, those who were done in the span of a few minutes and went on to blast off the lighting, only to embarrass themselves in front of the whole class. Half an hour passed before a handful of students were able to summon the magic circle with their mana. An hour passed before they were able to shoot lighting, but one that extinguished before reaching its target. An hour and a half passed before a single student was able to blast the bolt. The sound of the roaring thunder caught everyone by surprise when they were busy with their work. However, it was only a matter of time since everyone paid no mind and went back to minding their own business. As for me, well, I was facing the same problem I did with the elemental magic circles. I was done memorizing the circle in about a little more than 30 minutes, but when it came to summoning it with my mana, it was still a downfall for me. Whenever I tried to channel my mana and summon the circle, it felt like my mana was not going where I wanted it to go. It was like water flowing out of the drains and going in an entirely different direction. I still don't know what was causing it. Yes, I had theories, but in the end, that is all they were, theories with no solid proof backing them up. So for now I was just pretending that I can't memorize the circle and killing time somehow. From time to time I noticed Ryfin glancing over to me to see what I was doing, but there was no way he found what he was looking for. During the entrance exam, I had gone a bit overboard and made a cringe choice of threatening him by showing him some of my powers and what I was capable of. I honestly don't know why I did this, probably because I thought of him as an NPC and thought that he would forget about me after a while, but he didn't. From then, I was aware of him and aware of how much I messed up that time. Ryfin was probably looking for a chance to see my powers again, and what I was capable of. He also mentioned that I was interesting during our conversion after I returned to the academy, but to his bad luck, I was not giving him that chance. He might know my true nature and some of the things I've done, but he hadn't seen the true extent of my physical or magical prowess, and I wasn't keen on making him know. One by one, the students succeeded in casting the spell, and by the end of today's session, which was 3 hours long out of 40 students, a quarter of them were able to completely activate the spell and blast off the lightning bolt. The remaining of the class was not able to go with it till the end, but most were able to summon the magic circle, if not shoot the lightning. I was the only one who failed, along with a few more students, but they weren't even trying to learn, so it doesn't count, I guess. The class ended and I walked out of the bunks and headed out toward the green, open fields. There was a 15-minute gap before the classes for sword art started, so I decided to take a good little break. I walked out in the open, and after rolling my eyes here and there and looking for a good place, I found a tree with its leaves casting a gentle shadow on the ground. I went there and sat on the ground, leaning my back against the trunk. Closing my eyes, I let my body relax as the slow, lukewarm breezes of wind passed by. The sound of the leaves dancing due to the air rang in my ears, but it was not bad. The wind came and embraced me, and since it was a warm gust in the cold winter, it felt nice. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't disappointed and turned off by how things played out. Despite all the things that had been going on around me, there was still a part of me that wanted to try custom magic. After all, that was my main interest when I enrolled in this academy, unaware that I was in a world based on Lowly Pop's novel. Not being able to do it ruined my mood, even more so when I didn't know exactly why I was unable to do it. It's frustrating, I sighed, letting out a heavy breath. A few minutes passed and I lay there still, ignoring the world as if time had stopped for me, or not minding anything as if I didn't belong here and did not care about what would happen here, like it was not my business. However, nothing lasts forever, and my sense of comfort was also brushed away when the academy bell rang and resounded throughout the whole campus, marking the start of the classes. I exhaled, letting out another heavy sigh. I gathered my thoughts and forced my body to my feet, dusted the dirt off of my clothes, and headed back inside the mains. The walk was tiring and the distance felt longer than usual. There was this feeling I couldn't figure out. Maybe I wanted to rest but couldn't afford to. Hence I had no option but to keep on going, facing whatever hurdle fate threw at me. It's not like I had a choice to begin with. My journey and troubles were already set in stone the moment I was born in this world. Nothing much happened in the classes for sword arts. Ryfin was teaching us how to gain more control over our magicans, how to use them efficiently, and how to blend the abilities it increased into our sword styles. I am not proud to say this, but at this point in the sword art classes, I was the only student without a magician. This, of course, invited unwanted attention to me, but it's been a while since I was this, and all the taunts and light bullying had stopped by now. Now I was able to magickin with the help of the Requiem sword, but why I wasn't using it here, there were two reasons for it. First, I had no fixed control over it. During my fight with the cloth, I was completely overwhelmed by its power and my enhanced sense that I wasn't even able to deliver a straight slash. I don't want to lose control here, hence I was better off not doing it. And secondly, for some reason, my magickin only worked when I was using the Requiem sword. I had tried doing it with a normal sword, but it didn't work. I don't know the reason, but it was on the list of things I'd to ask Rec about. That settles it, I guess. Since I didn't have anything to do, the 3-hour-long class felt like an eternity to me. The way sword arts classes were held made it worse. Unlike the magic classes, here you had to improve by yourself since sword art is all about creating your style. Ryfin would help the students from time to time, pointing out their mistakes and adjusting their stances, but the rest they had to do on their own. We were in a different bunk room than before, and this one was filled with all sorts of human dummies. They came in various sizes and body patterns, some clad in armor, while some enchanted with spells that would make them release a little explosion if hit by the sword. Honestly, I could not even describe them completely. The variations were crazy in numbers. Although this was like a paradise for the students, the reaction when they first saw this bunk was the same as the one you get after leaving a bunch of kids in a room filled with toys. It wasn't long before each of them grabbed the sword and began grinding their sword techniques and beating the hell out of the human dummies. At one point, I even took pity on the poor dummies, all while I slashed one with a magic-and-less sword in my hands. Doing nothing would have been weird and awkward, hence I was perfecting my stance and technique with a normal sword without magic. In the middle of it all, Rec interrupted multiple times, suggesting that she can tell me some good moves, but I denied her outright. That wasn't what I was trying to do here. I wanted to try and create a technique of my own and use the sword arts how it was supposed to be used. I mean, yeah, until now all of my attacks were a mixed mess of the basics I was taught by Anya and the moves I'd seen in anime and movies. They weren't a part of any technique. I was not interested in swords to begin with, so I ignored this flaw until now, but since I had the Requiem sword now, I thought it wouldn't hurt to try and do the real thing for once. Therefore, I told her to only guide me to improve my stances and work on my basics. The result, well, I was surprised by how much she taught me in 3 hours. I won't say this lightened the fire and brought out my hidden talent for sword arts. No, nothing like that. But it sure made me get a hold of all the basics I had forgotten. And by the time the classes were over, I stepped out of the bunks. I knew all the basic stances, techniques, and attacks, whether they be defensive or offensive. All in all, the sword arts classes weren't as dry as I thought they would be. Done with the lessons for today, I walked out, and on my way saw the time on one of the wall clocks. It was 4:20 in the evening right now. I was getting hungry, so I headed straight for the cafeteria and had my evening snack accompanied by a large cup of coffee. Then, as I was told by the staff, I went to Ryfin's office and collected the notes for all the classes I had missed. No, I didn't. I went there but came back empty-handed since the offer was that I have to copy the notes by myself. I've mentioned this before, but all they taught during the time I was absent was elemental magic, and I had no need for those notes. Hence, I brushed the matter off and came back to my dorm room. I took off my shoes, got inside, and closed the door. I took off my blazer too and hung it inside the wardrobe, but let the uniform remain on my body. Then I stepped inside the kitchen, grabbed a plate, and came back. Sitting on my bed, I rested the plate on the desk and emptied the paper bag I was carrying on it. 2 round and brown circles with a hole at their center rolled out of the bag and onto the plate. They were donuts I'd bought on my way back. I waited for a few seconds. Sitting quietly before the Requiem sword that was placed in the corner of my room shone a brilliant white, a light that enveloped the whole room within itself for the time it was out. The light vanished, and a girl with dark ocean blue hair appeared before me. On the second floor of the Hearts was a room. Its interior was well managed, the floor covered with an elegant green carpet with golden borders. Near the wall, which had a big window with stained glass, was a long, rectangular wooden table made of dark oak. There was a glass sheet covering the top of the table, and there were a few things resting on the table such as a pen holder, a paperweight, and some hardcover books. Prior to the table was a chair with cotton padding on its seat, and back, it looked more like a small sofa. Were 2 more chairs resting on the opposite side, and were built with the same mastery and quality. Except for the window that was just behind the table, all the others were closed with long and sleek curtains which were red in color. There were a few more things in the room. A small and round wooden table that was placed in the corner with 4 seats around it, 2 long sofas that were face to face with a stand between them, and lastly, a slim wardrobe with a big cloak mounted on its face. There was a man standing behind the table, the man to whom this room belonged to. With his hands folded behind, he was looking out through the window. He was dressed in an expensive gray suit, beautiful leather boots, and a pair of rectangular glasses before his eyes. He wasn't chubby but not muscular either, somewhere in the middle. His hair had dyed out and was matching with the color of his suit, and so was his mustache. There was an air of elegance and power around him. It gave off the feeling that this was not a normal man. A part of it was probably due to the large portrait with his picture that was painted on the left wall. This was the cabin room of the director of the Zaforth's Magic Academy, and the man standing there was Elnarl Winterblood, the director of this academy. As he stood there glaring out at the academy campus, which was now shone golden with the light of the evening sun, the door to the room opened with a clicking sound and a man walked in. "You are late," said Elnarl. "I'm sorry. A few things came up and I forgot," the man replied as he came and stood before the main table. "You forgot, huh? Well, you're probably the only person who can give such an excuse in front of me, no less," Elnarl stated and turned to face the man. Before the table who stood was Ryfin. With a couple of papers in his hand, he looked as if he came running here. maybe forgetting the meeting wasn't really an excuse. He greeted the director with a smile and put the stack of papers on the table. That's his statement, he pointed. Elnaro got down on his sofa and reached out a hand to grab the papers. He then slid them near himself and began to skim through them. After a minute or so, when he was done roughly reading them, he pushed them back toward Ryfin and looked at him. "Do you believe in this?" he asked. Ryfin glanced down at the papers for a while before shifting his gaze back to the director. Charles kidnapped him because he defeated and humiliated his son in front of the whole academy during the interclass training session. After the explosion that was witnessed by Leon Void, Anya Blanks, and Ellen Rosenberg, Charles and Hiziro Blanks was thought to be dead, while in reality Charles still had life left in him. When everyone was gone, he dragged Zero out of there and into an unknown building. He was held captive there for a week until one day when Charles finally died due to all the injuries he had gained and the lack of mana in his body. He sought the opportunity and used this chance to escape back to the academy. Ryfin paused and glanced at the director. "Or so he says," he added. "It certainly is believable, especially since there is a lack of details. You can't go on to pick the loopholes because there isn't much information to begin with. You can't blame him for this too, as you would literally be asking a boy who was kidnapped, injured, and half dead for the details of how it happened." The director let out a light sigh as he interlocked his fingers and rested his elbows on the table. "That's not what I'm asking, is it?" he said. "Do you believe it or not?" Ryfin looked thoughtful for a moment as he went on about something in his mind, then as if deciding on the answer he said, "I do." "Fine then, that's all I wanted to know." Elnariel picked one out of many pens which were standing in a wooden holder, opened the tip, flipped to the last page, and signed at the bottom right corner. Ryfin watched from the side during all this. He was still, however, his behavior was not like other people when they met the director. Most of them were intimidated, scared, or overwhelmed by his presence, but Ryfin was none of this. He was calm and composed. And along with Ryfin, Elnariel's way to react toward him also varied. It was as if both of them were childhood friends, which was not possible since Elnariel was almost double in age if compared with Ryfin. Nonetheless, there's no denying that there was no formal heir between the two figures. "What'll happen to his boy?" Ryfin asked. He was referring to Charles's son. "He is above the age of 15 and has no mother. He'll probably inherit all the wealth and property. What he does with it is not the academy's business." "Will he be expelled?" Elnariel glared up at Ryfin. "Just asking. I see no reason to expel the boy. He broke no rule. All the deeds were done by his father. As long as he can pay the tuition, there won't be no need to force him out," Elnariel stated. "We need to tell him a convincing cover story too. Telling him the truth might not be a good idea. If the kid was consumed by his emotions and let them take the better of him and told others about what really happened, it can cause a leak of information. The whole reason to keep this incident a secret will be ruined then." Ryfin was mostly mumbling to himself, but he was loud enough that Elnariel heard what he said and responded with a glare. "Oh, of course I can handle that myself. I can't go around troubling you for small matters such as these," he clarified. "That's what you always say, yet you end up getting me involved in your mess. I hope it will be otherwise this time." Ryfin did not reply and nodded elegantly before he took the paper Elnariel had signed and left the room, closing the door back. Elnariel stared at the table for a while. In his head maybe he was thinking something but wasn't quite able to come to terms with it. Perhaps it was about the incident regarding Charles, or maybe it was something else. For a minute or so, the only sound remaining in the room was the ticking of the clock as its needles moved. Then he rose to his feet, slid open one of the drawers under the table, and picked a cigar out of many which were in it. Taking out a pack of matchsticks from his pocket, he lit the cigar and smoked as he turned toward the window behind him. He opened one of the panes and let the smoke fly out into the open air. He looked down at the academy he'd been held responsible for. He looked down at the mains. He looked down at the Colosseum. He looked down at the Insters, which was a bit far away. And lastly, he looked down at the grounds and the students walking on it. This was the academy he had inherited along with his father's name. Along with it came responsibilities, and to accompany them came secrets. Secrets that no one knew about. Secrets that no one wanted to know about. After all, you would probably have a better time sleeping if you were not aware of the fact that there was a world out there, bustling with demons who could interfere and attack at any time. However, there were some people who had to live with these secrets, not one but many secrets, so that the rest of the world could sleep a carefree night. Elnariel was one of them. This is so good. I have no words to describe it. It's so good that I can die for it. The amount of mana has lessened, and this world has grown weaker, but the food is something I couldn't even dream of having back in those days. Can you stop exaggerating? I'm not doing over anything. I'm just telling the truth." I tried to quiet her, but Rek was so busy admiring the taste of the donuts I'd bought that for the time it went on, my existence didn't matter to her. She completely ignored me. When she was done eating, which was a long time really, she ate like a sloth and muttered how good it was after every bite. Was the time she finally took note of me. I was sitting on the bed, leaning my back against the wall and skimming through the pages of my diary in which I've written the rough plot of Lollipop's novel. My goal was to check if something major was going to happen anytime soon, but there was none of it. The closest event I could find was the midterm exam, but even that was 4 months away. In short, I had some time for myself. Though that doesn't mean I can rest all the time, I thought as I put the diary on the desk and hopped out of the bed. "Let's go," I said. After giving it a thought, I picked up the diary again, walked up to my wardrobe and put it inside one of the drawers as I took my blazer out. "Go, where are we going at this time? Just to be clear, I'm not interested in foreplay. If you are into that sort of thing then it's fine, but I'll prefer if you we're going to do some training. Yeah, like I said. You can train all you want, but I'll prefer to get straight into the—" I turned to face Rec. Her face had that wry little smile she was so proud of. "Turn into the sword, I can't have you hanging out on the campus," I said forcefully with a serious tone. "Heh, aren't we going to be using your sword in my sheath?" I passed her a straight look. "Fine, fine. You always have to spoil the mood," she mumbled with a dying voice of complete displeasure. She raised her dominant hand toward me and signaled me with her eyes to hold it. Just as I reached out and grabbed her palm, her body shone brightly before it turned into the requiem sword which I was holding by its hilt. I wore my blazer, tied my laces, and left my room. I was on my way through the last corridor of the dorm building when I suddenly grew aware of a fact due to the occasional glances I was getting from the passing students. "Doesn't this sword have a sheath?" I asked internally. I hadn't given this much thought until now, but the requiem sword never came with a sheath. Even when it came out from the celled stone it was stuck into, it was only the blade that was there. "No, it doesn't. And why do you even need a sheath in the first place? I can't go around roaming in the academy with an unsheathed sword in my hands. Well, at least not until I want a one-way ticket out of the academy. Heh, what's the problem with that? Having a sheath will only lessen the beauty of requiem." "I can't have that. I don't know why, but I felt something off in her words." "No, then I'll have to go pick one from the Storia sheath, that is." "Wait, what? No, you can't do that. There's no way you can put any filthy sheath on requiem. You just can't. I think you're mistaken in your reasoning. I can do that." "No, a big buffing no. You'll insult her beauty by putting her inside a random sheath. Requiem's not a plaything, you know. I don't see the part where that's my problem. To me, it's just a sword, thus I'll handle it like one. And a sword is kept inside a sheath albeit the time you're using it, so that will be the case with this one too." There was silence. She didn't say anything for a while, though then what I heard next was indeed Rex's voice, but in a dull, unwilling tone. I know. Fine then, but remember, I don't like this at all. Back in the days when I was Requiem's wielder, the only thing sheathing her was the blood of the people and monsters it had slain. As she said that, a dark, shadow-esque cloud formed around the sword's blade. At first, I thought that I had seen something like this before, and after giving it a thought I recalled that it was similar to the substance that made Rex's clothes. The cloud of shadow settled around the blade. It fit perfectly as if it was a part of the sword, which was likely the case, I suppose. The shadow hardened and took the shape of a solid, pure black, matte-finished sheath. Unlike the color of the blade, this sheath was pure black and reflected no light. There were fine detailing of gold on its sides, but it was so firm and delicate that one could almost overlook it. "Well, this is better. Is this the original sheath?" "Yes, it is. It was always with her, but I never used it. I didn't want to, I see. With my sword covered, I was a bit more comfortable than before in hanging out with it. You might say why I was doing this, and what if someone saw me, but there wasn't any problem with that. Many students who came from noble families with a bloodline that stretched far back in history had weapons and swords which carried their family's name. Some even bought equipment that was far too expensive and wasn't available in the Zenith Kingdom. This, of course, meant that they carried them together in the academy. In short, what I'm trying to say is that having your weapons in the academy was acceptable and totally within the rules. Although, that doesn't mean you can carry it with you all the time. The basic rules allotted to the use of weapons are still followed. You can't carry the weapons with you unless you're training in the Insters, or there is a case where the use of that weapon is required in the classesto. Bring your weapon into regular classes. You'd have to take permission from your homeroom teacher. That was one of the reasons why I was using a normal sword during the sword arts classes, since I don't want to involve Ryfin in this. Though right now I was headed to the Insters, so it was fine to take it with me. After all, there would be no meaning to this training if I didn't do it with the Requiem sword. I opened the door in front of me and stepped inside. With flat and thick metal-plated walls and solid concrete floor, before me lay an enormous room made purely for training purposes. I closed and locked the door behind me as I walked further into the room. The area was well lit due to the magic lights placed on the ceiling and the top corners. It was so perfect that one might think that this room did not belong to a medieval period, which was somewhat true too, as this world had many things which didn't exist during the real medieval times. I reached the center of the room, and only then did I realize how big it was. The size differed vastly compared to the room I'd rented before for training, and this meant that I had to pay more for it. But it was all worth it. This was just the place I wanted, where I could train away from the eyes of the world. I held the Requiem sword close to my chest and was about to slash it out from its sheath, though just as I rubbed my hand on it, the sheath turned back into a shadow and vanished, revealing the clear, dark blue blade. I shouldn't do this in public. I made a mental note of the fact. Sheaths didn't vanish when you removed them. This was something that would invite trouble if done in the presence of other people. Anyway, let's get straight to it, I said to myself, holding the sword straight in my hands and feeling the power it contained. There was a loud booming sound accompanied by 2 small shock waves when I kicked off the ground and dashed toward the human dummies. It was quick and didn't take a minute to cover the distance. Reaching close, I swiftly swung the sword at the nearest dummy. The blade clicked and touched the skin on the dummy's neck, then like a hot knife through butter, the sword split the dummy's head apart from its body in a single slash. I landed across perfectly and flickered the sword in the air before turning behind and looking at the dummy that was now lying on the ground with its head rolling on the side. I then glanced at the sword in my hands. This was sharp as fuck, but that's how a sword's supposed to be, so it was the least of my concerns. Pushing the useless thoughts in my head aside, I dashed forward again. The sword did its work this time. The number of heads severed was 3 simultaneously. I landed at a distance, scanned the destroyed bodies, and then repeated the same thing all over again. This went on for a span of around 30 minutes before I got tired of it and stopped. I was cutting the dummies just fine, but that was about it. If I wanted to get a hold of Magickin and the Requiem, then this was the wrongest of the wrongest methods I could choose. The human dummies were a great tool to practice, but at the same time, they were pretty much useless if you wanted to train at a Hydra level since they did not move an inch. How much will you improve by cutting a still target that doesn't even counterattacks or defends itself? It was a huge pain in the ass, and I was thinking about a way to deal with this, a way to practice and get used to my Magickin, a way of training without involving anyone else. It was then when my eyes wandered into the vast room and noticed Rek, who was standing and watching me from afar. The gears in my mind moved and an idea sparked up. "Come here, you'll be helping me with this," I called, raising a hand in her direction. At first she looked a bit confused but came over to me anyway. "Go and pick up a sword," I said as I pointed toward a certain section of the wall where a number of swords hung on a flat, wooden board. "You will be working with me in this." Rek didn't move from her place. There was a look of amusement on her face as she broke out into a wide grin, and from the looks of it, she did not try to hide it at all. "Are you sure about that?" she asked in a teasingly tone, twisting her tongue around in her mouth. "I am, otherwise I wouldn't have called, you know that," I clarified. "Well, if that's what you want," she said. After that, she went and grabbed one of the swords. It was a normal long sword with a gray, metallic blade and wooden handle. It was truly one of the most basic swords you could find. She stood in front of me, toying with the sword and playing around with it in her hands. It was as if she was checking whether it was good enough to be used by her or not. Then a few minutes later, she stopped and gripped the sword with one hand. "Satisfied?" I asked. "Not quite, but it will do," she responded, referring to the sword in her hands. She rubbed a finger on the edge of the sword, starting from the tip and down to the hilt. It was not that she was touching it lightly, as gently like a rub of feather she wasn't, though it still doesn't change the fact that not a single drop of blood welled up on her finger. When she was done, she took her finger back and raised the sword, pointing its tip in my direction. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "Nothing much, nothing less. I want you to fight me so I can train with the Requiem." "By now even you would have noticed that those dummies are up to no good," I said, glancing back at the severed heads with the corner of my eye. I can do that, but will you be able to handle me? I might not look like that, but at one point I was feared by the 5 kingdoms back in those days. The time sure has passed, but my powers haven't faded, not with the sword at least." "Is that so? Go easy on me then," I said casually and lifted the Requiem sword up and pointed it toward her. Both the swords were now only an inch or 2 apart from kissing each other's head. A wry smile crept up on Rek's face. She dropped her hands and lowered the sword, walked back a few steps and then turned back at me, her sword still not up again. "Come at me. Attack," she said. I can't say I wasn't taken back by this. Even if she and the Requiem sword has strayed quite a lot from what they were in the novel, I still somehow knew about her powers and strength. This also meant that I knew what I was getting into when I asked her to fight me. She wasn't going to go all out, but fighting her on a low difficulty was not child's play either. She was powerful, more powerful than me. There's no denying the fact, no matter how much I want to. That's why I knew she wasn't kidding when she dropped her guard and said to attack. I was no prince either. I clenched tightly at the hilt of my sword and pushed myself away from the ground. Reaching close to Rek, I kicked the ground multiple times to increase my speed, and by the end of it I was basically hovering for a span of few seconds. Raising the sword up, I prepared for an attack and delivered the slash just where I wanted to. On the left side of her neck, opposite to her dominant arm, the blade reached close an inch away from her skin. Then she vanished, her presence disappeared, and there was not a single trace left of her. My sword completed the arc and cut nothing but empty air. I landed on the ground, adjusted my balance, and turned only to find Rex standing behind me with a wry smile on her face. "You're fast," I said. "That ain't even the best of it," she replied casually. Pointing my sword toward her, I held it up close to my right shoulder with both my hands. I locked my eyes on her and provided the magic in with a bit more of my mana. I knew doing this might not be the best idea, but I was training, so it did anyway. I was about to launch myself in her direction when she suddenly stopped me by showing the palm of her hand. "Here's a little tip. Instead of dumping more mana in her, utilize what you already have. It'll be better that way," she said. I stopped and took a moment to think about it. Then I closed my eyes and concentrated. Just like she'd said, I felt up all the mana that I'd already transferred in the sword, and as I did, I grew more aware of it. And by growing aware, what I mean is that the sword felt more like a part of me. The hilt was less rough, the grip was more natural, and its weight was surprisingly light. All of that. Since this was training, I decided to push it a little further. I focused on my breathing, taking deep and relaxed breaths. I drowned myself deeper in the realm of consciousness and inside my own mind. The more I ventured, the weird things got. I became painfully aware of my own body, and I mean this in a 360-degree way. I could sense what was on the back if not see it, and the same went for all the directions. It was as though my instincts had been increased to a whole new level. I cannot describe the feeling, but it was addictive. A part of me didn't want to leave this state of mind and come out. Although it was not like I was totally lost in it, I still had control and knew what was right and what was the hunger for power that I should avoid. Bed hunger for power. Opening my eyes, I looked at Rek. She looked rather pleased. I glanced at the sword, then at my foot and hands. I changed my posture and placed the sword in front of me. Then when the time was right and I was done simulating my path inside my mind, I kicked off the ground and darted in Rek's direction, raising my sword as high as a proud king. It was evening already by the time I was done with all my classes. Normally, the majority of students went straight to the cafe or hung out with their friends, but Anya had a schedule that was a little different from the rest. Once I was done with my classes, the first thing I did was to come back to my room and settle all the notes I'd taken during the classes accordingly and arrange them in a manner so that I don't have to go through much trouble when I want to revise and skim them later on. After that part was done, I hop out of my school uniform and change into casual, more comfortable clothes. This part took about 5 to 10 minutes, but it depends. Sometimes I can find the clothes fitting to my mood, but sometimes I don't, and when that happens, the whole process can take up to about half an hour. It might seem long, but was still shorter than the time other girls took to prepare themselves, even when they weren't going out for a special occasion. I was never the fashion type girl. As I mentioned before, I wore what looked good and fitting according to the mood I had at the time. Though every then and now, this was the very reason it took me hours to find an item of clothing I was proud of. I mean, what I wear depends on my mood, so it's kind of obvious that I'll get into trouble doing that if I'm in a sour mood. This was exactly the case today, or for the past few days, for the last week. It leans on from when you start to count. If we go to the very start, then it might be a good number of days from the day I was introduced to the fact that Zero might be dead and gone. From there, it was a downward spiral. Let's skip over the days I went coiled up on my bed inside my room. You won't get much out of there since I neither bathed nor changed my clothes. It isn't a suitable thing for a girl to do, but my mindset being what it was, I would say that I was lucky enough to come out of it in one piece. So since we're jumping over all those days, let's come to the recent events. 3 days before today, Zero arrived at the academy. He came back alive like a human should be. I was led to him by Ellen and wasn't expecting to see something like this. And then it happened when I saw him, sitting there talking to Mr. Jekyll. He looked at me and smiled. Before then, anyone would have told me that a single glimpse of a person can shake your whole world and snap you out of the darkness you thought you would live in for the rest of your life. I obviously wouldn't have believed them like any sane person. But that time when I experienced it firsthand, I had no option but to believe it. That day, I also came to know that all the things in the world don't have to make sense for them to be there. Some things just happen without a reason, without an explanation, and without much logic. From that day onward, I was a little shaken from the inside and very much from the outside. I mean that in a quite literal sense. It took me a good couple of days to come to terms with and realize the fact that Zero was back now, safe and sound. And I don't mean this in any metaphorical way. When I first saw him, I couldn't believe it. Even after sitting there with him during the time he was knocked out, I had all the time in the world to sit there and see him. See him to verify that he is real. I did that, but it was of no use. Even after he woke up, talked to me, and explained vaguely about what had happened, I was quite unstable. Maybe that was the reason which caused me to outright ask him if he was there or not. Looking back at it now, I'm pretty embarrassed and not proud by any means. It must have sounded super weird. All of this was probably because somewhere deep in my heart, I was blaming myself. For all the things that happened with Zero, all the injuries he gained, there's no denying the fact that he almost died even if he'd come out of it safely. I blamed no one but myself for it. It was that letter which I think forced me into blaming myself. The words were written clearly on it that Zero would die if I didn't get into a relationship with a certain person, who later turned out to be Leon. It weighed on me for a good while, despite all the talking Zero did and told me not to worry about it. How could I not? I mean, what was written in the letter came true in the end. How could I not believe that and blame myself that I should have just done what it said? If so, then everything would have been fine, probably. But when he came back and told me again to not take all the blame, I gave it some thought, much thought, quite a good amount of thought. I can't say I got over it in an instant. I will also confess that I thought about just following the letter so nothing else goes wrong. However, I was stopped by myself. I was stopped by a part of my brain and heart that said what would be the meaning of all the things that happened, all the injuries and wounds Zero faced if I just did what the letter told me to despite all the trouble Zero went through. I was just thinking hypothetically, of course. I had no way of knowing whether the incident was caused by the sender of that letter or not. But even hypothetically, if the sender somehow was related to it all and the one working from the shadows, I decided to follow Zero's advice like I'd been doing. I mean, he faced all the trouble and almost died. Even he was strong in his decision and told me not to worry about him. He didn't go back to his words and told me to continue the relationship with Leon. So if nothing else, I can't let that will of his go waste. I collected my thoughts. It took time but was worthwhile in the end. Then about the same when Zero recovered from his wounds, I also gained my peace of mind and was back in a state where I could be described as a normal and sane human being. My mood was not the best, not even today, which could be seen through the clothes I was wearing today, blue leggings and a gray cardigan. I thought about taking a cloak too, but then dismissed the thought as it would have been a lot of trouble handling it. Rather than that, I just wrapped a scarf around my neck and headed out from the dorms. The weather was good. It was one of those perfect autumn evenings, so common in stories but rare in reality. The sky was a tinge of orange and golden, matching the color of the leaves on the trees. The gentle cold breeze passed by from time to time, passing the leaves that had fallen on the ground up in a swirl. I walked down a concrete path that led to the cafeteria. I didn't have a solid breakfast, and it was time I was starting to get hungry. As I got closer to the building, the crowd of people around me increased as well. Some students came to take a walk for refreshment. Those were hanging out with their friends, some in groups and some alone. It might come as a little surprising considering that it's only been a month and a half since the start of our term at the academy, but many students had started dating already, resulting in the couples who were enjoying the evening at the cafe or sitting, holding each other's hand on the benches scattered around in the garden surrounding the cafeteria. Pushing the glass door backward, I entered the building. Taking a look, I saw that most of the seats were already occupied, but after searching and scanning the area for a while, I found a vacant one. Though I had to order something first, and there weren't any waiters at the cafe, you had to take your food, so I went and demanded a cup of tea along with some regular evening snacks. Several minutes later, my order arrived. I picked up the tray and went toward the seat I'd picked a moment ago. There were originally 2 seats on the table I'd chosen, and when I saw it back then, both of them were empty. However, as of now, the other one was occupied by a boy who had jet black hair and a pair of gleaming red eyes. As he saw me approaching, a smile painted over his face, and from what I could tell, it wasn't a forced but genuine one. "Fancy seeing you here alone, that is," I said as I placed my tray on the table and pulled the chair opposite to him. There was no way I was going to give up on my seat. Well, I admit it was starting to get a little gloomy. "But now I have you to accompany me, so it's all well and good, I guess," Leon replied. It was one of those perfect autumn evenings, so common in stories yet so rare in reality. In the open hallways of the mains, a girl walked hugging a clipboard and a couple of papers in her hands. She was not alone, but surrounded by a cluster of other girls who walked around her in a circle. The girl in question had true red hair. It went down to her waist and covered her back elegantly like a queen's cape. The girl's expression was light and friendly. She had a cheerful smile covering her face as she talked and chatted with the girls. They laughed and gossiped as they walked together. The talk was about what girls their age usually talked about. Who is dating whom? Which teacher do they have a crush on? Who is bitching about whom behind their backs? Who is acting like a traitor? Things like that. The girl with red hair took in the information and returned it equally. It might not seem like it, but she was the center of the conversation. Most of the topic revolved around her and things going on with her life. It was not direct, of course. The other girls made sure of this. Yet they tried to dig deep and make her say things she wasn't supposed to say or didn't want to. What they wanted was information about her private life, even if what they got were in bits and pieces. Such was the way of the world. The girl in question carried a high reputation in the academy. As a result, some girls admired her while some despised her. Those who counted on the latter tried to find an immeasurable number of chances and ways by which they could pull her down the social ladder and ruin her image. They tried to do this in a way she wouldn't notice. Talking and letting out secrets about others was one of those easy ways. But all this was a pretty normal thing. And the girl knew what she was getting into. She knew what the others were trying to do. That's why she already had a set of secrets related to her life that were meant for people like these. Secrets that were private enough to satisfy the girls, but not quite powerful to ruin her own life. In short, they were secrets meant to be leaked. This was a way she'd learned over time by trial and error. It was one of the things she had learned with time by trial and error. The group of girls walked and talked and laughed together before they reached a certain point where the hallway parted into 3 different ways, and in front was the garden that led to the other buildings. They bid their short farewells to each other, albeit the fact that they barely knew the other person, and all had forced smiles on their faces. Everyone knew this, probably, but no one mentioned a word related. The group of girls divided into several parts and went their ways, leaving the red-haired girl alone at the center of the different paths. She stood still at her place for a moment, waiting until she made sure the girls were far enough. Once that was confirmed, the smile and cheerful expression she had on her face melted down in a matter of seconds, and what remained was a tired, weary look of a girl who seemed like someone who just wanted to be left alone. Ellen sighed as she looked down at her feet at the small trampled in the garden before her. They had most likely been crushed by the girls who left a while ago. She shrugged and relaxed her shoulders, then taking a deep breath, she moved forward. All this was something she faced daily, therefore she was quite used to the process, though it wouldn't have hurt if she got to take a break in between. The girl walked through the garden. This time her pace was slow and reserved, probably because she wanted the moment to last as long as possible, since there was no telling when she was pursued by another horde. It turned out she was used to the process, as her guess had hit right on the mark. A couple of minutes of lone walking later, another cluster of girls spotted her and came to chat. Fortunately for her, this wasn't the same type of group as before. These girls counted among those who were affected by Ellen's reputation positively and admired her for it. For them, she was a role model, not a person they could imagine going against. Still, it only lessened her troubles, not erased them. What changed was that she didn't have to secretly defend herself from all the hidden attacks the girls might try. She was not yet free from faking her smile, expression, behavior, and body language. She was their role model. After all, she had to act like one. Even choosing what words to speak was a difficult game, as you don't know what the other person might and might not like. However, as mentioned before, Ellen was used to all this as a person is used to breathing. It tired her out, but that was the most of it. This walk too didn't last much longer, as after a certain amount of time and distance was covered, and the girls were satisfied with the talk they had with their ideal. The group disbanded and each went their way. Now Ellen was alone, not exactly, since other students were strolling around on the grounds, but what it meant was she was no longer accompanied by anyone, and there were no signs of it happening anytime soon. It set her heart at ease. The young girl took a walk to the dorms and then to her rooms. She rested all the papers she was carrying on the desk along with the clipboard holding them. Then she removed her blazer, hung it inside the wardrobe, and slumped down on the bed. She let out a sigh of pure exhaustion as stared up at the ceiling. This was the life of Ellen Rosenberg behind the curtains. She, too, was just a normal human being after all. All the endless talking and keeping the best expressions sucked her energy like the sun sucks a farmer out in the fields on a hot day of summer. She closed her eyes and let her body relax for a span of barely 5 minutes before she rose back to her feet. She opened the wardrobe and, after a bit of thought, picked one of the many expensive-looking jackets. It was dark brown, like the soil 100 feet deep. She hadn't gone through the trouble of removing all of her academy uniform, just the blazer, and she wore the jacket over her full-sleeved shirt. She looked at herself in the mirror that hung on the wall behind a small desk full of cosmetics and beauty products. Her final thoughts were that wearing it along with the uniform was fine, and it didn't make her seem out of the place. The clothing was comfortable too, and suited to her tastes. Ellen titled her body a little to take a final look, combed and adjusted her sleek red hair until she was satisfied, got over a few things in her mind to make sure she was not forgetting anything, and then left her room. Just like most of the students did these days, she was also headed to the cafeteria. It wouldn't be too much to say that within the academy's campus, the cafe was a place favored by all the students. After the mains and the dorms, it was also the only building that you would never find empty. It was reasonable, too. You had good food, a neat and spacious sitting arrangement with well-furnished tables and chairs, and a delicately polished floor, combined with the overall open-themed architecture of the buildings, was just what a young student might need to soothe their minds. The place where the cafe was built was the cherry on the cake. It was on the western side of the campus, with the dorms at the left and the Coliseum at the right. The mains also stood diagonally on the southern side. All in all, it was easily accessible no matter what work you had or where you're headed, a nice thing for a place where you might want to stop by. The area inside the campus that wasn't covered by the buildings was left plain for the grass to grow. There were flowers and trees planted at regular intervals, but it was done mostly as a formality. However, this was different around the cafe. There the garden was crafted more delicately and maintained with care. There were beautiful trees and flower pots surrounding the building, and the grass was leveled and clean enough that you could lie there face down without getting dirty. As the wind passed by, rustling the golden leaves of the trees colored by autumn and sending them flying in the air in spirals, it gave the cafe an air of comfort you will want after cramping your heads through hour-long lessons. Her reasons were a little different, but Ellen was different. She entered the cafe building, knowing that she might get ambushed by the girls again, but for the peace of mind she got at this place, it was a small price to pay. She ordered a cup of green tea and made her way toward the sitting area, looking for a place to help herself. But to her misfortune, the cafe was quite full today. Her eyes wandered through for a while before they came to a halt after spotting the faces of two familiar figures. They were sitting next to each other, and this made her second-guess her decision of approaching them. But then she remembered the public image they had and the rumored relationships. She didn't want the rumors to turn against her, so made her way to their table, dragging a chair with her in the way. It was one of those perfect autumn evenings, so common in stories but so rare in the real world. Inside the cafe bustling with students, three sat together at a table. It wasn't an unusual thing. Many students sat and ate together. The groups consisted of acquaintances, friends, couples, and such. Then there were the ones we could not forget, those who shared a table simply because there weren't any vacant seats. But this group of three students was different. They fit in neither of these categories. At least not when their opinion was combined. Each had different thoughts about the connection they shared. The students in question were two girls and a day. Ellen, Anya, and Leon, or their names followed. Leon was finished with his snacks by the time Anya arrived, but he ordered a cup of coffee to accompany her, and judging by the pace he was drinking, it seemed like that cup was going to accompany Ellen as well. Anya was halfway done with her meal when Ellen came, leaving her with the tea. It was mostly a coincidence, but now all three of them were having their refreshments and having a sweet little evening chat. The topics varied. Sometimes it was about how a certain professor was bad at teaching a specific part, how he wasn't bad and had misspoken a word, but the rumors spread like a fire, making too much of a small mistake. They talked about how their lessons were going, their thoughts on the new custom magic they were being taught, and how that one student in the class was still unable to get his head around it. This piece of information was, in a way, just an attempt to fill in the silence that occasionally shrouded the three. "How are things coming along for your brother? Is he in better health?" Leon asked, shifting the conversation toward the topic he'd been meaning to ask from the start, but was hesitating. The attention fell on Anya. Ellen eyes her casually while taking a sip from her cup. "He's better than before. Most of the injured have healed, and he's got permission to leave his room." There was a momentary pause, and she looked lost in thought. "It lifted his spirits quite a bit," she added. "Well, I certainly would have died from boredom if they told me to lay in bed for half a week," Leon said. "It's not strange that he wants to get some fresh air." Ellen did not comment as she watched the two of them and sipped her tea quietly, which was unlike her, but no one took notice of it. "Still, I'd never have thought that Mr. Alderman would do something like this," Leon stated, shaking his cup slightly in a circular motion while he looked down at the table. "Neither did I, but from what they told me, he had his circumstances." Though they don't justify his actions in any way. While she spoke, Anya's eyes were elsewhere. They seemed distant, as if she didn't want to think about this man. "What did they tell you anyway?" "I never received an expulsion as to why all this happened," Leon asked, leaning back in his chair and tipping in on two legs. Anya looked straight at him, meeting his eyes as she said, "I can't tell you. They have refrained me from doing so since it's now classified info and all. That's a pain. I know the Academy doesn't want this incident to come out in public, but at least I, Ellen, and everyone else who was involved should get the right to know the whole thing." He eyed both the girls for their approval. "It's not like we aren't trustworthy." "It's not about trust," said Ellen, finally seeming to have decided to step into the conversation. "If word got out, the Academy will face a huge backlash." She paused for a while and looked at her surroundings. Then she leaned in closer to the two and said in a low murmur, "Especially since Mr. Alderman is confirmed to be dead." She leaned back and sat comfortably on her chair. "I've asked Mr. Jekkar about it. He didn't tell me the backstory, but what he did reveal was that only he, Anya, and the Academy's chairman knows all the details aside from her brother himself. They aren't even telling their people. Why do you expect them to tell you? A student. Well, I helped in the search." He tried to think of other reasons but didn't find any. "We all did. If you're bothered by this, then let me remind you, we were the ones who volunteered for the search. Not the other way around," Ellen said, her voice sharp like her eyes that stared down hard at Leon. "What? It's not like I can't handle secrets. I've got a handful of them myself, and am pretty good at." He finally noticed Ellen's stare and what she was indirectly trying to tell. That made him swallow his words and sip on his coffee. They were arguing over the fact that they didn't get to know what was the reason behind Zero's kidnapping and everything else that followed. Leon was demanding the information as if it was a book, a scene out of a play, a source of entertainment, and not something that was the reason behind the condition Anya's brother was in. Maybe that was why Anya carried the quiet while the two argued. Ellen had been observant enough to notice this, but Leon, being the dense protagonist he was, ignored her and acted in an insensitive way, or at least that's what he and Ellen thought. In reality, Anya wasn't too bothered by it. She'd already gotten over the past, and the thing did not make her curse Leon secretly. She was just uncomfortable is all. Hence was the reason she did not have much say on the topic. By the way, Ellen said, filling in the silence that had been there since Leon came to an awkward stop. "Are you dating Milia?" she asked. "What?" Leon was caught off guard by this so much that he almost choked on his coffee. Anya was startled too. Her eyes went a little wider than usual as she was amazed by the intensity of the question. "Why do you say that?" Leon appealed in an almost offended tone. "I've heard about it people talk, especially since we are confined in the academy's campus. Things such as this don't stay hidden for long." Ellen gave a little shrug of shoulders. But no, that's utter nonsense. "I may have met the girl a few times, but we are not in a relationship," he said as if he was speaking something very obvious, something that didn't need to be explained for one to understand. And he was right. He was not in a relationship with this girl, Milia Windward. She was a girl of a height a bit lower than average, had ivory blue hair, and had a knack for books. Quite a bookworm, you could say. However, Leon was not dating this girl, as he said so. He just happened to be under her when he was on a ladder, picking up a book from the shelves in the library. He just happened to look up at that time and spot what color of panties she was wearing, received a smacking with a thick book from her afterward. Just like this, having the protagonist's luck he had, Leon just happened to be at the place where she was being bullied by a group of girls in her class who defended her. Then when some boys who were probably related to those girls were tearing Milia's favorite books in front of her while she cried and begged them to stop, he just happened to arrive at the right time and beat the shit out of them. A couple of days after that, he received a letter from her which told him to come behind the institute's most isolated place on the whole campus. He went there and met with Milia. She was dressed quite nicely for a normal day. Her cheeks were flushed red, but it was not the makeup that did that. She stepped closer and said to him to close his eyes, and he did. Then lo and behold, what he received was a kiss on the lips, not his first kiss. That had already happened in the early chapters of Lollipop's novel. So he got kid, followed by a love confession afterward. According to him, it was unexpected, and he had not a single clue that she harbored romantic feelings for him. But sad as it was, he had to decline her offer. But wait, it didn't happen instantly. At that moment, he was too stunned to speak, and Milia took it as a yes. For 2 days that followed, they dated while Leon tried to find a way to respectfully decline her. What he needed was an opportunity, which he got right after they slept with each other. As they say, when the post-nut clarity hits you, it hits hard. It could also be because Milia has served her purpose in his novel, so Lollipop decided to remove her, but that couldn't be true. In the end, they kissed and had sex, but at the very core of it, they weren't in a relationship. Hence, Leon was right in his take. They are nothing but rumors, and like most rumors are, they are clusters of lies, Leon clarified as he took another sip of his coffee and tipped back his chair further. Ellen eyed her for a good long moment as a wry smirk spread on her face like butter on a piping hot piece of bread. She placed her now empty cup on the coaster, and it made a clink sound. "So kissing a girl doesn't count as dating then," she said, looking at Leon like a predator staring at its prey. This time Leon was out of luck. He tried to say something immediately, choked on his coffee, and the chair he was sitting on fell backward as he tipped it too far. He tried to grab the table to balance himself, but ended up dropping the coffee cup on himself. A loud thud sound was heard in the cafe, catching everyone's attention and casting it to Leon, who lay on the group, above the fallen chair with coffee on his shirt and pants too, which didn't give the best impression. It was one of those perfect autumn evenings, so common in stories but so rare in the real world. What was not perfect was the figure of Leon, who lay on the floor of the cafeteria, his clothes wet with coffee. It took a moment for everyone to understand what happened, and when they did, half of them laughed while half paid no mind. Anya got up and helped Leon back up on his feet. Ellen made a few unwilling approaches of lending out a hand, but it was so clear that it was just a formality, and she enjoyed seeing Leon getting publicly humiliated. He rose to his feet, embarrassed, his cheeks a bright red as she dusted his clothes and wiped whatever amount of coffee he could with the tissues in his handkerchief. However, the coffee had gone into his clothes and was probably bound to leave a stain. He knew this. "I probably go," he said as he picked up the broken pieces of the cup and gathered them up on the coaster. One of the waiters had arrived by this point, but he did it nevertheless. "You didn't answer my question," Ellen said. "Huh, I said that I'm not dating her, didn't I? That kiss you speak of." There was a moment of silence as he thought of the right word to say. "An accident, yes, it was an accident. Really? Yes, I'd never lie to you, I have to reason to." You know it. With that comment, he headed to the counter and paid for his snacks and coffee along with the cost of the cup he'd broken. Then he left the cafeteria with a deep relief inside his heart that Ellen only knew about the kiss and not of the things which happened afterward. Although in the midst of all this, he forgot that he indirectly admitted that he'd kissed Milia since he never refused it and marked it out as an incident. Back in the cafeteria, Ellen was aware of this, which was also the reason for the evil grin of a child she had on her face. "Why are you smiling like that?" Anya asked, looking at Ellen. "He just admitted it, didn't you see?" "What, the kiss?" "It was possibly a rumor, but I wanted to confirm it," Ellen explained with a sense of excitement in her voice, which soon faded away. "God, he's so easy to toy with," she shrugged off the comment. "But that was just a rumor, wasn't it?" "At least that's what I thought of it, of course." Anya had heard of it before. Leaving everything, she too was a girl. The gossip fell on her ears, even if she wasn't interested. Ellen sighed as she brushed her hair back and forth, twisting and curling it around her fingers and then soothing it again. "There's always truth hidden behind whatever nonsense you hear. You know the saying, right? Where there's smoke, there's fire," she said in a non-interested tone as if she were reading it out of a book. Anya didn't seem to mind this odd behavior of hers, and they sat in silence for a while. Ellen played with her hair while Anya finished her tea. There was not much left to talk about for now anyway. They'd already discussed most of the things when Leon was here. Plus, they both had something else on their minds. For Ellen, it was the confusion on the matter that why she was bothered if Leon had kissed a girl or two without telling her. It was not like they were dating each other. No matter what the other students, they were just close friends. Even that would be an overstatement. Leon had agreed to help Ellen back when he helped her escape from her house and enter the academy. Since then, they had been close but not romantically involved. And now she had Zero, who had sworn to protect her as long as she played her part right. She wasn't too sure about it, as he had not done anything of the sort that might make her believe him completely, but then she couldn't ignore the fact that she was letting her in on some secrets. She thought of her as an improvement, but that was not what mattered. Now she had a choice. She could rely on Zero for help if anything troublesome came, but if he betrayed her or failed, she always had Leon watching her back. Everything was perfect. For the time in her life after her mother's death, she could take a breath without worrying that someone might have left poisonous gas in the air. Even if there were, she had people to save her after she inhaled that stuff. Then she was having this weird feeling she could not describe stirred inside her when she heard that Leon was probably dating Milia. The feeling only grew more when it was confirmed that she had kissed her. Next, there was Anya. For her, it wasn't something as big and confusing as Ellen's problem. Troubling her was a little domestic feeling of guilt. Back when she'd said that, the Academy had told her not to reveal the details of what happened with Zero and Mr. Rosenberg to anyone thus. She didn't tell Leon and refused when he pressed on the matter. She'd lied. The Academy had said no such thing. While it was true that they haven't instructed her to fill Leon and Ellen in on the details, they haven't restrained her from doing so either. In reality, she hadn't told them because she thought it was what Zero would have preferred. He was the type to avoid trouble and attention if possible, and she knew this very well. Telling others about what had happened might do the unwanted, so she decided it was better to not tell anyone. At first, she thought it was a good idea, which in a way it was, but later, it somehow turned the conversation toward more tense matters, and Leon ended up falling on his butt and getting wet down to his pants. Even though she knew it wasn't her fault that he fell, the possibility that it could have been avoided if she took the conversion in another direction still lingered in her mind as she sipped the last of her tea and clicked the cup back on the coaster. The mood took an upturn after that as the girls took a moment and talked about a few things two teenage girls would talk about. It was a perfectly healthy and normal conversation. They smiled and laughed at silly things and then discussed the upcoming midterm exams in a rather serious tone. It was only then, when the hour bell struck and the sound resounded throughout the whole of the academy campus, Ellen caught a look at the wall clock and checked the time. She pushed her chair back and stood up. "I'll have to go now," she said with an apologetic tone. "Extra classes?" Anya queried. Ellen replied with a nod. Calling it extra classes was too much of a stress, as Ellen was the one paying for an instructor to teach her sword arts aside from the time they were taught in daily lessons. This was one of the facilities provided in the Insters, and anyone with enough money could make use of them. "Well, I should be on my way too," Anya said as she slid her chair back and rose to her feet. Both the girls went to the counter and paid for the things they had ordered, then left the cafeteria and diverged in different directions, Ellen toward the Insters and Anya toward the dorms. It was little more than a span of minutes when Anya was alone, walking on the grounds on a paved stone path. Her hair swayed back and forth as she walked, the golden sunlight of the evening shining down on her face, her green eyes reflecting the surrounding green. As she walked through the path, she thought of her connection with Ellen and Leon. They might have met in a dark alleyway by accident, but since then the coincidences have piled up, and they have built quite a good relationship. She was avoiding Leon until now due to the letter she'd received, but now that she'd pushed that topic out of her mind, for the first time she viewed him as a person. The star that was so far away, which seemed out of her reach before, was now a little closer. She wasn't interested in him romantically. She couldn't, there's no way, at least not now, at this point she wasn't. It would have been a tragic story if she was, hence she was not. It was confusing, she didn't know. That's why she ignored this too. Friend would have been an overstatement, so she settled on acquaintances for now. Ellen was slightly toward the friend side, or so were Anya's thoughts about the matter. She enjoyed her company, even though Ellen was treated as an idol by other girls, and whenever they were together she got stares from the public. This had set Anya off the tracks at the start, but now she was slowly getting used to it. Plus, after she came to her senses, Anya realized that Ellen had helped her a lot when she was coiled up in her dark room. She could never thank her enough for that. It was strange, truly. Just like her brother, Anya had spent most of her time either inside the horse, playing with Zira sometimes alone, hearing stories from Ron, or spending time with Ange. Either that, or she had spent her time training with the sword or teaching Zero. She never really had friends, neither of the siblings did. Hence, this feeling was strange for her, but it was sort of good too. It was not terrible, if nothing. Enough to leave a smile on her face for a few minutes, even after the bidding farewell. She didn't dislike this feeling, she didn't dislike the thought of having friends.